Party, 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 party. October 2012, party, 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 party. All right, party's over. I said the party was over! Oh, hey, this is the dorm room. It was pretty easy to tell this is Chase talking to Carl, considering Chase is literally talking to Carl. Carl, do you know where the keys are? I've been doing this shit for 6 years. I ain't gotten better. That's usually a sign that someone is shit. I dig through my pockets again, but my fingers only rake the grocery shopping list I made and some chump change from the soda I bought earlier. I brief hope. What the fuck? A glimmer of salvation bubbles to the surface when I feel something metal and pointy. When I bring it out, though, it's just an old keychain I won at the fair and never bothered to take out. It's even still got a sticker on it. Didn't you leave him on your desk? His voice is barely audible over what I can only imagine are the 10-year-olds he's playing his shooter with. I thought I saw him on your desk. I already checked, they're not. I opened the closet drawer, it's filled to the brim with old comics. Still no keys. Maybe they got thrown in the trash by accident. Why would... I rubbed the bridge of my snout. I'm in no rush to get out today, as the party won't start for an hour and a half at least, but I won't get anywhere without the car keys. Our dorm isn't the greatest, but right now it still feels like I'm trying to find a needle in a haystack. A haystack that's usually very well organized. What? Oh, I thought we were talking as... I thought we were Carl, but a haystack that's usually very well organized is per usual. I blame Carl. What do you mean? Hear the sound of a rocket launcher going off. Carl follows up with a stream of swear words, the likes of which I haven't heard since we were 12 and hanging out with Flynn after school. What do you need them for anyway? I got the groceries this morning. Weed. You got weed this morning, Carl. I can smell it from here. I hear an awkward chuckle. You know how it is. Healthy greens. Anyway, where are you going? I scour another drawer. This one's full of greeting cards. Old ones by the looks of it. Congratulating Carl and me for getting into college. Just all the other ones have been from the perspective of other characters, and I just never considered that it could actually just be Chase. I thought for some reason that Chase was playing the video game, and that Carl was not, but now with the, you know, this dialogue, with Carl's dialogue getting cut off by the rocket launcher, that makes me think that Carl's playing it, and I got all fucked up, so I just need to shut up and read the fucking thing. God damn it. I scour another drawer, and this one's with the greeting cards, Carl and me getting into college. With the congratulations. I flip each one over before shutting it again. I'm heading to Vincent's place, remember? I thought I told you. Lift one of the vases Carl's mom gave him when we left town. You're actually going? I thought you said you were going to study tonight. Nah, I got invited, and a couple of my friends will be there, so I'm going. I spot the keys and let out a sound, which, once it's out of my mouth, I realize resembles a deflating balloon. They're right here, Carl! Jesus! They're sitting on the shelf, right next to the TV. I pick them up. I almost feel like doing a little victory dance at this point. I've been looking for these damn things for a solid hour already. Carl's still as stone-faced as ever. I don't know if he's had weed or if he's just in a bad mood. Maybe both. We know that he doesn't like being at college, but he also could just be focused on the game, or he could be stoned. I sit on the bed with him. It's a far more comfortable mattress than the ones that came with the dorm. I think Carl's parents had it specially ordered when he left town. Carl didn't tear his eyes off the game. Dude, get off my back! I didn't mean to... Shit. The round's over.
Round's over.
The cacophony of voices that had served as the backdrop for our conversation abruptly dies out, replaced with the most generic orchestral music I've ever heard. Carl's got the worst score on the board. Aw, damn. I don't even have time to say anything before he tosses the controller off to the side. It's a small miracle it doesn't break on impact, considering how hard he's tossing it around. I cross my arms behind my head and get comfortable. You alright, man? You seem kinda mad. Carl's hands go to the pockets of his ripped jeans. Sure, I'm just fucking with you.
I could be better.
Really? Absentmindedly draw a finger over the keychain of my car keys. It's the one with the picture of Leo on it. I think it's the first picture I'd ever taken with my own camera. Carl notices from the corner of his eye and playfully smacks my paw away, but seems to remind him of something as he turns to me and opens his muzzle.
How you holding up with the whole Leo thing going on, I mean?
I have to ponder that for a moment myself. Leo doesn't cross my mind a whole lot these days, but when I do think of him, I feel empty, hollow. To the point where I wonder, somewhere in the back of my mind, if leaving Echo has been the right choice. In the end, however, I shake my head to snap out of it, as I always do when asked about Leo. I've done it for my parents, I've done it for my friends, and I've done it for myself when looking in the mirror all alone late at night. It's better this way, you know? I mimic Carl's sitting position, thrusting my hands down in my jean pockets. I smirk, inching closer to him. Besides, I've got all the man I need right here. It's a poor way to lighten the mood, but Carl falls for it hard, making a mock face of disgust.
Ew, pardon, but I don't associate.
Jesus Christ. I ain't saying that, but I get that he's joking. He does his best southern drawl. That'd probably just sound like Harlan if I tried to imagine Carl doing a southern accent. Those two things mixed would make Harlan.
The Harlan boys.
You know, that's that's what that sounds like for me. I snort. So those last, 9 years? That was just you letting me down gently?
Exactly.
You know, it's just the way I'm sitting, shifts his legs around and pulls his hands out of his pockets.
I'm glad you finally got it after all this time. It's a weight off my shoulders.
And here I thought we had something special. We laughed together, almost enough to make me forget about Echo for a moment. Almost.
So, this Vincent guy. Is it a date, or...?
I roll my eyes. It's just a party. Jeez. Nothing's gonna happen.
If he tries anything funny, just give me a call.
Carl takes a large swig from the 2-liter soda bottle sitting next to him. It's almost captivating to watch him down it all in the span of roughly an hour. I think his record's at 45 minutes.
I'll come pick you.
He cuts himself off with a burp.
Pick you up.
It's a 5-minute drive. I'll be fine. Thanks, though.
Your mom made me promise to look after you, man.
He slams the bottle down a bit too hard. Soda erupts from the bottle and stains his pants.
Oh, fuck.
I laugh. Sounds like you need more help than I do. He wags a finger at me.
Shut it. Can you pass me the towel?
Don't want to come with no quotation marks. I toss him the towel hanging over the back of his chair. He invited you, too.
Nah, you know me, Chase. I'm no good at parties.
He's vigorously rubbing at the stain, but it won't come out no matter how much pressure he applies. I don't even think it's really drying. When he realizes it, he shoots me a pleading glance. just a tiny hint of despair in his eyes. It's a look he's given me many times since we were kids, and I know exactly what it means. Nope, you're on laundry duty today. Laundry duty today, Carl. That's a lot of good syllables there. You're on laundry duty today, Carl. Jesus. You're on laundry duty today, Carl. That's fun to say. You're on laundry duty today, Carl. Oh, that's really fun. You're on laundry duty today, Carl. Oh, that's delightful. Hey, babe. Did you? This is a fun sentence. You're on laundry duty today. Did you hear that? It's you're on laundry duty today, but you're on laundry duty today. It's fun, isn't it? You're on laundry duty today. Yeah, from Jumper. What? It's from Jump Around, or is it just Jump? It's from Jump. Crisscross's Jump. Cause I'm the miggity mac, y'all. That part, and it makes you mad because you can't do it. But yeah, you're on laundry duty today, y'all. That's so fun. I'm the miggity mac, daddy. I'm the miggity mac. Yeah, it's so fun. It's so fun. Anyway, so Carl's on laundry duty today. He's on laundry duty today. It's so fun. I need to move on, but it's just so fun. The miggity mac, daddy. I didn't know, yo. I fold my arms over my chest. And you're cooking tomorrow. I got a lecture in the afternoon. Something about the importance of composition in photography. He groans and stretches.
Composition in photography? Sounds pretty interesting.
It is pretty interesting. I eye one of the magazines sitting on the table. It's from a few months back, before we even got here. A layer of dust is starting to form on them. What about your classes? The way he's looking at me, you'd think I'd said something offensive.
My what?
I drag a finger through the dust, then bring it to my face. My paw pad's all gray now, and the dust my paws kicked up is almost enough to give me a coughing fit. Your classes? How are they?
Oh,
He shrinks back into his seat like he's trying to hide behind his hoodie. He finally just shrugs.
Okay, I guess. Not bad.
I raise an eyebrow. Just okay?
It's a business major, dude. Chase dude, sorry.
He's given up on rubbing the stain.
Not much going on besides numbers, and more numbers.
He snorts.
I don't even know how my mom could keep track of all of them. So many numbers.
I chuckle. Almost sounds like college.
Maybe I should have stayed in Echo. I'm not really cut out for this stuff.
Gently squeeze his shoulder. Pulls his beanie down to the point it's almost covering his eyes. You can see him nodding under there, I think. I let it sit there. I don't want to make Carl uncomfortable. His parents put enough pressure on him as is. Instead, I just put a hand on his shoulder. Your hand was already there, but okay. He leans into the touch, a smile appearing on his face again. He picks up the controller once more and starts a new game. Hastily points towards a second controller.
You still have time, right?
I look at Carl's pleading grin, and then at my watch. Indeed, I still have another hour until I really need to leave, and I've already freshened up and everything. Before I've even managed to grab the controller, almost tripping over the clothes and trash on the floor in the meantime, Carl's already started a match. Voices start up again. There's accusations and shit slinging abound already. I'm gonna be playing online?
Of course you're playing online. The bots are way too easy.
I thought we could just do a versus match or something. My character gets taken out with a headshot almost as soon as I'm in. There's some shrieking on the other end.
Come on, Chase, get it together.
I'm not used to these controls. I played one of the older games in this series before, mostly back in Echo during the summer when it was so hot you couldn't even go outside without spontaneously combusting. This one's got an entirely different control scheme, and I only managed to get a grip on it after dying a few times. If Flynn was here, I'm sure he'd have a jab ready. Better at side scrollers, you know? I get stabbed 10 times in the chest, good lord, by a guy whose nickname leaves a lot to be desired. In fighting games. You suck at fighting games too. I grin at him. I do not suck at fighting games, lack of quotation marks. I beat your ass last time, remember? Only because you used the cheapest character and kept spamming the same move. It stings just a little, but he isn't lying, now that I think about it. I remember reading somewhere that the character I used isn't allowed in tournaments because of how broken he is. Naturally, he ended up being my favorite. Didn't help that he was cute, too. Well, you could have dodged it after the 5th time I used it.
Seriously?
He takes another swig from his bottle. Some droplets fall on his hoodie. Good God.
That was a bullshit combo and you know it.
Somehow I managed to land a headshot on the guy who killed me, and Carl lets out a war cry that sounded like a dying frog. A bit too soon, as I stand out of cover a bit too long, which earns me a rocket to the face from the player who was standing right next to said guy. I swear through gritted teeth, but I persevere. After I get killed by a guy who's blatantly shooting me through walls, however, I just give up.
Cheater.
It's whatever, I guess. I shift on the bed, kicking up my legs. I've had a couple of levels in Claws of Destruction. I think I'm done with this one for now, if that's okay. After grabbing a granola bar from the kitchen cabinet, I'm finally on my way to the party. At least they were able to crop out the Amazon logo on that fucking van. Only half my mind's actually focused on the road. The other half can't stop grumbling about the heat. There's the protagonist energy that we know and tolerate. I probably should have put on something other than jeans. Maybe shorts? Or would that look silly? Vincent's place is near the other side of campus. It's a short drive, but in this heat, it feels like miles. My parents' old car doesn't have air conditioning. It'll make visiting them back in Echo torture if I ever decide to go back there. Perhaps one day. One day. For now, I'm pretty content where I am. Even though I've seen it often, I'm always struck by how gorgeous the campus looks at sunset. Echo's got some nice views, but Pueblo just kicks it to the curb in every aspect. Looks exactly like what the brochures make it out to be, which I've heard is pretty impressive for a place like this. I'm just happy it's got indoor and outdoor pools. I wouldn't be able to survive a week without those. Just driving in this weather makes me seriously long for air conditioning. There's a couple of cars in the parking lot in front of the building already. Mine looks out of place next to all the newer models. And again, I suppose I'm a bit less affluent when compared to most of the other students here, with the muscle cars and scholarships. Didn't stop me from getting in, at least. Some of the people I recognize from my class wave at me as I pass them. Others ignore me and keep on smoking just out of sight. Judging by the smell, it's weed. You shouldn't be surprised. People seem to be a lot more lax about that here than they are back home. Might be one of the reasons Carl's mom had him go to this university. Takes me a couple of rings to realize the doorbell's busted. Even longer to notice the tiny slip of paper stuck to the door telling me to go round back. When I do, I met with the jovial grin of a wolf who already looks like he's had one too many. Vincent walks towards me, arms spread open wide. He's wearing a plain white tee.
Hey there, Delilah! What the fuck? You fucking dumped me! Get the fuck away from me, Spoofy! I'm sorry, you've just fucking scared me. Yes, you did.
He's wearing a plain white shirt and the most casual shorts. Looks like I did put on too many layers. When I return the awkward hug he tries to give me, I can smell cheap liquor on his breath. A far cry from the diligent student he usually is during classes.
Chase, how are you, man?
Doing just fine, thanks. Nice party you've got going on here. Lots of people. He chuckles, patting my back.
There's more inside. Way more. Come on in, I'll show you.
I follow him into the building, through some small hallways. I notice Jenna standing at the other end when we turn a corner. Looks like she's busy reading something. I call out to her, but it doesn't seem like she can hear me. Just when I'm about to try again, Vince tugs me into his room. Oh, hey, look at this room. It's spacious, I'll give him that much. Busy, too. There's tons of people that we can't see. That would be hard to fucking edit, so I don't give them, it's okay. Tons of people in the living room area alone. Some of them are playing beer pong, others are chatting. Well, it's more like they're shouting to each other over the loud music. I believe I heard they referenced this party in the main game, I think. A girl from my class have been working together on a project. Lana sits in a corner playing with her phone. She's wearing a rather eye-catching, revealing red dress. One I'm pretty sure violates some university dress code. Sometimes she giggles to herself. When I catch her eye, she immediately puts it away and steps over to me.
There you are, Chase. It's not like you to be this late.
She grins from ear to ear, displaying her almost eerily white teeth. I lean against a wall, eyeing the crowd from a distance with her. I had trouble finding a good parking spot. How's the party? Anything crazy going on?
It's been pretty routine so far. We were just getting to the good part.
She smiles, tipping her muzzle toward a table.
The drinks are over there.
The good part? Next to me, Vincent nods, then tilts his muzzle toward the kitchen. His ears perk up.
Lana and I went out and got something special for the guests.
Part of me already knows what it's gonna be. Probably booze or something. From what I've heard, it's what college parties are all about. I don't know. This is the first one I've ever been to. Something special, huh? What is it?
You'll see.
She grabs her phone again, tapping away on it like she's writing a novel.
It's gonna be good.
I kick back and enjoy the party a bit. This good thing sounds pretty questionable, even more so once Lana disappears into the kitchen before returning with a big silver tray. She passes it from person to person, everyone taking something from it. I try not to think about it too much. By the looks of it, it's not the usual party snacks. It takes a while to get through everyone, so I just grab a can of soda from the cooler on the table. It's an off-brand, so I guess the booze is more important. Finally, Lana thrusts the tray in front of my face with the widest of smiles. Her enthusiasm only leaves me disappointed when I find nothing but blueberry muffins. It's an edible! It's an edible! Blueberry muffins that smell kind of funny, like they've been out for a few days already. It's like those cakes Janice tried selling at the diner a few years back. Scratch the back of my head. They're just muffins. What's the big deal? A large lion with a long braided mane pipes up behind her.
Special recipe, man. They're edibles.
I've seen the lion around campus before, but I don't know his name, just his face. I think he's in Carl's class. Like,
Drugs.
I take one of the muffins from the tray and bring it up to my nose. Up close, it just smells awful. I narrow my eyes. You better not be pulling a prank on me.
No prank. You should try one, Chase.
She grins at me. She seems honest enough. Not that I think she's trying to poison me. I mean, to them, they were being honest. They called it what they would call it. And he seems to be understanding what it is by referring to it as drugs, but no one has blatantly referred to it as a weed edible, a marijuana edible muffin. But there is still gray area where, there we go. Now I think about it, Carl told me about edibles once, about a year ago. Okay, so he's starting to understand. He just seems a little bit out of the loop about what's exactly going on. Time's been ticking by way too fast ever since I graduated from high school. It's been 2 years, I think. For him, at least. For me, it's been 9. Christ. I can't remember what he told me about them specifically. Something about not being able to get high from them. Then again, Carl's probably used to the stuff that's a lot heavier. Around me, people are already popping them in their muzzles like it's no big deal. Oh man, the poor bastard. Bastard. He really doesn't know what he's doing. He has no fucking clue, and no one is... I mean, no one's gonna go out of their fucking way to be like, have you ever had this before? Here's what you should expect for every fucking person at a party. But like, it would be nice if that was the case. It'd be preferable if that was the case, but it's not to be expected. Which is unfortunate, but to be realistic. This probably isn't a prank then, unless they lace just one of them with some weird Russian roulette but with muffins kind of thing. Should I do this? I mean, I promised my parents I'd try to be responsible while I was away from home, but I don't think this would hurt. If it does, I can always just leave. Everyone's eyes are on me when I stick it in my mouth. This peer pressure makes the fur on the back of my neck stand on end. It's not as gross as I expected it to be, at least. Thank God. I can still taste a bit of the blueberry in there. The weed part, though, well, I've never used weed, so I don't know what it tastes like. If this is it, it's nothing special. I've tried, like, there was like a Nerds, like the candy Nerds edible, and then like, there was like, I cut it in like half. And that's all I've had in terms of anything related to weed. And I didn't even react to it, because that's like already barely anything, and then there was already like cutting that in half. And even then, the person I was with was like, we gotta make sure that you're okay, and that nothing reacts, and that you're managing it okay. And yeah, and then it was like, yeah, nothing. And then that person's like mom was like, really? All of this for that tiny amount? And we're like, yes, because they've never done anything like this before. But yeah, so we were, that's all I've ever done in terms of that. And that was like maybe a year ago, at least many, many months. I have absolutely no intention of doing anything with smoke. Absolutely not. If I do anything with marijuana, it's going to be with an edible. Mainly because I'm a fat bastard, but also just because I don't want to fuck with a smoke, dude. That fucks up your lungs and your throat and can get cancer and no. Anyway, back to the story. Hell, I don't even feel anything. Well, you just took it, man. Lana sets a tray down on the coffee table. A sheep sitting on the couch takes a muffin from it as soon as she leaves it alone.
How is it? You okay?
I shrug my shoulders and drink my soda. I don't really feel anything. Her lips stretch into a thin line, and she looks down at the tray again with a frown.
Huh.
Lion speaks up again, taking a swig from the beer bottle he's holding.
Maybe it wasn't all that strong.
I sure as hell felt it when I eat mine. Maybe he's just immune to it or something.
I shake my head. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe it just hasn't kicked in yet. Vince gives my back a smack.
Maybe. Didn't think you'd be such a heavyweight, Chase.
Oh, you're talking him up and then he's gonna have a fucking panic attack. It's a compliment I don't quite know how to take, or even comprehend. The music's changing. Uh-oh. In fact, even standing feels difficult to grasp at the moment, and I find myself wobbling on my feet once he pulls back his hand. Lightheaded doesn't even begin to describe it. Oh! Shit starts moving around. Oh, the background is fucking up. Dizzy, nauseous, about to barf. That's a more apt description. I stumble back and forth to keep myself upright, try clinging to the nearest flat surface, but it doesn't really help. The ground is moving underneath my feet. See, this is the kind of feeling I don't understand wanting to feel like. A little bit high, a little bit floaty, sure, but this, I don't understand wanting to feel like this. Where there were 2 people before, I now see 4, swaying from side to side as everything spins around me. It's like I'm out on a raft in the middle of the ocean. 20 minutes into the party and I'm already completely out of it. Just probably setting all sorts of party records. Is this what being high feels like? What the hell was in those things?
Shit, Chase!
I recognize her voice, but when I turn to look at Lana, she's just a blur, a featureless blob of red and white, ever shifting.
Chase, are you okay?
What's wrong with him?
Someone's tugging at my arm, but gravity's currently working against me in every possible way. Hold on, get up. The moment I let go of that cabinet, I fall to the floor. Any moment now, I'm gonna sink through it. Where I'll end up, I don't know. My head hurts. My stomach hurts. The empty muffin liner is on the floor next to me, and I can still make out the pink frills.
Someone call 911!
The despair in her voice is almost palpable. She takes a hold of my wrist. My hand just flops around when she moves it.
And get arrested? Fuck no!
Fucking shit, I don't know what to do! What do I do?
I want to comfort her, tell her that I'll be fine, even if it's a lie, but no sound comes out of my muzzle. Try to sit and push myself off the ground, but my back just ends up hitting the floor again, followed by my ass. Hope I'm not being filmed right now. I just lay there. With my brain and body in complete disarray like this, there's no way I'm getting up anytime soon. And despite the screams, despite the loud music, despite everything, I feel my eyelids grow heavier and heavier. The world goes dark before my very eyes, and the last thing I think about before I'm out like a light is how comfortable the cold floor is. The chase! Someone screams. I return to the land of the living with a long gasp for air. The scent of a very strong coffee fills my nostrils. As soon as I realize I have control over my body again, I thrash in the sheets, which only leaves me tangled when I settle down. My breathing is still harsh, uneven, but I'm okay. I'm okay. Sheets. I'm in a bed, not the floor. My paws shoot up to my eyes. I rub them before opening them. There's a lot of gross shit in them. Probably been out for a while. Can only imagine how bad I must be reeking right now. I'm still wearing the clothes I was wearing last night, too. Fuck. Clock says it's just past 9. How I managed to get back here, I have no idea. When I try to think about what happened last night, my head just starts hurting more. Oh, what the hell? Carl waltzes in like it's no one's business, wearing nothing but pajama pants that look a few sizes too big even for him. There's a piece of toast in his mouth and 2 mugs of coffee in his paws.
Oh, you're up. Here, I made coffee.
I can see that. Thanks so. He sits down next to me, exhaling through his nostrils, just eating his toast. We made rules about only eating at the table, but right now I'm just glad to be awake and in good health. I speak up once my mug's half empty. So, what happened? How did I get back here? Carl noisily swallows the last bits of his toast.
Well, a few guys and 1 girl dropped you off here a few hours after you left.
Shit-eating grin slowly spreads across his face.
You were completely zoned out, man. Talking about random shit and giggling like a kid. It was kind of funny to watch.
I glare at him and fold my arms. I'm sure it was. I'm honestly just glad all I got from it was a headache. I might not be invited to future parties, but I'd rather have that than end up dead because I couldn't handle a muffin.
I got you some water and put you in bed.
He takes a large gulp of coffee and smiles.
See? I can be responsible sometimes.
Sure. I set the mug down on the nightstand and wipe the rest of the sleep out of my eyes. God damn, I feel terrible.
So, your turn to answer my question.
He tucks his legs in like a kindergartner.
What happened last night? Did you really get drunk, or... You know...
He mimics taking a drag from a cigarette. No! My shakily uttered denial is not the most convincing, but Carl doesn't seem to pick up on it, thank God. Hell no, I just had a couple too many, that's all.
Even if you did try some, no fur off my back. I mean, look at me. I think I'm past just a little experiment.
I fall back. It's a bit awkward to admit to doing something I used to tease Carl for, especially when I fainted almost immediately after trying it. Maybe I'll tell him later, preferably when we're done with college, so it'll just be one of many escapades. I do hope future escapades won't leave me feeling this much like I got hit by a train, though. Ooh, irony. I finally sit up. God, my back's stiff as can be. What have you been up to while I was out?
Studying, believe it or not. That and laundry.
You stack the 2 cups and stand up.
I washed your stuff too. Should be done by the time you're done with your shower. You got a lecture to go to, right?
Oh, shit. Yeah, the lecture. I bury my face in my paws and rub at my temples. I should be able to make it if I hurry. Looks like I woke up just in time, and surprisingly enough, I have Carl to thank for it. Hey, Carl. He turns around, nearly dropping one of his coffee cups. I shoot him a smile. Thank you. Wanna play some more Claws of Destruction when I get back?
You're on.
October 2014. Just about 10 months before, I don't know, some amount of months before the fucking reunion's supposed to happen, because that happens during the summer. So, oh, not you. Not here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this isn't in Brian. This is the Tetanus Alley crew. Oh no, I remember one thing. I have a feeling I might know what this is, but I don't want what I think this might be to be what it is. but I remember something else being alluded to, but not mentioned too much, and it possibly could be it, but let's move along. Let's see. I let the sugar cube roll around on my tongue, realizing how gross sugar really is without anything to go with it. Or maybe it's the LSD. Does acid taste like anything? I guess the cube is a little bit bitter, sort of. I look over at Jeremy, whose mouth is open, and I can see the sugar cube bounce around on his tongue. No! Oh, that's... Yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's what I thought. Yeah, remember on Carl's route there had been... It's the reason why they go to Tetanus Alley in the first place to ask about him, is because... there had been... He had gone there sometime to get fixes about stuff. And they had alluded that it hadn't just been weed. Are you sure there's anything in this? I don't taste it. What? Oh, God. Just got the notification the next build of Burrows is public. I will never, ever be caught up. I'm playing too many games. There's too many fucking games. It don't taste like anything. I let the cube clack against my teeth a few times before it breaks up and starts dissolving a lot faster. No turning back. Ah, God, Jeremy's fucking face. Ugh. No turning back now. I tap my hoof against the messy floor, making the bed I'm sitting on squeak. Jeremy grins at me. Dude, relax. Remember, good vibes, otherwise you're gonna trip bad. Him saying that only makes me more nervous as I put my face in my paws. Shit, man, I shouldn't have done this. Can I throw it up? He laughs at me, but at this point I'm so nervous I can't be mad at him. In a way, I'm latching onto him for guidance because I know he's done this before. No, you can't throw it up. Remember, good vibes. This is about discovering yourself. Couldn't we at least have done this outside? This isn't exactly my idea of a place I want to find myself in. I glance around Jeremy's trailer and wrinkle my nose. Now, my room isn't spotless, but Jeremy's place is downright nasty. Underneath the smell of pot is a layer of mold and rotten food. The light is a sickly yellow that turns everything in this 70s-ass trailer into a piss-stained color. The walls are paneled wood with missing parts, and it's hard to see through the plates, bottles, and used tissues, gross, to the orange shag carpet underneath. No, I don't want that bitch cop finding us. She's already got it out for me. He lays back on the bed looking at the ceiling, one of his giant ears folding under his head. He lifts his head back up to swat it back into position. You're over your whole anxiety stuff, right? I told you this ain't like pot. It's not something you fuck around with. Well, you saying shit like that is really helping. I try to keep my voice steady. He watches me for a while, then nods to his shitty TV. Want to watch something while it sets in? Might help you relax. That does sound like a good idea, but still I'm not so sure. Wasn't I doing this to discover myself? Now that I think about it, I'm not really sure why I decided to do this in the first place. Maybe to figure out why I'm so goddamn broken. He takes my silence as a yes, though, and goes over to a splintered shelf to pull out a VHS. His TV is so fucking old that it's got a VHS player built into it. Jesus, I grew up on those, man.
This cartoon's got me through a lot of tough times as a kid. He turns on the TV and sticks it in. I watch the white play letters appear over the blue screen before it flickers to a faded out picture of a pink feline thing in a diaper.
That's supposed to be Pink Panther? What the fuck?
Distorted music crackles out of the TV's tiny speakers as the cat starts talking to us in a high-pitched whine. I frown. This is just creepy.
Nah, that's just because I've played it way too many times. Just watch and try to relax.
Jeremy comes back to the bed and I lean back against the wall while Jeremy curls up next to the pillow. I'm not totally sure what the show is about since the TV is kind of quiet and the audio's all fucked up. All I can figure out is that the cat thing and his baby bird friend are trying to make something. A cake, I think, and they're making a huge mess. It's like one of those shows that might be fun to make fun of with Leo or something. Or Chase. He always laughs at the stupid shit I say. The kitchen they're in is a bright pink that almost stings my eyes. And I'm not sure if that's because of the distortion or because it was like that originally. It starts to hurt a lot, so I look up at the ceiling. I notice a whole bunch of holes in it, and there's one part with wires hanging out and pipes inside. Suddenly, I'm really wishing I'm not here. Start to grip the bed sheets because things are really feeling light. My body feels light like a cloud, and now I know it's starting. I try to relax because that's what Jeremy said I should do. Now the ceiling's starting to move. The pattern's starting to swirl around that hole like it's a whirlpool. Oh, like it's a black hole. I don't know what to think. It's kind of cool to watch, but that feeling that I'm not connected to anything isn't really fun. And it's actually kind of scaring me. I still feel like I'm floating up towards that black hole, like it's sucking me in. I jolt and take a breath that sounds sloppy because I'm drooling down my chin and whip my head around to look at Jeremy. He's staring at his paw and he looks up and grins at me.
You alright?
I just stare at him. How long has it been? It's like I just jumped an eon between the time I was staring at the black hole and now as I'm staring at Jeremy's face. His eyes are bright white like marbles burning into me. I try to breathe normally, try not to freak out.
Hey, watch the TV. It's alright. If it gets too bad, you can just pull out one of your joints.
I turn my eyes to the TV and see that pink tiger guy again. He's pointing at the oven, talking to the bird. It's a green bird, and for some reason the orange on the wings keeps slipping off.
The color keeps moving around in the background.
His wings.
Oh yeah, the tripping is fucking up now. Hey, the audio's going too.
The orange on his wings keeps slipping off, like the feathers are a jacket that he can't keep on. I'm still not completely sure about what's going on, but now I think I'm starting to realize. The tiger wants the bird to get in the oven to clean it, because there's shit in between the grating, stuff that needs to be cleaned off because they don't have anything to put the cake on before they put it in the oven, so the oven needs to be super clean. But the tiger doesn't really care if the oven is clean. He's gonna shut the door as soon as the bird gets inside. Then he's gonna turn it all the way up to 500 degrees and cook the bird alive. Suddenly, I'm fucking pissed. Jeremy made me watch this shit to freak me out. He didn't really want to calm me down. He wanted me to lose my mind watching this cartoon horror show. Look over at him and glare. What the fuck is this? Huh? He didn't even look up from his paw. What else is he planning? He is willing to be this cruel to me. What else is he gonna do? Suddenly I'm really scared and breathing hard, and I stand up quick, and that's when he finally looks up at me. Carl? Dude, just leave me alone.
Carl, what are you saying?
Stop it! I turn away and stumble to the door.
Carl, whatever it is, that's not real.
He sounds distracted, like he doesn't even care. He doesn't even get up off the bed to follow me, which is just fine. Stumble out and gasp as the cool air hits my lungs. It feels good because I'm leaving behind whatever bad shit is inside Jeremy's trailer, inside that black hole. And now suddenly I just feel sad and lonely. Why the fuck did I hang out with Jeremy? I stand there for a second looking around, and that's when I realize I don't even know where I am. It's dark and there aren't any lights on the streets. How the hell am I supposed to get home? Leo can help me. Just thinking about him fills me with a warm feeling. Back when I was 17 and Dad just told me he'd pay for everything. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. And I just stare at it and stare and stare. Because I don't even know what to push. And the little apps keep swirling around like the black hole. I shut my eyes and push where I know the phone app is supposed to be. I open them again and see the keypad. I pull out a sigh of relief. But then as soon as I push the first number, all the numbers change. I frown and push the next number. But then the numbers change right before I hit it, and I spend the next 10 minutes, 20, 80, 2 hours trying to figure it out, but that's no use. I keep shaking my phone and swearing like that's gonna help. I finally give up and stumble to my car, trying to keep my breathing under control, because I'm on the verge of a panic attack and a feeling of it's going to be way worse than the one I had in school. While I sit there in the seat in the dark and stare out through the windshield, I see the beginning of swirls and whirlpools again. I look down at my hands, and that's when I see the fur shifting around too. I close my eyes and just think about how nice the cool leather feels against my thighs. It's the drug. It's the LSD. I'm having a bad trip. I know this, but just knowing that still scares me. At that moment, I hear and feel something run past the window and bounce over the hood of my car. I whip my head up and stare into the blackness and let my throat close up. Please. Say it to no one, but everyone at the same time. It comes out strangled and whiny because I'm about to start crying. Home. I need to get home. I turn on my car, but I'm not really sure where I'm at. GPS, that'll help. I lean down towards the console, trying to find the right button. Again, things are moving around, and the bright blue LED lights are blurring and leaving long trails in my vision. I have to close my eyes again and stab at different buttons, scaring the shit out of myself when music starts blaring. Psychedelic rock is a lot less fun right now. The thing is out there, and I don't want to attract it with noise. I managed to turn the music off, and what seems like an eternity later, I hear the words I've been looking for. State your destination. Home! I almost sob it out, leaning back in the seat and covering my face, sighing with relief.
Navigating to Pueblo. You should reach your destination in 3 hours and 32 minutes.
My eyes fly open. No! I struggle to remember the stupid name I gave it. No! Fat ass! For some reason, it's only hitting me now how stupid that name is, how unfunny and immature it is. How I've been so lazy that I haven't taken the time to change the name of my stupid GPS that I named 5 years ago. Again, I feel the bony skeletal thing rush by my passenger window, dragging its fingers along the glass. Fat ass! Navigate home!
Navigating to the University of Pueblo.
No!
You should reach your destination in 3 hours and 39 minutes.
No! I slammed my fist into the console, but ready to run out of the car into the darkness screaming for help, not only because I'm scared, but because sitting still is almost as bad as being lost. I need to move! My legs are bouncing up and down, hitting the steering wheel, and it feels like I'm peeing my pants. I take a few deep breaths. I can do this. Just need to calm down. Fat ass!
Oh, hey, whoa, hey. The inner dialogue that's the font for the inner dialogue. Because Chase isn't here, it's fucking taking the fucking... It's gotta inhabit somebody. I guess it's inhabiting Carl? I mean, that makes sense, because he's the one that fucking is inhabiting, James, but wow.
Stupid. Immature.
Yes.
I pause because I know it's not supposed to do that. Or is it? I try to remember what I was gonna say.
Yes.
The tone is different. Taunting, like it knows that it's fucking with me. It doesn't wait for me to say anything.
Navigating to the thing. You have arrived. Your destination is on your left.
I cower in my seat because I can feel it standing right next to me, outside the window, staring in at me through the glass. I cover my face with my paws and I can feel tears leaking through my fingers. I stay like that for a long time. Hours stretch into weeks, stretch into months, stretch into infinity. I feel like I fall into the black hole.
God, that fucking hum.
It stretches into my mind, starts pulling it apart along with the rest of my body. I start to give in, start to give up.
Navigating home. You should reach your destination in 3 minutes.
Slowly, I bring my paws down from my face. The clock says 2:23. If that's right, it's only been 2 hours since I ate that sugar cube. I look at the window and see that the light is still on in Jeremy's trailer. I wonder if he's going through the same thing as me. But I'm calm now because I know why the GPS was freaking out earlier. It was stupid of me to lose my shit like that, especially now that I know that Chase is in the car, home from spring break.
Ah! Ooh! Yeah, this would be those, one of those visions that people talked about, seeing Chase back in Echo before he was really back in Echo. Oh my god!
He's been fucking with me, trying to get me to go to Pueblo with him. I remind him that I'm tripping the fuck out and that messing with me in any way isn't a good idea. I look around and can't see him, but that's okay. It's just nice that he's here.
Oh, the fading! The fading! We're fading! We're fading onto a road. Onto a paved road?
I put the car in drive and pull,
Into the road? Be onto the road.
start driving where the GPS is telling me to go. I'm chill now, but I still feel like something's following me. It makes me feel better that Chase is telling me about school, how much he misses me. I think I feel him caress one of my horns, which is okay, because it feels nice. My car rolls along down the road, and over time, things start to blur together. Again, time stretches and distorts, but it's okay, because Chase is talking to me. But then his tone gets more urgent. He's trying to warn me about something. I frown, dread starting to roil in my gut again. What now? I think about looking into my rearview mirror. I don't want to, but I do. And as soon as I do, I'm screaming! Red bony with black holes for eyes, then something grabs my neck. A long strangled moan of horror and my hoof slams the gas. That moment stretches, distorts, alters, and changes just like the VHS Jeremy had shown me that lifetime ago. I go back and forth, repeat and loop, that thing killing me forever.
Yep. And that's when he crashes the car, and that's why he's not allowed to drive in the main game.
I'm lifted out of my seat and my head slams into something, sending white light flashing through my eyes. An explosion hits me in the stomach and chest, and now I can't breathe. Little hard pebbles pelt the back of my head as what sounds like sand being poured out into paper echoes in my ears. Slowly, I sag back down into my seat, and my vision is full of white, a balloon pushing out of the steering wheel. On that white are little dark red spots that keep popping up in different spots. I cough, and there are a million of them. I stare at them, confused. I start to dance around in a whirlpool. I crashed the car, and I also realized that I've killed Chase. He'd been sitting in the car with me, trusted me with driving, and he'd hit the windshield without the horns in the skull to protect him. I start sobbing. Liquids run down my face, tears, maybe snot, but it's dark, and I realize it's blood. It's probably all three of those things. Time stretches, distorts, loops, repeats.
Wow, that was a cool fucking effect. I like that. That was cool how you did that. Let's see it again.
Time stretches, distorts, loops,
repeats. That was fucking cool. That was fucking cool how you did that.
Somehow I get home.
Damn. Damn.
Somehow I ditched the car and ran up the road all the way to my house. The entire way I tried to dial 911 on my phone to get Chase some help, but the buttons won't hold still. I couldn't look at the time, but I know he's lying in a bloody heap in the passenger's side footwell. As I stumble towards the house, I realize that thing is still waiting for me. He jumped out of the car and hidden on the porch. I whimper and stare at the shadows, then run to the house. I stumble back and forth, the ground sinking toward the window wells like quicksand, sucking me in. I dodge around them, pulling my hooves out of the sinking grass, about to get stuck. Once I get to the back door, I shove my paws into my pockets, but there aren't any keys because I left them in the ignition. I sob again and look around desperately. The longer I hold still, the deeper I sink into the ground. Again, I almost give in, but then I see the treehouse. Like my legs are made of lead, I stumble across the yard, feeling the thing crawling after me. I leap up and cling to the ladder before scurrying up, my hooves slipping on the wood as I feel the tree start to sink as well. I fumble up the opening, breaking through the cobwebs and snorting up dust. I crawl to a corner and curl up, covering my eyes and facing the wall. beg Chase to forgive me because I can't get him help. Because now I'm stuck on this sinking ship with a monster. I curl up tighter and tighter, so tight that I become my own source of gravity, my own black hole, sucking up everything around me, stretching it thin, and tearing it apart. It's only then that everything settles.
Whoa!
My parents found me 3 hours later after someone had reported the accident to the cops a few hours after I'd left. My dad took responsibility for it so I wouldn't get tested for anything. Made up some excuse about walking to the house because he forgot his cell phone. I guess they didn't wonder why blood was everywhere and why my dad had no injuries.
Rich people get away with everything.
I realize what happened was just a bad trip, but I don't have any plans to try it again. I guess it helped me discover things about myself. Things I'd rather have not found out. Even now, irrational fears get the better of me. And I'm still paranoid as fuck, like everyone's keeping a big secret from me. Sometimes I'm positive they're hiding the fact that they found a dead otter in the car.
I knew you'd be back. You all come back eventually.
War never changes.
War never changes.
I'm sorry.
Why do you try to run away in the first place? It doesn't matter. Even though you're here, you're gonna try and run again. Just stop. Because just like this town, you're only moving in circles.
Is this town like that restaurant and that used to be in Chicago that was on the circle? Like, oh, Jesus. Yeah, Mom, I brought it. No, I've got everything. No, TJ's with us. We picked him up yesterday. No, I did call you yesterday. There was no answer. Fine, yeah, I'll try more than once next time. So of course they're clean. Listen, I'm driving right now, so yeah, so I shouldn't be on the phone, should I? I'm gonna hang up. Okay, love you too. Bye. I sigh and finally hang up the phone, dropping it on my lap. TJ, next to me in the passenger seat, stretches back and scratches behind his ear. Aw, that's cute. It's been a while since I've seen your mom. How is she? I shrug. Fine, I think. She wouldn't tell me if she wasn't anyway. TJ taps a foot against the dashboard before yawning. Wow, feels like we've been driving for days. Normally TJ wasn't one to whine, but the long drive was obviously getting to him. It was getting to all of us, honestly. I look over at him. We're almost there. Why don't you listen to some music or something? My phone's been dead for the past 2 hours. I didn't know it was going to take us 8 hours to get there. I sigh. Whether that dig was purposeful or not, I still feel a little embarrassed. I'll admit, I got us lost for a few hours. Route 93 is hard to find, even with a GPS. It's no wonder that Echo's in the state it's in. You should have brought a book. Those don't run out of batteries. They do if you have a nook. I don't have a point here. Okay. I look up into the rearview mirror and see Jenna hold a hefty book called Cognition. Cognition! TJ sighs. A lot of sighing. A lot of sighing happening in this car. All of my books are on my phone. Why don't you listen to the radio? TJ starts to reach for the dial. Don't bother. All we got out here is our Hicks stations. I have some music on my phone, though. Do you have an aux cable, Chase? In this clunker? No, but like I said, we're almost there. Just having the three of us here was a little awkward, unbalanced. I wonder if completing our little group will bring back that old chemistry. Thinking about seeing Carl, Flynn, and Leo again makes my heart skip a beat. Take exit 127 onto Flint Road. I jerk back into the present and press on the brakes as I swerve onto the exit ramp. Whoa! Sorry. Chase, come on, pay attention. TJ adds a little giggle to lighten the chastisement, but my face gets hot anyway. Hey, me and Jenna went 3 hours out of our way to pick you up from CCU. You could have taken the bus. No, I'm grateful. I'd just rather this not be the place I die. Ha ha! That's that's a vote of confidence if I've ever not. It's shitty passengering. We continue down Flint Road for about 15 minutes in silence while I avoid the ever-increasing number of potholes on the road. I think we're all a little nervous now as we get closer to our destination. Unsurprisingly, there isn't another car in sight. You guys excited? I look at my rearview mirror again and I see that Jenna's put down her book, staring out the window. I actually haven't given a whole lot of thought as to how I feel about the whole thing. Yeah, sure. I'm excited. I mean, my heart skipped a beat thinking about reuniting me with my old friends, so hell yeah, I feel excited. It'll be great to see everyone again. It's been way too long. I meant Echo. Are you excited to go back? Oh. I didn't really know how to answer that. Is excited the right word? It's sure as hell stressful. As long as we can go for a hike. I don't want to be sitting around in the motel all day. Well, it beats having a heat stroke in the desert. Are you seriously hiking the trail? Oh, come on, it'll be fun. At least I know Chase will come. TJ smiles at me, raising his brows. Not everyone can raise both their eyebrows, that's my point. It's too hard to say no to such an eager face, at least right now. Yeah, of course. Anyway, it sounds like you've only got the boys on your mind, Chase. Leo, maybe? Make a slight right onto Lake Emma Road. I ignored Jenna, pretending to be distracted with adjusting the GPS. A few more minutes of silence pass before Jenna speaks up again. So, this news thing you're making, what's it about exactly? I swerve a little to avoid another pothole. A news packet. If you remember, there was that one crazy thing that happened here in the 1920s. I read a little bit about it, and it's pretty fucked up. Come on, Chase, language. Just thought I'd do a little more digging. Honestly, though, I just need to make something that is good enough to pass with. Well, that sounds kind of fun. Are you gonna have enough time to hang out? I know Leo made some plans. This whole thing was Leo's idea, actually. When I told him that I'd be coming down to Echo for spring break, he suggested that we all use it as an excuse to have a reunion. He says it hasn't been the same since the three of us left. Yeah, I should. I just need some B-roll and shots of the old creepy locations. Shouldn't take too long. I catch a flash of blue and I see the lake to our right. The conversation dies down a bit, and pretty soon we're all lost in our own thoughts. Finally, we round a bend and I start to catch some glimpses of the town. The tall, rusted signs of the gas station and motel loom over the rest of the old community. Lake Emma Road merges onto Main Street, where the motel is at. Soon enough, we're turning into the parking lot. Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus. Shady motel as fuck. There are only a few other cars in the parking lot. I park in the closest spot to the door and switch off the ignition, relieved to be done with the driving. I sit back for a moment, rubbing my eyes. Hope you're grateful, TJ. I never want to drive that long again. Thanks, Chase. TJ hops out of the car, clearly happy to be out. Oh, Jesus. Well, this isn't a bad art style. That just caught me off guard. I had no idea who I was voicing. Ugh. TJ puts his paws out and stretches out from his toes to his ear tufts, and I hear a few cracks. Gosh, it feels good to be out of there. I smile as I follow him out and stretch as well, though less flamboyantly. It's good to see TJ reverting back to his old cheerful self. Oh, look at you, Sass Factory. Alright, I made reservations, so I'll check us in. You boys want to bring on our stuff? Sure. Me and TJ head around to the truck of the car, getting our bags and camera equipment while Jenna heads inside. Oh my God! Oh, Jesus. This is Motel Digs at best. Oh my... God damn. I'm pleasantly surprised. Well, it's a bit musty. The room is spacious and generally clean. A lot more than I was expecting from a town like Echo. Although I've lived in this town for most of my life, I've never actually been in the motel. Hey, this is nice. And 2 double beds? Yeah, I thought I'd get one of the nicer rooms, since everything here is dirt cheap. TJ sets down his bags on the bed. So I guess this will be me and Chase's bed? Jenna can have her own, obviously. That's nice of you, TJ. Anyway, here are your key cards. She hands us both our key cards, which I slip into my back pocket. So, where are we gonna eat? I'm starving. My stomach grumbles. We haven't eaten since breakfast, and it's late afternoon at this point. I pull out my phone, checking over my text with Leo. Leo says he's gonna get us some sandwiches from the diner. Did you tell... Yes, I told him to substitute the bread with lettuce for yours, TJ. Nice. Alright, well, I've texted everyone that we're here. Let's at least unpack. It's gonna get crowded, and I don't want all of our stuff in the way. And half hour later, and we've got our stuff... This is clearly a different room! This is a way different room. Oh my god. Half an hour later, and we've got our stuff packed away in the hotel drawers. Now I'm sitting on the bed, toying with my camera equipment while TJ watches TV and Jenna organizes her schoolwork. You know you're on vacation, right? And didn't you already get into grad school? You should relax. That's exactly why I need to be keeping up. There's a knock at the door, and being the closest, I get up to answer it. I'll get it. I look through the peephole excitedly and see a beanie cap with a pair of some familiar horns poking through it. I grin as I unlock the door and swing it open. Oh, hey, look at you! This is Carl. Chase! I slap paws with him and pull him into a hug. And immediately get a whiff of the pungent scent of pot. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God, my life, though.
You're not a pothead.
No, but I have a lot of friends who are. Like, Christ, half of my high school just smelled like pot all the time. Like,
same, dude.
hey, buddy, nice to... Oh, all right.
It's like you go for a hug and it's just like a cloud comes off of a...
Right? You just
like
pat
Pigpen with fucking pot.
You pat their clothes and it's just like...
Like dusty clothes out of grandma's attic. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite that, his embrace is warm and plush, and his belly squishes against my body like a pillow through his jacket. There's an underlying sturdiness, though, and I feel his biceps bulge on my shoulders. Has he been working out? I put my paws on his shoulders and push him back, looking him over. He's changed a bit since I last seen him. He's definitely bulkier, and the fur on his face is a bit shaggier. His eyes are a little red, and his expression is a little glazed, like he's daydreaming about someplace away from here. Still getting blazed, huh? You know it. His jokey nature drops a bit as he gives me a genuine smile. It's good to see you again. I feel warm inside as I smile back. You too. Is that Carl I hear? Carl and I step back into the room, and the ram remaining slouched as we do. Hey, Jenna. Carl, how have you been? Not bad, just living life like I'm a bee. Like, what? It sounded like he was going to start singing the lyrics to a song, but he trails off as we all look up at him expectantly. He just smiles back. Huh? Hey, is that TJ? Hi! Though he's smiling happily, TJ is outright crinkling his nose. Still up to your old habits, huh? Carl shrugs. I'm starting to remember that it's something he does a lot, and it's his answer to almost everything. He gets quiet for a moment, then I clap my paws together. So, what have you been up to, Carl? You're not online that often. Carl shrugs. Oh, you know, just hanging out. Must be kind of boring, considering it's Echo. Not going outside helps. You've been able to find a job? I know they closed the old corner market that you used to work at. Yeah, it's been kind of hard since pretty much everything's closing around here. On top of that, I still don't have a car that can get me to Peyton. Ugh, that's right. You crashed the one your parents got you. TJ's grinning sympathetically, but Carl hunches further into himself, looking sulky. Man, don't kill my vibe. What about school? Been thinking about going back? Not really, maybe. Carl's starting to lose that faraway look as he narrows his eyes. You should. You went for what, a semester? That's not really enough time to tell if you're really cut out for college. Classes get easier to handle once you get used to it.
Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly the schoolwork that was the problem.
You could try smoking less weed. That might help.
What? What was it? Was I set up for an intervention or something?
Carl looks over at me as if asking for help. Hey, don't look at me. I had to deal with them for the past 10 hours.
Yeah, I guess I forgot how naggy they can be.
That's because we care about you, Carl. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Chase has been missing you ever since you left school. Carl and I were in the same class throughout school. As a result, we entered college together. We even roomed together for that one semester, which was a lot of fun. Of course I had missed him. Carl seems pretty eager to get off the topic, though.
Speaking of school, didn't you get accepted into Weston, Jenna?
Yep, going into experimental psych. I start in the fall.
That's pretty cool. Congrats.
Carl turns back to me.
And you're into journalism, right?
He looks over the equipment, looking confused.
What's all this?
Oh, yeah, one of the reasons why I'm out here. I'm doing a news segment on Echo.
Sounds like the feel-good movie of the year, Chase.
That's what you get out of the feel-good town of the century, Carl.
Yeah.
Carl scratches his muzzle before turning to TJ.
And you're doing what again? Sports? Something? Bible Olympics?
Athletic training, but yes, it's a Christian school. Carl gives a thumbs up.
Super. So are we gonna eat? I'm hungry as hell.
Hell is a little extreme there, Carl. Not even you can be that hungry.
Sure. Where's Leo? He's bringing the sandwiches, right?
He actually just texted me that he's here. He was picking up Flynn. So we're all gonna be here, just like old times. TJ almost looks like that little kid Lynx again, his ears twitching around with excitement.
Oh, there they are.
I grip the bread spread and watch as Carl moves around the corner and to open the door. I hear it open, followed by the distinctive, deep, brassy voice of Lynn. Deep, brassy voice. Okay, I can do that. Alright, bring on Flynn. Hi, why you get the door
Oh, you seem to have all fucked up.
Oh, do you like my parents' I can do it lower. Oh. Hey, why you get in the door, fatty?
You get my sandwiches, dickface. I've got the munchies like a mother. Where are they?
Leo has them. Here he is. Fuck, I don't know what Leo looks like. I don't know what the fuck. I'll just do a Spencer voice, just in case.
Hey, they're all in there.
My heart skips a beat and my tail thumps the bed as I hear Leo's high baritone. Damn it! High baritone. That's like my normal talking voice, high baritone. There's some bustling before they start coming around the corner, bringing me face to face with the rest of my childhood friends. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Flynn, dude. He looks scary as shit. Oh, god damn. Flynn comes first, slinking in casually, his posture loose and relaxed, slouching. Unlike Carl, though, his slouch makes him look like he just doesn't give a fuck, as opposed to just trying to make himself seem smaller. He wasn't a shy guy, as evidenced by his open shirt.
And who you calling a dickface?
Flynn knocks Carl in the head, which makes a loud thunking sound. I actually enjoyed that thunking sound of someone getting hit in the head. Is that weird? It's probably weird. I probably shouldn't say that on the internet. But Carl just grins throughout. Hey, Jenna, DJ, Chase. He nods to the rest of us in turn, rubbing his knuckles. Immediately following him, his arms wrapped around two big brown paper bags, is Leo. He smiles over the tops of his bags, sweeping the room with his eyes along his tall rectangular ears. He pauses on Jenna, then TJ, before finding me. His face immediately breaks into a full-on grin as he walks over to the bed I'm sitting on, setting down the bags. As he comes to a stop in front of me, I reach out my paw to slap his as I did with Carl. Instead, he grabs it to yank me up into a tight bear hug, nearly squeezing the air out of me.
Chase! Man, I missed you.
Just like Carl, it seems like Leo's gotten bigger and stronger. He lifted me up without even trying. The tension I've been feeling in my chest melts away like an ice cube on an echo sidewalk. Oh, everything's fine. All that worry about how he was going to react was for nothing. The hug is lasting kind of long, though. I feel everyone else looking at us. And just like that, he forgets we exist. Leo finally does pull back, then smacking me on the shoulder before turning to greet Jenna and TJ. I shakily sit back down, feeling a whole lot better now that the introductions are out of the way. Fuck, leave Carl in a room for 5 seconds. It smells like a goddamn skunk sauna. The weed is just oozing out of your pores at this point. Flynn theatrical plugs his nostrils, and as he pulls the window open a crack. Carl rolls his eyes, slouching further and jamming his paws into his pockets. Oh, shut up. I think everyone here agrees that my smell is a lot better than your shedding. Nothing like leaving a big pile of lizard dust on the couch for the next person. And by the way, dude, that skunk comment was speciesist. And that lizard comment wasn't? Flynn turns to me while at the same time fanning air from the outside with his hand. What's worse, Chase? Carl's smell or my dusting off? Dusting off, that's not a thing. Try saying white flakes that chip off me with every step I take, except when I scratch my ass, then it's like a fucking blizzard of dead skin. And some of it might land in your mouth. That's what you should call it. Hey, you furballs do it too, it's just less noticeable. Either way, it's hot in here. Aren't you cold-blooded? Someone turned down the goddamn thermostat. Somebody turned down your language, haha. TJ says it to him like a cheerful kindergarten teacher pep-talking a student into using his words. They stare at each other for about 5 seconds, Flynn's expression like a stone, while TJ slowly loses his smile. Well, Jesus butt-fucking Christ, I'll be sure to watch that. Flynn! TJ actually looks pretty outraged, but Flynn just reaches out and yanks him into a chokehold, which the much shorter Lynx easily is dwarfed by the lizard. Shut up, you priss, I'm just kidding. There was this famous wrestling travel story. It was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and I don't remember who it was, but it was someone who was this self-professed Christian, but they were also like a partier, not so holy that they were. But they were traveling, and Steve Austin was in the back, and the guy was in the passenger seat. And Steve was telling the story, and he likes to drop the goddamn all just out in goddamn this, goddamn that, and all this other stuff. And you can just see the guy in the front's face just slowly turning red, and then finally, after like an hour, he just turns around and is like, Steve! Don't say the fucking Lord's name in vain, or something like that. And Steve just totally just like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I didn't know that you were that, all this other stuff, I apologize. And the guy is just like, gosh, slowly calming down, he's like, okay, thank you for apologizing. You're goddamn welcome. The guy's like, you son of a... And eventually they just get so mad that they start just laughing about how mad they are. It's so funny. I guess TJ thought he'd get some respect now that we're all adults. Hey, ow! You still said it. Normally I might step in to help, but it's been a while since I've seen Flynn or TJ to go at it. It's just too funny to stop. Look, no lightning. Look, no lightning. What does no lightning mean? So much for your almighty goof. Oh, Jesus. That was an anti-God comment. Jesus. Right after my goddamn story. TJ jabs his elbow into Flynn's stomach, doubling the lizard over in a second. Ha, see, God works in a mysterious way. Ah! Flynn reaches up and grabs at one of the tufts of TJ's ears and yanks, earning a yowl from the feline. Foul! Stop! Foul! Species features! Species features was something we made up to make our little tussles a little more fair. It involved any physical difference between our species that might pose a disadvantage, like my tail, Jenna's ears, or TJ's ear tufts. Carl was especially keen on it. Being a ram, his horns were often used as leverage against him. TJ, come get your sandwich. TJ finally yanks himself out of Flynn's grasp, smoothing down his fur as he tries to look as dignified as possible. Well, I can see some things haven't changed. With that, TJ walks over to the table and gets his food. I can't help but laugh. I think TJ won that one by technicality. Or did he? He might have fouled too. Flynn's got a soft lizard belly. Flynn snorts, rubbing his stomach. Don't even try to tell me about soft, asshole. It looks like you swallowed a beach ball. Speaking of which, food. Jesus. We all pass the bags around to get our food. A chicken sandwich for Jenna and TJ, roast beef for me and Leo, and 3 large veggie burgers that almost take up their own bag for Carl. Flynn, as usual, isn't eating anything. I think it's a lizard thing. I keep my seat on my bed as I unwrap the foil around my sandwich. The smell wafts up from the beef, making my mouth water and bringing some memories up with it. We'd all spent many nights at the old diner. I can remember the night me and Carl graduated. Leo took us all straight from Peyton High to the diner, skipping out on the all-night graduation party and for sandwiches and milkshakes. I took a huge bite and a yellow bell paper slips out on the other end, landing back in the foil. Whoa, slow down, you're gonna choke. Suddenly, almost falling over to the side as someone heavy plants itself next to me on the bed. I quickly grab a napkin and bring it to my muzzle, wiping away the grease. Hey, Leo. Leo chuckles at my embarrassment and unwraps his own sandwich. Sorry if the bread is a little soggy. Gurabo over here took his sweet time getting to the car. Hey, walk into the town hall, serious business. I don't have a family business I can just waltz out of like you. Hey, Flynn, I bet that I can eat this whole burger in 1 minute. Is that a fucking joke? Of course you can. Yeah, but what about 2 burgers? Don't choke, Carl. I decided to keep the conversation on Leo's job, since that was the whole reason why we were here, that he's still here. Is the business still pretty good? Yes, Peyton's getting bigger, and so is the number of customers. I guess it's a good thing that your dad moved out of Echo, huh? For sure, the place is turning into a ghost town. It'd probably be another decade or 2. By the same standards, by some standards, it already is. Taking another bite of my sandwich, biting right into another bell pepper. I'd forgotten how good the diner food is. I noticed TJ is sitting next to Jenna at the table, picking unhappily at his lettuce-wrapped chicken. Jenna seems to as well as she leans towards him. What's wrong, TJ? It's just... Never mind, it doesn't matter. Are you sure? It's just the mayo. I forget they put it on everything here. Jenna lifts up the bun to her sandwich, inspecting its contents. None of the mayo actually got on my chicken. Here. No, you don't have to. Jenna picks up TJ's sandwich and swaps out his grilled chicken. She rips off the layer of mayo-tainted lettuce from his lettuce bun before swapping her chicken in. There, how's that? Thanks. It's then that TJ looks up and sees Leo and I staring at him. I see his ears flatten in embarrassment. What? Nothing, TJ. Nothing. So are your parents still letting you live in the house here in Echo? Yeah, we actually tried to sell it last year, but of course no one bought. I think 2 people came to look, but took off once they saw the town. Anyway, my parents are living in Peyton in a house twice as big as the old one. Well, it must be pretty cool living in your own house. My parents aren't constantly breathing down my neck, so that's, nice. Leo's already finished his first sandwich, and now he's unwrapping the second. He sure could eat a lot. How many people are still here, anyway? In the town, I mean. Leo takes another bite, and I hear the crunch of peppers through his muzzle. He chews thoughtfully for a moment before swallowing. Not too sure. Of course, I know almost everyone here, but most don't actually live here anymore. Most everyone's turned their old house into a sort of vacation home now. Really? Why? I can't imagine anyone coming here for a vacation. Unless your hobbies are meth or dying of heat stroke. Well, they've all got their old houses here, and it's cheap to build. And this town is actually trying to turn that old lake into a recreational thing. Lake Emma? Yeah, they're putting in docks and stuff. Huh. Lake Emma is an old reservoir just a few minutes outside of town. As kids, we used to play around there all the time. It was generally an ugly place. Dead fish on the banks, a terrible smell, and mosquitoes everywhere. Then again, if it could have changed since then. I haven't been there in 12 years now. None of us have. Thinking about the lake is making my stomach tighten again, forcing away my appetite in the process. It's been so long at this point, I need to learn to get over things. Actually, that reminds me. The others are pretty deep in their own conversations, but I lower my voice anyway, leaning into Leo. Hey, Leo. Leo turns to me. He had been in the middle of a massive bite, and now he has bell paper half hanging out of his muzzle. That throws off my train of thought there for a second. Oh yeah. So I wanted to get some shots of the lake for my project. Leo ducks his head to pull out the pepper from his muzzle, only to shove it back in a second later. He chews for a while, but his ears are still tipped towards me, so I go on. It's kind of important to Echo's history. Anyway, you told me that on Monday everyone's free during lunch. I can tell I can tell by the set of Leo's ears that he knows where I'm going, but he's not too into the idea. I wouldn't be too either if the lake is as it fucking sounds. It sounds disgusting. I quickly go on. Of course, we don't have to, but it's been a long time, and if the town is making it look better, it could be fun. Listen, Chase. I feel my face burn a little under the fur. Sorry, it was a dumb idea. No, Chase, if it were up to me, I'd definitely do it. It's just... Leo turns towards Flynn, and so I do as well, finding him still bantering with Carl. It doesn't matter how fucking fast you eat, I'm not gonna be impressed. He's got that classic Flynn look in his face where he's pressing his lips together trying not to smile. What if I ate all 3? You've already eaten most of the first one, so that's not gonna happen now, is it? I look back down at my sandwich. I suddenly feel really guilty. Here I am, back after 3 years, just assuming that I know how everyone feels. Now I'm kind of feeling like an imposter. Leo notices, like he always did, and he nudges me with his shoulder. Hey, don't worry about it. It's not your fault. Suddenly, Leo's ears perk up, and I know he suddenly had an idea. His ears made him easily readable, just as reading people came easily to him. It made it all the more impressive that he was able to tell what most of us were thinking, considering my short, stubby ears. Or Flynn's lack thereof. Listen, there's this cool little spot by the river that's actually pretty close to the lake. We could have lunch, and you could walk over and get your shots. The idea made me feel a little bit better. Alright, that could be fun. Also, this motel doesn't have a pool, so it'd be really nice to swim in something. Otters in their waters. Anyway, I'll have to ask Flynn, but I think he'll be okay with it, so I guess we're an otter? What would really impress me is if you didn't eat the rest. You're a funny guy, Flynn. Carl goes right back to shoving the next burger into his mouth as Flynn looks on in mild disgust. He suddenly notices us watching him and gives us an odd look, but that slowly morphs into a smirk as he focuses on Leo. You're looking pretty happy there, Leo. Not like you've been for the past 3 years. I furrow my brow in confusion as I look up at Leo. I see him shift and he's given Flynn a look that I don't quite understand. Well, of course I'm happy to see us all back together again. I look from Leo to Flynn, and it's pretty easy to imagine a bolt of electricity between them. You should have seen him, Chase. He'd go on days without smiling. Oh, agreed. Leo's been kind of a dick ever since you guys left. Isn't Jenna a counselor? Hey, you should have a session with Leo. I'm still an undergrad, so I'm not going into counseling anyway. And that would just make me sad. DJ's trying to hold his sandwich together and eat it at the same time, not very successfully, and he looks up as well. Leo depressed? It's hard to imagine you not smiling. You seem fine online. Has something been going on, Leo? For the first time since he's arrived, Leo looks truly uncomfortable. You didn't see him like that very often. Flynn, on the other hand, has his trying not to smirk face on. Why? Leo pauses, pinned down by everyone's eyes in the room. He then takes a frustrated breath. Can't people be sad sometimes? Yes, things have been more
have been harder. But I'm fine. I think it's pretty clear that Flynn, Leo flicks his long muzzle at the lizard, is just trying to get some reactions. Sure, I'm just saying you're back to your old self, but seriously, it's great. Leo makes a snorting sound. I'm about to ask Leo what's so stressful when he lifts his paw up again, and to try to take a bite out of his almost finished sandwich. I go quiet and look at his paw. A silver anchor, tied around his wrist with leather. The word otters etched into the shank of the anchor. The name Chase is engraved into the stock. Why was he still... Chase! I jump as TJ's voice breaks through my trance, bouncing on the bed once I came down. Leo looks at me as the bed wobbles, an eyebrow raised. TJ puts a paw to its muzzle. Oh, sorry. You were just kind of staring off into space. Yeah, just thinking about stuff. What's up? We were just talking about Endgame. Didn't you tell me that you saw that movie on the drive here? I really don't get you right now, TJ. Endgame was the worst Lions Brigade movie. You're just mad because they didn't follow the comics. Yeah, Carl, as a movie, it was just better. I'm sure the comics are great too, though. Nah, the comics are shit. Carl tried showing them to me once. Blah? See, that's the problem. They never follow the source material and no one cares because they have no respect for the originals, man. You're way too picky, Carl. Endgame was a great movie. Not you too, Leo. I don't know. I think Lions Brigade was always a bit too violent for me. What with all the shooting and punching. I've always liked the Trinity Weasel. She's the thinking man's superheroine. Carl waves his paw dismissively. The Trinity comics have always been pretty lame. They're jerk-off fodder for lonely nerds, and so's the movie. Ha! Don't you mean like yourself? Hey. Hold up, we're talking about Trinity now? Julia Blasco, she's hella fine. Never seen an ass like hers on a weasel before. That's because it's fake. Oh shit. No, I just like the story. It's really kind of deep if you think about it. I was hard to think about when half the shots are slow-mo and she's doing all these flips and backbends and shit. Come on, Trinity does have more story going on than your average superhero movie. Looks like Jenna's coming to TJ's defense. Why does all of this fucking matter? I think it's great that you like her character over all the meatheads. Yeah, they all just stuck in all the boob shots and to reel in the dummies like you, Flynn. Of course, that's easy for someone like you to say. Besides, I see what's going on here. Maybe you should watch Lucha Lobo, TJ. He's shirtless the whole time. TJ's ears go flat, tufts pointed at the ground. I better stop with all this saucy talk. The only way this could get any more awkward is if y'all got sprung. We all groan in unison, but TJ shoots right back. And knowing you, that's exactly what you want to happen, isn't Flynn? I get a few surprised chuckles. Damn, TJ, where'd that come from? It isn't that it's a particularly good joke. It's that it came from TJ that makes it so funny. I don't think I've ever heard him talk like that. Even Flynn can't keep from grinning a little bit. Oh, look at this. We talk into the late afternoon. At this point, all my worries have disappeared, instead leaving a happy, warm feeling in its place. It seems silly that I worried so much earlier. In face, I'm starting to look forward to the rest of the week. All right. Leo steps forward, indicating that we should all shut up. Now, we all need to remember that Chase is here to do his school project, so that comes first. But I did make a few other plans for things that we can do in his off time. I'm pretty sure all of us know that we're going to Southwest Adventures tomorrow, so I'll pick these two up. He jerks his head towards Flynn and Carl. Then swing by the motel to get you guys at 9, alright? Sounds good. Then I was thinking about doing some stuff in Peyton towards the end of the week, but we'll make those plans later. In between those times, we should find time to hang out as well. Make the most of this.
Leo looks about done, but suddenly snaps his fingers as if remembering something. Oh yeah, Chase, I saw you had a camera. Think you could get a picture of us? It would be nice for all of us to have something that isn't camera phone quality. Oh sure, I was messing with the self-timer earlier. Should be able to get it to work. After a few minutes of me adjusting the tripod and Leo adjusting everyone at the end of one of the beds, we managed to get into position. Alright, here goes! I set the timer and fast walked to the spot Leo saved for me. I think that was a good one! For the next 2 hours we watch a movie on TV, not really paying attention, mostly catching up with each other and how we've been. It's good to be back, and it feels like we're all just picking up where we left off 3 years ago. It's really nice. Finally, about 10, Leo, Carl, and Flynn head out. I spend the next 20 minutes tinkering with the equipment, making sure it's all in order for shooting the next day. Once TJ finishes getting ready for bed in the bathroom, I do as well before getting into bed, head to toe with TJ. There's a soft glow from the corner as Jenna sits at the table reading something. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for her to go to sleep. Aww. There's a chain attached to my ankles. I walk away from the lake, my legs and feet caked in mud. I guess this is our dream, probably. I look back, seeing the chain snaking back around the rocks and reeds before disappearing into the water. Looking ahead again, I see Leo. He's smiling, waving at me. I walk towards him, and the chain stays slack, pulling easily out of the water. There's an anchor in the lake, I say. I stare at him, but he doesn't say anything and just keeps on smiling. I crouch on the rocks, wrapping the chain around my wrist a few times. Leo kneels next to me, rubbing my back and sticking out his arm to compare our bracelets, saying that everyone gets one. He seems happy, but now I'm stuck here. I can't even stand up to walk. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. I guess he just feels anchored down to this town? I don't know. Peyton is about 30 minutes away. To get there, you have to get on Route 93, which Flynn tells me isn't even called that anymore. That would make sense considering how it was impossible to find with the GPS. Anyway, to get to the city, you have to merge from the remnants of 93 onto I-40, which runs straight through the city of Peyton. About 15 minutes from Peyton, we all pull over at a rest stop, which sits at a higher elevation than Echo. If you're looking at the right direction, it gives you a great view of the town. I stand outside the old, run-down restroom, a paw over my eyes as I stare out over the desert. A distant, hazy view of a group of small buildings huddled together signals where the town is. From the vicarious distance, it looks small and harmless, hard to imagine all of the things that happened there. Alright, how do I use this thing? I look over and see Leo fumbling with the camera, obviously worried that he was going to break it. I walk over and show him how to use it, checking the white balance and exposure myself. I wasn't too good with cameras, but the equipment manager at the university had given me a quick lesson on how to do things. Oh, it's got like a train sound effect in the background. That's cool. Alright, so I want you to zoom out from Echo, slowly, and while you do that, I'm going to walk into frame, okay? Yeah, okay. Leo hoists the camera up and looks through the viewfinder, ears perked up and smiling. You're not using a tripod for this shot? I've made that mistake before in filmmaking. If you're doing an establishing fucking zoom shot, you can't freehand that shit. You're gonna get points off in your assignment, bucko! Alright, signal me when you're ready. I adjust the clip-on mic while Leo focuses the camera, then raises his paw, signaling that I should start. I walk into frame, keeping one paw in my pocket and using the other to gesture. Hope it doesn't look too awkward. I always feel like I do. Echo first began as a settlement in 1852 after James Hendricks discovered gold in a quartz deposit. The town grew quickly in size, and once it began to serve as a junction along Prescott Railway, it reached a peak population of 6,500 in 1877. It was at this point in time that a peculiar phenomenon of mass hysteria took over. Many say the reason this occurred was due to the discovery of a body within the gold mine and the circumstances surrounding that discovery. While not much is known about this event, what is known is that once it ended, a large portion of the population left Echo, most of those who settled in the nearby town of Peyton. However, the town still managed to prosper well enough until 1942. That's when the government stepped in to shut down the mine, as it became a federal law to divert all mining resources to the war effort. The town's population sharply declined shortly thereafter, and in the 1950s it had dwindled to approximately 2,000 people. A shutdown of the Prescott Railway in the 1960s, followed by the bypassing of Route 93 by I-40 in 1986, was the final nail in the coffin for the town. By the 90s, the population had just dwindled to 150 people. My goal, however, is to investigate the first event which led to the town's decline and possible demise. What happened in that mine almost 150 years ago? I've come to Echo to try to find out what information, if any, can be gleaned from the events of 1877. I wait for a few seconds, then look at Leo. That good? Yeah, I don't know how to stop this, though. Here. I walk over to take the heavy camera off of Leo's paws. That was pretty good. You want to be a reporter? Maybe. I'd rather just write than be on camera, though. Yo, Chase! Leo and I look up towards the car, greeted by the sight of a bright white ram's ass hanging out of the back of Leo's van. I don't really react. I mean, despite being self-conscious about his weight, Carl was pretty shameless about stuff like this. I'd probably seen his naked butt more than I'd seen Leo's, and that was saying something. Make sure you get a shot of my hey! For that moment, Flynn, who was sitting next to Carl in the back, reaches around and yanks the ram's pants down so that they hung around his knees. Even though Carl's pretty quick to pull them back up, I still get a pretty good view of his equally white balls hanging from his legs. Leo snorts, and I can see Flynn laughing his ass off while Carl punches him in the shoulder. Unfortunately for TJ, who was sitting in the middle row with Jenna, he was looking back at the time and probably got a much better view than I did. Now he's facing forward, covering his face while Jenna sits next to him reading a book, looking uninterested. 21, and he's still doing that, huh? Yeah, it's a little more awkward without you three around, though. We head back to the car, and I grab the camera bag from the passenger seat and put the camera away. Hey, did you see my ass? Saw more than that. Your thing's about the horrors of Echo, right? It'll be a perfect fit. Well, if you can even fit it onto the camera. I stashed the camera bag in the footwell before hopping in. Southwest Adventures is an amusement park right in the middle of Peyton. It's decent enough that people come not just from Peyton, but cities up to 100 miles away to vacation here. Because of this, it's usually crowded, and today is no exception. Families and their kids are everywhere. It's a generally nice day. Sunny and in the 80s, and it was being on a Sunday that added to the crowd. I didn't mind, though. The point of this is to hang out with my friends. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving. Let's get to some funnel cakes. Jesus, Carl, we just got here. Hey, I didn't have any breakfast. You had breakfast, all right, a blunt with a side of the munchies. It's no problem. You can do that while I plan out what we're doing. Carl ambles off on his way to the funnel cake stand. I snag one of the park maps from the entrance and I hand that to Leo. Alright, so usually when my family comes here, we go clockwise and hit all the rides. That sounds like a plan. It's pretty crowded today, so we probably won't be able to do everything, but in this order we'll at least be able to ride Event Horizon. You sure? The line is always so long for that ride. TJ's looking up towards a tall, spiraling electric red steel roller coaster. It's definitely the most recognizable landmark in the park. You could see it from almost anywhere in Peyton. Yep, fastest, tallest roller coaster in the West. I think it'll be worth it. Oh. TJ rubs his arm with one paw, the corner of his muzzle twitching a little bit. I'd forgotten about that. He used to have a pretty pronounced motor tic when the corner of his mouth would twitch up and over again. It used to be a constant thing, but it stopped once we entered middle school. Guess it hadn't completely gone away. You alright, TJ? We can skip the big rides if you... Oh, hell, TJ, if you're a fucking adult now. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I just haven't been on a roller coaster in a while. TJ snaps his head back towards us. He's all tensed up and the movement looks like a rubber band being snapped. I'm riding all the rides with you guys. TJ walks off, his paws shoved deep in his pockets. feel bad for him. I want to give him an out somehow. Fuck. I didn't read all of it. Go back. No, please. But that's when Carl comes back with his funnel cake. It's topped with ice cream, powdered sugar, and strawberries. Anyone want to share? Yeah, that looks really good. No? Alright, guess I have to eat this whole thing. Great, now we're gonna wait for Fat Ass to finish eating. Carl pulls his face out of the cake. Even with his white fur, I can still see the powdered sugar clinging to his chin. No, I can eat it in a line. We're going on Event Horizon first. The wait'll be an hour long at least. The line ends up being 2 hours long, and by the time we get to the actual ride, I'm dying to get into a pool of any kind. To put it bluntly, an otter needs water. Part of the problem of living in Echo meant that we didn't have any kind of indoor pool system in our house, being as cheap as it was. We ended up having to get an outdoor swimming pool, which was a pain. Nervous, Chase? I smirk at him. I've ridden it before, Leo. Though your tail's kind of down. You sure you're not nervous? Eh? Come on, Leo. Let's ride in the front. Oh, well, I don't know. I watch as Jenna pulls Leo towards the line for the front, which is twice as long as all the others. I opt for the middle, and it was just so happens that TJ comes with me. His tufted ears had been poking straight up the entire time, muzzle giving an occasional twitch. I lean over to him. You know, there's an exit over there for people who changed their mind. I'll bet you can slip out without anyone knowing. Looks like not all of us are going to be riding the same train. TJ stares straight ahead, clutching onto the railing. I can see his sharp claws unsheathed, pressing into the metal and chipping away some of the red paint. No, I'm fine. You sure? Yep, perfectly fine. Well, we're in the middle, which is the best place to be if you don't like roller coasters. Yeah. I really wanted to be able to get TJ to skip the ride, but it seems like he's pretty determined to do it for some reason. Finally, our train comes along and I step in as two laughing and painting hyenas step out. Oh my god, that was the most intense, holy shit, do I know, I never get scared on rides, I almost fucking pissed myself. I do a quick check of the seat to make sure there isn't any actual piss before I sit down. I look up and see TJ standing on the edge of the platform, his eyes wide, one foot stuck out to get on. TJ? A bored-looking teenage fox comes by to check my lap bar, and I stick out my paw. Hey, wait, TJ, you getting on? The fox goes from being bored to mildly annoyed. If you're getting on, you need to get on now. We can't hold up the entire ride for you, sir. The exit's that way for other adventures await. People around us are starting to notice. Unfortunately, Flynn, who was lined up with Carl towards the back, is paying very close attention, grinning like he knew what was going to happen. Aw, TJ too scared? Guess you're a pussy after all. Shut up, Flynn. Hey, TJ, when it gets real bad, say to yourself, at least I'm not gonna die. Actually, a few people have. TJ! I yell up at him seems to jar TJ out of his trance. He almost falls into the car as he stumbles into it, fumbling with his shoulder restraints before the fox attendant's size and leans down to do it for him. I can see the red on the insides of TJ's ears as he blushes, and I can feel my own ears burn a little from the second-hand embarrassment. Now that it's too late, I realize that we shouldn't have started with this ride. We should have started with something smaller to build up his confidence. I'm jolted back as the train moves forward. Oh gosh. TJ's paw lashes out and latches onto my arm. Oh no, why am I doing this? I reach over to try to move his paw from my arm and back onto the handle on his shoulder restraints. TJ, hold on to that, my arm, you're gonna... Chase, quiet! I pause, staring at the links. I'm really not used to hearing TJ yell. He's almost puffed out to twice his size. I just need some quiet right now. Our train begins its ascent up the first hill, and I can feel TJ's claw pricking into my fur and into the skin. Oh, God. He starts mumbling quietly to himself, his eyes closed. TJ, are you praying? He didn't actually say anything, and soon we've reached the apex of the climb. I give up on trying to move his paw and sit back, a little nervous myself. I really, really hope TJ doesn't completely lose it. I rinsed the blood off my arm in a dirty theme park bathroom. It wasn't as bad as I thought it could have been, though TJ did start crying when we hit the first inversion. He had scratched the shit out of my forearm, grabbing it with both paws once we started the descent. Unfortunately, Flynn and Carl were still on the platform when we rolled back into the boarding station. Flynn looked really ready to lay into TJ again, but when he saw the tears, he had the decency to hold back. I helped the shaking Lynx out of the car, and somehow we managed to stumble into the bathroom where he quickly hid into the stall. I should have forced him out the exit. He's always had anxiety problems, though I think we all believed it was a childhood thing that he'd gotten over. I don't know if he still takes his medication. Hey, TJ? Yeah. We should probably get back. Leo texted me that they're all waiting by the ride. Yeah, I'll be out in a second. The cheerfulness in his voice is forced. I ignore the weird looks I'm getting from the other people in the bathroom and instead inspect my arm. The scratches are pretty superficial, so the bleeding has stopped. No one would notice under the thick fur, even if it's tender as hell. I hear the stall door open behind me, and through the mirror I see TJ come out. He sees me looking over my arm, and his face crumples up again. Chase, I'm sorry. Is it bad? I really don't want him to start crying again. TJ cried a lot when he was a kid, almost every day. Even at 19, he seems like he's still pretty susceptible. It's fine. Doesn't even hurt. Oh, well, that's good. We stand there awkwardly for a few seconds, and then I air out my shirt, which was starting to stick to my sweaty body. Listen, it's honestly getting way too hot for me to wait in lines all day. I think I'd rather just sit down and watch some shows or something. Oh, yeah? Yeah. You want to do that with me? TJ's ears come up a little, and he clutches his paws together, the fidgeting subsiding a bit. Yeah, Chase, I think that'll be fun. I can tell he's at least a little relieved. We both head out back towards the ride, and I spot the four of them waiting by the exit. I furrow my brow as I spot Carl crouch on the ground, Jenna kneeling next to him and rubbing his back. Hey, everything all right? Jenna looks up, a sympathetic smile on her face. Carl's not feeling too good. You want to sit on a bench or something? If I move, I'm gonna... That's just what you get for stuffing your face right before the ride. You think they sell ginger pills here, or ginger ale, at least? A joint would be nice. Of course it fucking would be. Like, I've got no reason other than the popular vote to go for Carl at this point. I don't enjoy his character, but there's gotta be something. There's gotta be something that makes everybody want me to fucking go for this guy, so we'll go for him. There are some vendors over there. I'll go check. I'm actually kind of glad everybody's preoccupied with Carl right now. Takes some of the heat off of TJ. Let's move you to a bench. It'll be better if you're sitting down. Slowly, Jenna and Leo lift Carl up, and how I can see from his face that he's really ill. To the average person, our little outing might already seem like a disaster, but this is perfectly typical for us. Nothing ever went according to plan. We sit Carl down on a bench, and he bends over, his face in his hands as he moans softly. TJ comes back with a medium-sized cup in his paws. He sits next to Carl. No ginger ale, but they did have some lime soda. Carl takes it and sips a bit of it before sitting back and belching. Fuck it, I'm done, guys. What? What are you gonna do all day? Sit there? Actually, me and Chase are going to see some shows. You can come with us. Ugh. Guys, we're doing this to hang out with each other, remember? I'll leave them. We're wasting time. Flynn turns and walks off, his hands shoved in his pockets, hunched like a stone gargoyle. Such an edgelord. Oh, Jesus. He definitely looked the part, being a lizard. Damn, that was probably a bit speciesist. Well, we all have our phones. Text us, alright? Sure. Jenna turns and follows Flynn, but Leo hesitates a moment. He looks at me before eventually turning to follow Flynn and Jenna. Oh, poor Leo. 5 minutes later, Carl's stomach settles to the point where he's able to get up and walk. At this point, I'm completely wiped out and just want to sit down. Ooh, look at this amphitheater. This is cool. I point out the first stage we see, and they agree. I sigh gratefully when I sit down.
You look tired as shit.
I crack an eye open and see Carl giving me a sidelong glance. I don't sleep very well in motel beds. I actually woke up around 2. You were gone. Now TJ's looking at me too, and I feel my gut clench for a second. Yeah, I tried to go for a walk down the street. I hoped it would get me tired.
Well, if that happens again, you can just walk over to my house. I'm up until like 3 every night.
Wow, why? Carl shrugs, leaning back and sticking his hooves up against the chair in front of him, earning him a dirty glance from its occupier.
Games, mostly. Sometimes I read.
Carl rubs his chin, opening his muzzle, closing it, then opening it again.
You know, it would be pretty cool if you spent the night one of these days. That house could be creepy as hell when you're the only one in it.
You're alone?
Yeah, parents are vacationing in the regal paradise and having a bloody good time, they tell me.
Carl tries to put on an accent, but it doesn't go... Oh, that was supposed to be an accent? God damn it.
A bloody good time!
Like a bad accent. Oh, did you want to go with them? Carl blows a raspberry, laughing.
Not really. Mom told me right away that weed isn't legal there either, so I took that as them not wanting me to come along.
Oh.
They did say the chocolate there is real, whatever that means, and they'd bring me some. Guess I'm not enough of a fat ass yet.
Come on, Carl.
But dude, I'm getting there. Soon all I'll have to do is stand in the front of the mirror, block out my face, and jerk it to my moobs.
Oh, god damn. What the fuck? Why do you guys like this guy? I make a dumb snorting, croaking sound, and I feel TJ looking at the two of us disapprovingly.
Not the hardest thing to do when you're high.
Wait, so you've actually done it? Carl shrugs, smirking at me. I reach out and grab his chest. From what I can tell, there's a pretty firm set of pecs under there. Carl puts a mock horrified look on his face.
Sexual assault! He touched my breast!
Whatever, Carl. They're harder than mine.
So now we're teenage girls in the locker room comparing racks?
Hey, you're the one that brought up tits.
You know what? I can see it, yeah. You're the hot preppy one that everyone likes, and I'm the big fat chick that you're all nice to, but call Big Thunder Mountain behind your back. And
TJ hadn't been paying attention, distracted with watching some dancers on stage. He looks innocently at us. Huh?
You're the cute, naive Christian chick that only takes it up the butt. This is to stay a virgin. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ, dude.
What?
Let me feel your boobies. I want to compare. What the shit, dude? What in the world are you talking? No!
Small but perky.
What the fuck? After a few seconds of tussling and Carl getting smacked in the nose by TJ, somebody shushes us from behind and we're forced into silence. The show starts off with a bunch of mice having a weird sort of hoedown. TJ's really into it and actually starts clapping along. Well, that's nice. I smile. TJ could definitely be kind of cute sometimes. Carl just rubs his nose and leans back, watching with a smirk as the whole thing is a joke to him. As if the whole thing was a joke to him. At this point, my eyelids were feeling heavy. At most, I'd gotten maybe 4 hours of sleep last night. I think about leaning my head back, but the backs of the seats are pretty low, and I just end up with my head hanging over the back. Leaning forward would just be impossible. I could lean into one of my friends. I don't think they'd mind. Well, now's the choice. TJ's doing his thing, so I'll lean on Carl. Also, I'm supposed to be pursuing Carl now. Out of the choice between the two, I personally would go with TJ, but I don't know. Carl is definitely the better choice. Bigger and probably softer, he'd make a nice pillow. Carl, I'm going to use you as my bed.
Huh?
I put my head on his shoulder and closed my eyes, feeling the soft, puffy, sleeveless hoodie and his bulk under my cheek. Weirdly enough, he was pretty damn sturdy, and I had expected him to be like a pillow puff. Damn, Chase, you that tired? Well, alright then. I feel him shift, and he's suddenly putting an arm across the back of the bench, giving me more support. The gesture made me feel a little warm. I could see TJ's eyes on us, but I ignore him, enjoying the position of intimacy. The sounds of the clapping and fiddles start to drift away as the lack of sleep takes its toll. I feel along the rough edges of rock and dirt. The only thing I can hear is the shower of debris I'm knocking to the ground. The air is stale, and I have the vague feeling that I'm suffocating. I keep going. I'm gonna reach the end eventually. I just have to keep moving. I can tell that I'm going down deeper and deeper. The space around me is growing smaller and smaller, and soon I'm hunching so that my head doesn't scrape the ceiling. I can hear footsteps, not quite in synchrony with my own. There aren't any kind of footsteps I've ever heard before, though. I stop and listen. There's definitely the sound of feet, but not like they're walking, more like they're stamping down the ground, making as much noise as possible. This is accompanied by a slapping sound, as if somebody is smacking their paws on the ground as well. I imagine a canine toddler, but insisting on walking on all fours while throwing a tantrum. It's heavier, though, like an adult doing it. That image makes the nape of my neck prickle, but I'm not scared. It's not long after I've stepped that the noise stops as well. Just 10 feet behind me, I turn, watching the darkness. I knew you'd come back. They always do. My voice sounds clogged, muted, like the rocky walls are just sucking up the sound of the sound instead of the bouncing them off the tunnel. The stamping starts up again, loudly, coming towards me at full speed. Now I can hear sobbing, sniffling, and a strange guttural grunting. It's just feet away. You're only moving in circles. It veers away just as the words leave my mouth, going back the way it came. I stand there a while, listening until I can't hear it anymore. I turn and continue on, feeling the walls again as I make my way lower and lower. The smell hits me right as my paws hit it. Slick and slippery blood coats the walls of my paws and run along like thick oil. It's warm and fresh, and now I know I'm getting close. A voice abruptly echoes down the tunnel. It's not far away at all. I knew you'd come back. They always do. I make my way closer and closer now, and fear pricks my heart. They always do. I hear muffled screams now, as if someone is yelling with their mouth closed. Now the fur is standing up all over my body, but my feet won't stop. I keep going. I'm getting closer and closer. You're only moving in circles. I'm here. It's right here in front of me, and now I'm reaching out to it, reaching out to touch it. I can't stop. I can't stop. What the fuck? I jump, my head jerks up, and my eyes snap open, looking around wildly. It's like I came up from being underwater too long. Shit! Whoa! TJ and Carl both jump shortly after I do. I look back and forth, and they stared wide-eyed back at me. It takes me a second to realize I'm still at Southwest Adventures. At the stage, watching shows. Jesus fuck, dude, you alright? Carl! I lean forward and rub my face in my paws, trying to stop shaking. I'm fine, just really bad dream. I feel a small paw on my back and TJ rubs it. What about? I'm not really sure. Just a really dark place and some things were in there. That does sound pretty creepy. What kinds of things? I think for a moment. The weird crawling thing, the screaming thing. I pull my head up, looking towards the stage, which is empty right now. Yet there's still music happening. It doesn't matter. It was just a dream. Hey, what happened to the show? Carl chuckles next to me, leaning back again. You missed him, dude. We've been here for like 3 shows. We've seen like 3 shows. Yeah, we even had a segment with otters doing water tricks. We thought about waking you up for it, but you were in a really deep sleep. That's too bad. I've always loved seeing my people laughed at for the swimming clowns that we are. What the fuck? How long has it been? Carl checks his phone, which he already has out. Been about 3 hours. Could probably get some lunch now. Damn, I've been out for a while. I'm surprised I hadn't at least woken up a few times, considering how the uncomfortable position I'd been in. I guess you feel better then? Yeah, I've been feeling better for the past 2 hours now that I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. Fuck, how many times do I gotta... Ugh. I've composed myself for the most part and take out my phone to text Leo. It's already 2 p.m., so I tell him we're hungry and that we should meet up. He gets back to me pretty quick, saying that they are mostly done with the big rides. He also says that we should meet at the center of the park at the food court. We meet Flynn at a table in the food court where he's already bought some pizza. Carl immediately sits down and pries open the box, taking out a few slices. Of course, you guys have fun. It was alright. Watched a few shows about our state's speciesist history. Chase took a nap. Flynn eyes TJ, who doesn't say anything as he sits to take his own slice of pizza, a bit more daintily than Carl had. Feeling better, Tej? Yeah, I'm fine. TJ nibbles on his slice of cheese pizza. Yeah, well, the pizza here is a hell of a lot scarier than any of the rides, so you're braver than I am. Where's Leo and Jenna? They're all fucking! They're going at it! Flynn rolls his eyes and nods towards a row of carnival games to the right of the court. Fighting? They've been playing those games for a fucking half hour already. I'm not surprised. I grab my own slice of pizza and a napkin and make my way over there. Keeping with the theme of the Old West, the carnival section of the park is decked out with fake saloons and brothels. I spot them pretty quick. Leo's holding a pink unicorn and Jenna's carrying a green dragon. They seem to be in pretty good spirits, though Leo's grin is a little tight. Looks like a pretty successful haul, you guys. Hey, Chase. Jenna's grinning, looking a little smug as well. You guys finished? We're eating now. Leo shifts in the giant unicorn around. Yeah, we're pretty much done, I think. Damn, Leo, you must have won something pretty hard to get that. Yeah, that was me. I look over at the green dragon Jenna's holding. What about that? Yeah, I won this too. Oh, well, I'm sure you've won a couple. Actually, yeah, I've beaten him at every game. Well, you're visiting. I want your memories of the vacation to be good. Obviously, it's getting to your head, though. What the fuck? Did my light just flicker? Was that me having a stroke? What the fuck was that? Oh, please. Chase, you should have seen his face. Sour grapes the whole time. Oh, really? I would usually stay out of stuff like this. Leo always got a little carried away when it came to competition. Yeah, my light is flickering. What the fuck? Especially when I was around. But it was kind of funny seeing him act like this. Let's just go and eat. Wait, there's the high striker. Why don't we show Chase who's stronger, Oh, Jesus. Leo contemplates that for a second, but seems pretty confident about this one. He's literally almost twice the size of Jenna. I don't know if that's very fair to you, Jenna. I mean... He lets that sit, and honestly, I have to agree. Jenna, though, gets a little fox gleam in her eyes that I knew meant she thought she knew something we didn't. Afraid I'm gonna woo your ex. What? Wow, Jenna's going all out. My muzzle flushes under the fur, but that only seems to decide things for Leo. We're exes? I didn't know that. He flexes his shoulder and sticks out the stuffed unicorn to me. I stuff the last of my crust in my mouth and reach out to take it. Jenna does the same, and now I'm hugging two massive stuffed animals to my sides, tripling my girth. Alright, let's do this. Step right up, test your strength. $3, 3 tries, ring the bell, and you'll win a prize. I'd like a try. Oh, we have a take a big strong wolf like you and have no problem at all. $3, please. Leo hands over the money and the carny hands him a mallet. Leo points at me with a grin. This one's for you, Chula. What does that mean? My heart skips a beat. He hasn't called me that in a while. But I decide to play along. Don't disappoint me, Leo. I really want that stuffed griffin. I didn't know there were X's. I'm confused. I don't... We're learning stuff. I point to the griffin at the big carny's long shelf of toys. Sure thing. Leo spreads his legs and squares his shoulders before raising the hammer and bringing it down hard onto the rubber-looking pad. It's a pretty hard hit, but the chaser only raises up to the 40 mark. Oh, almost, so we'll try again. Leo's brow furrows. No, I'm not so sure this was a good idea. He raises the mallet again and grunts as he brings it down even harder, causing the contraption to shake a little. This time, the chaser shoots up to the 70 mark. Even better! This time, put your back into it! I can hear Leo growling a little as he raises the mallet a final time, and it brings it down with a snarl, all the muscles on his arms standing out. I'm pretty sure I feel the ground shake this time as the impact causes a few heads to turn. This time, the chaser only goes up to the 60 mark. Damn! Leo gapes at the game. So close! 3 more knobs will get you 3 more tries. Would you like to try again? Nope, my turn. Jenna already has some money ready and hands it to the carny. Oh, a little battle with the sexes, huh? Well, step up, my fair fox maiden. How will you fare against the big bad wolf? Leo reluctantly hands the mallet to Jenna. All right, beat 70. Jenna points at the mallet at me, winking. Don't worry, Chase, I'll get that griffin for you. The fuck? Leo snorts loudly, folding his arms and looking pretty annoyed. Good luck, I was hitting that thing as... Before he can finish, Jenna raises the mallet into the air and puts it down into a graceful swing. It's as if she was chopping wood and she brings it down onto the rubber pad. It lands precisely and cleanly, in a sharp contrast with Leo's sloppy hits. It's all in the technique sometimes. I stare, Leo stares, the carny stares. Jenna simply raises her paw into the air. Yay! A few onlookers around us laugh and cheer. Oh my, the fair fox has won! Come over and pick your prize! He glances at Leo. Sorry, buddy. The carny shoots a sympathetic but also amused smile Leo's way before turning on to the onlookers. See that? Female fox half the size of this male wolf is ringing the bell. Could one of you be next? Leo looks mortified, but quickly charges his expression to a sheepish grin. He doesn't seem to want to look at me. Good job, Jenna. Jenna bounds back to us carrying the big stuffed griffin. Give those ones to Leo, so I can give you this. I hand off the stuffed toys to Leo, who grumbles a bit as he takes them. Damn thing's rigged. Jenna hands me a griffin. Thanks, Jenna. That was really... She leans over and pecks me on the cheek. See Leo's eyes widen as she does it, his ears standing straight up. Oh, it was nothing. Leo stands there for a few more seconds, working his jaw. Awesome. He turns away and leaves, his arms still wrapped around his giant stuffed toys. Jenna starts laughing. Jenna! Oh, hush, he'll get over it. He's just so damn fun to tease. I have to agree, but not when I'm being used to do the teasing. He's still really sensitive about the whole thing. You guys talked it over, didn't you? Anyway, aren't you gay? I take a deep breath. Well... if we're supposed to go after Carl, then I guess we have to say yes. I guess bisexual isn't an answer. So I guess yes. Yeah. See, he's got nothing to worry about. I'm not in the mood to go go in depth about my sexuality. Saying anything else confuses people. I sigh and rub my eyes with a paw, so still a little tired. Hey, don't tell Leo that I work at the state fair every year. Oh, she just fucking knows how to do it. Wasn't planning on it. The rest of the day is pretty relaxing. We ride a few of the more mellow rides. Leo seemed to cheer up when I volunteered to sit next to him on the Ferris wheel. TJ even built up his courage to the point where he rode the swinging ship. Oh, I hate the swinging ship. That fucking womp, I fucking hate that thing. I don't like it. I don't like it. I've ridden one roller coaster in my life, and it was the Timberwolf at Worlds of Fun in Kansas City. Thing's made of wood. It sounds like you're gonna fucking die. I hate that shit. Flynn and Carl rode the slingshot ride together, and with the video feed from the ground, I think it's the first time I've ever seen Flynn scared. Ha! Carl did end up barfing after that one. By about 6 p.m., everyone's tired enough that we agree to head back. I'm still exhausted, so I sleep for the half hour it takes to get back to the motel. When we get back, I notice how good the sun looks right now. With a sigh, I remind myself that I'm here to actually get a project done, not just play around. So as everyone sits in the motel, I let them know that I'm about to shoot some B-roll, gathering up my equipment and heading out into the heat. Dragging it outside, I set up, sweating even under the evening light. Even this late in the day, the heat was pissing me off. For some reason, it's a lot cooler in Pueblo. My mind drifts back to the many, many days of summer under the blazing sun. The temperature rarely dipping below 100. Oh, God, I hate that shit. I can't do that shit. I'm amazed poor TJ had never had a heat stroke. When I put my eye into the viewfinder, I'm a bit disappointed at how broken down the town looks, even with the amazing backdrop. What a dump. I'll say. It's then that I hear footsteps and talking behind me. I pause my recording and turn around. How's the filming? It's alright. Kinda ran out of sun, but it's okay. Echo looks like crap no matter what kind of light you shoot it in. Do you need us to stay quiet? Nah, I'm just shooting B-rolls. Was about to come back in. Let's stay out here a minute. Carl and Flynn are getting a little loud. Besides, I want to talk to you two. He wraps an arm around Jenna and reaches out to pull me in so that we're both flanking him. I feel my shoulder press into his warm bulk of his side and chest. He'd always been taller than me. My eyes barely come up to his chin, but now it seemed like he was almost twice as wide. He definitely put on more muscle since I last saw him. While he was always pretty muscular, he'd been more on the lean side. Now his chest and biceps pulled his shirt tight. It felt nice, though, like something very sturdy wrapped in velvet. I suppose it was a mixture of adding on both muscle and fat. I'm at least happy that he's gotten over his little defeat to Jenna. Look at us, the OG crew. Leo's strong voice... The OG crew! Leo's strong voice vibrates from his body into mine. The effect is tranquilizing, and I feel myself relax. Together again. The only thing I miss about this town. Leo was referring to the fact that he, Jen, and I were the original three in the group of 6 to become friends. Later, we would add TJ, then Carl, and finally Flynn and Sydney. Leo had really been the one to unite us all. I remember when you first got here, everyone was afraid of you. I remember when I first got here, I found a bunch of gringos. I don't know what that word means. I don't know what it means. So if I just said something bad, I'm sorry. You two, please don't get pissed. Who wouldn't even talk to each other? We all went to the same schools as in Peyton and had our different friends there. When Leo moved in, he thought it was strange that the kids in Echo didn't hang out together. As I entered middle school and high school, I cycled through a ton of different friends, but the ones in Echo always stayed the same. Remember when we'd always have sleepovers at Chase's place? Of course, I'd kick your ass at Claws of Fury all the time. Of Fury. Claws of Fury. Not Claws of Furry. Christ, this channel has fucked me up. I remember. I used to think you guys were only friends with me for my video games. Many times I'd fallen asleep to the flickering of the old CRT television set, watching the outlines of Jenna and Leo twist side to side as they played. I'd wake up hours later only to find them still playing. It was weird. Jenna and Leo get along really well, but there is a bit of competitive streak between the two. Actually, it's one of the few things that gets Leo genuinely angry. I think he even broke one of my controllers once. How long has it been since we first met? Well, when did you move in? I think it was in 2000. So take 2015 and subtract 2000. What does that leave you with, Leo? Leo looks sideways at me and smirks. There's a flash of white canine as it appears from under his lips for a moment. You think yourself a real hotshot now that you're in college, huh? I smirk back, though I know my canines aren't as impressive. Pretty much, yeah. Well, you'll always be those little brats to me. I feel Leo's wagging tail swat me in the butt. Oh my god. I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Speaking of which, are you two getting along over there? Jenna looks at me and around Leo's broad chest. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, we haven't had many chances to hang out. Eh? Why not? Well, it's college. It's a pretty large university. I don't even think we've seen each other in passing. Yeah, things are different. But Jenna, we should do something together soon, before you graduate. Definitely. Leo still looks a little disappointed that me and Jenna aren't keeping up at the university, but I don't know why. She had her friends, I had mine, and we did talk sometimes. Jenna nudges Leo, causing us all to sway. And speaking of that, when are you going back to Mesa? Mesa is the community college in Peyton. Leo went there for a few semesters before taking a break. And by break, I mean he quit. We'll see. I'll have to talk to my parents. It's just starting to get really busy. Why don't they hire more people? You know, you would have graduated by now. You would have had your master's by now. Leo sighs. It's about committing to the family business, not the help he needs. Jenna rolls her eyes, blowing out some air and ruffling the tuft of fur on her head. Wolves and their families. You should try thinking and speaking for yourself sometime. If I hadn't done that, I'd still be stuck in that crank house. Jenna flicks her head vaguely in the direction of where she used to live. Jenna is the only one, aside from Carl, who has family still living in Echo. I wonder if she's going to visit them, even though I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to that. I see Leo tighten his arm around her shoulder, but she goes on without missing a beat. You can start with our otter here. I look up, caught unawares. Huh? What? Jenna, I'm serious. Jenna puts her paw up to Leo's face, cutting him off. I am not going to spend this entire week with you asking me when or how you should do it. Let's just rip off the Band-Aid now. Chase? Jenna. There's a warning tone in Leo's voice as he pins back his ears and drops his arms from our shoulders. I already know what's happening. It's been a long time coming. I take a step back and fold my arms, looking to the side. Chase, Leo has some things to say to you, and yes, it's about that. Now I'm going to head back in and make sure Carl doesn't light up the bathroom. Jenna! His tone changing to exasperation as Jenna turns on her heel and leaves. Judging by the curl in her tail, I can tell that she's pretty satisfied with what she'd just done. I return my attention to the road. I couldn't really bring myself to look at him right now. We both stand there for a minute, 3 feet apart. I hear Leo scruff the ground with his foot, then sniff as the dust rises from the ground. I hear him draw in a deep breath. I hear him draw in a breath a few times, as if he's going to say something, but ends up blowing it out with a sigh. We were never good at this, probably why it ended up failing like it did. Leo, I'm sorry, Chase. For what? Not talking to you about this when I should have. Talking to Jenna about it when I should have been talking to you. He reaches out and sits upon my shoulder, the silver anchor on his wrist glinting just a bit in the fading light. He's smiling at me, but I grit my teeth. Why are you still wearing that? His eyes flick from the bracelet and back to my face, expression turning defensive. Why aren't you still wearing yours? Don't you remember what we said? I sigh, looking at the scattering of clouds behind Leo's head. They're tinged a soft pink from the fading sun. The sunset is almost the same color as Leo's fur. Leo, we were teenagers. That's not an answer. He cuts me off and I look back at him. I told you they weren't love bracelets. They weren't just about our relationship. They were about everything. Our friends, family, memories, Echo. I raise my voice above his, cutting him off this time. They were about Echo, Leo. We stand there a while, and Leo's looking closely at me, expectantly, his ears tipped forward. His eyes pierce at me like amber shards. It was always hard to look at him in the eye during our arguments. Hey, there we are. What, do I have to say it? Alright, fine. I fucking hate this place. Everything about it. It's the most miserable goddamn place I've ever been. How many places have you been? Enough to know that it's miserable? Most everyone here is old, obese, on welfare. Half of them are probably on meth. Leo pulls in a deep breath and blows it over my head. I can smell the bell peppers on his breath. No one likes it here, Chase. I mean, it was an anchor. I'm half laughing. Just looking at it makes me feel like I was still tied to this town. I didn't need it reminding me of all that awful stuff. I know it was supposed to symbolize our being each other's rocks or whatever, but it stands for a lot more than that. But a lot of good things happen here, too. No one should forget where they come from. Sometimes I wish I could. At this point, Leo's deflated a bit, going into a slouch, his ears lowered. Wait, you said was. You didn't get rid... No, I still have it. It's just in a drawer in my dorm room. Honestly, if it was anything else, like one of those infinity bracelets we saw, I wouldn't have trouble wearing it. Fuck, why didn't you say anything when we were buying them? I didn't know it was going to be a problem. Leo takes a deep breath again before blowing it out, puffing out his cheeks this time. I don't know what puchika mi otter means. He puts a paw to his eyes and holds it there for a few seconds. It's a pose I'm pretty familiar with. Even though I haven't seen it in a few years, I'm hit with a wave of memories, mostly of me frustrating or embarrassing Leo somehow. We decided on the anchors mostly because they look pretty. Leo had referenced some wolf metaphor about roots and how we're always drawn back to them. Also some bullshit about how otters were great sailors, but really it was just an aesthetic. For some reason, over the years, we had begun to associate the anchor with being stuck in Echo. It was when I started connecting the anchor to Sydney that I had taken it off. It was too much. Anyway, Leo brings me back to the present, and I focus back on him. They've mentioned Sydney twice now. Only twice in the entire game that I know of, and it's been in this episode. And they also alluded to something happening regarding Flynn, and maybe the lake. So I'm thinking Sydney drowned, maybe. I don't know. Leo brings me back to the present, and I focus back on him. What I was trying to say is that I'm still not okay with how you left. Leo, I said I was sorry, and I still am. Or how you stopped talking to me for a while. Okay, I was a kid. I thought I had a good tactic, like Jenna said, rip off the Band-Aid, you know? We did start talking again. It was more like you punching me in the gut than kicking me in the balls. The problem was that you didn't even give me a chance to say anything, or at least tell me why you broke it off. I stay silent for a while, then finally look up, setting my jaw. Like I said, I was young and dumb. I didn't know how to handle it. I can keep apologizing, or we can move on and make the most of this. We only have a week. We only have 1 week, and I want to have fun. Leo looks to the side, paws on hips, as if contemplating, then looks back at me with a smile. Alright, fine, but don't think you're off the hook. I still want to talk soon. Soon, just not right now. I stand there awkwardly for a few moments, then, because it feels appropriate, I step in to give him a hug. He takes it willingly, and he's warm and strong. For a moment, I wonder why the hell I dumped this guy. Jesus Christ. Just then, someone lays on the horn as they drive past us, pulling me out of my reverie. Fat! Oh my god, really? I lean back so I can watch the car speed down the empty road. Leo keeps holding me, though. He just chuckles. Echo hasn't changed much, has it? No, it hasn't. As we're saying our goodbyes, I remind Leo about the shots I need of the lake. He says he'll talk to the other two about it after they leave. We all say our goodbyes before Leo, Carl, and Flynn take off. TJ takes his usual hour getting ready to bed while Jenna does some homework. By the time I'm finished brushing my teeth, I'm grateful to see them both in bed. I get under the covers next to TJ and lay there for about an hour, staring at the ceiling. Slowly, I slide from around under the covers, careful not to wake TJ. Quietly, I slip my jeans on, grab my jacket before heading out the door. Toby built a small sandcastle next to the lake, in the process of digging a moat around it. Jenna drops a few twigs next to it before running off to find more decorations. Flynn is talking to Sydney, pointing at Toby's sandcastle. Sydney looks hesitant, but excited. He seems to make up his mind, suddenly running forward and kicking the top of the tallest castle. It breaks easily, with most of it flying into Toby's face. Toby flinches back, shocked, before immediately crying as he rubs at his eyes. Jenna comes running from across the beach, yelling before shoving at Sydney, who's laughing. She turns to Toby, who's trying to help him clean his face, but the lynx pushes her away before running towards the trail back to Echo. Aww. Little bastards. Monday, motherfucker! Let's do this shit. We're on Monday. Yeah, River feeds Emma Lake from the north. It's a farther drive than the lake itself, but it does have a few nice clearings along its edge. One of them has a few branches and a rusted-to-hell public grill that I'm sure no one has used in decades. This is the place that we go. As we're unloading Leo's van, I decide to get the B-roll of the lake right away. It won't have much of a presence in the packet, so I think I'm just going to narrate over it later. The actual lake is only a few minutes' walk from here. It's a bit difficult navigating around the sagebrush, and I know I'm going to have to check for ticks later. By the time I reach the lake, my friends are pretty far behind me, hidden behind a few bends and hills. I'm getting uncomfortable with the idea of me holding this camera while I navigate the terrain. It probably would have been better if Leo had just parked the car near to the reservoir while I got out to film, but I guess even that still wasn't okay. There's a large square of paved ground next to the parking lot now, several benches and a row of brand new grills. Several lamps have been erected around the area too. Leo was right about the town trying to turn the reservoir into a recreational spot. That's a good fucking word. I can actually see a few jet boats skimming through the water, leaving long trails of white behind them. There's even what looks like a feline of some sort fishing in the shallows. It would explain why the motel is still in business. Lake Emma is fairly small, but only about 12 miles long and 5 wide. I look around before climbing to the top of a nearby hill to get my shots. Even with a few people there, it's still pretty quiet, aside from the train horns, and it's kind of eerie. I wrap up and start to quickly make my way back. It's hard to explain why I'm getting freaked out in broad daylight with people around. Either it's because of what happened all those years ago, or I'm just psyching myself out. I'm glad to hear my friends' voices again as I get closer. Then again, it sounds like they're fighting. Been acting like a dick all day. Be glad I came here at all. Apparently it would have been better if you hadn't. Maybe I should have just fucking leave. Maybe I should just fucking leave then. It sounds like a lot more serious than our usual squabbles, so I quicken my pace. They seem to quiet down a bit once they see me coming. TJ's off to the side looking out over the river, occasionally throwing a rock into it. Carl sits in a lawn chair, one of the 6 that has been set out into a semicircle. He has his chin on a fist as he lazily stares at me. Jenna and Leo both stand next to each other, looking at Flynn, who's got his back turned, rummaging through the cooler. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. Did you get your film? Yeah, got it. The silence is still awkward, and I have no idea what the hell to do with myself. I finally realize that I'm still holding the camera and decide to put that away. Hey, I'm gonna go for a quick swim. Haven't been in the water in a while. When we first got here, I was completely disappointed to find that the motel didn't have its own swimming pool. Being an otter, I like to swim at least once a day, if not more. At this point, it had been 3. Flynn finally turns around, a beer in his hand, as he cracks it open. It was true that he'd been acting a bit strange today. He'd held the entire trip up by a few hours, and when he finally shown up, his eyes were bleary and he seemed sluggish, like he'd been up all night. When we had asked if he was all right, he brushed us off. Yeah, thanks for the help setting up, Chase. You're about as useful as this fat ass here. He swings the paw, holding the beer at Carl. Flynn? So enjoy that swim while I set everything out. Yeah, I will. Make my soda a diet while you're at it. I've had it with Flynn. He's souring the trip with his need to be an asshole. Go fuck yourself. I ignore him as I strip off my shirt and head to the riverbank. I pat TJ on the shoulder as I pass him before slipping into the water. We're currently in the middle of a drought that has lasted the past 3 years, so the water is low, only about 10 feet at its deepest. It's enough through, and God, it feels good. It's spring, so the water is pretty cold. I swim back and forth a few times before finally diving in. Eventually I settle on drifting to the bottom, laying and gripping on a rocky floor as I stare up at the shimmery light above me. I feel the gentle current run over my body. It's nice to be away from all that tension above me. I feel isolated, alone, and for now, that feels good. None of the others could come down this deep, only I was able to. I remember when I was younger, I would give the others rides around the lake, able to swim its entire length and back. Even Flynn the asshole had done it a few times. It was one skill I had that I was proud of, even if it was inherent to my species. It still made me feel somehow useful, or at least different from everyone else, in a good way. I'd always felt like the odd one out in the group, as strange as it sounds. Where everyone else has a strong, distinct personality, I was just average. Sometimes I wonder if they were just friends with me because we all had to be when we were younger. This whole trip kind of forced me to think back on all the memories I have of this place and my friends. They were always doing cool things, being different, while I was just sort of blended into the background. Even then, I wanted to do something to stand out somehow. That's what I'm trying to do here, I guess. It's been about 7 minutes, and I only know that because but that's about as long as I can hold my breath. I decide I should go back up and help out, so I slowly let myself float back up to the surface, trying to stay in the same spot. When I surface, it's pretty quiet. For a second, I wonder if everyone's just gone. Of course, that's ridiculous, and as I come over the embankment, everyone's there. Predictably, Flynn didn't get my food out, so I go to the cooler and grab a sandwich and a soda before sitting in the empty chair next to Leo. Apparently, it was a good idea to bring lawn chairs, considering the tables looked like they were covered in a year's worth of bird shit. How was the swim? His tone is bitter and salty. He's not in his usual grumpy but good-natured mood. He's genuinely unhappy. What the hell is his deal? Amazing. I'm gonna have to come back here again sometime during the week. You lizard people just don't understand. You hardly even need water. It always scares the hell out of me when you're down there that long. I'm built for it. Remember when you'd give us rides? That was fun. Remember when you'd always scream like a girl when Chase would go out too far? Wow, I remember that now. Hey, I've never really liked water. Anyway, Chase would do it on purpose. He knew I didn't like it out past to a certain point. Carl looks at me. You know what was really cool was when you would take us down for a dive. Oh yeah, Chase was like our own little submarine. I'm starting to get that otters are swimming clowns vibe again. Still, I kind of enjoy the attention. We'd get you to take us to the bottom so we could look for treasure. Leo makes air quotes around the last word. And you know, you probably would have found way more stuff if you guys hadn't been dragging me down. I remember when, are we really fucking talking about this? Everyone turns to look at Flynn. His voice is low and dangerous. There's a chill in the air because we all know what he means. I was actually feeling pretty good about it at this point, like we crossed a bridge, being able to talk about it for once. Apparently, we haven't. Flynn? No, I'm serious. Do you think it's okay to fucking talk about this when the lake is just a quarter-mile away? You know what, Flynn? I think we should. Isn't that the part of the reason why we're here? No! If that was the case, we'd be over there. But we're here. And why is that? Everyone's quiet for a moment. I see TJ shrink into his chair, staring hard at his lap. Flynn, we came here because Chase needed footage. A change comes over Flynn. His face darkens and everyone sees it. Flynn turns to me and it takes some effort not to flinch back. Yeah, and why is that, Chase? You're gonna put that in your fucking documentary? No, Lakeham is important to. It's an important part of Echo's history. Just what? Flynn raises his eyebrow bridge at me, and finally, I just lower my eyes. This was a stupid fucking idea. You know what, Flynn? If you'd be a little more open, tell us what's on your mind, we'd be able to avoid a lot of this kind of stuff. Oh, you want to know what's on my mind? Flynn swivels and marches up to Carl. Alright, let's start with you. You're fat, lazy, no motivation, no future. What the hell are you even planning on doing with your life? Sit here, waste away in Echo, mooching off your parents until you're dead? Carl stares back up at Flynn impassively, though he's hunched in on himself a bit further. Flynn, don't do this right now. And you thinking you're better than everyone else. I can tell you think everyone at Echo is trash. Just because me and the others haven't left, you think we're lower than you. Just because we don't have an education, we're a bunch of retards. Yeah? Well, you let your whole fucking family behind you without even saying goodbye. You know what's even going on with them right now? What they're dealing with? Yeah, real fucking hero you are. You think I stop it, Flynn? Our unquestionable leader. We wouldn't have been friends without you, would we? That's why you brought us here, right? So we can all bond? Oh wait, was it just because you wanted to get back into Chase's pants? Leo's ears fall flat. Probably. You've been a mess ever since he left, so let me be the one to tell you. It's over. It's fucking unhealthy. You're obsessed with him. Slowly, his head turns to me, and I brace myself. And I can't imagine why. You, Chase, have the personality of a fucking rock, and I wish you could see yourself. You just sit there like a creep watching everyone, weighing everything that we say. And don't think I haven't caught the way you stare at all of us, like we're all objects to be collected. What, are you just planning to cycle through all of us for sex? Sure seems like it. Flynn stops, then exhales. Seems like it's all over. I really hope it is. That proves futile, though, as Flynn turns slowly on TJ. I'd silently prayed that the Lynx would make a run for it, but while Flynn had his attention focused on us, but TJ looked apathetic. Looks like a statue. There's no soul in him. Flynn pauses, though, as if he's at a loss for what to say. Finally. What happened, TJ? Flynn. Leo stands up. From his posture, I can tell the wolf is ready to fight. Memories are starting to flow back. TJ, Flynn, thinking he'd done something, I stand up too. Flynn may sound like he's a hard ass, but physically Leo had him beat easily. Flynn can obviously tell that he might have a fight on his hands, though, and it's clear he doesn't want that. He drops his shoulders, seeming to shrink, as if invisible strings that had been holding him up were cut. He turns to us and gestures at TJ. I just want the truth. Can we put a stop to this today, right now? I don't think you know how much of a nightmare this has been for me, not really knowing. TJ. TJ stares up at Flynn, muzzle set grimly. What happened to Sydney? It's dead quiet. TJ stares at his lap, not moving. Come on, let's. Flynn holds up a hand towards me, still staring at TJ. Slowly, TJ looks up, his face still stoic. He's still made of stone. I already told you what happened. Bullshit! Flynn steps forward, but Leo's there to grab the back of Flynn's shirt and swing him around. I dodge out of the way as Flynn is flung back to land on his ass, kicking up a big cloud of dust. Shit! Flynn, I swear to God, if you start a fight here, I'm gonna drop your stupid ass! Everyone except TJ is standing now, staring at Flynn. Flynn sits there, glaring up at Leo, obviously weighing his chances. He seems to come up short, though, as he spits into the side and stands up, brushing his pants off as he turns away. You're all okay with not knowing? Fuck all of you! He turns back around, hands in his pockets, a bitter look on his face. This whole thing was stupid, Leo. We're not even friends anymore. Flynn scuffs the ground before turning and walking towards the trail that goes back to Echo. God damn it, Flynn! Fuck off! Flynn keeps walking, and it's pretty clear that he isn't coming back. Ugh. I raise a paw and rub it over my eyes. What is he doing? He's a passionate guy that will sometimes just explode with all these insecurities before running away and hiding for a few days. He skewered us all like that before, but that was classic Flynn. But he was especially mean, dark. That part with TJ, I vaguely remember Flynn having some sort of suspicion, but that had been a long time ago. Had he been sitting on that this whole time? I look to the left and see that TJ's gone. Carl's sitting down, but now it looks like he's pulling out a joint. Leo's walking off down another trail, cursing while Jenna follows him. I stand there next to my chair, undecided. Well, we're supposed to pursue Carl, so hey, Carl. God damn it. What I would choose, like, I was even debating about this. I was like, maybe I should do my route before the one I want to do before I start doing fan choices. But, you know, it was just so overwhelming. People were like, you gotta do Carl's route. You gotta do Carl's route. So, like, I might as well fucking do Carl's route. Not who I would choose. Right now, in this situation, I would choose to try to find TJ. But we're gonna sit with Carl. God damn it. I'm tired and I feel awful. I just don't have it in me to chase anyone down right now. Flynn's back off to Echo, and it looks like Leo went after TJ. But I can't imagine the Lynx wants all of us crowding around him right now. I sigh, rubbing my face before I sit down in the lawn chair next to Carl. He looks over at me, slowly lowering what's definitely a joint in from his mouth. But I don't mind. I make a go-on gesture with my paw. Carl shakes his head, though, pushing the disheveled tube back into his front pocket.
Nah, I always kind of feel like a dick when the other guy isn't into it.
Want me to leave? He shakes his head with a quick flick of his horns.
No, man, I just do it when there's nothing else to do.
There's a moment of silence, and I feel a little pressure to break it, since I'm the one who interrupted his bake session. I actually tried it a few years ago. Carl looks surprised.
Oh, really? How was it?
I shrug. Pretty bad. Wasn't a muffin, I think. Carl makes a face at that.
Edibles.
Yeah, well, I ended up eating one. Didn't feel anything for a while. Next thing I know, I'm face down on the floor and everyone's freaking out.
Shit, that sucks.
It was kind of funny, but I don't think I'll ever try it again. Carl pulls the joint back out of his pocket and holds it up.
That's why you should use one of these. It's easier on the brain.
Yeah, well, I guess I just don't like the idea of putting smoke in my lungs. Carl puts the joint back in his pocket.
I get that.
Again, there's a few seconds of silence, and I try to think of something to say, but Carl beats me to it.
Crazy shit, huh?
I assume he's talking about what just happened. What the fuck would it be anything else?
Man, that fucking thing in Libya, I don't know.
Yeah, crazy.
But you know how he is. He's regretting everything right now.
No, I guess I'd rather he just wouldn't say it in the first place. What he said to TJ, man, he picks on him a lot, but that was crossing the line. Carl scratches behind one of his horns, then rubs his nose.
Hell yeah, I guess I never understood that either. Making fun of TJ is like making fun of a cloud. When Flynn doesn't mean it, usually, he likes TJ.
I've noticed during the trip that Carl's been pretty defensive of Flynn, even though he's the butt of most of the lizard's jokes. I'd seen Flynn trip Carl up and put him in several headlocks since I got here. You'd think getting older would change that, but I swear they roughhouse even more than they did before. So you and him still seem pretty close. You guys hang out a lot?
Yeah, a bit. Mostly because there isn't much else to do. He's got a friend in Peyton that he hangs out with sometimes, too.
So what do you guys do? I know Flynn isn't into video games at all, and Carl probably doesn't care to go clubbing every other night. He shrugs.
Sometimes we go fishing, maybe just drive around Peyton. Mostly I'm just hanging out at home, though.
Playing video games?
Playing video games, watching movies, cybering with a chatbot, the usual.
I grin. It's sad. I would have cybered with you if I'd known you didn't have anyone.
I don't know, man. That thing complies with all the fetishes of the people it's talked to. It's gotten my sexuality all kinds of fucked up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it seems like no matter what I say to her, she's tied up into some warehouse, blindfolded with a few missing limbs.
You underestimate my What the fuck? You underestimate my abilities.
Oh, and a gender swap that comes out of nowhere halfway through.
Oh, while you're not sexing up a robot, you doing anything else? He chuckles.
I can't exactly get myself around anymore.
I'll get around myself anymore. So I guess your parents decided against getting you a new car? Yeah. Oh, look at this. He leans over and pulls out his phone. I can't help but notice that it's a top model brand, probably around $700. But he's not showing me the phone. Instead, he presses on the screen a few times and swipes through some pictures. That's where I see an image of Flynn with his pants down, mooning the camera. Carl swipes over it pretty quick, though, and now I'm looking at the image of a brand new sedan. Except the front is neatly folded up around the front pole of a stop sign. Damn! I recognize the sign. I'd actually seen it right outside the convenience store, still bent at a ridiculous angle. Guess the town didn't care enough to get it fixed. No, that fucking... Oh, that's very familiar. The pole itself almost embedded into the middle of the hood. Holy shit! Carl chuckles and pinches the screen, zooming in. Yeah, I dropped my phone, and when I came back up, this friggin' pole was right in front of me. Really, Carl? Why were you on your phone? I don't know. When I get to the town, I don't really think anyone's gonna be on the road. I sigh, then notice a big round spot in the right side of the windshield, spiderwebbed and smashed white. Whoa, is that... Yep. Carl knocks on his head for effect, the hollow sound that it emits seeming rather appropriate. You rely on that too much. You really need to start wearing your seatbelt. He shrugs and puts the phone back in his pocket before leaning back in the chair and closing his eyes. What's the point? To not die? Happens to everyone sooner or later. Why not get out early if you can? Damn. He keeps his voice light under the heavy statement. I have no idea what to say to that, so I don't. But he breaks the silence again soon enough. So how's PU? You see Chelsea at all? Sometimes I forget Carl went to Pueblo with me. It was only one semester, but we had a lot of fun. It's alright. I haven't seen Chelsea at all, though. It's a big school. Anyway, what's that project thing you're doing? Just a news packet about Echo, really. Kinda about how it's fallen apart. Huh. I've told him this already, but Carl never remembers much. Might center it around the whole body and the mind thing that happened way back. Carl opens his eyes and looks at me. So, do you need, like, history stuff? Like, old books and records and stuff? Yeah, if it relates. Carl sits up straighter and grins. Well, why didn't you say so? We've got a ton of that stuff in the crawl space from way back when. Yeah? What kind of stuff? Carl sets a hoof against one of the rocks circling the fire pit and starts rocking his chair back. Well, whatever my family kept over the years. That one guy, Carl snaps his fingers a few times. You know, the guy, founder of this place, James? Yeah, sure, he's like my great-great-great-grandfather or something. I think we still have some of that stuff from back in the day. My parents were thinking about setting up an Echo Museum thing, but they never did. This might actually be useful to me. All I had planned was maybe look over some old newspapers or town records and be done with it. Actually, seeing some old stuff up close could be pretty cool. That might be a good idea, actually. Carl grins. Awesome! I always kind of wanted to look through that stuff, but the crawl space is damn creepy. You free tonight? The first time Carl actually looks excited. Oh, wait, never mind. Flynn's taking me to a dentist appointment early in the morning. How about 11 tomorrow? 11 tomorrow. I smile. Sounds like a plan. Sweet. Whoa! He fell backwards, didn't he? Carl gives an excited kick off the rock, and the chair's tipping back. The back legs practically snap under his weight. Oh, shit. He sent slamming down on his rear, the chair a crumpled mess under his ass. I laugh, and of course I feel bad, but Carl just gets up with a sheepish smile, looking down at the broken pile. Even the music stopped. Even the music stopped because a fucking whelp showed up. Every game. Every fucking game! Leo's gonna be pissed. Oh shit. I'm driving down the road alongside the lake. Carl's sitting next to me. He's in the chair that he broke. I keep telling him to wear his seatbelt, but he won't. I turn down a road I don't remember. It goes straight down towards the lake. For some reason, I can't stop. Brace myself for the impact, but I hardly feel anything. We just glide into the lake. I start trying to take off my seatbelt, but it's stuck. I look over at Carl, and he smiles before opening his door. Water rushes in, and he starts to step out. Soon the water is over my head, and it doesn't matter that I'm an otter. Shit! You've been having nightmares like a motherfucker. That sucks. Tuesday! It's a good idea to hang out with Carl today. After texting back and forth with Leo, I learned that he's actually planning a birthday party for the Ram. It's a little weird since Carl's birthday isn't for another month, but I guess it's just an excuse to have a party. Leo tells me to keep Carl... By the way, we're getting our siding done on our house, so in case you hear random fucks banging on my wall for no goddamn reason, and they didn't tell me that they were going to be doing this shit, but no, they're just going to wake me up at 8 o'clock in the morning, fucking, guess what, we're just going to break down your fucking wall, so guess what, that's what the fuck's going on in your damn life. Glad you knew about that shit, didn't ya? So fucking, Carl's just came distracted for the day while they go shopping for decorations and gifts. He also tells me that he'll get my gift for Carl, which is fine with me. TJ's pretty bummed, though, considering he throws off his hiking plans, but Jenna promises him they'll at least hike half the trail. I want to talk to him, but he's acting pretty cold towards me, probably because I'm bailing on my promise to go with him. Aw. I drive to Carl's house because it's pretty far separated from the rest of Echo, up against the foothills of the Casa Demonio mountain range. It'd probably take me 15 minutes to get up there, but there's no way in hell I'm doing that in this heat, uphill, when I've got a car. The main reason it's separated like this is because Carl's house is a mansion. Ooh. Carl's family is loaded, a legacy that's followed them ever since Carl's great whatever struck it rich over 100 years ago. James Hendricks eventually went on to start an ice cream business, which at this point has spread out over most of the western half of the country. Carl's mom is the CEO, I think. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I should probably get some shots of the mansion considering its role in the town's history. Most of the old mansion has been demolished at this point, but I think parts of it are still from their original structure. Probably best to ask first, though. I walk up to the front door and ring the doorbell, listening to its fancy chime inside. I wait for about a minute, starting to wonder if Carl's asleep or just high off his ass, when I hear some voices from behind the house. I'm definitely recognizing the crackly timbre of Carl's voice, along with the higher tenor of Flynn's. Higher tenor? Flynn is a tenor voice? Shit, I've been doing this voice for him the whole time. Well, I ain't changing that shit. I head around the house, stepping carefully through the desert landscaping and walking into the backyard. 'Cause you want to make out with him? No, because you like to make things weird. I just want it to be relaxed. That's when Carl notices me as I round the corner, clutching my camera bag to my side. Who you want to make out with? He's leaning over a bush with a great set of clippers while Flynn lounges up against the wall watching him. Whoa, Chase! Carl's ears perk and he grins. Sorry, Flynn. Carl rolls his big head at the lizard. Was supposed to be watching for you. Flynn doesn't look at me right away, instead choosing to pull the toothpick he's chewing on out of his muzzle to look at it. He's still embarrassed about yesterday. Good. That's alright. Wasn't hard to hear you guys from the front. Yeah, just doing some yard work, obviously. He rubs behind his head. Promised my parents to get this done before they get back. Carl starts snipping at the bush again. He's unusually sharp right now. I'm guessing it's because he hasn't had anything to smoke. Either way, it's just jarring to see him so animated. Well, looks like you're doing a good job. Oh, he's only moving this fast because he wants to hang out with you, Chase. Even though the sentence is technically being said to me, I feel Flynn's directing it at Carl. Carl furrows his brow. Chase, you can go inside if you want. The back's open. I think that's a good idea because it's clear now that I've walked in on an argument. You should have seen him a few minutes ago. It was like he had a girlfriend coming over. Carl sighs loudly and his snips start to get a bit more violent. No, I'm just glad to have some company that isn't only you, Flynn. Flynn looks annoyed and that annoys me. You really didn't have the right to be frustrated with anyone after yesterday. Really? Always seemed to be enough for you in the past. Flynn makes a kissy face. I have no idea if this is one of their inside jokes or not. Carl stops sniffing for a second and starts up again more slowly. Well, you know, lizards can be fun, but they don't have all the parts that I like, if you know what I mean. This is getting very forward. Carl smirks sideways at Flynn. Flynn sneers back, and though I've decided that they're still joking, there's definitely a growing tension between them. What you saying there, Carl? Carl stops snipping and plants and points the clippers into the ground, leaning on it as it turns to face Flynn. What I'm saying is that you got no ball. Before Carl can finish a sentence, Flynn turns the right away from him. This also brings his fat tail around to slam into Carl's crotch with a whop that makes me cringe. Ooh! Carl jumps and squeaks before toppling to the ground. Oh man, my nuts! Yeah, definitely wish I had those, all dangly vulnerable and shit. Anyway, I'll leave you two sluts alone. God damn. Flynn sticks his toothpick back in his muzzle, and I have to watch constantly to cover my crotch as he walks by me. He hasn't looked at me this whole time. Once Flynn's gone, I sidle up to Carl, who's been curled up on the ground, holding himself while he mutters under his breath. You alright? Fuck no. There's not really anything I can do, so I rub his shoulder with a toe comfortingly as he freezes up as I do, looking at my foot. I'm alright, though. He gets himself into a sitting position before he gets up awkwardly, now standing bow-legged. I forgot how much Flynn likes to hit people in the nuts. I'll get him back. It still hurts him if you hit hard enough. As he stands there doubled over with his paws on his knees, I look around. Carl's house has actual grass in the back, which is rare in Echo. Most people either zero-scape or just let the sagebrush take over. Another rarity are two tall trees on the other side of the yard. That's when I notice how empty one of them looks. Hey, where'd the treehouse go? Carl follows my gaze. Oh yeah, my dad took it down a few years ago. It was falling apart. His dad also built the treehouse. I can remember hanging out up there, playing on our portable game consoles with a fun fan at full blast. Even when it was still almost too hot to hang out up there. Even then it was too hot. God damn it. I walk to the base of the tree and put my hand against the trunk, grinning. Man, remember all that shit we did up there? Carl shuffles up next to me, still bow-legged, and grins too. Yeah, good times. Still, I think about climbing it, but I noticed that the branch we used as a foothold had been cut off. Your dad ruined this thing. Carl scrapes at the spot where the branch used to be with a hoof. Yeah, I guess it made the mowing harder, and we didn't use it anymore, so we just cut it off. You can see Carl's looking for a way up, too, and soon enough, his eyes settle on a branch just above his head. I don't know if Carl's already jumping on to grab on the branch with both paws, but it doesn't look very sturdy. Dude, that's gonna break. So, I'm fucking fat, I'll bounce. Oh, gee, and there we go. That's a thumbnail-worthy image if ever there was one. I don't know how I'm gonna make this into a thumbnail, but whatever. We're clearly looking at his tum. I'm about to tell him again that the branch is definitely gonna break when I notice his shirt riding up all the way over his round belly. It's not like he has a bag of lard. It's not like he's a bag of lard, though. It's a controlled type of gut, held tight with the muscles underneath pulling it in as he flexes. He notices me staring right away and kicks out at me playfully. Pervert, first my moves and now this. I jump back and he tries to follow me with a bigger swing of his legs, and that's when the branch snaps loudly. Oh shit. Carl goes down once again, landing squarely on his back. Ouch. Oof. Cover my face instinctively, but I still hear the hollow thud, followed by the whoosh of breath going out of his lungs. Slowly, I lower my paws and find the chubby ram rolling back and forth on the ground, eyes wide as his mouth hanging open. A distant memory comes to mind of a time when we were both 10 and Carl was showing me a trick with his new bike ramp. The handlebars ended up in his gut, and he landed when he spent the following minute rolling around on the ground just like this. Good times. Shit. I suck in air through my teeth and kneel next to him again, patting him uselessly. After a few seconds of hesitation, I reach over and grab the front of the waistband of his shorts and pull up on it. Even though he's completely deflated, he looks at me with a bizarre expression and swats at my paw, giving a few breathless snorts as he tries to laugh. Hey, it's supposed to help you breathe. I've seen the coaches do it at school. I'm realizing that Carl's way too heavy to arch up like that, so I give up and end up just petting his stomach, wishing I could help somehow. Just stretch out. His breath is already coming back, but he follows my instruction anyway as we sit there for a while, the silence punctuated by his heavy breathing. I start laughing. Jesus Christ, Carl, can you go one day without hurting yourself? He chuckles too, his belly shaking under my paw. You know why I don't go outside. Ugh. He slumps back for a while, taking in deep breaths before lifting his head again. He looks down his chest at my paw and grins. Seems like you can't take your paws off me, though. I move my paw, letting him pull down his shirt as he grunts and sits up. How would I just let you suffocate next time? I almost did, laughing while I couldn't breathe. I thought you were trying to grab my dick. You dick! Put my paws on my hips. It's because I'm gay. That might just be it. Carl grabs the branch that had broken off the tree and quirks up the corner of his mouth. Dad's not gonna be happy about that. Who cares? Just a branch. You know my dad. He gets up and tosses the branch over the fence into the desert, then turns back to me. So now that it feels like Lucha fucking Lobo just gave me the whatever the fuck, I think I'm done for the day. Wanna work on your project now? I'd honestly rather just hang out here with Carl, but Son's enough to put a damper on that. Carl's house is like a labyrinth. I think he once told me that it's over 30 rooms, which is fucking insane. The living room is about 5 times larger than the one in my parents' house, and it's hard to miss what looks like a 100-inch flat screen against the wall. God damn. According to Carl, the first mansion was even bigger, though. After getting a drink, he leads me straight downstairs into the basement. Down the hallway, we pass a small home theater that what looks like an entertainment room with a bar and a small gym. The quick glance I get shows at least 10 fitness contraptions. After that, things get a little more dingy, and I can see how portions of the foundation could be decades old. Finally, we end up at the end of the hall. Carl opens up a door, and we can see from the ceiling that it's right under the stairs we came down on. Carl waves his paw around and finally grasps at something before pulling it down. An old light bulb comes on, and I can see there's a little door with a small latch on it. He opens it, and I'm greeted with a musty smell as Carl slides through the opening. I follow tentatively, making sure I'm not walking into any cobwebs. Are there a lot of spiders down here? I don't think so. We sprayed a few weeks ago. It's extremely dark, and I hear Carl grunting next to me. There's a floodlight around here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Ugh. Like everything in this house, it's big for a crawl space. Pillars sprout from the ground in 2 rows that stretch back almost into darkness. The ground is covered in a tarp, and I see dozens of plastic bins lining the walls. There's a lot of shit. Yep, it's a few generations worth of shit. I walk over the tarp to look into one of the bins, but all I can see is clumps of cloth and towel through the cloudy plastic. Carl walks up past me towards the back of the crawl space, his big hoofs clopping along loudly. I actually helped him sort through all his stuff last year, so I think I know where it is. I follow him, but it's hard to see in the darkness. Should we get a flashlight? Nah, it's only 2 tubs, I think. We'll just pull him to the front. I stand off to the side and I watch him push bins around, looking at the labels on top. I look over at one of them and see Home Movies written on it with several cassettes. Don't remind me. I look up and see Carl noticing me staring at the bin. What? Carl grunts as he lifts up a bin and drops it pretty carelessly into the floor. I'm pretty sure I hear something break. Mom had me help her convert all that to digital. Took a fucking year. Wow. Yeah, it's in the cloud now. You're actually in a lot of those videos. Oh, really? Yeah, birthday parties and shit. Of course I would be. Carl's dad practically had a video camera glued to his eye back in the day. I used to hang out with Carl as much as I did Leo once we started going out. I even went on their family vacation a few times. But then me going out with Leo changed things. Looking back, I think Carl was kind of unhappy with that. We can watch a few once we're done here if you want. Oh, sure. Sounds like an old person thing to do, but I am curious. Found it! Carl slides out 2 plastic bins. I see history written on top. Help me carry one. Carl lifts up the top one and starts waddling back to the front. I bend over and lift the second one. I'm surprised at how fucking heavy it is. I'm worried I'm not even going to get it off the ground for a few seconds, but I manage after a while. If Carl's been as heavy as mine, then he's a fucking beast at being able to lift and carry like that. I stagger after him. I'm almost certain I'm going to head first into a wall. Once we make it back to near the stairs, I bend over to set down my bin, and that's when I see a massive spider sting on the lid. Oh, Jesus! It takes about half a second for me to recognize the black shape in its spindly legs. Oh, fuck! I scream and drop the bin, and before I know it, I'm halfway back from where we came, panting and shivering. Holy shit, what happened? I tremble and try to steady my voice. A fucking spider! What, you're just really still scared of those? Man, for a second I thought my sister come home and then got murdered. You told me there weren't any! I didn't say that, I said we sprayed. Just get rid of it! At this point, I've shuffled a little closer back to the light, and I can see Carl grinning as he bends over to look at the lid of the bin. Whoa, it's got babies on its back! My body gives a violent, involuntary spasm, and I shake my paws like a fucking girl. Stop it! He glances up at me with a stupid smile still on his face. Wow, that was gay. But seriously, it's got a bunch of tiny babies on its back. I think it's a wolf spider. I swear I'm gonna pass the hell out if he doesn't stop talking. I cover up my face. Please! Alright, I didn't know you're that scared of them. You should get that checked out. Considering that I almost crashed my car into the garage of my parents' house when a spider crawled out of the AC, he's probably right. Just kill it! Why would I do that? I watch as he tilts the bin sideways. It's not gonna hurt anyone. I want to tell him that those babies are probably gonna grow into 100 more giant wolf spiders, but I realize I'd just come off as a bloodthirsty asshole, so I bite my lip as I watch the black spot skitter off into the darkness. I walk back towards Carl, hugging my shoulders as I try to control the chills running through me. Now I'm going to be paranoid the whole time that it's going to come back out to get me. Carl rubs my back when I stand next to him. You know, they actually clean up a lot of the other bugs that get into the house. Yeah, well, I'd rather be covered in ants than spiders. It's clear he's trying not to laugh at me as he starts popping the lid off his bin. On the top there are a few framed pictures, and under those are a few more cardboard boxes. I realize those latches on the other bin, keeping my eye out for any black spiders that might jump out at me. This one is filled with bundles wrapped in cloth and paper. Carl drags his bin to the steps so that he can sit on them, and I follow suit. So how do you think you'll use all this stuff? I'd wrap a smaller bundle and look at the gold pocket watch underneath. Wow, well, not totally sure. Depends on what we find. Might film a few things. There's a paper tag attached to the chain with Robert Hendricks written on it. Who's this? Carl gives it a glance. No idea. Probably a great uncle or something. Wrap the pocket watch and reach back into the bin and pull out another item. There's something really cool about old stuff. My mind wanders to who might have had it, and who bought it, and how much shit it must have seen. History was my first choice to major in, but Dad put a stop to that pretty quick. I pull out various other things, dolls, pipe, coins, and another pocket watch. I feel like this is worth a lot of money. Why don't they sell it? Probably, but it's all family stuff, and I still think they want to do the museum. He gives an awkward cough. Besides, we already got plenty of money. He's got the binder... Good for fucking you, by the way. He's got the binder open, looking at black and white photos behind the plastic. Hey, this is him, right? He points at a picture of a very dignified-looking ram, thumbs in his vest, wearing one of those big top hats. A fox stands next to him in a similar pose. I can see a piece of yellowed paper sit behind the photo and tug it out. James Hendricks, yep, definitely him. And John Begay, huh? That's Jenna's last name. Carl's phone starts buzzing and he grunts and leans to pull it out of his pocket. Hey, Mom. Help a chase with this project? No, what? Of course not. I look over at him and he gets up and clops back up the steps. Looking back down at the picture, I wonder if it's just a coincidence, but I don't think so. Jenna's family has been in Echo since the beginning, too, so this guy's definitely has to be a relative of some kind. I take a picture of the photograph with my phone, and I'll show it to Jenna later, ask if she knows anything about it. Do that without a car? Carl raises his voice, so I look back up the steps, wondering if I should close the door. Hearing him angry like that just didn't feel right. His parents were always hard on him, but I guess they had their reasons. I spent the next 20 minutes shuffling through the bins, trying to be careful not to break anything. I decide I have enough and put the lids back on the bins, lining the stuff I picked out alongside the steps, since I didn't have anywhere else to put them. By the time I head back up into the actual basement, Carl's gone. As I approach Carl's room, I smell it before I even I open the door. He's reclined on his bed, an arm thrown over his face, the big window above him open. Clothes are scattered all over the floor, along with a few empty water bottles and bowls. Every inch of the walls are covered in posters, like I remember, along with a few on the ceiling. Bookcases line the opposite wall, filled to the brim with comics and toys. He raises his arm as I walk in and smiles.
Sorry about the mess, dude. It's hard to keep up with everything clean when the parents aren't here to yell at me about it.
The lazy, crackly sound in his voice has returned to full force. His eyes are distant. It's okay. Are you okay? He grins toothily.
Dude, I'm more than okay.
Since there is nowhere else to sit, I end up sitting down on the foot of his bed. Do they let you smoke in here? The smell of the room is layered and old, and like the walls have been blanketed in the smell several times before.
Yep, they gave up trying to stop me. Better to be in the house rather than get caught by some cop outside. They just made me promise that I wouldn't ever try something harder. Good thing they don't know I've already tried dick.
What the He puts a lot of emphasis on the K, as the bad joke seems to just dribble out of his muzzle. I lean back on the bed, and that's when I notice that his flat screen, just a 48-inch, is on. A list of video files is displayed on it. What you watching?
Oh,
Carl grunts as he sits up and reaches for a game controller.
our old home movies. Was going to show you some of them. How about a birthday?
Sure. He scrolls down the list and then stops to when Carl's 8th is highlighted and presses play. The backyard I was in an hour earlier pops up on screen. Now a long table sits in the middle of the lawn, along with a massive bounce house. It's not just any bounce house, but a giant 2-story one that you could find at a state fair. The video is time-stamped, April 19th, 2002. Fuck, I remember this. There was about 20 kids, mostly in the bounce house, and most of whom I've forgotten. Right now, though, the camera's zooming in on an 8-year-old Carl. He's messing with a giant Nerf gun, the kind that no kid ever gets because they're so damn expensive. And that's when 8-year-old me enters the picture, holding a much smaller Nerf gun. His parents gave everybody a goodie bag that day. It had toys in it I might not have been able to get on my own birthday. My kid self puts the gun to Carl's head and pulls the trigger, the dart bouncing off one of his horns. I specifically remember that moment. I had thought the suction end of the dart was going to stick, but of course it didn't. The other was filled with a deep chuckle, Carl's dad behind the camera.
You were a dick back then.
Well, I was 8.
Still, you blew out my candles.
Yeah. Got so mad about that. I start to settle back and smile. It's been a long time since I've watched a home movie, and I've forgotten how nice it is to have this method of looking back. Kind of like when I got stuck on scrolling through all the old images on my phone. My younger self is trying to help Carl with the gun, lifting up the barrel and looking into the opening. Careful! Kid Chase pulls his head back with a jolt as Carl's dad yells, then mutters behind the camera. Let's see how long it takes for him to trick Carl into trading with him. Carl's dad sounded exasperated, but good-natured. Still makes me blush a bit, now knowing how aware Jim was of my taking advantage of his son. Our struggles with the Nerf gun gets the attention of another kid, though. My breath catches in my throat as Sydney bounces into frame. I can feel Carl tensing up next to me, too, and he starts to lean on the game controller. And here comes the Mormon boy! The disgust in Carl's voice shocks me as I hear Carl whisper a curse next to me as he fumbles for the controller. Sydney reaches out and pulls the gun away from Carl as he looks over, grinning. Hey! Suddenly the screen switches back to the file menu and we both sit there in silence for a few seconds.
Sorry, I guess I forgot about that.
Of course Sydney was going to be at that party, but I'd honestly forgotten too. If there was any way to perfectly ruin the mood, that had been it. I glance over at Carl to see him looking down at the gamepad, ears lowered, and the inside's red. Hey, it's okay. I mean, maybe it's a good thing to watch.
My dad, I didn't even know he said that. I'd rather not find out what else he said.
Yeah. I look around, trying to find something, anything to distract us from what just happened. My eyes fall on the shelves holding Carl's game library. Want to play a game? It's just like old times as we co-op through Winter Castle. The fact that he still has the old save files from when he was in college makes it all the more nostalgic. I get so into it that it gets dark outside without me even knowing it. Pretty soon I'm looking out at the purple sky reluctantly. About time I go back. Carl sighs and pauses the game before stretching and dropping the controller onto his bed. Oh, come on. Sure you can't stick around? I don't know. I don't have any clothes or a toothbrush. We can walk over and get them. Carl seems pretty determined to make me stay, and there's no reason why I can't, so I relent. Alright, yeah, this could be fun. Yes! Carl looks happy and almost relieved. It'll just be like old times. He rolls to his hooves. Speaking of old times, let's make a pizza. Suddenly caught Carl's enthusiasm. We go into his massive kitchen. Oh, God, I want a big kitchen. And pulls a big frozen pizza out from the fridge, and while it bakes, we sit at the counter and talk. At this point, the haze of pot has lifted from Carl's face, and he's animated and excited again, swiveling on one of the counter stools. For the first time in almost 10 years, I'm giddy and excited in a way you can only get when you're at a sleepover. It makes it a little jarring when he pulls out some beers, but I'm happy we have a few, and we guzzle them down when we talk about past sleepovers. As we talk about them. Pretty soon, our reminiscing drifts into the present and that's the conversation slows a bit, Carl having less to say. I try to change the subject and tell him that he should come back to school. He just smiles and shakes his head. 3 hours later, we're both laying back on Carl's bed, head to toe, having just watched a shitty action movie. We didn't end up going out to get my stuff, so I'm just in my boxers, pleasantly drowsy and buzzed. I hear Carl snuffle, and I look down at my chest at him. What's up? Looks over at me and shrugs. Nothing, just thinking. What about? During our past sleepovers, Carl had always been afraid to be the last to fall asleep. He'd try to keep me up by talking, rolling over on top of me, and sometimes just by throwing shit at me. I wonder if that's what he's doing now. I don't know. Life? That's a lot to think about. Not for me. I look over at him again. He's holding one paw up, looking through his fingers at the ceiling fan. You're just figuring things out. Carl lets his arm flop down over his head, blowing out a sigh. I'm not figuring things out, man. I don't say anything. It's cool he's reaching out to me, but I'm not sure I can offer any advice that he hasn't heard before. I just wish I could be doing something. I think for a moment. You've done a lot more than some people I know. I mean, your art is great, and you did go to school even if you dropped out. When you're working while you could. And you were working while you could. And there are a lot of people out there who can't even say that. Carl laughs, but it's kind of a sad laugh. Try saying that to my mom. She's always got something to do. Always wants to do something. I just don't feel that. He turns his head towards me. I wish I did, Chase, but I just can't. His voice catches in his throat, and I shrink a bit into the bed and pretend not to notice. The brew we've had is definitely partly to blame for this. He turns his head towards the wall, though, and I'm guiltily relieved that when he talks again, his voice is under control. I just wish it wasn't such a goddamn chore for me to just go outside, you know? I didn't know, but I nod anyway, even if he can't see. He's waiting for me to say something, though, so I clear my throat. You have a problem? That could be like, you have a problem, but you can work through it, or you're fucked up. Like, I can't be sure of that being fine, so if I say it's fine, that could also be dismissive, and god damn it. But it's fine has the better chance of being okay, so... You know, Carl, some people are just like that. He looks down at me, but doesn't say anything. If it's so hard to get out, then just don't. People figure things out eventually, and if you always just want to stay home, then do that. Just try to figure out a way to sustain yourself. That's pretty much the gist of what my therapist told me. Do what makes you happy. He watched me for a few seconds. So is that all those problems you had taken care of now? I hope so. We lay in silence for a while before I finally speak up. Listen, I'll probably come back a few times this week to work that history stuff. Well, why don't we go out and do something? That would be nice. I grin, glad to be making Carl feel better. Cool, let's plan on it. Carl puts his paws behind his head and he smiles. It's cool that you're here, Chase. It's cool to be here, Carl. And not just because it's nice to have someone to talk to. Huh? No, this house is fucking haunted. That's not cool. Christ. Something's happening. I don't remember falling asleep, but it's at that moment that something wakes me up. What is it? I jolt, then lay there, trying to remember where I am. Carl's house, that's right. I stare at the ceiling, wondering what time it is. I don't bother to look at my phone, though, because I'm already starting to fall back asleep. A scraping noise from beneath me makes me jump, and I prop myself on my elbows, listening. Looking over, I see Carl staring at the ceiling, eyes wide. Carl? I whisper it, and I'm not sure why. He jumps, then looks at me confused, like he'd just woken up. Huh? You okay? Yeah, what's wrong? I think I hear something. His floppy ears perk up. I don't... And his eyes widen. Although I didn't hear anything right then, he definitely did. You hear it? Yeah, it's like a scraping noise. Like a scraping noise I told you about? Yeah. He looks happy. Ha! So I'm not fucking crazy! We both sit there and listen for a while, but it sounds like it stopped. Want to go see what? Suddenly his eyes widen and his muzzle drops open in shock. I stare back. What? Did you fucking hear that? I listen, feeling my heartbeat pick up now that Carl looks fucking terrified, but I don't hear anything. What? A fucking voice! The fur raises up all over my body as I listen. But nothing. Carl definitely seems convinced, though, so I listen harder. I just start to make out what might be a voice when Carl sits up next to me and gets out of bed. I feel myself start to panic. Did some crazy hobo break into the house? Carl gets off the couch. Come on. What the fuck are you gonna do? What are we gonna do? Let's call the cops. No, let's make sure first. This has happened before. What do you mean? He puts a finger up to his lips. Grab something. Follow Carl out into the kitchen, and he starts rummaging through the drawers. I follow him, hugging my shoulders, feeling a lot colder right now. With the sound of metal sliding against metal, Carl pulls out a giant steak knife. What the fuck? Dude, I've been hearing this shit for the past month, and I've been too scared to go down there. But now with you here, he flashes me a smile. I'm gonna find out what the fuck this is. Here. Reaches into a spot between the fridge and the wall and pulls out a broom before sticking it out to me. Great, you get a knife, I get a broom. What am I gonna fucking do? I'm gonna sweep up the ghosts. I'm gonna sweep them out of this house. Out of this house! I take it slowly. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Hit him, come on. Carl starts down the stairs and I follow behind, holding the broomstick in front of me like a sword. I've never had to hit anyone with a stick before. I have no idea what I'm doing. Once we get down to the small door leading down to the crawl space, Carl pauses and we both listen. It's silent for a while. Then... Shit! Carl looks at me like I'm crazy, not reacting to the noise at all. Shh! He leans down a paw on the handle. Looking back at me, he signaled me with his eyes to be ready. I grab onto the broom like a lifeline as I wait for him to swing the door open. And when he does... Darkness. Shit. So whatever's down here is just slinging around in the complete darkness? Hey! Carl says that unconvincingly, the fear clear in his voice. Then, after looking back at me, fuck it. He jumps down into the crawl space, disappearing into the dark. Carl! Carl! How has it been this long and I haven't made a Walking Dead joke? I stumble back up the edge of the steps, trying to squint to the black. I hear Carl to the right, rustling around and cursing, as when the light floods the crawl space. I quickly wobble down the steps, knowing that if whatever is down here is going to try to escape, it will be running right into me. Finally, I have a moment to catch my breath, standing several feet behind Carl as I look around, broom at the ready. There's nothing here. What the fuck? Sure enough, the crawl space looks empty. There aren't many places to hide either. What the hell's going on, Carl? He doesn't answer me. He's staring at the bins. Did you put the bins back? I look down and the bins are gone. I look back at where they were originally, and sure enough, they're neatly stacked right where we found them. I honestly don't remember. Did I move them back? Maybe. It would be something I might do. I I tried, but I just can't remember. Maybe. I think we did. I think he said we did. Dude, come on. I really don't remember. Carl walks further toward the back, ears perked, looking left and right as he clutches his knife. I start to follow. That's when I notice something at the left of my vision on the ground. Looking down, I see something fat and hairy ambling slowly over the tarp. A giant fucking tarantula! The following few moments are a blur. The next thing I know, I'm going up the stairs on my feet are up and paws, grabbing the door to pull myself up. Jeez, what happened? I could hear him running up behind me, so I turn and warn him. Look at a big spider! A breath keeps catching my throat. I think I'm hyperventilating. I'm still clutching at the door frame as Carl follows up behind me, his eyes wide. Come on, Chase, this is crazy. A blonde? No fucking way. Now he looks excited and he turns back to the crawl space. I feel numb right now. This is all too much to handle. What the fuck is even going on? Which way? Shakily, I point towards where the spider was crawling. Carl squints and I look down at the steps, looking around. Careful! If it was really a blonde, there's not much to worry about. They're actually pretty gentle. I gulp and don't say anything. My head is pounding and buzzing, which for some reason doesn't exactly feel like it has anything to do with the adrenaline rush. It's more like a bad headache. Carl looks around a while longer while I focus on the steps, making sure nothing starts crawling up them. I don't even care about the possible hobo anymore. Finally, Carl comes back looking confused. Well, there's nothing here. You know, sometimes I see shit when I'm really tired. Want to go back upstairs? There's nothing there. This can't be happening again. Again? Wednesday. Why are you so off-center? Get back to the center. Get back. I open my eyes slowly. The pressure in my head tells me I didn't get nearly enough sleep. Not really a surprise considering we were both up until 3. And our own ghost adventure a few hours later didn't help things. I hear the doorbell and realize that's what had woken me up. Groaning, I reach under my pillow and feel around for a few seconds before I find my phone. The lump that is Carl under the blankets near my feet doesn't even budge. That was a cool thing about having Carl as a roommate. He slept like a fucking rock. I did pretty much anything I wanted to and didn't have to worry about him reporting me to the RA, even something like jerking off. Jesus. That only happened a few times, though. The rabbit I'm rooming with now is a different story. Again, the doorbell. I glance at my phone, 10 a.m. I also notice I have 5 texts and 2 calls. All of them are from Leo telling me that they're on their way to surprise Carl for his B-day. Sounds like the reverse of a surprise party. I look down and then nudge some part of Carl with my foot. Judging by the thickness and consistency, I'm pretty sure it's his ass. He grunts. Move what? I think someone's at the door. He didn't say anything, and a few seconds later his guttural snores start up again. Somehow I really dig my foot in and he yelps loudly, sitting up so fast his horns bang against the wall. He squints against the sunlight pouring in between the blinds, and which turns his emerald eyes into an almost mint green. He raises up a paw to block the light and looks at me frowning. What the hell was that? The doorbell goes off again. Door. Carl blinks at me, then slips back down on his pillow, waving a paw lazily in the air. Let it ring, they'll go away eventually. You sure? He flops his paw around again. Solicitor, trust me, they see this house to make a beeline. No one else visits. I sigh, looking back down at my phone. Oh look, Leo texted me. That's probably him at the door. I guess that my tone of surprise was a little too fake because Carl sits up and eyes me suspiciously. Well, you can go ahead and answer it. You're allowed to touch my door. I sigh a little harder this time. Damn it, Carl, fine. They're planning a surprise birthday party. What the fuck? So for you to go down there, hit the door and act surprised. What? But Carl's not just confused. He looks genuinely upset. He leans into the corner and pulls up a blanket like he's preparing to ward off a boogeyman. My birthday isn't until next month. I pause, watching him. I know, but we don't have much to do, so Leo thought. Slide off the bed and start pulling my jeans and a shirt. Come on, I'll go down with you. Carl uncovers his face and rubs hard, the short fur on his muzzle bristling out and short spikes around his fingers. I just wanted to relax today, you know? Isn't that every day for you? I laugh to lighten the jab, but Carl just frowns. Well, not with you. I'm starting to wonder if all this isolation has worsened Carl's issues, if he really has gotten the help he needs. All this hiding out just blanketed the problem and let it fester underneath. We can relax. We're all friends here, Carl. Come on. I pick up his clothes left on the floor from yesterday and toss them at him. I'm at least relieved to see him pulling them on, even if it's reluctant. My phone buzzes a few more times, but I ignore it and patiently wait for Carl to finish getting dressed. I think this will be a lot of fun. He doesn't say anything as he slowly rolls off the bed and pulls on his shorts. Surprise! Happy not really your birthday, bitch. What the fuck? As I open the door, a blast of confetti hits my face along with a loud pop that leaves my ears ringing. TJ, not in the face. Sorry. I slowly pull the papery strings of confetti off from my ears as the smell of fireworks sting my nose. Where the fuck's Carl? I look behind me and step over to the side of the bed, revealing Carl's, who's got his arms folded tightly, head dipped. Good thing I didn't answer the door, huh? Happy birthday! Leo bustles in carrying 2 bags. Jenna follows, carrying medium-sized cylindrical cake covered in white frosting. Carl perks a bit when he sees this, his long ears bouncing. Hey, is that red velvet? Yeah, Flynn says it's your favorite. Store-made, though. I would have made it myself if Leo had warned us in advance. Hey, I just came up with this like 2 days ago. Flynn engages Carl with some fake punches while Leo sets the bags down on the table before turning to me with his voice low. Just so you know, your gift is a horn band. Okay, so is everything alright? With Flynn, I mean. Leo glances over at the lizard, quirking the corner of his mouth up towards his ear. Yeah, I think so. It'll take a bit, but he apologized. Okay. Carl, where are your plates? The cupboard, second door over. Now that Flynn's not shoving him around, Carl's standing awkwardly next to the table, paws fidgeting. So, why are we doing this? It's not until next month. Leo shrugs, frowning. We just wanted to do something, really. I mean, there's not much to do, you know. You have candles anywhere, Carl? No, I don't think so. What's up, man? Haven't had your morning joint yet? Lighten up! Flynn snatches one of Carl's horns and wobbles his head around. While it's something Flynn and Carl do a lot, the taboo act of grabbing someone's horn almost makes me gasp out loud. Stop! Carl shoves Flynn off and smooths his beanie down. Well, I guess we'll have to skip the candles. I told you we should have bought some, Leo. Leo throws his arms out in a shrug. What? Sue me if I thought they'd have everything we need in this mansion. No kidding. You know how places you haven't been to since you were little look smaller when you visit as an adult? TJ's eyes scan the tall ceiling. This place still looks giant. Sure, TJ. Carl huffs out a breath. Why didn't you guys tell me? I still need to take a shower. Quit being a pussy. God, you always smell like a skunk. Now eat some cake. Flynn grabs up the knife while Jenna sets out the plates. The frosting is so thick it practically absorbs the knife. I haven't had cake for breakfast since, like, your last birthday party, Carl. Carl doesn't say anything, instead sitting at the end of the table, paws in his pockets. You guys sure slept in. What were you doing all night? I wait to see if Carl's going to say anything. When it's clear he isn't, I chime in. Video games mostly, and a movie. Fun. It's something we all could have done together, though. Oh, God. Maybe for people who don't have a job to go to the next day. I don't think it was a personal dig at Carl, but I don't miss the downward flick of his ears. Flynn plops down a slice of cake into Carl's plate, the inch-deep frosting making a splatting sound. Maybe we should just stick a doobie in there and light it, huh? Carl, who had perked up at the sight of cake, shrinks back down with a frown. Just a small size, please. Flynn eyes TJ, who's holding out his plate and positions the knife. Smaller, please. Oh my God, loosen up, you're on vacation! Flynn starts cutting the slice even bigger than Carl's was. Hey! Flynn... She says it quietly, but the chill in her voice is clear, and so the fact that things aren't completely okay. Flynn grunts, then cuts the cake again, this time with a slice that's just an inch wide. That good?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
TJ moves away to sit down with a warm glow of our little get-together chills, but Leo chips in with a laugh. Make sure Chase gets a really big hunk. He's getting way too skinny. I don't argue, and Flynn slaps down a large slice on my plate, a little notch in the center where he had tried to cut off TJ's. I sit in the vacant seat next to Carl, where he's resting a cheek on his paw, methodically shoveling the cake into his maw. Everything okay? Oh yeah, everything's good. I'm about to ask more, but Flynn points across the table at us. Hey, Leo, want to tell him about what we saw on the way here? Oh God, no. I look at Leo inquisitively, and even Carl's ears perk up a little bit. What? Leo purses his lips, like he's trying to decide whether or not to tell us. Now might not be the best time. Flynn rolls his eyes. Screw it. You know Janice? The waitress? Yeah, the big fat one at the diner. Come on, Flynn. Well, anyway, we were driving up Main Street towards the field, you know, with rusted barbed wire and stuff. TJ's hiding his face with a paw, and he stares down hard at his cake. Uh-huh. Well, when we turned around the bend, we saw Janice. He keeps pausing for effect, and it's getting annoying. Okay, what happened? Well, she was all crouched over, staring at the road, and Leo starts driving up to her. I thought she was having like a heart attack or something. Yeah, well, as we get closer, we saw her pants were down. Oh, Jesus. I recoil a little, not having expected that at all. What? Yeah, when we pulled up next to her, she had just grinned at us, and then... Flynn snorts out a laugh, covering his face, and he can't believe what happened. Can we please not talk about this? It just makes me feel awful. What? Well, It's unusual to see Flynn at a loss for words. Well, she just started pissing. What? Why? I don't know. She just smiled at us and started pissing. Heard it first, and then looked down and saw it. Then Leo hit the gas. What the fuck? Flynn... People making noise outside my damn apartment. Flynn sits back, done with his story, not exactly looking pleased with himself. I furrow my brow in confusion. Janice? She was one of the most well-adjusted people living in this town. Leo lets out a cough into an awkward silence. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly happened. Maybe we missed something? Either way, she seemed fine a few days ago. Well, now I have more of a reason never to go into that diner again. We sit there awkwardly. I notice Carl is still staring down at his now empty plate. I still can't figure out why Carl's being so quiet, but I see an opportunity to get him to talk. And change the subject. Hey, didn't we have some weird stuff happen, Carl? Carl looks up at me. Huh? You know, sounds we were hearing? Oh, yeah. What kind of sounds? Like bumping sounds and voices. That sounds creepy. Yeah, and Carl just charged down there like he wasn't even scared. That seems dangerous. Carl finally gives a little smile. Well, having a hard head can make you act a little crazy sometimes. So, did you find anything? No, we're not sure what it was. I'd watch out. Sounds like you got a pair of hobos hanging out and banging out in your basement. As we eat, Jenna leans over and starts pulling out presents from one of the bags. Sorry, Carl. We didn't have enough time to wrap these up. It's fine. She pulls out a comic book from TJ, a poster from Leo, and a manga from herself. I know you hate these things, but I think you should give it a chance. I'll take a look. Thanks. And then this horde band is from Chase. She pulls out an orange and black band from the bag. The colors of my school. Carl's former school. Oh. He seems to be struggling to find something to say. Thanks. I didn't know people still wore these. Leo suddenly shifts against the counter, realizing that he had to explain my present. Well, they're making a comeback. We saw a couple of rams and the stag had like 5 of them on. Carl glances at me, and I can tell he probably knows I didn't get it for him. Mainly because of the university logo and because we'd made fun of them together a few years ago about how bro-y they were. I don't know if I should feel embarrassed or not, but my cheeks burn anyway. I promised myself to get him something thoughtful the next time we go into Peyton. Yeah, well, here's mine. Flynn reaches into a pocket and pulls out something small, hidden in his paw. He hands it to Carl, who looks confused for a second before the expression turns to one of interest.
Wow. It's a small metal rectangular box with 2 sharp points jutting out of the top. I lean in for a closer look, but realize those parts are horns. Then there's a complex, elegant design of a ram's face etched out of the front of the box. Carl presses a thumb against one of the horns and pushes. The top flicks up and over what I realize it's a lighter. Saw it when I was over on the reservation. Made me think of you. He reaches out and traces a finger along the horns and clicks the back shut. Thanks, Flynn. Yeah, now you look like a badass when you decide to get blazed. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Damn it. We all jump and look over at TJ, who's looking at the floor, his plate gone from the table. God damn it, form the table. Flynn starts to laugh, but catches himself. Don't worry about it. They've probably got 100 of those plates, Carl. Where's your broom? Doesn't say anything. We look out where Carl's been sitting a few seconds before, and he's gone, and so is another portion of the cake. Huh? Where'd he go? Hey, check between the wall and the fridge. I think that's where I remember seeing it. TJ gets down on his knees and starts picking up the larger pieces. Look back at Carl's spot, then up the stairs. I'll be right back. Bathroom. I'm not sure why the deck is the first place I look, but that's where I find him. I watch him through the paneled curtains for a moment. He's sitting on a little swing set facing out towards the glaringly bright desert. There's an empty plate with a fork on it next to him. He's also toying with the lighter Flynn gave him, flipping it open and closed a few times and holding it up to the light. Smoke wafts from his lap where I assume he's holding a joint. Quietly, I slide open the glass door and step out onto the wooden balcony. The deck is, of course, nice and big, stretching out over around half the house. I see Carl's long ears twitch at the sound, and he lowers the lighter down into his lap, but doesn't turn around. Hey. He does turn around then and smiles. Shit, I thought you were Leo or something. Would that have been a bad thing? I look around and just decide to sit next to him on the swing. He just to pull me back to the party. I look over at him. He's looking down at his lighter, turning it over in his paws, his hoof portions of his fingers making clacking sounds against the metal. Those things always fascinated me. Seems like it should make holding things more difficult, but he managed just fine. You okay? Carl huffs out a chuckle and leans his head back against the cushioned backing of the seat. That's a great question. Everyone's always asking me. You seem just really uptight us all. Carl's demeanor is a lot more relaxed now, obviously. As if to emphasize that thought, he takes another hit of his joint and holds his breath for a moment, then lets it out. The pungent smell envelops me. I just don't like being around so many people, you know that. Yeah, but you were fine around them for the past few days. Carl rubs his forehead hard with his paw holding the joint, using his palm. Yeah, well, things weren't about me then. Just felt like a little bit put on the spot. He coughs. That shit just gets me nervous. Like, can't we just hang out and not make it about me? I don't say anything. Annoyed again that I just can't grasp what he means. Am I making you nervous? Carl finally does look at me, then his massive horn swaying towards me. No, you never do, Chase. I do look away at that point, feeling almost self-conscious of the way he opened up to me. Thanks for trying to get me to talk earlier. Just makes me feel guilty, though, the way people try to include me in things, and then I just disappoint them. But you just don't really force me into shit. Everyone feels like I need to do something. Why can't I just decide that for myself? I push against the ground, making the swing sway a little, trying to think of the right thing to say. I mean, it's good to do stuff, right? You can't just sit around doing nothing forever. I guess. It's just that I worry enough about it myself. I don't need other people doing it for me. I lean back in the swing a bit, looking out over the desert. Man, I'm hungry. Wish I'd brought more cake with me. Not enough incentive to go back in? Not yet. I could go get you some. He smirks at me. You one of those fat fetishes, just feeding me garbage so my moobs get bigger? I don't have moobs, I've felt them. Yeah, can't keep your paws off me. You have a thing for my fat ass? I look him over as if studying his figure. Hey! He covers his chest. Well, I do actually like bigger guys, and there's nothing wrong with extra weight, especially if it's carried well. He looks at me expectantly. Which you do.
Sweet. You know, you seem like you'd be a pretty dope boyfriend. Just feed me cake all day and then get off on the results. I'm about to shoot back with something snarky when a stumbling figure catches my eye. Out of the sun-baked asphalt of the road in front of Carl's house, I see a thin figure, a weasel, I think, running up the road. He stops, panting, paws on his knees before he looks over his shoulder again. His whole body slumps, then the air's gone out of him, just like he's giving up on something. He turns around to look back up the road. He's far away, but even from here I can tell what he's talking. Carl looks out over the distance, then down at the road where I'm looking. Is that Duke? Yeah, that's him. Must be on something. He usually is. Duke finally turns around and starts to cower, his paws up in surrender. His lips are still moving rapidly, reminding me of someone who's trying to say as much as they can before something cuts them off. What do you think? I trail off as Duke suddenly whips his head around and looks up at us, and then starts pointing up at our balcony. Oh, let's hope the doors are locked. Carl's chuckling, obviously finding the whole thing hilarious, but I'm a bit more on edge. I don't really feel like he's high. Duke's movements are a lot more focused, more precise, like he's all there. But for some reason, it feels like he's looking directly at me. I furrow my brow, watching as the weasel turns towards us, sticking a foot out to take a step. The sound of sliding glass door wrenched open and nearly makes me jump out of my skin. What the hell are you guys doing? Jenna marches around the swing set and stands in front of us, paws on her hips. Whoa, what's up, Jenna? Carl leans back at the swing, elbows over the back, smiling. The fox's eyes are narrow as she sees the joint. Did you forget who this party was for? Carl shrugs and rubs his forehead again. Leo, I'm guessing? No, we spent all day yesterday getting this ready for you. Leo especially. Now get downstairs and have your party. Carl sits quietly for a moment, then glances at me. No, I don't think I will. He's not smiling anymore, his face expressionless. Head turned back towards Jenna, but his eyes are wandering off towards the edge, looking at the sky. Why not? Because I didn't fucking ask for it. I assume it's ask. I pretend to look at my phone. What, a party? I'm so sorry we were trying to be thoughtful, Carl, but maybe we should just forget you next time, huh? Jenna, it's okay, we're just hanging out. She ignores me. I see the skin inside Carl's ears around his nose turning red. Since he was a kid, Carl didn't deal well with conflict, usually running away at the first chance he got. No, this was for Leo. I just don't understand why we couldn't do something that didn't involve... Sorry, Carl, but that's life. Sometimes you just have to come out of your room. Sometimes you have to be the center of attention, and sometimes, God forbid, you have to talk to people. Well, what if I told you I want to stay up here and hide? Who gives a fuck? The look on Jenna's face is approaching contempt. Are you kidding me? This is difficult for you? Jenna! Again, she ignores me. I might as well be talking to a statue. Or maybe I'm the statue and she isn't paying attention to. I feel like something must have happened downstairs. This isn't like her. You never realize how good you have it, Carl. If you ever had a taste of what I went through. I can practically feel the heat radiating out off of Carl's body. He looks down at his lap. Are you blaming me for that? His voice breaks. We all have our problems. Some easier than others. Carl glares at her, trying to be angry, but I can tell it's not working. You don't know what kind of shit I have to deal with. Like being rich? No, it's like myself. Oh, how terrible. The one thing you have full control over. No, that's not so fucking unfair. The quaver in Carl's voice doesn't exactly sound convincing, but the pot doesn't seem to be helping as far as I can see his fingers shaking. Just like life. Carl's face is bewildered. What the fuck did I do, Jenna? Did I say something wrong earlier? Out of habit, he lifts the joint to his muzzle with his shaking fingers, but then flinches as Jenna steps forward. I guess he thought she was going to slap him or something, but instead she just reaches forward and plucks the joint from his grasp, right before flicking it back into his face. It hits the nose and Carl flinches again. Without a word, Jenna spins on her heel and opens the door even harder than she did the first time. I'm stunned. I haven't seen Jenna that angry since she was in middle school, and definitely never at Carl. Carl doesn't say anything, instead rubbing at his nose, leaning back in the seat. The insides of his ears are still flushed to deep red. What the fuck was that? I don't know. Something must have happened. That wasn't Jenna. I'll ask Leo about it later. I didn't do anything, did I? I shrug, no words coming to mind. We sit in silence for a while, listening to the train horns. Looking down, I see the joint was still smoking up from the planks on the floor, so I lean over and pick it up before holding it out to Carl. He takes it and looks at it for a second, raising his paw, and he pauses as he takes a drag before flicking it off to the side of the balcony. He lets his head sag, his big horns dipping towards the floor as he closes his eyes. Slowly, I put my arm around his shoulders. He leans into me and doesn't pull away. So what the fuck was with Duke and what? So, oh, this is a flashback. So it's over with Leo, huh? Carl waves his controller around like he's gonna help him avoid my 3-spike throw, almost knocking over his beer bottle. It hits him anyway, and he gives a little grunt of annoyance. I grin and consider letting up on him because he's clearly drunk. Seems that way. He hasn't really talked to me much since I got here. Leave out the part that it's probably my leave out the part that's probably my fault. that. Carl lets out a weird little sound as I punch his character as if he were the one getting punched instead. Well, that sucks. Does it suck? He's looking intently at the screen. Still, I get the feeling he's not paying full attention because it's getting easier and easier to nail his character with my combos. I don't really know yet. It's been 3 years. Maybe it just hasn't kicked in yet. Takes that long to kick in for you? When Tanya dumped me, I felt like I couldn't get out of bed for a week. Oh, God. I remember that back in high school when we were both 16. Didn't she get you into pot? Carl lets out a snort again as I flip kick his demon character in a chin. Yep, and thanks Satan for it. What the fuck, Satan? I don't know how else I would have gotten over her. Anyway, not to be a dick, but you're better for it. He surprises me with a spin kick that sends my Angel Wolf character flying across the screen. I focus back in the game and throw a barrage of punches into his demon character's face, sending blood splashing onto the screen. Oh? You know, it's just been hard to talk to you and Leo when you guys are all being lovey and shit. His words are mushy, starting to bleed into one another. His character throws a flaming spear at my angel, which I easily deflect with my shimmering shield. What the fuck game are you playing? I extend my wings and swoop in to throw my lightning bolts. Well, you know, no one really tried to talk to us when we were together. It was like we were making you guys uncomfortable. I watch his demon fly in the air, surrounded by a glowing white circle. Looking over, I see Carl frowning. No, I don't think so. His demon spreads its own much spikier wings and hovers up from the circle. He reaches up into the sky, and a red lightning bolt slams down into my character. You guys were just kind of self-absorbed. You didn't call me once after you guys started dating. Here I was thinking Carl never liked conflict. That sentence carried a lot of weight and a lot of years behind it. I'm not about to argue with him, though, especially after what happened with Jenna. What did happen with Jenna? That lightning bolt was it for my wolf angel, and his demon flies up into the screen and flips us off as winner is displayed. Well, there was college. Carl stretches, leaning back in his beanbag chair. I don't remember much of college anymore. He leans back in his chair and looks over at me. By the way, I have a job interview on Friday. My eyes widen. Don't act surprised, asshole. He hangs on. Last word with a lisp. Asshole. You're drunk, but that's awesome. Where at? A print shop. To be a production assistant. That sounds decent. Yeah, parents told me they'd buy me a car to get there. It's in Peyton, of course. Anyway, Flynn told me he'd give me a ride to the interview, but since you're here... He gives me a lazy sidelong glance. While I usually wouldn't have issue with it, the thought of how hard I've been procrastinating my school project is starting to make my stomach churn. Hey, how often will I get to hang out with Carl when the break is over? I'd love to take you. You know, we were gonna go out and do stuff tomorrow. Why don't we change your look? Can get you new clothes or something for your interview? He keeps smiling. Sounds great. So what's it like kissing a dude? I let out a surprised laugh. What? You know, is it like more... He wiggles his paws uselessly in the air. I don't know. You kissed a girl, right? Samantha, right? I think so, but that was like 7th grade. So was it different? I laugh at him again. Pretty sure it's just like kissing a girl, man. You sure? I feel like kissing is different. I feel like kissing different species would have been even more different.
Maybe. I've always sort of wanted to know what it's like.
He says it slowly, deliberately, trying not to trip over his words. Yeah? I say it even slower because I think I know what Carl's getting at.
I can see how guys could be sexy.
Carl, are you coming out to me? He rolls over onto his stomach, facing me fully now.
That's a good question. Maybe we can answer it.
I'm a little buzzed, but not drunk. Are you asking if you can kiss me? He gazes at me lazily through lidded eyes, looking about ready to fall asleep.
Only if you want.
I'd been asked to be the experiment of a few guys in the past, in college, and I'd always said no. But Carl... Okay, here... We had a lot of talks about consent and shit. Is drunk, I shouldn't let him. Is different. I mean, he was cohesive enough to fucking play his video game, so he may or may not actually be that as drunk as he's letting on. Unless you just suck at the game. Just suck so bad that a guy who's barely awake is fucking whooping your ass. I mean, if we're pursuing Carl, we should say is different. You're not pushing it onto him. That's the big difference. If you were trying to push him into it, then, you know, at this point, I don't... it's complicated, but I don't think it's hopefully... It's different. Because he's your friend. And if you want... Carl's eyes widen slightly, and he lowers his hands and knees and crawls towards me. I was going to stand up, but it looks like he wants to actually get on the beanbag. Lean back in the bag, sinking into it a bit more. Carl kneels on my feet, looking unsure. Is this right? Yeah. Do you want me to stay? Before I know it, he's crawled up on top of me. His presence is heavy and warm, and I lean back, feeling myself get hard despite the awkwardness of it all. He looks down at me, into my eyes, and I feel myself blush.
Sorry, is this okay?
Yeah, it's fine. He leans down, pauses, then leans in all the way, and feel his soft, wide muzzle against mine. At the same time, I feel one of his paws slide behind my head. It's different than kissing Leo, or Samantha, way back in middle school. Carl's muzzle is big and more blunt, his lips softer and more malleable. It covers the entire front of my muzzle, his beard tickles my neck and cheeks. I expect him to pull back quickly, but he doesn't, keeping his paw behind my head and pressing deeper into the kiss. His other paw holds onto my upper arm. I open my eyes and see that his are closed. He hunches over me, closer, and I feel myself start to respond, reaching up to wrap my arms around his broad back. He huffs in response, and I feel his lips part and his tongue flicks against my lips. I start to open them, but that's when I feel the beanbag shift and Carl slides to the side. Somehow he manages to slip and fall on the wobbly beanbag, his mouth sliding sloppily off mine as he slumps down on top of me. I let out a grunt as his weight comes to rest on my chest. He chuckles and I can feel the spasms of all the way through my body. Oops. I laugh too and then wait a while, but he doesn't move. Carl, you can get off me now. He doesn't say anything. I'm about to say something else when I hear a deep snore next to my right ear. Carl! His response is another guttural snore. I shift onto him for the first time, realizing how actually fucking heavy he is. It's not exactly a bad feeling. His presence is enveloping and warm, and the beanbag under me is offering enough cushion so that I'm not getting crushed. The snoring isn't bad either. It's almost comforting as his breath tickles the hairs inside my ear. His big belly squishes up against my torso like a warm sandbag. My eyes are heavy, and slowly I wrap my arms around his back. I haven't had someone to sleep with in years, and now I realize how much I miss the feeling. Slowly the dim lights in Carl's room fade out, and I fall asleep to his comforting rhythmic snores. So was that a flashback, or what? Because I feel like it's... Stop! I heave for breath as I chase TJ down the dusty street, trying not to pop the water balloon that I am holding with my claws. You always chase me! TJ's whining again, but I don't care. He's always the funniest one to hit. His crazy speed made it all the more rewarding. Even though he's a grade lower, he could outrun me easily. I can still keep up with him, though, since he's running around houses and mailboxes. My 4th grade brain is easily able to figure out ways to cut him off. It's not too long before I have him backed up against the back of the Bentley's trailer home. He does a stupid dance while he's running back and forth, covering his head. Stop! I stick my tongue out of the side of my muzzle, following him back and forth with the balloon I have cocked behind my head. Hold still! No! He finally curls up into a ball against the house, crouching in the dirt in his blue swim trunks. I stop. Well, it's not fun if you're not gonna try to run. He looks up in between his fingers. You always throw it too hard. Well, he suddenly darts to the right, but I'm ready, hurling the balloon right at his back. It doesn't explode though, instead smacking against the splatter right back instead smacking against his spotted back with a wet splat. Ow! He skids to a stop, then immediately bends and scoops up the balloon, grinning at how the tables have turned. Uh-oh. I start jogging backwards as TJ heaves back with the balloon, but I don't have anything to worry about. In his excitement, he grips the balloon too hard, and I can see how his claws dimple the rubber before it explodes mid-throw. Water showers his head, and dust kicks up as dark spots speckle the ground, just like his fur, I think. He gasps the way cats do whenever they get any water on him, and I point and laugh. I can tell he's deciding whether or not to sulk and cry and hold my breath, and I hold my breath because I don't want the game to end. I think I win him over because he smiles and starts to laugh too. That always happens to me. Well, don't hold it so hard. I wasn't. Yeah, you were. I saw. I see TJ's ears perk, and he looks over towards the front of the house. What? That's when I hear it too. With those water balloons? Don't touch me. I'm not touching you. Just give me the fucking balloons. Clint and Jeremy. Carl must have followed us, and they saw him out the window. My guts drop to my feet as I feel like I'm gonna pee myself. TJ covers his mouth, and I see tears starting to brim in his eyes. I think fast. Go run and get Leo. He can help. Before I knew it, TJ's tearing across the backyards of the houses, up the block where Leo's filling water balloons. At least that's where I hope he's going. Slowly, I pad around the house, peeking around the corner to the front yard. Carl's standing with his fists clenched, staring wide-eyed, trying to look defiant, but I can tell he's terrified. Multicolored water balloons are scattered around his hooves. He must have been carrying them all in his white tank top. He always wore a shirt when we did water games. What's the matter, cunt face? Jesus, we're not gonna hate you. Yeah, right. Jeremy laughs stupidly at Clint and bends down to pick up a couple of water balloons. Clint starts circling around Carl when the ram follows him with his muzzle, nostrils flaring. As he's looking the other way, Jeremy throws the water balloon right at Carl's face. Ooh. Following the smack of rubber on his muzzle, the balloon explodes, showering all three of them in water. Carl whimpers and covers his face. I grip the side of the house, knowing I should do something, but my legs aren't moving. Leave me alone! Carl's doing a good job of not crying, but he's about to. Hey, we're just playing! Clint leans down to pick up another water balloon. That's when Carl makes a break for it, dodging round the bent-over Clint towards the street. Clint's too fast, though, and this ring-tailed cat instantly reaches out and catches Carl by one of his horns. He rides him for a second, jumping on Carl's back before using his long tail to trip the ram up. Carl lands on his stomach with a loud grunt as Clint sits on his back, holding onto his horns. Jesus, he stepped on my tail. Clint grabs both of Carl's horns and leans back so far I can hear his spine cracking. Carl screams in pain and reaches for his horns. With his face pointed at the sky, I can see tears rolling down his face now. The one eye I can see is open wide, and I think he sees me, but my legs won't move. Hey! Leo jogs up the street, pointing at Clint. The ringtail sneers, but drops Carl back to the ground and stands up as Leo gets closer. The fuck you want? Oh, I'm not saying that. Clint's weary, his casual demeanor more tense now that Leo's there. I sigh with relief. Carl sits up and quickly rubs his face before standing and running back up the street, his hooves clopping loudly all the way. Leo doesn't stop to even look at him, his eyes on Clint. I said, what do you want? You no understand? Honestly, Leo might not have understood. He'd only been here for less than a year. Still, Leo doesn't say anything, his jaw working, and I can see he's imagining chewing on Clint's neck. Fucking crazy. Let's go, Jeremy. Clint is afraid of Leo, and he left us alone ever since the wolf had moved in, at least for the most part. Even though they're both 13, Leo is a head taller and almost twice as wide. Leave them alone. Clint stops. What? Leave them alone. Forever. Clint looks hesitant, obviously not wanting to stay, but unable to leave now that Leo has thrown out a challenge not in front of Jeremy. Or what? Or, he thinks for a second, is not good for you. Painful. I've not been paying attention to Jeremy, but I see a sudden movement from behind Leo, followed by another smack and a splash. Leo arches his back, hissing at the pain from how hard Jeremy had thrown it. The wolf whirls around, one paw rubbing his back as he snarls at Jeremy, who points and laughs. Ugh. Not saying that either. He doesn't see Clint running up at him from behind. Leo! I yelp out his name, and he does turn around, only to catch a sucker punch right in the stomach. Jesus! I can hear the thud along with all the air going out of him all the way here. From here, Leo stumbles back and stops with his paws on his knee. God. I once cover my eyes, only to pull them back down immediately to see Jeremy leaping on Leo from behind and biting his ear. Leo screams in pain, but immediately twists and slams his knee into Jeremy's crotch. Jeremy lets go and lets out his own scream, which Leo puts an end to when he grabs the fox and sweeps him around by the shirt. Jeremy's forward momentum is brought to a halt as he slams headfirst into an oak tree. He goes down. Clint's scared, his eyes wide as he looks from Leo to Jeremy to the front door. Leo doesn't give him a chance, though, running forward and hitting him with a tackle that slams them both to the ground. I think you hear Clint start to beg, but Leo's fists start raining down on his face. Now I can hear our crunchy, fleshy thuds as punch after punch hits Clint's face. I hear Leo, too. I don't even know what that means, but okay. The sounds Clint makes go from snarling to screaming to gurgling, and I cover my ears because it sounds so terrible. Again, I feel like I should stop this. Leo looks like he's in a trance with how focused he is on hurting Clint. But again, I'm too terrified. I run in the direction Carl went. I need to tell him I'm sorry, that I should have helped by him somehow, but that I was so scared. Even though this road doesn't lead to his house, I somehow get there. Oh, the blood-red sky and everything. Jesus. The sky is red and orange, even though it was noon just a few minutes ago. For some reason, Carl's house is bigger, much bigger than it should be. The architecture is pointier, different. I walk around it slowly, looking for Carl. Looking down to see hoof prints. They're too big to be Carl's, but I followed them anyway. They round back to the house right up to a wooden set of cellar doors. I reach out to them, even though I feel like something terrible is welling up inside my stomach. I pull on them, but they're stuck, as if welded shut somehow. A window well next to the doors draws my attention. I get down on my knees, then on my stomach, and I look intently through the window. There are little clear spots in the glass, little paw prints breaking through a layer of old dust. The paw prints of children. The room is almost pitch black, but the red light behind me illuminates some of the cement ground through the windows. Behind the paw prints, I see something long and spindly crawl across the ground. What the fuck? I don't know where I am at first as I open my eyes, but the dimmed Lucha Lobo lamp tells me. Laying there for a while, I realize that Carl's no longer on top of me. My face fur is a little wet and my nose is stuffy. I look around thinking Carl probably went back to his bed, but he's not there either. He must be getting a drink or something. A dull, far-off thud makes me open my eyes again. I listen carefully, starting to worry that the sound came from the downstairs. Again, I hear it and it makes me jump this time. Shit, is this happening again? I hear a voice coming from the same area directly below me. It's a lot more muffled, but I can still tell it's a voice, muttering and cursing. Carl? The voice sounds weak and warbly in the heavy silence of the dark house. The scuffling sounds below me stop for a second, though, then start up again, more vigorous now. Slowly I sit up, listening to the whispering and thumping beneath me. My mind flashes to Duke, the weasel foot forward, his eyes locked on me. Finally, the anxiety gets to me, and I stand up, looking as quietly as I can to the room in the hallway. The kitchen is dark, and I move over to the front of the door and check to see if it's locked. It is, so I move over to the stairs and look down into the inky blackness, almost afraid to turn on the lights. Nothing jumps out at me when I do, but the light is actually making me more afraid, knowing that it will light up anything that's down there. I move down the stairs as quickly as I can, every creak making my fur bristle. The scraping sound is louder now, and so is the voice. I'm almost positive that it's Carl, but I can't be sure. I call his name out again, but it's almost a whisper in my throat. I clasp my paws together against my chest, eyes flicking to each doorway as I slowly move down the hall, not wanting Carl to get the jump on me. When I finally get to the crawlspace door, I can pick up a rhythmic thumping along with the scrapes of muttering, which is much clearer now. Buried inside help. I shiver. Carl, this isn't funny. Again, my voice is weak and unconvincing. He probably didn't even hear me. The thump almost shakes the house, and I thump. What the hell is he doing? Is that even Carl? Did whoever is down here murder him and now is in the process of burying his body? Fear is too much, and I know I have to open the door now and put an end to this stupid prank, or I'm going to call 911 to make everything worse. With each step I take towards the door, it feels like the air is getting more electrified, the charge making my fur stand on all ends of my body. All over my body. As soon as I touch the tiny knob of the door, I start to pull it open, though. The sound stops. I freeze, listening hard, and I get the feeling that whatever is down here is doing the exact same thing. I hear a series of thuds as whatever it was runs at the door. I fall back, and I can't help myself from shrieking, laying on my ass and scooting backwards with my paws and my feet. You fucker! Door flies open on my face-to-face with a dusty Carl. Carl, what the fuck? I scream at him, my chest heaving as I clutch it, like I'm about to have a heart attack. He looks confused, looking around and back at me, breathing hard himself. I wait, but he doesn't say anything. There's white dust all over his horns and on his shoulders. Just what? I yell at him again and he jumps. I'd feel bad if I wasn't so freaked out. I'd sleepwalk sometimes, okay? I debate whether or not to accept that as an answer, but he looks confused enough that it just might be true. Scared the shit out of me! Carl moves out of the crawl space, leaning over to brush his head off. Scared the shit out of me! I didn't know where I was! I slowly get to my feet, still breathing heavily. What is that stuff? What are you doing in there? This dust is dirty down there. Again, I feel like he's leaving stuff out. I try to look past him into the crawl space, but he closes the door. Come on, I need a smoke after that. I stand back to let him pass, tempted to open the door again. He grabs my arm when he sees me looking, though. Seriously, dude, let's go. I don't really want to be alone in this house right now. Please. I look at him and I can tell he's definitely freaked out. I would be too if I woke up in that crawl space. Yeah, let's go. Slowly I follow him, looking back at the door before flicking off the light. Thursday. What the actual fuck? Are you sure you don't want to come down? Carl lays spread out on his bed, game controller clutched in both of his paws and are thrown over his head against the pillow. He offers me a glance, but returns back to his game. This time it's a new-looking open-world fantasy, and honestly, I'd much rather be watching him play it than doing homework. I just don't want to distract you, man. You know how much help I am. I frown. It'll be more for the company than anything. Don't you want to look around through that stuff, too? Carl screws up his muzzle as if contemplating. I've seen most of it, dude. I wrapped half the stuff down I've seen in there. Alright. I pause, but he doesn't say anything. It's clear he's not interested, so I have no reason to nag him. Still, it sort of hurts my feelings. As I make my way to the basement alone, I realize another reason why I would have appreciated Carl's company. The house is creepy as fuck. I've always been a bit of a pussy when it comes to scary things. I mean, once, after I'd seen a scary movie about possession, I'd been afraid to sleep for weeks, mainly because my nightmares can seem so real. It took almost a month for me to manage it without the lights on, and I was 18 at the time. Now I mentally kick myself for remembering that movie while I'm down in this Carl's creepy basement alone. Once I get to the crawl space, I do an awkward half run to the flood lamp that probably would have made Carl laugh his ass off. The crawl space is really fucking creepy. I imagine Carl sleepwalking down here, which I'm pretty sure is what happened last night, and walking up alone in the dark. I can understand why he was freaked out. The sight of the plastic tarp at the bottom of the steps brings back memories of the tarantula as well. Shit. I have a good reason not to go down here at all. I still don't know if what I saw was real or some kind of hypnagogic hallucination that my mind always seems so keen to throw at me. I scan the tarp. It's white and clean surface, free of any insects as far as I can tell. I shudder again before making my way slowly down the steps, eyes still darting around. Come on, you idiot. This is ridiculous. When I was younger, I used to have a problem where I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see spiders crawling up my walls. Ugh. I'd scream, and one of my parents would come running in to tell me nothing was there. My dad talked to this psychologist friend who told him it was normal, so we didn't do anything about it. Over time, the hallucinations stopped. They didn't come back until I took the night shift near my university's campus. After that, I started to get sleep paralysis, and about half the time, spiders were involved. My feet crunched their way across the tarp, back towards the tubs that I knew were marked history. I stared at them for a second, remembering that 2 days ago the tubs had been turned to have their sides facing the entrance into the crawl space. I clearly remember seeing them that way over Carl's shoulder, right before I saw the tarantula. Now they're turned so their ends are pointed to the front. I frown, but the prickling feeling on my neck doesn't feel good, especially with me being alone down here. So I shoved that thought to the back of my mind and grabbed the end of the bottom tub so I could start dragging it back toward the stairs. Sitting down and taking the lids off, I start sifting through the contents. Again, something isn't right. There are a few empty wrappers lying around among the artifacts, as if someone had unwrapped a few trinkets before taking them. I wonder if Carl decided to take a few things? God knows why he would. I removed the wrappers, 3 in all, and set them to the side before digging further in. This particular tub has a divider in it. As I start unwrapping things, I realize that one side is for the harder artifacts, like keys or knitting needles. The other has mostly paper items, like photos and documents. On the paper side, I see a thick folder labeled Biography of James Hendricks. My eyes widen. Now that would come in handy. Is this a book, or... As I open it up, I find a bunch of loose papers inside. While it's clearly copy paper, it's old enough in its own right. I move back down to the tarp so I can start spreading the documents out, not wanting to lose anything. I'm breathing heavily at this point, hardly believing my luck. There are hundreds of pages, and I hardly know where to start. After a while, I begin to deduce what this is. Someone's been trying to write a book on James Hendricks. From what I can tell, it was Carl's mother, Tricia. Some of the documents were typed out on a typewriter, so this might have been started as far back as the 80s. Getting married, having kids, running a company probably slowed things down a little bit. I grin. Well, it's too bad that this might never see publication. Carl's mom has no idea how much she saved my ass. On top of that, she got it all organized. One divider indicates James Hendricks, while another marks Emma Hendricks, who I assume is James's wife. A few of them are filled with several names: Marilyn Smith, John Begay, Yanaha Begay, Christopher Leeway. Finally, the last section of the binder is filled with dividers indicating dates. Those. I probably should have looked at those, but I didn't. I start with that, my fingers shaking a bit at the excitement as I start poring over Trish's meticulous timeline, using my phone to take notes. James was born in 1825 to an immigrant family from that place. Era. His family faced oppressive prejudice the day they arrived in the country. Despite this, they managed to make a living, with James's father becoming a plumber, a profession that mainly dealt with lead. Wouldn't it mainly deal with shit, as he is a plumber? His father, Martin, was abusive, even more so than was acceptable for the time, and James suffered greatly for it. The mysterious death of his 5-year-old sister, Martha, led many of the townspeople to suspect murder on the father's part, but this was never proven. James left home when he was 15. He told his remaining sibling, Jane, that if he were able, he'd find a place for both of them to stay and escape their father. Not much is known about James Hendricks between 1840 and 1849, with Tricia assuming that he simply job-hopped around the tri-state area. What is known is that James set out west in 1850 during the gold rush. Luck struck quick with James, finding gold in a quartz deposit in 1852. The first person James confided in about the find was his only friend, John John was a native Desert Fox who would go on to become James's business partner. With John's help, James officially laid claim to the mine before turning it into a business. While Echo was originally a small camp of less than 20 people, it became a mini boom town. Over 2,000 people arrived within the next 3 years. Things went well for James after that. He became rich, built a mansion in Echo, and lived off the mine's seemingly endless flow of gold. He sent Jane, who was married with a large family at that point, a yearly sum of money. Meanwhile, no money was sent to his parents, who were living in deep poverty. Things changed for James in 1875, though, when he was accused of sodomy with John Begay. My God! The land being lawless at the time, John Begay was hanged by the locals. Holy shit! James was never convicted of the crime, likely because of his strong influence in the town. However, the ostracism grew to be too much, and in 1878, he left to live in solitude on the west coast. He died there in his villa in 1891 from cancer of the lungs. Fuck! I rubbed my eyes and checked the time. 3 hours have passed already, and it's late in the afternoon. Apparently Carl's game is so good he hasn't even bothered to come down and check on me. I sigh and gather up a few of the items, a pocket watch, what looks like a nugget of gold, and what I think is a stamp with a crest on it. I'll need to take the pictures outside, considering how dim it is down here. I lay the items down on the adobe sidewalk that leads up to Carl's house. Deciding it will make a suitable background, I start taking pictures. Hours after the discovery of the binder, I'm still relieved. I was really starting to worry with how little time I had left, but Trisha's research has saved me hours of time. In fact, she'd probably laid everything out for me. I literally jump out of my skin and spin around, still clutching at my camera. Behind me, I could see the window still rattling from the force of whatever had been knocked on it. It's a basement window, and a window well, though I can't see anything behind it. It's too dark. I stare for a while, frowning. The fuck was Carl doing? Did he go back downstairs and somehow see me through the window and decide to scare me? I slowly got the artifacts back up and placed them in my bag, keeping an eye on the window as I do. If he wanted to pull that shit, then I could play at that game too. The only problem is that Carl isn't in the basement. From what I can gather, it was the window next to the crawl space that was hit. Looking out, I can see the spot where it must have been standing. The chills return as I shiver as I move back to the crawl space. It had to have been Carl, though I don't get why he would have stayed down here until I came back. Why he wouldn't have? Did I read that wrong? Why he wouldn't have stayed down here until I came back. I gather everything back up and start to place them back into the tub in the same order I had taken them out. And that's when I noticed something. At the very bottom of the tub, in a plastic baggie, has been opened with its contents spilled out. I set down the binder, which I had been about to put away, and reach in, sifting through the spilled papers. They're newspaper clippings from the town of Peyton. They're incredibly old, and I can't imagine this is the best way to preserve them. Either way, the fashion in which they're carelessly spread out across the bottom of the tub makes me wince. I don't remember leaving it this way, and it makes me feel sick that I could have damaged any of it. Slowly, I push the clippings back into the baggie, making sure to seal it tight after I do. From what I can see, nothing's been visibly damaged. I sigh before putting everything back into the tub and shutting it with the lid, making sure it's sealed tight. It's a shame that it's been so difficult for Carl's family to set up the museum. But from the looks of it, this stuff isn't going to last much longer without proper preservation. Finally, I drag the tubs back and subconsciously take note of exactly how I left them before heading back upstairs. When I get upstairs, though, Carl's asleep. His controller is still above his head, clutched in his paws as if he'd fallen asleep the moment I'd left. On the screen, his character is immobile, standing in the middle of some hut. A single NPC stands in front of him, walking back and forth. Every now and then it stops in front of him, exclaiming, "What are you doing in my hut?" I reach out and place a paw on his shoulder, and he immediately opens his eyes, snorting loudly. He sits up and rubs at his face, snorting again as he breathes deeply. "Did you go downstairs?"
Huh? What happened?
It's almost funny how utterly confused he looks. If he's acting, he's doing a damn good job of it. I heard some noises downstairs. Thought it was you.
No, I don't think so.
Things were moved around, too. He takes in a deep breath before blowing it out.
I told you, man, this place is haunted. I wasn't joking.
We both look at each other for a moment. Finally, Carl breaks the awkward silence.
So how'd it go, aside from the ghosts?
It went alright, just 3 hours and a bunch of research. He looks at me blearily. Oh shit, seriously? I was gonna come down after a while. I just fell asleep. Yeah. Anyway, we were supposed to go out today. Really? Yeah, remember you said a few days ago? Carl looks around. Well, what'd you want to do? I think. Did you have an interview tomorrow? Don't remind me. Oh, so that wasn't a flashback. That happened... What? Okay, that's weird. Why would he... What? So why were we talking about me and Leo being over if they had already broken up a while? What? I'm very confused now. Carl picks up his controller again and I frown. Well, I was thinking we could go out and maybe give you a new look. Now Carl frowns, clicking away at the controller. Like what? Your clothes, for one. Do you have any dress clothes? You don't? Seriously? Have you ever had an interview before? Well, yeah, it's just that I've grown out of them. Uh-huh. We'll definitely need you to get some of those. Well, I definitely need to get you some of those. I look at his beard thoughtfully. Maybe we should give you a more clean-cut look? Carl doesn't say anything and instead goes on frowning. I put a paw down on his controller, forcing him to pause. Come on, it can be fun. You can't stay in this house, in this room, forever. He finally does look at me, then his expression is kind of sad. What's wrong? Carl looks away, then stands up slowly, his joints popping. Nothing. If it makes you happy, then why not? Great. Just so you know, I'd rather play some video games with you. It's tempting. Just watching Carl play is a lot of fun with his style and commentary. But this is more important. I really want to help him out. Maybe later tonight. Let's get this done first. So apparently your great-great-great-great-great-grandpa was accused of sodomy. What? Carl looks up from his phone, his muzzle hole wrinkled. Yep, with John Begay, who... I just caught that. Accused of sodomy with John Begay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I'm almost positive it's related to Jenna, but I'll have to ask her. Are you serious? How'd you find that out? He pauses. And maybe don't ask Jenna about that. From what I can tell, your mom's trying to write a book. Carl strokes his beard. Oh yeah, she is, isn't she? Well, was more like. I don't think she's worked on it in years. From the looks of it, she started out in college. Damn. Carl thinks again. Thinking of your parents as your own age is gross. Huh? Carl's phone starts buzzing. And speaking of Jenna, she's calling me. Carl looks a bit perturbed, but he puts on a cheerful voice as he answers it. Yo, whale ears! Ah, that old name. As he listens to her response, I see a smile slowly slide off his face. I can hear the sharp, muffled tones of Jenna's voice, even though he's holding the phone up to the other side of his face. I guess she cuts him off because he doesn't finish. I glare. Here, let me talk to her. The way Jenna acted yesterday, which isn't like her at all, is giving me a pretty good idea of what she's going off about right now. Carl doesn't give me the phone, though, instead just staring out of the windshield as we continue down the highway. Finally, he lowers the phone from his ear and stares at the screen for a while. She hang up? Yes, it's something about how Leo's depressed now, and how us hanging out by ourselves isn't helping things. I roll my eyes. You know what? Fuck Jenna. She's been on one since Leo's day didn't go the way he wanted to. On one what? I don't know what that means, but since Leo's day didn't go the way he wanted to. For some reason, she just wants to blame you. Yeah. Carl looks out his window, so I can't really gauge the mood he's in. I said, let's get something to eat first. I'll buy. No, my parents are rich. I'll pay. I can't exactly argue with that, so I don't. I also don't feel like I can leave it at that, so hesitantly I reach out with a paw and place it on Carl's shoulder. Seriously, let's have fun today, okay? Forget Jenna. He looks over at me and gives me a sad smile. I'm fine, Chase. I just want to get this over with so we can go back and play some more games. I sigh. Is that all you think about these days? Hey, lots of people play games for a living. Name one. Rob Lowe. That's a sport. Still a game. I grin as I hear that jokey playfulness back in his voice. Glad I'm able to take his mind off of Jenna for that moment. Well, at least that keeps them active. Playing games all day will get you unhealthy. Fat? If you didn't notice, I'm already there. You're not that bad. I swear you're mostly muscle. Then I guess I've got nothing to worry about. But you should get out more. Why? I've got entire worlds in my game. I don't know. What about girls? They're in games too. You can't exactly touch a boob with your actual paws in a game. I don't know. I swear they've got those in anime land. You know what I mean. I already done it. Not that great. You're a queer or something? What the fuck? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, what the fuck? Say that with a southern accent. It was supposed to be, yeah, queer or something. Let's just say I don't label my sexuality. I'll let that sit for a second. It's a pretty queer thing. What the hell? I'm a pretty queer dude then. Is that so? Besides, until I'm able to see my hooves again, I don't think any girls are gonna go after me. Well, that's what we're doing right now, trying to give you a new look, fresh start. It'll boost your confidence and your appeal. You'll have girls and boys after you. Again, Carl doesn't act very enthused about that. I tell myself it's only because he has to go out. Once we get there, I'm sure he'll cheer up. This is a hot topic. What the fuck is this? I swear, every store in Peyton Mall is dark and covered in neon. Carl stands there awkwardly, looking around as if unsure about what to do. So what kind of look do you want to go for? Carl looks at me like I'm crazy. Seriously, dude, I have no idea. You brought me here. Just work with this for the next hour, and I promise we can go to the game store next. Carl makes a big show of sighing, but oh god. But I assume the twitch in his ears indicates that he'd like that a lot. Oh, it's just dress clothes, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. Carl's getting all insecure the way he did during the surprise birthday party. He's an introvert. He has social anxiety. Fucking hell. It's kind of cute. Carl, Chase? The voice comes from behind me, and Carl smiles over my shoulder before I turn around. Raven? Oh, who the hell is this now? The black and white two-tone husky is just a few feet behind me, grinning. How long's it been? Too long, man. What are you doing here? Family moved back after Dad got fired. Now I work here. I could ask the same about you, Chase. Oh, I'm just on a spring break right now. You work in a clothing store now? Raven laughs. No, I'm a store down. I work at Game Central. Carl perks up at that. So, you're still in school, huh? Well, it's great to see you. Raven's accent is only slightly detectable now. The only noticeable foreign thing about him is his name. Raven, what nationality is that? You want me to do an accent, you need to tell me. So what are you guys doing here, getting clothes? Yeah, for Carl, actually. He has an interview tomorrow. For some reason, Carl ducks his head at that, and through his ears, I can see him blush deeply. Oh, really? It's about time. I mean, I have had a job before. So what kind are you looking for? Oh, fuck. What kind of look are you going for? God damn. I've been recording for like 9 hours. When Carl doesn't answer, I speak up. That's what we were trying to figure out just now, actually. Carl shrinks further into himself, his hat seeming to fall further over his eyes. Dude, it's just dress clothes, really. Well, I think you should get a red tie at least. Maybe go good with your eyes. Then maybe trim that beard. Since when are you a fashionista? Come on, Carl. Let's at least try it out. Carl sighs, rubbing his forehead. Okay, fine, but only as long as we're out of here in the next hour. Hey, I gotta get back to work, but I'll be free in about an hour. Let's catch up. I wave at Raven, then turn to Carl. That was nice. Didn't think I'd ever see him again. Me either, actually. I'll have to hang out with him more. I mean, I like Flynn, but having to put up with him just to get a ride to the store isn't always worth it. Well, anyway, if you're wanting to get out of here in an hour, I think we should probably get started. The process is a lot less painful than Carl makes it out to be. Soon enough, we're on our way to the food court. Carl's carrying a bag way too big for the contents inside. We eat Raven again, and once we get our food, he suggests we eat outside. In this nice, empty parking lot. I look from my full combo meal to Carl's small, tiny container of tater tots. You not hungry? Carl just shrugs and grins at me. You just don't know the ways of the fatty. Huh? We're judged all the time, especially when we're eating. He delicately bites on a tater tot in half before adopting a sarcastic tone. Ew, gross, of course he's eating. Seems kind of unfair. See, Raven thinks so too. Husky is in the middle of a huge bite of his Subway sandwich, his eyes on Carl. He swallows before speaking.
I can see that you're self-deprecating as ever.
You know me.
So, Chase, are you still dating that wolf, Leon?
Leo, and no. I ignore the sidelong glance I get from Carl.
Ah, sorry about that. You two are really cute together.
It's hard to know what to say to people when people comment on your relationship. If someone isn't homophobic, gay relationships are usually cute or adorable. Or maybe it was just the size difference.
But seriously, I've always wanted to date an otter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're adorable.
Swimming clowns. Do tell. Raven picks up on my sarcastic tone right away, but it doesn't seem to faze him.
Well, yeah, you know what they say about otters and blowjobs.
What? Carl almost chokes on his last tater tot.
The hell, Raven? You barely know him and you're saying that shit?
Carl's laughing, though. I'm sure to keep my face passive. Oh, what do they say about otters and blowjobs? Raven laughs.
You know, they never have to come up for air. 10 minutes, nonstop.
Raven giggles and makes a visible effort to keep a straight face.
Sorry, I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just one of these jokes I always hear.
You can imagine I do too, and it's 8 minutes, by the way.
I'd take that too.
Carl crumples up a straw wrapper and flicks it off Raven's bluish-looking nose, to which he simply smiles. Carl stands up.
Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Raven, don't be a dick. I'm not.
We both watch Carl amble off before Raven turns back to me, that dopey smile back on his face.
So how long are you gonna be here, Chase? We need to catch up.
Isn't that what we're doing right now? What the fuck? I wonder what catching up means when our biggest interaction up until this point was dissecting a shark in high school biology. Sunday. School starts up again on Monday. Despite having a head start on the project thanks to Carl's mom, I still get nervous twinge in my stomach. I still have a lot left to do. Voiceovers, B-rolls, and oh god, editing. I know, right? God! Just this video alone, since it's fucking, like, gonna be an hour long, is gonna take, like, 5. And then that's not including rendering. Ugh.
We should hang out.
His adorable excitement is barely contained, and I'm pretty sure I can hear the thumping of his tail against the curb as we're sitting on. Despite my earlier offense at his stereotyping of otters, I'm reminded about how much worse dogs get it. They're not common in Echo, or this side of the world for that matter. While otters are thought of as entertainers, I feel like it's better than dealing with being seen as a simpleton. So the main reason I'm here is to do a news segment on Echo for class.
Oh, is it going to be on TV?
I laugh. No, I mean, maybe I could get it into rotation on college TV station, but otherwise no.
Well, that's still pretty cool.
But my point is that it's kind of boring.
What? It's just a bunch of writing, or...?
Mostly going through old stuff. Carl's family saved a bunch of artifacts from the old days.
Whoa, so you're, like, actually touching the old stuff?
Yeah. It's kind of a weird way to put it, but yeah.
That sounds awesome!
His outgoing nature is kind of infectious. I smile. Well, if you're really interested, I wouldn't mind having some help.
That's great! I have the next 2 days off.
Cool. We'll ask Carl when he gets back. It takes a while for the Ram to return, but when he does, he seems a bit reluctant to agree to the idea, which kind of surprises me. But eventually we convince him, and we make plans for Raven to come over the next day. As we're heading back out to the car, I nudge Carl, forcing him into a slight stumble.
Huh?
What's up?
What do you mean?
I try to keep my tone light. You seem a bit down. Actually, you have all day. Carl shrugs. I nudge him again, and he giggles.
I don't know, it's just awkward coming out here and having you two just examine me like that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, dude, it feels kind of weird as all.
I stay silent for a moment, wondering if I had made the right decision in doing all this. Well, I'm just trying to help you out, you know?
I know, bro, it's cool.
Seriously, I've been thinking...
Your main problem is worrying about going out in public, like a social anxiety. Whoa, now you're sounding like Jenna.
We get to my car and he smiles over at me over the roof while I unlock the doors. I feel like if we can break through that, it'll help you out a bunch. I break eye contact as we slide into our respective seats. And I think this job will be a huge part of that, so I really want you to get it. As I lean to the side and put on my seatbelt, I feel something soft and warm pressed to my cheek. It only lasts for a second, but then it's gone. I look over at Carl, but he's looking out the window. Did you just kiss me?
Yeah, bro.
Are you high?
No, I mean, maybe.
He giggles. So yes. Slowly I pull out of the parking space. If you hadn't made a move on me last night, I might have been a little more shocked. Where the hell did you get high, anyway?
Alley behind the mall.
Charming.
Yeah, pretty sure I got a few needles stuck in my hooves.
Jesus. We drive in silence for a while, Carl looking out at the desert scenery while I squint out the windshield, trying to see through the hazy orange sunset.
I didn't mean that, by the way.
What?
Just thanks.
Sure. I don't know what else to say, so I leave it at that, and we drive along in the pleasant silence. Carl still seems a little sad, but I can't pinpoint why. I'm hoping that it's just a phase. That by the time this interview is over, he'll be able to get past his anxiety and finally be done feeling like a failure at everything. Yes? Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh shit. Oh shit, there is something happening. I wake up to the feeling of a familiar, numbing heaviness in my body. I try to move, tugging at what feels like a massive weight on my arms and legs, but all I can manage is to wiggle my fingers. It feels like someone's pressing down on my chest, trying to suffocate me. And something's in the room with me. I can't help myself. I open my eyes. A blood-red glow fills Carl's room, as if from a nightlight covered in blood. The sight would have made me whimper if I was able to make any kind of sound. My eyes flick around the room. It looks strangely empty, a lot more empty than I remember it, as if Carl is in the middle of a move and he's packed up all his toys and decorations. In fact, the only thing I recognize in his room is his bed, the blankets tossed back and empty. I'm alone. What the fuck was that? I hear a chuckle right next to my ear, and it's straight out of a horror movie. Whatever it is, it's right out of my line of sight, and I can't turn my head to see what it is. My heartbeat picks up, and I decide to close my eyes, knowing that nothing good will come out of opening them. It breathes heavily in my ear for a while, then stops. The weight lifts off my body, and I feel its presence leave. I sit up, open my eyes again, and sigh with relief. But then I realize the room is still empty, and so is Carl's bed. Die? Something yanks me out of bed, and suddenly I'm being pulled by both feet down the hallway, down the stairs, down the basement, towards the crawl space, into darkness. Furry legs crawl all over my body and pinpricks pierce every inch of my flesh. Oh, Jesus! I'd give anything to be able to scream right now! I gasp and jolt out of the paralysis. I wait a good 10 seconds before I'm convinced that I'm really out of it. Carl snoring loudly in his bed, one arm dangling over the side, while his belly rises and falls. What the shit? I sit up and rub my face, wondering how the hell I'm going to get back to sleep after that. Oh my god. Alright, here comes Friday. Hey, is this useful? I look over at Raven as he holds up what looks like a porcelain canine doll of some kind. Maybe. Again, just set aside the stuff you think might be interesting enough for me to take pictures of. Okay. He puts it to the side and starts digging through the tub rather carelessly, again. I sigh and turn back to the binder. I really wish Carl had agreed to come down. Again, he declined to help me, even after Raven arrived. But now I guess I have my answer as to why. More stuff is missing from the tubs, and I know it can't be anyone else except Carl. I wonder who the fuck else it could be. Maybe the fucking spirits haunting this fucking place. Ah, Jesus. The containers were turned the opposite way when I got down to the crawl space earlier this morning. On top of that, there were 2 more loose wrappers in the tub, along with a trace of paw up the torn edges of a missing page in the John Begay section. The question, of course, is why would he be doing this? There's absolutely no reason for it. And the bizarreness of the situation makes it pretty much impossible for me to confront him about it. It's his house, after all, though if he didn't want me going through it, why would he have shown it to me in the first place? And he isn't even trying to cover his tracks. In fact, I practically caught him in the act just a few nights ago. He must know now that I'd be able to put that together pretty quick. I closed the binder, deciding that this will be the last time I'll be going through this stuff. If Carl doesn't want me digging up info on his family's history, then I'm not going to pry any further.
Hey, look at this.
Raven holds up a wooden train.
Bet this was probably the shit back in the day.
I sigh. Probably. My phone buzzes. I take it out, my notification telling me I have a text from Leo! Everyone's talking about Team Leo! Hashtag Team Leo! We got a text! We got a text from Leo! For a moment I feel a pang of guilt. He told me how excited he was to hang out with me this week, yet I've spent almost all of my time here with Carl. Though from what I've gathered in text, Leo's been spending most of his time with TJ and Jenna since the Lynx is apparently still feeling down. At least he had that to keep him occupied. My excuse that Carl has all the info I need for my project made my decision to spend most of my time here a little less weird.
Meet me at the diner for lunch. Just you.
Oh, fuck. I text back what time and what does he mean by just me. Hey, Rave, I'm gonna go out to meet with some friends. Could you keep Carl company?
Okay, sure.
Raven seems busy pushing the train across the ground while attaching more cars. And make sure you keep that together. I want to get a picture of it later. Leo texts back.
Now, need to talk in private.
Oh, hell. Oh, hell. Ugh. I sigh and put my phone away, patting my pocket for my keys, and I head up the crawl space steps. Raven's gonna die. Raven's gonna be dead. Raven's gonna be buried underneath the house by John Begay's ghosts. John Begost's gay. Okay. Leo waves at me as I walk into the diner. I'm surprised to see that the diner is completely empty. Well, after the fucking waitress went about pissing in the streets and shit, I'm not surprised. There's almost always someone in here. Something else is amiss too, and I don't notice it until I've sat down across from the woof. It's eerily quiet. The usual rockabilly tracks aren't playing from the jukebox. Hey man, what's up? The atmosphere is unreasonably awkward, and I blame most of that on the strange state of the diner.
So apparently we have to go up to the counter to order. Janice isn't here.
Oh, why's that? Leo shrugs as he sips on a milkshake.
No, sick, I guess.
And it's then that I remember the story that Flynn had told us about Janice and her incident. Though I'm not going to bring that up because I'm sure that's what Leo's thinking as well. Well, I'm not really hungry anyway. What was it you wanted to talk about? Leo swallows slowly, then looks down at the table.
So you probably know this whole thing didn't go as I'd planned.
I look at the collection of condensation on his glass before I speak up. Yeah, sort of. Leo frowns as if he'd hoped I would have tried to deny it.
Well, it's mostly my fault. I should have done a better job of resolving shit.
Now I frown. Hey. I wait until he takes his eyes off the table to look at me. You know, you're not our big brother anymore. He looks back down at the table. We're adults, believe it or not. We make our own decisions now. Everything we're doing right now is our decision. Our fault, not yours. Leo's eyes get shiny, but he smiles.
Yeah, you're right. Guess I just want to go back is all.
Hey, we're still young. You're talking like my grandpa. Leo laughs and leans back.
Mine too.
Leo jerks his head as if he's remembered something.
So what the hell happened between Jenna and Carl?
I was actually hoping you could have told me that. I have no idea. She keeps going on about him not participating. I told her it was fine, but she can't seem to let it go. Yeah, well, it's really weighing on Carl, I think. Leo swigs his milkshake, forgetting the straw. He wipes away the cream from his muzzle as he brings it back down to the table with some resolve. You ever had a clink? Thank God for the clink! Well, I'm not letting it end like this. Let what end like this? Our group. You realize this might be the last time we're all together. That sentence immediately forms a lump in my throat. Yeah. So I'm not gonna let it end like this. Flynn pissed at TJ, Jenna pissed at Carl, you and me. He lets that hang, and when I don't say anything, he coughs. So I planned something. What? His hesitant tone is making me nervous. He looks me in the eye and squares his shoulders. We're going to the lake tomorrow. He lets that sink in as I turn his words over in my head. I suspected that this is what he was getting at. I consider my words for a moment, not wanting to say the wrong thing. I don't know if that's... Leo puts up a paw. I've thought this over real hard, Chase. That day, what happened to Sydney, it fucked us all up, changed us all. Not for the better, either. It took something from us. Leo pauses, looking to the side as if searching for words. Flynn, Sydney was his best friend. And Carl, he's been depressed ever since. I feel the need to speak up. I don't know if you can pin all of that on what happened. Maybe we would have turned out the same. He presses on. TJ, he saw Sydney die. Saw him drown. I knew it! I knew Sydney drowned! Can you imagine that at 8 years old? And Jenna, has she ever been happy since? I shake my head. I've always felt like that experience helped her in a weird way. She decided to go to school, leave Echo. He doesn't seem to be listening to me. And you, I love you. But you did change the day it happened. You're practically a different person. I don't have anything to say to that. And me, His voice catches in his throat and I close my eyes. Leo, I was supposed to be watching all of you. I was supposed to be taking care of... Leo stops talking and I keep my eyes on the table while he grabs one of the brown napkins and wipes his eyes. When he speaks again, his voice is thick and cracks with emotion. His parents never said it, but they trusted me with Sydney. I think they blamed me. No, Leo. He falls silent. For a while we both sit there and share the feeling of being weighed down by 11 years of baggage. A good 5 minutes goes by, Leo staring out of the window. The afternoon sun turns his normally red fur almost orange. We can't do this anymore, and this might be our last chance to find some kind of closure. I take a deep breath, swallowing past the lump. Okay. He looks up at me, relief all over his face. So you'll go? I smile reassuringly at him. Of course. Have you told anyone else? He lowers his ears. No. Oh, God, are you gonna tell them? I don't know. Leo. He does his signature shrug, paws out. I really don't know how else to get them to go. And there's no way this isn't gonna be a disaster. Hey, we gotta try. I guess. So can you bring Carl with you? I think for a moment. Oh shit, Carl has an interview! What time? 10, I think? Well, we'll plan around it. Text me the actual time, okay? Anyway, I invited you out here, to talk about more than shitty stuff. What have you been up to the past 3 years? Ah, well, gear shift! And so we talk for the next 2 hours, catching up on everything. It feels good, and I regret not spending more time with Leo this past week. Ah, look at the sunset! Look at that! As we part in the small parking lot, Leo surprises me with a hug. I have a good feeling about this. It'll be hard, but we'll be better for it. I hug back, hoping with all my heart that he's right. Saturday fucking day. Dudes, I don't know about this. I peek into the bathroom, watching as Carl stares at himself in the mirror, running his fingers through his hair. Raven stands back, grinning with a trimmer in his paws, looking Carl up and down.
Tell him, Chase.
Carl looks at me, and I have to agree that he looks quite a bit better. You look fantastic, a lot cleaner.
Thanks. Now take a shower.
Before Carl can say anything, Raven shoves the mall bag into Carl's chest before slamming the door in his face.
Man, this is gonna be great. If the interview was based on looks alone, he'd have the job locked.
Yeah, probably. And so with that, we move to the living room and wait. Half an hour later, Carl shovels in quietly. We don't even know he's there until he clears his throat. Oh, Ma! Look at you! Holy shit! God damn! Look at him! Oh, look at that fucking and the thing and the oh, he looks good. He looks professional. He doesn't look comfortable, but he looks nice.
So, how does it look?
He looks good, but I'm more concerned with the fact that he looks more insecure than I've ever seen him. He shifts from hoof to hoof, not making eye contact at all, his fingers pulling at his rolled up sleeves.
Oh my god, that looks fantastic! There's no way you don't get that job now!
Raven sounds genuine enough, but then again, he's always excited. Carl looks over at me, and I give a start. I don't know, realizing how bad my silence must have seemed. What? You do look great, Carl.
But,
Raven chuckles and Carl's eyes widen.
What? The beanie. Do you always wear that thing?
Carl lifts a paw to it.
Usually. You can't wear that. How do you even get it on?
It's stretchy, and my head fur looks awful.
Seriously, you can't wear a beanie to an interview.
Carl's getting all fidgety again, so I butt in. I'm saying, wear it. Hey, I actually think it looks kind of nice with everything else you've got on. Carl glances at me, but stops fidgeting with the beanie. Raven looks at me, then back to Carl.
Well, all right.
Carl sighs and shifts around again. We watch him expectantly.
Dude, this feels weird is all.
It's new, you'll get used to it.
I pull out my phone to look at the time. Alright, we really need to head out. We should get there early. As we head to the door, Raven makes as if to follow us. I kick myself for forgetting to talk to him earlier. I turn around to face him as Carl heads out the door. Hey, Raven? He stops.
What's up?
So after the interview, me and Carl and our other friends, we're going to be doing something. Raven raises his brows.
Oh?
It's not that we don't want you to come. Though I really wouldn't mind having his upbeat attitude present at what will surely be the biggest downer of the week. It's just that it's really personal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, seriously, you would not want to come. We're going to be talking about some heavy shit. Raven seems to perk up a little bit at that.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to intrude. I'll just hang out here then.
Yeah, we'll be back soon, okay?
Sounds good, but you have to tell me how the interview goes. I know he's going to do amazing.
I will, and he will. See you in a few. Carl looks confused as I come out to the car alone.
Where's Raven?
I sit down and make a show of buckling my seatbelt.
Buckle the seatbelt, they're gonna do the things.
So, I wanted to tell you this after the interview so you didn't have more to stress out over.
What?
I pause as I back out, pretending to be so distracted I can't gather my thoughts. So, so Leo wants us to meet up at the lake.
The lake? The lake?
Yeah.
Why?
Closure, he says. Carl stays quiet as we drive through Echo, and I swerve to avoid all the potholes. As I'm merging onto the highway, he finally speaks up.
I think that's a good idea. Like, we've been sitting on this for how long? We should do it while we've got the chance.
Very mature of you, Carl. I nod my agreement. I just hope everything else feels the same. Or everyone else, I imagine, is what that said. I hope everything else feels the same. Can I go back? Yep, I hope everyone else feels the same. Awesome. We fall back into silence, and it stays that way for the remaining 20-minute drive. Oh, God. Carl gets more nervous the closer we get. I can see his knees bouncing out of the corner of my eye as he stares out the window. I reach out and put a paw on his shoulder as we pull into the parking lot of the print shop. Oh, look at that! Look at this! Look at this! You look awesome and you're gonna do amazing. Carl starts taking deep breaths, staring out of the windshield. Just be yourself. Everyone loves a relaxed employee. I wish you'd let me have a smoke before we left. Yeah, go into an interview smelling like pot. Great idea. Carl giggles nervously, but otherwise doesn't move. Do you want me to go in with you? Carl shakes his head quickly, unbuckling his seatbelt before he opens the car door. No, man, I'll be fine. Okay, cool. I'll be waiting. I grin at him, but he shuts the door. But he just shuts the door and ambles up to the print shop. He pushes on the doors, and when they don't move, he pushes harder, shaking the glass. I start to open my door to tell him to pull instead, but he seems to figure it out before I have to, and he disappears inside. Oh, Carl. And then I sit back and wait. I try to take a nap since I've been up all night with Raven and Carl gaming, but the heat beating down through the windows becomes too uncomfortable. I turn the AC back on, then shuffle through the stations, but I only find twangy country and mariachi. I look at the time. 10:10 a.m. If the interview started on time, then he was probably almost done with it by now. I sort of want to go inside, but I know Carl wouldn't want me to. I settle back again and close my eyes, trying to get some relief from the failing AC. Then the door rattles and I hear haphazard hoof steps. I open my eyes, but no one's there. I do catch some movement disappearing around the side of the store, and I lean around to get a better look. Oh wait, but Carl, at least I think it's Carl, doesn't come back around from the corner. Looking around, I slowly open my door. Carl? Nothing. Carl! I yell it, but he still doesn't come out. Feeling some dread build up in my stomach, I get out of the car and slowly walk around the side of the building. Is he smoking? It's an alley between the print shop and what I think is a laundromat. Nothing in the alley except for a few dumpsters and clumps of garbage. I step carefully around the puddles covered in oil slick and wonder if maybe he just really wanted to smoke. Carl? Something shifts on the other side of one of the dumpsters and I hear sniffling. Wordlessly, I walk around to the dumpster and on the other side. Carl's bent over, his back to me, paws on his knees. Oh no. His whole body is shaking and his breaths are ragged. Holy shit, Carl! I'm at his side instantly, rubbing his back. What happened? Are you alright? The stench of vomit hits my nose as I don't need to look closely to see what the puddle between Carl's hooves is. Carl makes sure to turn his face away from me, not saying a word. Shit. I dash back to the car and open my passenger door so I can get to the glove box. I pull out a few napkins before hurrying back to the Ram. He takes them from me wordlessly and starts wiping his face. The last time I'd seen Carl like this was just last year when he'd had his panic attack at school. I didn't think he'd have that problem now after all the therapy and time away. He tried to rub his back comfortingly in a clockwise motion like my mom would do for me. He's at least not hyperventilating. He has his horns pressed up against the wall, taking deep breaths as he wipes his face again. Why do I suck at everything? He says it quietly. Damn it! That's the thing about this game. It never says how something is said before they say it. He says it quietly between gasps, but I can make it out. No, Carl, you're fine. Let's just get you home. I start to pull on his arm, but he yanks it from me violently. Don't touch me! I'm stunned into silence. I just stare at him, mouth open. He glances at me, and his eyes are red, and for once, it's not because of weed. Carl starts off towards the car on his own, spitting off to the side as he does. Carl, what happened? He whirls on me. I fucked up! Obviously! Any more fucking questions? Holy shit. His voice breaks apart on the last sentence and he turns away from me as his face starts to screw up. My stomach feels hollow as I watch Carl get into my car. I've never ever seen him like this. He immediately hunches forward, hands in his paws. I slowly walk through the driver's side door, feeling like crying myself. I sit for a while, waiting to see if Carl's going to say anything. He does. I'm sorry. He blurts it out through his fingers. I look over at him, scared to say anything in case I say the wrong thing. It was a disaster, man. He takes in a deep, shuddering breath. You could tell I wasn't into it right away. I was awkward as fuck. He leans back and tugs at his shirt. Shit, this isn't me. I knew it and it got me nervous. I've been nervous ever since I got my clothes, since I got this stupid trim. At that moment, it feels as if I've been punched in the stomach. I'm just now remembering the conversation we had on Wednesday. I closed my eyes for a moment, not wanting to believe I had become exactly what he said I wasn't, what he liked me for not being. Damn. We sit in silence for a long, long time until Carl finally looks at me and smiles. God damn it, we both knew this was gonna happen, didn't we? I don't know, man. And fuck me very much for taking it out on you. It is sort of my fault. Nope, I'm the one that screwed up the interview. Carl settles back in his seat. Now with that fuck up out of the way, now on to the next one. Oh, Jesus. I force a smile. You sure you still want to go? Hell no! But I don't think we have much of a choice. Yeah, why the fuck would he want to go? Jesus. I sigh, looking out over the hazy horizon in the direction where I know Echo is. Let him at least go home and change. Can't wait. So with that, I turn on the ignition and pull out of the parking lot, leaving the print shop and its alley far, far behind us. Leo, TJ, Flynn, and Jenna are all gathered around a picnic table. It's set out neatly on concrete in front of the rocky shore of the lake. None of this existed when we were kids. In fact, it didn't exist when I left. Echo was trying really hard to stay alive. I don't need to get out of the car to gauge the mood my friends are in. Their shoulders slumped, faces turned away from each other. As I park, Leo's ears perk and he turns to wave at us. I take a deep breath and turn to Carl. You ready? No. Nevertheless, he opens his door and steps out, and I do the same. The sun beats down on us, but being this close to the lake cools things down a bit. Oh, look at that! Look at that! As we approach, I see Leo with his butt up against the edge of the table while TJ sits next to him. Jenna sits next to TJ while Flynn sits across from Jenna. When Flynn turns around, he immediately zeroes in on Carl. What the hell happened to you? Drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Out of order, bud. No, I just put it in the appropriate descending order. Flynn rolls his eyes and looks at me. Hey, fuckboy, maybe you can talk some fucking sense into this idiot. Well, that's nice. Leo's ears are flat, but he doesn't look at Flynn. Glad you guys can make it. Sure. Carl sits down next to Flynn, and I sit on Carl's other side, across from TJ. The silence that follows is possibly the most awkward one of the week. Flynn snickers. See, this is stupid. How about we let it happen naturally, Flynn, instead of using every moment to take shots at people? Jenna's tone is icy. She hasn't even acknowledged me or Carl. TJ, meanwhile, keeps his head down, poking a sharp claw onto the soft wood of the table. Flynn shrugs and starts to do his trademark I don't give a fuck lean back pose, but gives a start when he... What is giving a start? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. It's happened twice now. But gives a start when he realizes there isn't any backing on the bench. Well, we've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes and nothing's happened. Maybe you want to start us off? Flynn sighs. Well, we could talk about how I never agreed to this shit. How Leo's a complete fucking idiot for forcing this to happen, and that I wonder what he thought this would accomplish anyway. That's a start, I guess. Flynn sets his jaw. Of course, talk that would actually get us somewhere wouldn't be from me, and he's not talking. The temperature seems to lower in the impossibly hot air, and I don't look at TJ to see how he reacts. After a brief silence, Leo speaks up. How about we start with you, Flynn? Oh shit. Flynn looks at Leo, brows raised. How do you feel about what happened? Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Can of worms. Can of worms, and I'm opening it. Is there shit in here? Ah! Yeah, there was shit in here. Oh, no. Oh, no. I see Flynn clench his jaw. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit. Everyone else disappeared. It is these two. Battle for the ages. Here we go. What? His tone sends shivers down my spine, and I feel Carl tense up next to me. I look out across the lake, the shimmering reflections blinding me. You never talked about it. Maybe it'll help? Sweat pours down the back of my neck, builds up under my arms. Ew! Gross! Ew! Even with the wind coming off the lake, it's way too hot. By telling you how I fucking feel, how the fuck do you think I feel? Flynn screams it, and TJ jumps in front of me. You just gotta keep it buried? You're just gonna keep it buried your whole life? Gurobo? I don't know what that means. I think about the time I used to come down to this spot every day and skip rocks with Jen and TJ. I like how our fucking our monologuing to ourselves is fucking pleasant as shit. So this is how you plan to fucking get us over this? By fucking making fun of me? I'm not making fun of you, I'm trying to help you. Taunting someone who's felt like shit for a decade is a pretty weird way of helping. Please, guys, don't you even fucking talk right now. Don't you dare talk to him like that. We all went through this. Calm down, Flynn. Why the hell would you start with Flynn? Why? Tell me to calm down. One more fucking... Just shut the hell up. I stand up. Oh, shit. Mr. Bland is starting to talk. Everyone turns to look at me, including Flynn. I don't say anything. Instead, I just strip off my shirt. What? The hell are you doing? I don't answer him. Instead, I take off my belt and slide off my pants so that I'm only lifting my boxer. What are you doing? Without a word, I head to the lake. It's about 100 yards from the tables to the lake, and while most of the way there is sand, a good stretches of it is pointy rocks. I make my way carefully over this section, remembering the numerous cuts I'd gotten as a kid. I don't look back until I'm right at the water's edge, and when I do, I see Leo following me in the process of taking his own shirt off. The rest of them are still sitting at the table, but I don't care because this is really just for me. I step into the water and sigh at how cool it is before I wade out further. Once I'm waist deep, I dive into the water and pop up several feet further away from the shore. I'm neck deep at this point, and when I look back, I can see Carl now standing at the lake's edge, paws deep in his pockets. Behind him, Jenna is helping TJ across the rocks. Only Flynn remains behind at the table, watching us all. He was up to his chest at this point, and I swim in a circle around him before diving under, then popping up right in front of him. God, sneaky otter! He splashes water in my face and I cough. Don't be that way. I swim around him, want some more, and laugh at how he flounders after me. He was always a terrible swimmer. I dive under the water again and swim up toward the shore, popping up about 10 feet away from Carl. Having fun? He's smiling, looking a lot more relaxed than he has all day, probably because we just avoided a situation that could have gotten really ugly. To my left, Jenna and TJ are sitting on a boulder in the shallows, TJ's slacks rolled up to his knees. Him and Jenna seem to be talking, so I decide not to play the same trick on them as I did with Leo. Flynn, meanwhile, is standing up now, arms folded. For the next little while, I swim around, occasionally popping up in front of Carl or Leo, sometimes splashing them with my tail. There's a freeing feeling about finally swimming in this lake again after having so much space. Flynn, after a good 20 minutes, comes out to the shore. He leans against an old familiar boulder, watching us. There's no way for me to know how they're all feeling, if it's liberating like it is for me. Flynn is right in a way. We can't just talk about it because there's nothing to really say. What happened, happened, and no amount of talking can fix it. What we can do, or what I can do at least, is choose to move past it. And that's what I'm doing right now. I just hope that's what they're feeling too. Eventually I run out of the exhilarating energy that had consumed me and instead drift to the bottom of the shallows. I lay on my back against the sand, staring up at the murky glow of the sun. I feel my eyelids get heavy and stretch out against the soft lake bed. It is, of course, a bad idea to fall asleep underwater. If that were to happen, though, I'd probably just try to breathe, get a nose full of water, and immediately wake up. Still, I decide it's best to avoid that if I can, and force myself to open my eyes again and swim to the surface. Except I can't. Oh no. I'm frozen. Every nerve in my body is on fire, and I struggle not to panic, not start trying to breathe, because that's all my body wants to do. I close my eyes, will myself to be calm. Sleep paralysis usually only lasts about a minute at most for me. I can hold my breath for 8, and I've only been under for... God, I have no idea. It feels like it's been a while. My chest is already starting to burn for what usually means at least it's been 6 minutes. And this is starting to last a long time. Despite my efforts, panic starts to set in, and it sets in quick. I start jerking my body around, trying to get something, anything to move. I don't understand why I'm not floating to the surface. I'm not trying to stay underwater. The seconds I turn into minutes, and now my lungs are really burning. Something has to be holding me down. Maybe some kind of vegetation. Oh shit. The water begins to glow red as if blood is spread across the surface from me. What? I tug and pull, praying that this is all a dream, that I'm back in Carl's room, and that at any moment I'll wake up. You thought it would be this easy? That's a good one. I try to turn my head towards the voice, which is right in my ear, even though I'm underwater. Things go silent again. At this point, I start to contemplate that I might actually die. I can't get my body to move. None of my friends know where I'm at, and oh, I'm almost out of air. Bubbles flow past my lips as my lungs finally give out and blackness starts to crowd in on my vision. What the fuck? Is that it? End of the game? Oh no, here we go. He's waking up! My eyes open slowly, painfully, and I face to face with a ram, his muzzle wet with tears. Oh my god, he is! Give him room! I feel some rough paws supporting my back, turning me on my side. Can you breathe, Chase? Leo's voice is ragged next to my ear. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I sit up quickly and a wave of dizziness threatens to topple me over again. I feel movement behind me out of my field of vision. No, 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 no! I can't believe this! I can't fucking believe this! Flynn's voice is torn and ragged. I barely recognize it. Calm down, Flynn! No! We're forced to come here, and then this shit happens! Guys, I need to go. TJ, Flynn, get over here! I feel Leo's support leave me. Carl is still crouched down in front of me, though. Oh my god, dude, what happened? Carl's gasping like he's the one that was just underwater. I don't know. Carl rubs my back as I rest my head in on my paws. Vaguely, I can hear more yelling behind me, and Carl looks up too. No, don't, Leo, help! Despite my aching head, I turn on to see Flynn chasing TJ, grab him and throw him down into the rock. Oh my god! Flynn doesn't go any further though, because Leo tackles him with so much force they fly a good 5 feet before smashing into the rocks and sand. Leo wraps an arm around Flynn's neck and yanks hard. Oh my god. Jesus. Carl stands up and starts gasping again. I tried to, but I fall back down on my ass. Carl reaches down to help me up. Shit, you're not okay. Carl steadies me, but I'm distracted with trying to see what's happening. Leo's leaning down with his muzzle right up against Flynn's head, yelling at him. Meanwhile, Jen is crouched over TJ. Carl starts to breathe heavily again, his wheezing picking up speed. I look over at him, his eyes are glazed as if he's watching over everything from afar. Oh, Carl, what's wrong? I don't want him to be having another panic attack. I know I should probably stay and try to help, but I feel so fucked up right now. Besides, I don't think it'll help if Carl has a breakdown. I grab his arm. Let's get out of here, Carl. He looks at the scene a while longer, then turns away. Without another word, we make our way back to the car. I get in, barely noticing that I'm drenching the seat. Looking through the windshield, I see that my friends are still in the same position that we left them. Except Jenna. She watches as we pull out and keeps watching us until we're out of sight. Oh, shit. Carl stays in his glazed state as we make the short drive back to his house. I can't give him much attention, though. I'm more preoccupied with the fact that something terrible just happened. Not only to me, but the entire group. Maybe this is a dream? Everything feels so surreal right now, like I'm watching all of this happen from 100 miles away. I can't, I don't know. Look over at Carl, but his expression is still glassy. He looks exactly like how I'm feeling. What's wrong, Carl? I don't know. You don't? I'm cut off as a large coyote suddenly runs out into the street. She's a good distance down the road, so there's no danger of me hitting her. Watch as she tears out into the sagebrush, zigzagging about, arms flinging out in all directions. Carl and I both watch her as we pass, silent. Something's happening in this town. To all of us. As we get in the house, Carl heads straight for the stairs. Carl! You guys back? How'd it go? Oh, fucking Raven's still here. Raven's voice calls from upstairs. Ray, something's wrong. Huh? What's wrong? I don't answer as I walk to the stairs. Carl just disappeared down. Once I get there, he's already gone. I make my way to the stairs, and it's at that point that my headache starts to make a comeback. Carl? He's not in the basement either, but I can see the yellow light glowing from the crawl space. Something, I don't know what it is, but something feels incredibly wrong right now. But the music is nice and cheery and super fun! Buzzing fills my head, the ground feeling unsteady as if I'm walking on sand. Once I find Carl, we're both going to the hospital. I stumble down into the crawl space, and again, Carl's not there. I'm greeted with the familiar row of tubs, but a stack of them has been pulled away from the wall. Carl? Carl, what? I fall silent because ahead of me is a hole. About 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. The hell, Carl? Plaster covers the tarp around it as if the wall had been bashed violently to create the hole. Did Carl go through it? Getting on my paws and knees, I look into it, but the darkness is inky and so black I swear I can touch it. As I crawl forward, my mind gives a violent jolt and I arc my head back, teeth bared as my face spasms, and then I fall. And it feels like I fall forever. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What's happening? Wind blows pleasantly through my fur, seeping underneath and cooling my sweating skin. The smell of the desert, sagebrush, and dirt overwhelm my senses. Everything is black around me, but there are a million stars above me. I hear the smattering of small feet running circles around my body, snuffling of noses up against my sides and neck. Mixed into the sounds of the wilder words, languages I don't understand, chanting and singing, the sounds of dancing. Then another language. I hear a word or two that I learned from Leo years ago, and then my own language. And above it is all maniacal cackling, one that builds and fades before choking off into a sob. The first feeling I have is one of confusion. I feel stiff and cold, and I'm lying back on something hard. I expect to see stairs above me when I open my eyes, but instead all I see is blackness. Panic starts to well up inside me. My breathing quickens, and though it's hard and painful, I manage to push myself up into a sitting position. That's when I see a gentle glow coming from an opening about 30 feet away from me. Where am I? The last thing I remember was the lake. Wait, no, Carl's house is the last thing I remember. We went back to his house after the lake. Did I fall asleep in his house somewhere? I feel around on the floor with my hands and can feel wood underneath me. It creaks as I shift around. Carl? My voice comes out hard and crackly. I have to lick my lips several times to keep them from sticking together. I call out again, but more softly this time, because now I'm starting to wonder if someone else brought me here. When I don't hear anything, I start to crawl forward, look towards the light. My head throbs a little, and there's a coppery taste in my mouth. Oh shit. Probing my tongue around, I taste the sour of bites along my cheeks. What does that mean? I start to run through a list of things that could have happened. I was in Carl's basement, and I just sort of seized up. Did someone hit me over the head? I stop crawling and start moving my hands around my body and over my head. No sign of injuries. Aside from the cheek bites, it's really just the inside of my head that hurts. While I do this, lucidity starts to return in waves, as if a dam has broken and all my senses are falling back into place. At the same time, the panic starts to return as I realize how much this doesn't make sense. Someone had to have brought me here, wherever here is. I start crawling again, trying to keep my panic under control. I'm almost to the glow, but it's weird because it's coming from the ground. As I get closer, I hear a soft brushing behind my head. I tense and look over my shoulder. I'm greeted by the sight of inky blackness, so dark that it feels alive, and I get the impression of a giant mouth opening up in front of my face. The imagery gives me a jolt, and I lunge forward, deciding to get up on my feet so I can move fast. And then I'm falling, but not for long. My senses are full of light now, and I throw my hands forward to catch myself, but I keep falling. In a split second before I hit, I realize there's a ladder. Instinctively, I grab at it, but my head hits the rungs first, and I flip forward before landing on my feet. Ow. Oh, ow. It happens on weak ankles, though, and my right foot gives out my ankle rolls. Ouchie mama! I hear a series of pops before the rest of my body hits the floor. Where's this? I lay there for a moment, the sudden noise and violence of the fall stunning me. In my stupor, I feel a cold spiderweb of electricity pulsing from my ankle, and that's what spurs me to move. I pull myself into a sitting position to clutch at it. Fuck. The pain isn't really bad, but something is definitely wrong, and I'm not sure that I can just walk it off. That's when I notice my surroundings. A long hallway stretches out to either side of me, lit by decorative chandeliers. Looking up, I see that I've fallen a drop-down ladder from a small square in the ceiling. What the hell? I look back down at my ankle. I will get around and immediately feel another pulse of electricity that feels much more painful this time around. I grit my teeth as I spread my hands out against the wall behind me, pushing myself up slowly, making sure not to put any weight on my injured ankle. As I'm doing this, I hear soft clopping sound coming from my right. At the end of the hall, it looks like a sharp right. It sounds like the noises are coming from that turn. My throat tightens and I press myself harder up against the wall. I see a shadow slide up the carpet at the end of the hallway, and I hold my breath. The shadow stops too, and I get the feeling that whatever it is might be holding its own breath. Finally, the tension gets to me, and I clear my throat nervously. Carl? Chase? Carl! I let out a gasp of relief, and I almost sagged down the wall. More clopping of footsteps, and Carl appears around the corner. His eyes are wide and his nostrils flare. He stumbles up to me, his hands clasped together nervously. Holy shit, dude, it's so fucking good to see you! I press up harder against the wall, taking more weight off my foot. What the hell is going on? I don't know, I just woke up, you okay? He looks at me, then down at my foot. Are you hurt? I gesture up at the ladder. I fell down that thing. Carl looks up at the ladder and the dark hole it leads up to. What were you doing up there? I don't know. I just woke up in the dark and tried to crawl out. Shit. Carl bends down to look at my ankle, which is clearly starting to swell. Can you walk? I think so, kind of. He stands back up and looks around. Chase, I don't know what's going on. I just woke up in a bedroom up the hall like 20 minutes ago. Is this not part of your house? Carl lets out a breathy, incredulous laugh. No, definitely not. I was trying to find a window, but I can't. Maybe we're in a basement or something? The last thing I remember is your crawl space. Why would they have an attic in a basement? I look back up the dark hole in the ceiling. Maybe it's not an attic. Chase, I'm freaking out. And it shows too, his breathing is picking up, his wide nostrils flaring again. I reach out and put a hand on his shoulder, giving him reassuring squeezes. Oh, it's okay. Maybe we got really high or drunk or something. What's the last thing you remember? Carl starts clicking his fingers together again, looking away up the hall. The lake? Yeah, I remember we went back to your house, then down to the basement, and then... Carl frowns. I don't remember. I watch him carefully. But then I remember looking behind the plastic bins, and there was this... Help! We both jump as the scream comes from right down the hall. Carl and I both look at each other wide-eyed. The hell? Hello, is someone out there? It sounds like Raven. Carl starts to hesitantly walk up the hallway, and I move to follow, and immediately regret it as I put weight on my ankle. It's completely stiff now, and the pain shoots up into my shin like lightning. My gasping causes Carl to turn around in confusion, and then his eyes light up when he sees my leg. Oh shit, here. He reaches out, and I wrap an arm around his neck. He's sturdy and strong and easy to lean against, and I sigh with relief as I take the weight off my injured ankle. Somebody! We hobble our way down the hall, following the sound of Raven's panicked voice. We take a left at the end of the hall and are confronted with an almost identical hallway in the last. That's when I start to smell smoke. Do you smell that? Carl puts his nose up. Something burning? Help me! I almost jump again as the sound comes from on our left, the only door on the left side of the hallway. We both look at the door for a moment. Carl's ears perked straight up. And we both jump again as the door shakes from several heavy bashes that rattle the frame. Help! The cry is mournful, like he's given up. Raven? The shaking and pounding stops. Carl? Carl! The voice instantly turns hopeful and the voice grows muffled, as if Raven is pressing his muzzle right up against the door. I'm stuck and the door won't open, and there's a fire! What? Chase? There's something burning on the stove or something. I can't see it. Me and Carl look at each other in bewilderment. Guys, it's getting really smoky in here. I can't really see anything. He gives a cough. And it's really hard to breathe. All right, hold on a sec, man. We'll get you out. Carl shifts me to the wall, and I can lean against it, and he tries the doorknob. The knob merely turns, clearly locked. Shit. Yeah, it's locked. It's getting really hot in here. Hold on. Carl subs his shoulder up against the door. It gives a few creaks, but otherwise stays solid. Please help. His plaintive whimpering is barely audible through the thick wood. What kind of lock is it? Maybe we can pick it. Carl studies the knob. I don't think a paperclip is going to work. I lean in to look and find myself staring at an old-fashioned keyhole. The hell? Raven, can't you unlock it from that side? No, there's nothing here! Guys, I can't breathe! His voice is getting desperate again. There's no other way out? No other door in there? Raven doesn't answer, and Carl and I both wait for a good 10 seconds. Raven? Ah! We both jump for a third time before Carl presses his face up against the door. Raven, what happened? A few seconds later, we hear his coughs, and then Raven's voice is lower up against the bottom of the door as if he's laying down. Something in the smoke, help! What's in the smoke? My mind flashes back to what I heard in the attic. Something, can't see, open the door! Fuck, alright man, stand back! I don't know if he's talking to me or Raven, but I step back anyway. Carl takes a few steps back, then throws his body forward, smashing up against the door. It shudders a little bit, and I hear a crack or two, but otherwise, there's no change. He tries it again with the same result. Carl, I don't think that's gonna work. Carl didn't say anything and stood backing up until his back touches the opposite wall, takes a deep breath, and charges forward, his head down this time. Oh shit. Instinctively, I close my eyes, imagining Carl snapping his neck right in front of me. The impact is much louder this time, and it's accompanied by a crunch. When I open my eyes, it's not Carl's neck that's broken, but rather the wooden door. Carl's head is completely busted through the door, and his head is poking in the other side. I stare, expecting to see the tendrils of black smoke sneaking through the back door, but there's nothing. Carl sits his hands on the other side of the door, apparently taking a look around. Raven, you okay? I walk up to Carl's side and put a hand on his back. Carl, what is it? Is there a fire? Carl braces himself against the door before pushing back, yanking his head out of the opening. He comes up with a bunch of wooden splinters clinging to his head fur and beard and sweatshirt. Nothing. I ducked down and looked through the opening as well, taking care to keep weight off my injured foot. I'm greeted to the side of a brightly lit dining room and kitchen, but it's clear. No smoking sight. It was really black in here a second ago. I look down at the trembling voice of Raven below me and see the husky curled up, his head poking up from the fetal position. Hey, Chase. Hi. I don't know what happened. There was smoke everywhere. It's like when you open the door, it all got sucked out. I sniff, and now I can't even get a whiff of smoke, aside from the residual taste I still have of it in the back of my throat. I hear a click next to my head and look over to see the doorknob twist. I pull my head out of the hole, and Carl pulls the door open. Are you kidding me? It was locked, right? It was definitely locked. Raven gets up, brushing shaky hands down his shirt. You okay, man? Yeah. Just thought I was gonna die for a second. Watch as Raven struggles to keep his ears perked. What happened? Raven takes a deep breath. I don't know. I just woke up in here and smoke started coming out of the stove or oven or something. You said you saw something? Yeah, something in the smoke. It looked like arms or something. Carl and I look at each other. But it might have just been the smoke. I look around the room, scanning for any signs of the black smoke that Raven was so adamant about having seen. I don't think he was just seeing things because I'm pretty sure I hadn't imagined the smell. I promise I'm not lying. It's just what I saw. I think the bigger issue here is that we're here at all. I mean, where the hell is here? I spread my hands out, giving an incredulous laugh. I thought maybe it was just another part of your house? Raven looks at Carl. I mean, I went downstairs after you guys and found this hole, and then everything went dark. Carl looks down. Same here, I followed Carl. We both look at Carl, but he doesn't say anything, instead just moving past Raven into the large kitchen next to the dining room. I hobble after him, then reach out to lean against the counter. I try to gather my thoughts. Everything still feels dreamlike, surreal, and my thoughts are sluggish. Carl, do you have any idea what happened? I mean, that hole. Did you go there too? Carl sits his hands on his hips, eyes wandering around the room. Honestly, I can't remember anything that happened after the lake, man. Raven casts a sidelong look at me before moving next to Carl. Well, maybe it will just take you a second before you can remember. I was really confused when I woke up here. I was curled up over there on that counter. Raven points to a marble-top counter under a row of over a dozen pans hanging from a fixture attached to the ceiling. We stand there in silence as I imagine we individually absorb the situation we're in. Carl, are you sure this isn't some extension of your house? Maybe something that leads out into the crawl space, out of the crawl space? The Ram laughs, but it definitely isn't genuine. Dude, I'd like to know if this was part of my house. Unless my parents just been building the secret kitchen underground for who knows how long. Do you think I had something to do with this? Even though I was implying that he might know more, Carl's sudden jump to being defensive catches me by surprise. No, I just wonder if you might have any more ideas since it's your house, you know? Carl laughs again. I'm struck by the fullness of it. Usually when Carl laughed, it was crackly and half-hearted. Now it's loud and a little abrasive. Think I just waited in the shadows and drugged you all with acid or some shit? I don't respond, just watching Carl as he stares back at me, breathing hard. Raven coughs loudly. Hey guys, let's calm down. You know, I'm kind of hungry. Why don't we make some food? It seems to break Carl out of his stare down with me as he looks over at Raven and huffs out one of his more characteristic chuckles. Really, Raven? Yeah, that always makes me feel better. Raven starts opening up cupboards, but each one is empty. Carl turns back to me, frowning. Sorry, Chase, I'm just fucking freaked out too. Thing is, I don't think we're in my house anymore. He chuckles again. I mean, are we even in Echo? What time is it anyway? I reach in my pocket to check my phone, and that's when I remember I have a fucking phone. I almost jump with the realization and shove a hand in my pocket and pull it out. Why didn't they think of that before? What? Phone! I pull it out excitedly and hit the button to turn the screen on, and I'm met with a black screen. My phone's dead. Fuck. Are you kidding me? I hold the power button down, but nothing happens. I look up to see Raven and Carl getting similar results. Raven shaking is as if that's gonna help. Carl shakes his head. Were we out that long? This is crazy. I press a hand to my face for a moment, the idea that this could still be some sort of dream coming to mind. I remember after taking an overnight job back when I was a freshman and how that had fucked up my sleeping schedule. That in turn gave me all kinds of fucked up realistic dreams. Sleep paralysis plagued me to the ends of my wits, and I remember one time I thought I'd never be able to get up. I was stuck in bed, but each time I sat up and thought it was over, I'd end up sort of waking up again, still lying down, stuck in my paralysis. Dreams within dreams within dreams.
No food either.
My scattered thoughts collect together long enough for me to decide on the next course of action we should take. Alright, this is stupid. We should go out and look around. We'll find a way out eventually.
Yeah, we need to do that. I looked around a little, but didn't find anything.
But the pain that's shooting up from my ankle is very real, and just glance down at the ever-growing swelling confirms it. The suspicion that we've somehow been drugged grows, but I don't want to upset Carl again, so I don't mention it.
Okay, yeah, let's stick together and go. We'll find a way out.
Aw, I'm hungry.
We can eat when we get out. There's no food here anyway. Oh, fuck. Carl's at my side instantly, reaching out a hand to steady me.
Dude, you alright?
What happened?
I lean all my weight on the counter at this point, just letting my foot dangle as I hold off the ground is painful.
He fell down a ladder and landed on his foot wrong.
What?
But it's only now that it's really starting to hurt. I say it through gritted teeth. The pain is actually making me sweat, and I'm realizing I may have done more than just sprain it. I don't think I can walk like this.
How'd you fall down a ladder?
He woke up in an attic here.
Carl hunches down in front of me. My stupefied brain thinks up a butt sex joke, but I managed to keep it canned. You sure? I could just lean against you.
That'll take too long. Besides, it looks like you can't walk at all right now.
Hesitantly, I let go of the counter and let myself sort of fall forward onto the ram's back. He's sturdy and barely budges as I lean all my weight onto him. Carl reaches back with both hands and hitches my legs off the ground as he stands, and I feel all the muscles in his back flex as he does. Damn, Carl, you work out? Carl grunts.
Little bit.
I move my head to the side and keep from knocking my nose against his horns. It's a smart move because just then Carl nods his head in Raven's direction.
Hey, I know this is kind of fucked up, but maybe grab a kitchen knife?
Raven raises his eyebrow at Carl.
Why?
I immediately see what Carl's getting at. We have no idea where we are or who put us here. Might be safe to be ready to defend ourselves, you know?
And you said you saw something in the smoke.
Raven's eyes widen and he reaches out slowly to pull a knife from a silver-looking knife block. The husky frowns at the shing sound it makes. His ears down and elbows in. It's clear he's never used anything as a weapon before. But I can't blame him, neither have I. You used a broom! I remember that. You were ready.
I don't know if I should be the one to do it, though. Well, you're not strong enough to hold Chase. Well, I've got my hands tied.
He looks back at me.
If anything happens, though, I'll have to drop you to help him out, okay, man?
I chuckle softly. Yeah, no problem. Let's just hope that doesn't have to happen. And with the shaky husky in the lead, we set off back into the hallway. Immediately, it's clear that wherever we are isn't very large. 4 identical hallways lead us around in a perfect square. Each hallway has 3 doors to the right, 1 on the left, and a hatch in the ceiling that leads to the attic. What also becomes immediately clear is that the door on the left leads into the kitchen, but from the kitchen, there's only that 1 door out. What the hell? Each time we open the door to the kitchen, we come to realize that the angle in which we enter is the same. The first time this happens, we're mostly just confused, wondering if maybe we backtrack somehow. After the second time, though, Raven laughs.
This isn't real. We're on drugs or something.
We're all seeing the same thing?
Or I'm just having this dream and none of you are real, eh?
The husky's voice is bordering on crazy. That paired with his grin, paired with him holding a knife, is slightly disconcerting. Carl huffs, hitching me up higher on his shoulders.
Alright, calm down. Just don't think about it. Let's try the other doors.
I'm a little surprised at how well Carl is taking all of this. I wonder if part of it has to do with any of the weed that might be still in his system. We start trying the doors on the right, and this time things are different. The first door opens up to a wall, just an extension of the beige color of the wall surrounding it. We stare at it for a few moments, and the first time I get a deep, unsettling terror in the pit of my stomach. I manage to keep it from rising to the surface, but all of this bizarre imagery combined with the surreal haze is making me feel sick and claustrophobic.
Bummer. That's definitely not the way out. On to the next door.
Carl chuckles again, and I feel myself cling to his attempt at humor just to keep myself sane. The next door opens up to what looks like a bathroom.
It's definitely not a modern one, though, since it's complete with a pull-down chain from that high tank.
Well, at least we got all the essentials right.
Damn, Carl, you're going hard to make us okay. The next door reveals a room of tools and chains hanging from the ceiling, along with a sawhorse. The walls, though, are lined with wooden planks, and Carl gently sets me against the hallway wall before hurrying in and peering at the wood.
Fuck, it's just concrete behind it.
I don't bother to ask what the hell is going on again. I'm just starting to accept that where we are can't be explained. More doors are open, 12 in all. One is completely white and empty. Another contains a frilly bedroom, which is where Carl says he woke up. Further along, we come across what looks like an office, along with a room decorated with sofas and a chandelier. When we reach one of the doors in the last hall, though, something is different. Oh shit. The first thing I notice is the smell. Though it's faint, I can tell it's sweet in the most disgusting way possible.
Oh, what is that?
Raven holds a hand out to his nose as we approach the second to last door in the hall. This one is clearly damaged. The wood is splintered in the middle, bulging out slightly as if it had been punched from the other side. We all stare it for a moment, the smell growing stronger. Then it hits me. Oh God, do you think? I can't finish, covering my muzzle with both hands. Raven, who had been right up next to the door, steps back with an arm up around his face, looking like he's about to throw up. I imagine the smell is a lot worse for him. Maybe we skip this one for now. Carl hesitates, then gently sits me down against the wall again.
We need to check every door. This could be the way out, you know.
Oh, Jesus. He looks back at me, but I don't say anything, just grimacing at the door. He holds out a hand to Raven.
Knife.
After handing it over, Raven takes several more steps back, further up the hall. Press my hands to my muzzle, readying myself to shut my eyes. As Carl turns the knob, I grit my teeth. This room had no illumination, therefore we have to rely on light from the hallway to see inside. As the light from the opening door spreads across the room, I see that it's rather simple. The walls are concrete, peppered with craters and rocks. The floor is smoother, but with webs of cracks on its surface. I can't see the ceiling, but I do see what's hanging from it. Once the door opens completely, there's enough light to fully take in exactly what it is. A noose, frayed and old-looking, but unmistakably a noose. Carl stares at it, then sticks his head in further to look back and forth before stepping back to close the door.
Well, what was it?
Raven calls from up the hall, his hands clasped nervously together. I notice then that the rotting smell is completely gone now, instead of getting stronger when Carl opens the door.
Nothing. Empty room.
I see Carl visibly trying to keep his breathing under control as he holds the knife out to Raven before bending down in front of me again.
Really? Oh, thank God.
Carl trembles as he stands up with me in tow. As the husky moves on to the final door, I lean into Carl's cheek. You okay? Did you see anything? He turns his head towards mine, touching his cheek to mine.
Aside from the rope, no.
It's hard to say whether or not I believe him, or if he's just trying to protect me from whatever he saw in there. Either way, I don't press for it. The last door is locked. It's big and made of small logs. Its deep brown color contrasts with all the others. Raven jiggles the handle a few times, and Carl tries to take looks into the cracks between the logs, but it's completely black. So that's it? That's all the doors? I'm starting to feel a certain level of panic again now that we know that we're stuck. Carl, I think, picks up on that and comes over to where I'm leaning against the wall to set a hand on my shoulder.
It's alright, man. We haven't checked the attic either. I mean, there aren't any windows like you said. We're probably in a basement or something, right?
The reassuring hand feels good, but it's not exactly enough to keep me from feeling a certain level of despair. Honestly, I think I'm still dreaming right now. Carl doesn't say anything to that. Raven sidles up next to us.
Well, dream or not, I'm still pretty hungry. We both glance at Raven like, oh, you! And I can't help but give a little laugh at the grin on his face. I guess, at least for now, it's best to just not think about it. We head back to the kitchen, which doesn't take very long because every door to the left leads to it. We all split up to search the many cupboards and drawers of the kitchen for food. We come up mostly empty, only finding silverware and cooking utensils here and there. Because of my injury, I cover a lot less ground, only able to hobble around along the counter, using it as a crutch as I move down a lot of cupboards. Even if we were able to find any food, there's no way I'd be able to cook it. The only thing I'd ever been able to make on my own was a grilled cheese sandwich back when I was in high school. Even then, I'd almost burned down the house when I dropped a piece of bread on the gas stove. In a panic, I threw the flaming bread across the kitchen into the living room. I smile at the memory as I open the last cupboard along the wall, and right in front of me is a block of cheese in a glass plate. What? Next to it is a loaf of bread and a plastic bagging and a small square of butter wrapped in wax paper. What? I stare for a moment, waiting for the food in front of me to disappear. I even blink a few times to be sure. Guys. What's up? You seeing this? What? Cheese, bread, and butter. I stand to the side and Raven perks up. Oh, you found food! I swear I already checked that cupboard. Raven is next to me a few seconds later, reaching in to take out the food. For a moment, I swear the bread blurs as he pulls it out, and I have to shut my eyes for a moment to keep from feeling sick. I feel Carl support me from behind, his hands on my shoulders. Whoa, dude, you alright, Chase? I grab onto the counter again. Yeah, it's just... Carl waits for a moment. What? I was thinking about grilled cheese before I opened this cupboard. Like, you wanted a grilled cheese sandwich, but really badly, and it popped up? Sort of. Huh. Carl walks up to the bread and bends over, observing it closely. It looks real. It is real! Raven walks up to the cupboard where he had pulled food from and closes it. Alright, I'm wishing for a steak! He closes his eyes for a moment, then reaches out to pull the cupboard back open, smiling expectantly. It's empty. Aww. Oh, man. Well, grilled cheese isn't bad. Oh, that's funny. Raven moves back to the counter to grab one of the pans hanging from the rack. Carl moves over to my side as Raven turns the gas stove on with a click, click, click of the igniter. Dude, I think one of the important things to do right now is to stop questioning this place. We just can't make sense of it. I fold my arms. It has to be a dream. Carl puts an arm around me. Maybe, but dude, I'm just glad I'm not here alone. I nod in agreement. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to deal with that. Let's just take it one step at a time for now, man. I manage a small smile. Are you high right now? Carl laughs. Man, I wish. I hear the sizzling of the melting butter as Raven plops it on the pan. Carl and I go about setting slices of cheese in the bread as Raven starts searing them. The action of making food is enough to calm me down at least a little, and the other two keeping high spirits lift mine. Before long, there are 6 grilled cheese sandwiches stacked up on a plate. They look good. They look good! But after the first bite, I almost let the food fall back out of my mouth. What the fuck? I look over to see Carl and Raven pulling similar faces. Oh, it kind of tastes like chalk. You know what chalk tastes like? Yeah, I ate some when I was a kid. He has a point. It's dry and crumbly, almost inedible. Well, it still sort of tastes like grilled cheese. Sorta. I don't think this is food. It's not that bad. Besides, it's all we've got. Raven forces another bite and so does Carl. I can't bring myself to do it. My ankle, the smoke, the dead body smell, and the noose. It's all too much for me to deal with right now. I watch Carl and Raven talk back and forth, and I'm again struck by how surreal this all feels. I think back to the time I first got stoned from a stupid pot muffin and how nothing felt real, how I felt like I wasn't in control. It's like that only 10 times. It's like that, but only 10 times worse. I wonder if the others feel the same. Something ebbs into the surface of my mind, trying to break through the veil of fog shrouding my mind. What are we doing? Why are we sitting here eating when we could be trying to figure out a way to get out? Get the fuck out! I open my mouth. What? What is this odd music? And I struggle to keep my food down and instead choose to look hard at the tablecloth. You not hungry? Raven is looking intently at my half-finished sandwich. That was fucking weird. That was really fucking weird. Nah, you can have it. I slide my glass plate across the table to Raven. Carl watches me but doesn't say anything, slowly chewing. I subconsciously note that he'd eaten around the crust, leaving those on his plate. We start discussing what else we might have been able to do here, other possibilities of how we could get out. That was fucking weird. We start discussing what else we might be able to do here, other possibilities on how we could get out. The attic is really the only place we haven't been yet, but because it's so dark, we're not so sure about going. Well, why don't we sleep on it and figure out what we'll do when we wake up? That's a horrible idea. Raven yawns widely. That sounds good to me. Feels like it's been hours. It does feel that way, but without our phones, it's really impossible to tell. This is fucking weird. Leaving our plates where they are on the table, Raven leads us back out into the hallway. It takes us a few minutes to find the right door, considering everything looks identical, though we take special care to avoid the damaged door. As Raven moves into the bedroom, Carl leans against the wall, turning his head back towards to talk back to me. Hey, we're gonna be alright, okay? I look back at the one green eye I can see and will myself to squash the boiling pit of dread in my stomach. Okay, it's just that I can't believe this is happening, you know? I gotcha. I just want you to know that I'll be here for you, okay? I look back at his gaze for a while, to the point where I think he's getting uncomfortable. I sigh. You guys are just acting really weird about all of this. Yeah? Well, I guess Raven is being Raven, but you're acting different. Really? How? I swallow. Just yesterday you were throwing up over a job interview, and now you're level-headed while I'm the one freaking out. I laugh a little. I just don't understand what's going on is all. Carl sets me down against the wall and turns to me with a hug. Hey man, I don't know either. I'm just trying to keep it together too. The hug surprises me, but I take it gratefully. I stare over his shoulder at the uniform hallway. Despite Carl's efforts, the worrying feeling returns. Raven pokes his head around the doorway. Hey guys, that little sofa thing is awesome. I'll sleep there. You two can have the bed. This is really weird. And of course, I dream. I'm running through the endless hallways. All kinds of hallways, including one that looks like a space station and another that looks like a medieval castle. In each one, I run into locked doors. Because of this, I can only move through the halls, never knowing of what's behind those doors. Eventually, I wake up, but my dead limbs and heavy head tell me I'm not awake. Not fully. I brace myself and shut my eyes again. My heart thumps and stomach churns with the disappointment of knowing I'm still in that fucking bedroom. The one that tells me I'm still in a nightmare that's beyond the one I'm currently in. I feel things move around the room, hear things that sound like whining, crying, and screaming. Then I hear something in the ceiling moving above me. It has many legs like a spider that weighs hundreds of pounds. And then I'm free. I hold still as the gradual release of the paralysis seeps through my muscles and joints. At this point, I feel like I've mostly learned how to cope with the nightmares. That thought would make me happy if I wasn't so crushed that I'm still here in this actual nightmare. Immediately, anxiety rises back into my chest as I realize how fucked up this actually is. How much sense this doesn't actually make. As far as I can tell, we've been drugged somehow and moved to this underground hellhole as an experiment of some kind. Someone in Echo had to have done this. One of those crazy old people, maybe Duke. He probably built this underground maze just to watch us lose our minds, probably getting off to it at the same time. That's a bit of a jump! Bit of a leap there! I don't know about that! I grip the bed sheets and grit my teeth, grimacing at the ceilings as I try not to cry. That had to be it. This isn't some kind of supernatural alternate dimension. This is real and someone's fucking with us. We're probably being watched by cameras that are set up in corners and peepholes right now. The idea sends a shiver down my spine and I glance to my left, scanning the wall for any inconsistencies. We need to get out of here as soon as we can, and the sooner we start moving the better. I hear a small whining grunt to my left. At that moment I look over and only to find Carl isn't in the bed next to me. I stare for a moment at the tangled mess of sheets on his side of the bed trailing off the side. Carl? Another grunt, and I hear Carl. At least I think it's Carl. His voice is deep, raspy, and it sounds like he's trying to get on some sort of weird accent that I've never heard him use.
My name is Soil.
What? So I sit up, and that's when I see something white sitting next to the bed. What the fuck is that? Jesus is right. What? I jump and slide back on my ass away from it, almost falling off the other side of the bed. Staring at it a few seconds longer allows me to make out the clear shape of horns under a sheet. Carl is sitting next to the bed with a white sheet over his head, swaying back and forth gently. What the fuck, Carl? I shout whisper out of my earlier exclamation sounding way too loud in this quiet room. Look over at Raven, but somehow he's still curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Turning my attention to Carl, I jump up again as I see that he's staring right at me. Who would be staring at me if the sheet wasn't in the way? Carl, what are you doing? This isn't fucking funny at all. I push myself off the bed, leaning against it to take the weight off my swollen ankle, now to twice its original size, and stand in front of Carl. I reach out to take the sheet off his head, but I hesitate. The horns, they look bigger than they should be, and the voice is so different. Dating love. Carl, you're scaring the shit out of me. My voice is weak and it cracks at the end as I lose my nerve. Had this place been getting to Carl more than he'd been letting on? But maybe he was just sleepwalking. I remember him doing that when he slept over at my house years ago. Reach out again, more slowly this time, but again I hesitate. I can't shake the feeling that if I pull it off, it won't be Carl. Suddenly the horned head shakes back and forth violently, the grunting reaching a fever pitch. Shocked, I fall back on my rear, yelping as my ankle is jolted. I lean back on my hands, watching with wide eyes. Shaking so wild, and the sheet starts to slip off the head as whatever it was under the sheet is trying to shake it off. I brace myself, watching as the sheet slides slowly from the horns to reveal it's fucking Carl.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Of course it's Carl. He stares back at me with bleary eyes like he's just woken up. I swallow hard. Carl, what are you doing? He's silent for a moment, then finally speaks.
I know what to do.
Where are we supposed to be looking?
Anywhere, but I know it's here.
I lean uselessly against the dining room table again, watching them. I bite at my lip, trying not to lose my cool, trying to absorb everything Carl had just told me. You say James Hendricks himself came to you in your dream, right? Oh, what the fuck? Carl huffs, but doesn't look at me.
Yep.
And he told you that you had to find something? Carl gets down on his hands and knees and looks under the stove.
I know it sounds stupid, but that's what happened.
I frown. You know, I had a dream of a giant spider crawling through the ceiling, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be going looking for a spider in the ceiling.
No, this was different. I've never had a dream like that before.
He stands back up and looks right at me.
It felt like he was actually in my brain, telling me.
I look back at him for a while, not wanting to tell him he's going crazy, just like I am. Oh, it's kind of vague, just to tell you that you need to find something, isn't it?
He told me other stuff.
Carl moves closer to me, starting to look through the various decorum of the dining room. Like what? Carl lifts up a vase, then looks inside.
Said this place is chaos. A leftover memory from the old house.
That still doesn't really make any sense.
And that he organized it for us into separate sections to help us figure this out and clear his name so we can get out of here.
How is clearing James Hendrick's name going to end this? I throw my hands in the air to gesture at everything that this is. Carl bends down to look under the dining room table, then stands up right in front of me.
What else do we have to go off on?
Hey, I found something weird. We both look over at Raven, who holds up a corkscrew. Carl turns back to me, ignoring the husky.
If we find it, that locked door will open, and we'll be able to get out.
If he's here, why doesn't he just show up himself and do this for us?
He said he's weak, that there are other forces in this house that have more control than he does. He can only do so much.
I gape at him. Do you hear yourself right now? Carl frowns, then moves past me. What does his name even need to be cleared of? I feel tears starting to sting my eyes again, but because now I think I'm the only one here who's realizing how crazy this all is. Don't you guys get what's actually going on here? Raven stops rustling through the drawers and looks up at me.
You okay, Chase?
No, because someone fucking kidnapped us and put us in this crazy maze dungeon, and we should be trying to figure out how we can get out. It's quiet for a moment as Raven and Carl exchange glances.
It's okay, Chase. We're gonna get out of here.
I lean my head back in despair, about to cover up my face with my hands, when something catches my eye. In the chandelier, a small white envelope is wedged between the glass ornaments. I squint to make sure it's not my watering eyes creating an illusion. Yes, there's definitely an envelope up there. Diamond patterns from the crystal cast across its surface. Guys, Carl ignores me as he continues to shuffle through things on the counter behind us. Carl, I found something. I point straight up at the chandelier above me. Carl stops then, finally, and moves next to me, looking up.
Is that a letter?
Looks like it. Do you think... is that what you're looking for? Carl gets up on the table, wobbling slightly as he reaches up to pull the envelope from the crystals. With a heavy thump, he drops back down to the floor. I'm still skeptical of everything right now, but as I get a closer look at the letter, I think I start to recognize it. It kind of looks like the same envelopes your mom collected. Carl picks up the envelope, turning it over.
Kinda of. It just says John on the front.
John Begay. And James Hendricks was accused of sodomy. Carl opens the flap to empty out the contents.
Isn't it the guy that... Whoa!
The letter lights up and what sounds like a match being struck accompanies the flash. Carl gasps and drops the letter, shaking his hands.
It's on fire! Should put it out!
I stupidly wonder if the lights had somehow set the letter on fire as Carl starts trying to smother the letter with a sleeve. At that moment, a great moaning sound shakes the walls, almost knocking me off my feet and sending plates crashing to the floor. I cling to the table as the plates fall from the counter and the chandelier swings above us. The deep groaning coalesces into a scream that makes me clap my hands over my ears. Carl's staring at the ceiling, his eyes wide when we hear another hissing sound. Jerk my head to look back in time to see a gush of inky black smoke burst from the stove. Another scream accompanying it. Oh shit. It rushes straight towards us, and just for a moment I see the outline of what looks like a mouth and eyes in the smoke before it engulfs me. My senses are completely smothered. It feels like something is slamming up against my chest and all the air is gone to be replaced by unbreathable smoke. Its consistency is like water filling my ears and eyes. I scream into the emptiness, but I can't hear myself over the cacophony that sounds like rushing water mixed with the muffled screams and explosions. I fall to my knees, then curl up on the ground into a ball, just praying that the savage thing killing me would stop. Just as I'm starting to give in, something grabs the scruff of my neck hard and yanks me up so violently that my teeth clack together. The fingers are unmistakably hooved.
The letter, you fucking idiot.
Then I'm shoved forward and find myself laying flat against the dining room table. Completely blind, I feel around before finding the letter. I clumsily rip the envelope apart, grabbing the letter inside. Then, like a massive vacuum being turned on, the smoke is sucked out of the room along with the horrible screaming and roaring. In an instant, the room is quiet again, and I slump back to the floor, gasping for breath. Carl is right next to me, curled up in the same position that I was. Raven is whimpering, his face in his hands and his rear in the air. Carl coughs a few times, wheezing in air before he looks at me and the envelope clutched in my hands.
What the hell just happened? Are you okay?
I can't respond. I lean back against one of the chairs tucked under the table for a moment, gathering my wits. Carl?
Yeah?
If that James guy tells you anything else, just tell me and we'll do it. Carl breathes heavily in response. Raven, you okay? Raven sits a few feet from us on his knees, tongue hanging out as he gasps.
Good, good. You know, that's what I saw yesterday. Yeah, I gathered that.
I give a short, humorless laugh. That, and also that I'm done asking questions. I just want to get out of here. After a few moments of catching our breaths, I turn my attention back to the letter. Somehow it's completely undamaged despite catching on fire. It feels crisp and new, and the ink almost looks fresh. It definitely looks like it came from one of the bins in the crawl space. But if that were the case, then there's no way it would be in the great condition it's in. The letter itself is short, and I start to read it aloud. My dearest John, the militia grows more agitated by the hour, and I feel that they will demand a search of this mansion. If that does indeed occur, I will do everything in my utmost power to hold them off. I look over at Carl, wondering if he just wanted to read the letter instead, but he's looking right at me.
They will never find the room I've left you in. Do not fear.
Carl moves closer to me, his hand reaching out to grab my shoulder. Carl?
But if they so much as try to lay a finger on your head, it will be the last thing they ever do.
Before I can even move, Carl leans in and kisses me. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm just able to get a glimpse of Raven's shocked faces before I'm practically smothered by Carl's soft, warm nose and lips. I freeze, my shoulders tensing. It's not that I'm enjoying it, it's that the kiss was so unwarranted. I'm not sure how long it lasts, but I never make a move to stop it. When Carl does finally pull back, it's awkward, and he's looking just as confused as I am. Raven sits there, openly staring at us. Carl lowers his ears, his nose growing pink.
Sorry, I don't know why I just did that.
I clear my throat. Yeah, right the fuck out of nowhere. I'm pretty sure this has something a little bit more than just forced romance behind it. Don't worry about it. This place is doing weird things to me too.
Aw, that was cute!
Raven, could you help me up? I mostly ask him so I won't dwell on what just happened. Carl clears his throat.
Well, I think the door's open now. Let's go check.
We make our way slowly down the hall, Raven just behind us. I lean in closer to Carl's ear so the husky can't hear. So, was that really you, or did your great whatever take control again?
I don't know. I think I was still in control, just felt like the right thing to do, you know?
It looked like you already knew what the letter said.
Yeah.
I wait for him to go on, but he doesn't. Well, what does he need his name cleared of anyway? Being gay? I don't think people care about that stuff anymore.
No, we already sort of knew that. Besides, that was basically a love letter.
So what is it that he thinks ruined his legacy? Carl thinks.
I guess the idea is that he allowed his lover to die. I think people believe that he sort of just left John to die. Didn't really try to save him.
This whole mess seems like a pretty roundabout way to go about that, in my opinion. But like I said earlier, I'm done asking questions. That was kind of nice. The kiss, I mean. Carl looks back at me with one green eye.
Yeah?
I smile a little. I guess the fact that something had been growing between us since the beginning of the week is pretty undeniable. And now we're here in this crazy alternate dimension with smoke monsters. So, well, fuck it, I guess.
Lean forward and kiss his big soft cheek. Yeah. Carl grins and is about to say something when I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. What? Immediately afterwards, I hear a dull thump and Carl grunts, his eyes bulging out before he crumples, sending me to the floor with him. Oh my god! I yelp as my ankle bangs against the floor and I roll onto my back, teeth grit, straining to reach down to hold my foot. Whatever just hit us is standing over me now. I raise a hand feebly to hold off the next blow. When it doesn't come, I lower it and slowly look up. Jenna? What? Jenna stands there stoically, holding a what? Holding a what looks like a small wooden stool. Jenna, what? How did you get here? Jenna slowly sits the stool down, slowly seeming to recognize me. I lean forward to feel my ankle, the pain radiating from it in hot pulses. Chase, are you okay? What happened to your leg? I sprained it. Hey, Jenna, it's been a while. Guys, Carl's still fucked. I look over at Carl, who's still curled up on his side, his arms wrapped around himself. Carl, you okay? Then to Jenna. Did you hit him? Jenna walks past Carl and crouches down next to my leg. This looks really bad. Yeah. Carl, are you okay? Carl grunts and turns over to face us, a hand on his chest. Jenna, what the fuck was that? Jenna looks at my ankle a little while longer before standing up and looking around. When it doesn't look like she's going to answer, Carl sits up. How did you find us here? Raven perks up. Yeah, is there a way out? Jenna finally looks down at Carl, and I note the complete lack of concern in her eyes. I came to your house looking for TJ and ended up going into the basement. She looks down the hall again. And I ended up here somehow. I blacked out before I did, so I don't know how to get out. Carl finally stands up, wearily eyeing the stool held loosely in Jenna's hand before bending down to help me back up. If you recall, it is a theory in Chase's mind that John Begay is Jenna's ancestor. So if Carl is getting possessed somewhat by the spirit of James Hendricks, then Jenna could be getting possessed by John. And if James left John to die, then John could have some residual hate for James. Therefore, the attack and the increase in aggression between them. So I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Your leg okay? He grunts into my ear as he slides my arm over his shoulder and slowly pulls me back up onto his back. Mostly. I think I kind of twisted it up again. Carl grunts again and turns back towards Jenna, now with me on his back. No, that's pretty fucked up. Just blindly swing at someone around a corner. No, what's fucked up is waking up in a place you have no memory of going to. Jenna's sharp muzzle points right at Carl, glaring. Carl stutters for a moment, clearly not expecting to have Jenna snap back at him. Hey, this isn't my fault. We have no idea where we are at either. Why are you guys fighting? Raven looks innocently between the two of them, his ears perked. It's a good question, and I watch Jenna closely from over Carl's shoulder. She just glares at Carl, arms folded. Did she blame him for this somehow? After a few seconds of awkward silence, Carl speaks up. Well, you hit me for one. I don't know why you are so mad at me. Jenna looks back at Carl, and I see the tenseness in her shoulder slowly loosen. I'm sorry. I'm just a little uptight after waking up here. Hey, you're taking it better than us. Chase was freaking out for hours. I give Raven a side glance. Well, things have been going crazy since you two left the lake. Like us ending up in this fucking nightmare dimension? Not just that. Jenna sets a stool down on the carpet before sticking out her forearm. That's when I see the crusted blood in her fur in the form of 3 long lines. What the? TJ attacked me. What? That sentence just doesn't seem to fit together. TJ attacked? Why? I have no idea. The faraway vacant look Jenna had in her eyes earlier is fading to be replaced by a more concerned expression I better know her for. He's been losing it ever since Flynn tried to grab him at the lake.
I start to feel a little sick to my stomach. Why? He wouldn't tell me. He was just acting anxious, kept looking over his shoulder. But isn't he sort of like that most of the time? Jenna folds her arms, then shakes her head. No, he kept looking around, kept saying he was seeing things. She stops short. Like what? Jenna looks up. Sydney. We're quiet for a while. It seems like all the rumors of this town are true. Everyone is crazy. This isn't normal at all, even in Echo. Jenna looks at Raven. I'm sorry, who are you? Raven grins. No, I'm sorry. I'm Raven! He sticks out a hand. Jenna looks at it before turning to me. Oh, you bitch! Oh, don't leave him hanging! The poor man, no! Chase, something was going on with Leo, too. He kept asking around for you. Then he ran off saying he had to take care of some things. Oh, I don't know why. I tried to think of what Leo might have wanted from me, but I draw a blank. It could be anything. Anyway, I'd been trying to find TJ for a good part of Sunday, I should say. But I don't even know what day it is anymore. Tried Carl's house since I'd ran out of any other options. Jenna goes quiet, then reaches into her pocket and pulls out her phone, holding it up, clearly looking for a signal. Just as I got to your house, Carl, I heard popping sounds. Jenna sighs and puts her phone away again. Gunshots. I'm pretty sure, coming from Main Street. Something's been happening to everyone. Jenna slides her hands into her back pockets, looking around. And now this. Wow. So something fucked up is happening all over town. I think about Leo and TJ, and my stomach twists at the thought of them being out there. I can only hope that they were able to get out somehow. At this point, I'm just waiting to wake up. We all are. Yeah, especially after a giant smoke monster chased us all around the dining room. What? Jenna looks at me and Carl. Carl glances back at me, as if asking me to be the one to explain the impossibility that had just happened. I take a breath, trying to think of how I'm going to say this. So I think at this point you're going to have to just go with whatever this place throws at you, Jenna. Yeah, we've all kind of accepted that's what's been happening. Well, we have to, otherwise it would just be us sitting around freaking out about how crazy this all is and not doing anything about it. And so far it seems we've at least been moving things forward. Jenna stares at us. What happened? And they died! We all stand in front of the wooden door in a half circle, none of us wanting to open it. So, this is all to clear James's name? Seems that way. Seems that way, I should say. But why go through all this trouble? I rest on my good foot on the carpeted floor while I lean in on Carl's back, wanting to give him some relief from carrying me all the time. Probably because of the smoke monster thing. It's trying to stop him. Maybe it's making all of these obstacles. Jenna had taken our whole description of what had happened in the dining room pretty well. She listened silently while I'd explained what had happened so far. So I guess if we can get his story straight, maybe get it out to the town about what really happened, we might be able to get out of here. Jenna eyes the door. You think that there's maybe a reason why this monster doesn't want James to get his information out? We're quiet for a moment. Well, we don't have much else to go on. Again, there's a long pause as we all contemplate what the hell might be behind that door. The pause is broken by a certain husky, though, as the white hand suddenly reaches out to grasp the handle. Maybe we've already done what needs to be done. I'll bet this gets us home. Raven! The heavy door pulls open slowly, with an unearthly squeal. What? For the brief moment that I am conscious, I see a black square in front of me that grows in size until it takes up my whole entire vision. What? The muscles in my back and neck seize up and my teeth clench together as my head jerks back. And then I'm falling. What? There's a rhythmic throbbing in my head, but it's hard to decide if it's coming from inside my head or outside. The next sense to come back to me is touch. I feel a cold, hard hard surface under my back. It probably would, judging by the way my claws sink into it. Otters have claws? I don't know. I shift around a little, but I don't feel like getting up just yet. The smell is musty and old. I'm reminded of my grandpa's woodshed, a place I'd often go when I played hide and seek. The drumming sound continues, and the rhythm makes me think that that's definitely coming from outside my body. It does. It sounds tribal in a way. Where am I? On the edges of my memory are troubling images of endless halls and rooms, the smell of decay, and a noose. But I feel like if I block it out and just go back to sleep, I can erase all of it. I almost succeed, but then something brings me right out of my reverie. Carl Chase! I grimace. The voice reminded me of something dark, cloudy. Help! The much louder yelp that follows has me rolling to my side, cracking my eyes open blearily. Now where are we? I'm in a dark room, very dark. The only source of light coming from what looks like the candle on a bedside table. A large bed sits next to it. I'm laying near the foot of the bed, and opposite me I can barely make out a wall next to which is a wooden box. Help! Raven's plaintive moan forces me to my feet, my joints cracking uncomfortably. As I drag my right foot up to stand under me, a blinding pain flashes on my leg, sending bright white across my vision. I let out a muffled scream of pain behind my clenched teeth, closing my eyes as I wait for it to subside. Memories are starting to flow back to me. There's a doorway in front of me, and I start to make my way towards it, hopping slowly on my left foot, holding the right off the ground. I come to a small hallway, one that branches to my left into a corridor of darkness. Right in front of me, however, is a set of stairs. Light glows at the bottom, and I'm pretty sure that's where Raven's voice is coming from. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can hear the other voices coming from there as well. I look down at my ankle, wincing as I see that it's gotten even bigger, more than twice its original size. I'm starting to think that it's more than a sprain. I already said that too. As I make my way down the stairs, cringing with every light hop, my stomach starts to sink. I remember now the weird mansion that we were just in, the doors and hallways, and the smoke monster. And the door we just went through, whatever's happening to us isn't over yet. Whoa, what the fuck? When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I find Jenna and Carl standing around a tall brown wardrobe. As I stand there, breathing heavily, Carl turns to see me. Chase! He immediately rushes to my side, his hooves clopping loudly against the wooden floor. I think he's simply coming over to support me, but he wraps me up in a hug. God, I keep worrying that one of us is going to disappear. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I'm fine. I was upstairs in a bedroom, I think. The anxiety I'm feeling over the whole situation goes away just a little. I'm absorbed by the soft warmth of Carl's body. Over Carl's shoulder, I can see Jenna watching us, her eyes narrowed, expression dark. I'm about to ask her what's wrong when I hear a loud bang from inside the wardrobe. Guys, are you still there? I think something touched me. Jenna turns back to the wardrobe, silent for a moment, then bends down to look at something. Guys? I hear a metallic click. Then Jenna jumps back as one of the doors swings open and a black and white blur falls out like a rock. Raven's face plants neatly into the wooden floor. Ow! He stays there for a moment, moaning into the planks before Jenna bends over to help him up. Are you alright? Yeah, I just felt like something grabbed me. I look back up into the wardrobe to find a very bare and empty wooden compartment. I'm inclined to believe him, though, after everything that's happened. Where are we? It's a good question, and now with the excitement over, I take the opportunity to look around as well. Everything is wooden, the walls, the floor, ceiling. There's a large rug on the floor covered in colorful patterns and shapes. It reminds me of the art projects we do in elementary school when learning about the natives. There's a big stone fireplace and 2 rug-covered chairs in front of it. Jenna gingerly shuts the wardrobe. So, a log cabin. Does everyone remember where we were before? Yeah, that mansion place. So, we're still stuck in this dimension thing? I sigh, rubbing my face with one hand while I lean against Carl with the other. I'd long ago given up on trying to figure out exactly what the hell was going on. Like Carl said earlier, we just have to keep moving and hope we get out of here. What's that sound? The drumming that I had, though, was coming from within my, had thought was coming from within my head, has started up again. Drums? The husky moves towards the wall, which consists of several logs stacked horizontally on top of each other. I can't see anything. The cracks are filled with stuff. I look around again, this time move more carefully. Right in front of me is a large log door, not unlike the one we initially came through. On my left side, separated by the stairs, is what looks like the kitchen side of the room. In it, there's a small table with 2 chairs on either side. There's also a big black wood-burning stove next to a few shelves which are full of pots and pans. Various tools and furniture clutter up the rooms. And there's a window. I pointed out to Carl. Look, let's try to see through there. Carl pulls me into the familiar position on his back before clopping over to the window. The sound's a bit louder with my added weight. Jenna and Raven follow behind. There's a ledge next to the window, thankfully, and Carl lets me onto it. I turn to look out the window while the others crowd around me, resting their hands on the wooden bench. The first thing I notice is a flickering light in the distance, about 100 yards away. It casts out across the ground around it. Shadows from rocks and bushes dance about with the movement of illumination. It's definitely a fire, a large one, probably a bonfire. The blackness around the fire is unnatural, though. It's just like what I saw through the windows in the mansion. We didn't fucking have windows in the mansion. Or maybe he means Carl's house, like when we were looking in the window of the crawl space or something. I don't fucking know. It's inky and thick, and has the impressive air of almost being alive. No other light comes from what I presume to be the sky, that fire being the only signal that anything exists outside of the cabin. A fire, Raven says redundantly. The drumming, it's coming from it. Carl reaches out, but his hand looks to immediately press against something. I reach out too and feel a solid flat surface where a pane of glass might be set up, but it's clear there's nothing visible there. Observe, accept, move on. Hey, look. I looks up in time to see something dark flash across the fire. It disappears into the darkness to the right of the flame, though. What was that? Maybe it was a tumbleweed or something. No, it was jumping, whatever it was. I feel it prickling along my neck, and now that I'm not really into the idea of just staring out into the darkness. And then it happens again, and I see what Jenna is saying. The dark shape starts at the left side of the fire before passing in front of it. I get a brief impression that of a tail and ears, legs and arms pumping as if jogging in place. It moves past the flames, then disappears into the darkness again. Something's out there. We continue to watch, but the drumbeat dies down, and after about a minute, it's clear nothing's moving around it out there anymore. What was that? Well, Carl glances at Jenna. The drumbeat sounds kind of native, don't you think? He's clearly waiting for Jenna to confirm. Maybe. There's an awkward silence before Carl coughs. Well, let's think. We weren't able to get out of the mansion until we found that letter, right? He looks at me. Yeah. I respond automatically. Well, if that's the case, then maybe we have to find something in here, right? I guess that would make sense. But what were we supposed to find? Another letter? Yeah, didn't someone tell you about finding something that would open the door? Yeah, and it makes sense that whoever set this up would do it in the same way, right? I sigh and stop staring at the window, my back sore from the twisting motion. I sit straight up on the bench and look back into the cabin. Well, if we're supposed to find another letter, there's a bunch of places to hide it. Maybe we should try the door first. Jenna walks over to the door and looks it up and down before reaching out to slide back a rusty bolt. To my surprise, it moves with only a little resistance. Are we sure we want to go out there? I mean, we don't know who that is running around. Jenna hesitates, then heaves back on the door, but it doesn't bulge. But it doesn't budge. Not moving in it. Jenna sighs. Raven bounds up next to Jenna before enthusiastically yanking on the handle as well. Again, the door holds fast. Of course. Oh, jeez. Jenna stares at the door for a moment before turning to us. Let's take a look around upstairs. If we're supposed to find something, then we should start from top to bottom. Agreed. Carl bends down to pick me up, but I rest upon his shoulder. Wait, I don't want you to have to drag me anywhere, everywhere, let alone up and down the stairs. He stops mid-stoop, his face level with mine as he looks at me. You sure? I don't really want to leave you down here alone. As I look back at him, I can't help but note the differences that I had noticed earlier. His face has harder lines, his fur duller, eyes somehow deeper, wiser. You alright? I break out of my trance and blink. Yeah, I'll just stay down here and look around where I can. Jen and Raven are already making the way up the stairs, Raven going about on how his family used to have their own log cabin. Ew, so cool. Alright, but shout if you need anything. I smile, at least I feel like some parts of Carl are still familiar. After the ram heads upstairs, I lean back on my little bench, letting my head tilt back as I close my eyes. Even in this new environment, everything is still feeling surreal. I've come to welcome the feeling, though. It's a nice little barrier to everything that's happening right now. In some ways, I can still pretend that this is still a dream. Hell, even now I'm thinking it's a dream, that I'm somehow stuck in one of my paralyses. Maybe I'm in a hospital right now and they're trying to figure out how to pull me out of it. That thought has me feeling like I'm being watched and the fur prickles around my neck. I guess it would be kind of awkward if all those doctors are just watching me right now. Maybe Carl and Jen are there too, and Leo and Flynn and TJ. The feeling gets stronger, so I turn back around to look out the window. It's still silent, and a lonely little flame is in the distance, continues to flicker around the rocks and sagebrush. It makes me wonder how endless this world is. If we're in some type of ghost dimension being manipulated by what are basically ghost gods, then will this whole ordeal be never-ending? The thought twists my stomach up, so I stop thinking about it. I turn back around and force my eyes to start scanning the kitchen from top to bottom, looking for something, anything that might stand out. I assume I'm looking for a letter. But again, if the rules are limitless in this world, and there's no telling what it might be that we're supposed to find next. I think about vocally asking James, or whoever the hell it is, for some help. Maybe some kind of hint at least, but there's no way I'm going to get it without the others with me. I'm thinking about pushing off the bench to start limping around the kitchen when a small scratching sound catches my attention. I hold still, then lean back, tilting my ear towards the sound. It's muffled and a bit distant, but it's coming from directly to my left. Is it happening on the outside of the cabin? My fur prickles and I think about calling Carl. I can hear the three of them stomping around, talking to each other in muffled voices from upstairs. I turn around again, this time a little more tentatively. The dancing bonfire continues to glow quietly, no other movement aside from the shadows. This time a rustling sound comes from the same spot, and I instinctively turn my eyes in its direction. Carl? I raise my voice only a little bit, but their conversation carries on upstairs as if I hadn't said anything. I look up at the ceiling, then back at the window. The rustling sound continues, this time in earnest, as if something's twisting around in the brush. It's coming from just out of view of the window, right at the base of the house. I hold my breath and lean forward, stretching my neck to get a better angle and peer down into the darkness. It's really too dark to see much, or at least that's what I'm thinking. Almost as if it has its own glow, a bright white face stares back at me from the darkness. Oh shit. My mind blanks and my body seizes up. And just like that, I'm in a paralysis, forced to stare down at the white face, the black eyes. It's as if the thing is holding me with its gaze, but as it does, its features become more definable. I see tall ears, a long pointy muzzle, a band of some type across the thing's forehead. Stop it. Something says it very deliberately through their teeth right in my ear. At the same time, the face flickers and fuzzes like a TV picture with a bad reception. The head twitches and shifts, and the muzzle opens, and the cackle that comes forth is all at once terrifying and familiar. At the end, the moment I'm released, my vocal cords start working at the same time, and I let out a scream as I fall backwards. I land on the wooden floor with a loud thud that shakes the pots and pans on the shelves. The room spins, and I feel like I'm coming right out of a dream, like I've been sleeping for ages. Oh, and there they are. The next thing I know, I'm surrounded by the three faces of my friends, all looking down at me. Carl grabs me from under the arms and pulls me into a sitting position, his face worried. But there's something else too. Anger? What happened? I'm startled by his abruptness, and I stammer through an answer. It was a face out the window. What did it say? Carl, what are you doing? Raven reproaches the ram gently, his ears falling. Carl glances at the husky, then at Jenna, who's been silent so far, then back at me, slowly letting go. Sorry, I was just worried about you. What did you see? Did it say anything? It takes me a moment to find my voice. No, I didn't say anything. It just laughed. It said, stop it! You either... What did it look like? A fox, maybe? It had a band over its head. Carl's eyes narrow. Hey, I found something! I look up at Raven as he holds up a white piece of paper. What is that? Carl stands up, staring hard at the paper in Raven's hand. I don't know. Looks like a photocopy of a newspaper. Let's see. Raven turns towards the candle sitting on the desk. Jenna stands behind him. Meseta boy missing after... Whoa! Raven flinches back as the paper catches fire, illuminating the entire cabin room. Again? Her shadows dance across the log walls. The paper, which Raven had dropped, flutters to the floor, a tongue of angry flame eating it up completely before it hits the floor. I'll stare at the smoldering flake of ash on the ground. Raven, are you kidding me? But I wasn't even that close to the candle. That might have been all what we needed. But I... Raven stares at his hands, looking forlornly between them. With the... God, I didn't mean to do that. Between them and the candle, which seems to flicker innocently on the table. I rest my face in my hands. Well, what do we do? He wasn't near the candle. I pull my head out of my hands. Not because of what Jenna said, but because of the way she said it. Huh? I've got a side angle here. You were at least 2 feet away. There's a brief silence. Jenna, what are you talking about? I don't know, Carl. What am I talking about? Jenna turns to the ram, eyes narrowed, teeth just slightly bared. I look at Carl. He's frowning, a concerned look on his face. Jenna, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying there's no way the candle burned that paper. Carl's concerned expression deepens, but there's also a hint of condensation there. What else could have done it, Jenna? This time the silence is heavy. I'm baffled by the interactions they've been having so far, and judging by the look on Raven's face, so is he. Hey guys, I'm sorry I burned it, but maybe we can figure something out from the title. Meseta boy missing? I look at Jenna. Yeah, Meseta, isn't that your tribe, or... Yep. I feel my face flush as I wonder if I'm being insensitive, like I think she knows everyone from the tribe. But what does that mean? A lot of people go missing out here. Well, it wouldn't have had something to do with James, right? How do we know that? I look at Carl. Are you okay, man? You've been acting really weird ever since we got here. I think we're all acting a little different after getting here, don't you think? Carl glances at Jenna. Are we fighting again? Staring at the ash on the ground, something I should have realized earlier suddenly hits me. Wait a minute. That newspaper, it kind of looked like something that came out of one of the crawl space tubs. What do you mean? I was looking through some of the artifacts that Carl's family saved from way back when for the project I was doing. It seems like years ago at this point. I snapped my fingers. And some of the stuff was missing from it, like pages ripped out from Carl's mom's notes that had photocopies of old newspapers. So was that just a clipping from the notes? Maybe. I don't know, but John was native, so maybe it has something to do with him? I think back to the small fox I saw through the window, the band across his forehead. Was that John? So the ghost just ripped out the pages to show you in this nightmare world? Why didn't he just point them out to you in the real world? I don't really have an answer for that. Then we wouldn't have to be going through all this shit right now. Ghost rules? Raven shrugs. And what if that was our key to get out of here? Well, they can't just leave us here, right? We don't know anything about where we are or what these things are capable of. So what now? We just sit around and wait for something else to happen? Carl suddenly laughs. Well, I'm gonna look around some more. You guys do whatever you want. Again, I'm taken aback by Carl's demeanor. I've never seen him act like this before. It's like he's a different person. A different person, eh? Without another word, he turns on his hoof and walks away. Over the next several hours, we search the cabin from top to bottom. I hobble around the ground floor, careful not to look out the window, even when the drumming starts up again at a few points. I check all of the shelves, under the chairs and tables, and the stove, and the pantry, between the cracks in the floor and the walls. We don't find anything. At some point, I almost topple over from dozing off, and that's when we call off the search. There's some discussion as to where we should sleep, as if we should do it in shifts. Jenna suggests she stay up downstairs while the rest of us sleep, just in case something else happens. Carl suggests that I sleep in the bed upstairs because of my leg, and I have to agree with him. Raven stays downstairs with Jenna, making himself comfortable in one of the chairs. As Carl hobbles up the stairs with me on his back, Jenna watches us the whole way. I sit on the bed watching Carl as Carl moves around the room, looking behind shelves and under the bed. Carl, I hate to ask again, but are you okay? He looks back at me. Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to make sure everything's safe for you. Thanks, it's that you seem different, I guess. Carl looks at the ceiling, seemingly thinking. It's difficult to make him out in the darkness. I bet it's not difficult to make out with him in the darkness. Just like when he had a sheet over his head, I get the weird feeling that who I'm looking at might not be Carl. I think it's just that this has made me grow up. I realize how useless I've been. This is sort of an opportunity for me to actually do something. Help people, you know? Yeah. It sounds nice, but I can't get rid of the nagging feeling that something's off. It's in the way he talks, the way he moves, right down to his facial expressions. I swing my legs gingerly onto the bed and lay back. Carl comes over to sit on the other side. You gonna sleep here too? Yeah, you need me to get around, so I'm gonna be by your side as much as possible. Alright. Thanks. As we lay awkwardly on our backs for a moment, Carl suddenly turns into sides and pulls me into his chest. I guess it makes sense after all our semi-confession back in the mansion. He nuzzles my neck, but again, the action is weirdly unnatural. Even with this big, warm body next to mine, it takes me a long time to fall asleep. I open my eyes and clearly I can make out in the dark cabin room. Again, you've been making out in the agreement. My heart sinks again at realizing where I'm at, but it's more subdued this time. Guess I'm getting used to my new life. My mouth is dry, very dry, and I feel like I need to find water or I'm not going to get back to sleep. I sit up. Carl's moved back to his side of the bed at this point, lying out on his back, snoring. Quietly, I got out of the bed, wincing at how creaky the floorboards are. I make my way down the stairs, eyes adjusted to the point where I can barely make out the ledges. When I reach the ground level, I see that Raven is splayed out on the carpet, snoring as well. I shake my head before moving to the kitchen. Jenna isn't there, and I wonder where she might be at. Was she in the other room upstairs? Maybe I just missed her when I was distracted by Raven. Looking around, I see a small cup sitting on the table. I'm almost positive it hasn't been there before, but maybe Raven or Jenna had set it there. Walking over to it, I'm relieved that it's filled with what looks like water. Isn't that fucking handy? I pick it up and sniff at it, not really getting a hint of anything. Tentatively, I take a sip, and immediately spit it out. It's salty, putrid. It tastes like a jump and some sort of liquid, and some of the liquid splashes to the floor. Gingerly, I set down the cup, looking into the opposite room. Everything's still in the other room. I can't even hear Raven snoring anymore. This time I see the wardrobe move, the door specifically. I stare wide-eyed. Everything falls still again, but I don't know her move. Jenna? I whisper loudly. Jenna! Hey! It wouldn't make any sense why she'd be in there. But who else would it be? Ghosts, of course. Of course! Duh! I'd like to take a step forward towards the stairs, maybe. Or at least to wake Raven up. That's when the small door cracks open. I freeze, all of the fur on my body standing up. James? Words die on my tongue as something long and black slides out from behind the door. Ugh. It dips down towards the ground, and only then does it vaguely take the shape of a foot. Another long black tendril follows, slightly ahead of the first one. When it touches the ground, it takes the shape of a hand, resting flat on the wooden floor. I choke and start to try to back away, but then the door explodes open, and I'm just barely able to make out the galloping black shape before it engulfs me. Oh, god damn it, not again! I collapse back out of the ground, twisting, trying to scream, but the thing is completely covering and smothering me. I choke and gag, feeling like I'm being suffocated, my arms pinned to my sides, legs rigid. As I try to yank away from the thing, it feels like something is freed from my mouth and I'm able to scream. Help, get it off me, help! Jeez! The surface underneath me becomes soft, the thing on top of me warm. Huh? Through bleary eyes, I look up at Carl, just able to make out the curve of his horns. Carl? I hear movement at the doorway, and I glance in the direction to find Jenna standing there, hackles raised and teeth bared. Jenna? Before I know what exactly is going on, Jenna sprints across the room and jumps on the bed. Carl didn't even have time to turn around before she snatches him up by the horns and yanks his head back violently. What the fuck? The ram lets out a choking sound as he's dragged back down to the floor. Jenna jumps off the bed after him. From the sounds of it, she lands on his. What follows is a series of thuds and smacks. Weakly, I pull myself on the foot of the bed, still completely disoriented. I knew it, you motherfucking piece of shit! What I see is Jen sitting on Carl's back, swinging her fist into his head while the ram tries to cover up. You haven't changed at all! What? Jenna, stop! I roll off the bed, confused as to why I'm so weak. Pain shoots up my leg again, but this time I barely notice it. There's something around Jenna, something big and black, like a shadow making her look much bigger than she actually is. Her fists swing and hit Carl with a force I didn't think she was capable of. As he grabs Carl by the horn again and yanks back before slamming his face back into the floor. Jenna! I lunge forward, trying to put myself between the two of them. Underneath me, Carl has gone limp. Just like Jenna, there's something black and shadowy around him as well, but it's fading, moving away. Jenna's still trying to get at Carl, reaching around me and snarling in my ear, a sound that makes my fur stand on end. Then she's gone. I look to my left and see Jenna being drawn back by Raven, his eyes wide with shock. What are you doing? Jenna struggles in the husky's grasp. I saw him, he was trying to fuck the otter. What? The otter? Jenna, stop, he was helping me! Raven continues to try and pull Jenna towards the door, but she continues to struggle. I was having a nightmare! Jenna's struggling, losing some of its vigor, but she continues to snarl in Carl's direction. Raven, please, get her out of here! Shadow around Jenna seems to shrink, and her face shows some doubt as she stares at the crumpled form of Carl. After a moment, she seems to let the husky lead her from the room, and I hear soothing tones from Raven as he leads her down the stairs. I turn back to Carl who has his arms around his head, face still buried into the ground. After a while, I see his shoulders heaving with sobs. Gently, I pull one of his arms back, and he looks up at me. This time, I recognize his face. He sits there silently, looking at his hands while I work. At least nothing's broken. Damn, dude! Dude, what happened? I'm not sure if he's talking about what happened with Jenna or just everything. I've been asking that same question since we got here. He looks at his hands again. It felt different. I sit back and look him over, satisfied with having cleaned up most of his face. You were acting different too. I felt like I knew everything. I knew what I was doing. You were acting really confident. I agree and set his bloody shirt off to the side. When I look back at him, he seems so sad and beaten down that I have to hug him.
You're gonna make me start crying again.
His voice cracks, but he hugs back anyway. I'm just glad you're back. I felt like I was talking to a stranger. Carl leans against me and sighs.
I don't know if I'm glad, though. It's like I just came down from a huge high.
Oh, here comes the big boy.
I rub his shoulder for a while before I venture forward with my guess. Was it James?
I don't know. Maybe?
Carl looks at his hands again, like he's questioning if they're even his.
I just felt like I knew what I wanted, and when things didn't go the way I thought they would, I'd get really pissed.
He's silent for a while. I imagine contemplating what he'd just gone through. Jenna isn't really acting like herself either. Carl looks up at that.
Yeah, it felt like whatever was in me, whatever it is, really hates what Jenna's doing for some reason.
Carl looks around the room, scanning it with his dark green eyes.
I feel like all of this is some kind of mental fight between James and whoever else is fighting against him.
He looks back down at his hands.
That's why we have to do all of this.
He falls back into silence, and I don't ask any more questions, wanting him to rest a bit. There is one nagging thought that comes to my mind, though. This is kind of stupid, but what happened back in the mansion, you know, that thing between us? He looks up at me, and I feel my face flush, looking away. I guess I'm wondering if any of that was real. I mean, if it was really you feeling that way. Carl doesn't say anything, so I'm forced to look up at him. And he has a sad sort of smile on his face.
Dude, I think that was the only part of me that was real.
Despite where we are, despite everything that's happening, somehow makes me incredibly happy. Happy enough to lean forward and kiss him. Oh, shit. He kisses back. In a while, it's barely more than a peck. It has what? He kisses back, and while it's barely more than a peck, it has my entire body feeling warm. He puts his own arm around me after I pull back and rest my head on his shoulder.
I feel like it's gonna try to come back, though.
I look at him. What, James?
Whatever it is, I can already feel it, like it's on the edge of my mind.
Do you think you can fight it? Carl sighs and looks at me.
Should I?
What do you mean?
I mean, it made me feel amazing, like I could do anything. Maybe we need that?
I frown. I don't know.
Not only that, but I feel like I knew what to do. It might save us.
He stares back into my eyes.
I know it's not really me, but it'll probably only be for the time that we're here.
I look away thinking.
Then I'll be back to my old self.
He squeezes my shoulder.
But it's important to me what you think. We're in this together.
This is my thing, is that I don't know for sure that the end result isn't James trying to find like a possession of someone, and that if Carl gives into it, that fucking we'll just lose Carl forever. That, and it would be kind of shitty for me to be like, yeah, you're useless in this, let's get someone better. Like, no, fight it, motherfucker. Now, whether or not it made Carl feel good, I can't shake the bad feeling it gives me. I rest a hand on his. No, after everything that's happened, I don't trust whatever it is. Carl watches me closely. Seriously, we need to be more careful. Besides, I lean my head against his shoulder again. We are in this together. We don't need that thing meddling with us to get through it. I feel some of the tension go out of Carl's muscles, and we wrap each other more tightly into our respective embraces. We sit there for a while, Carl absorbed in what I had just said. It's clear that whatever is influencing Carl and Jenna is powerful, and we had to be careful. Whatever he decides, I just pray that it's the right decision. I wake up groggily, my head throbbing a bit from laying it on the stiff pillow. Like the last time I woke up, it takes me a while to realize where I am. And, just like last time, I get a sinking feeling in my stomach when I realize where that is. I lay on my side, staring at the wall in front of me, watching shadows dance along the log bumps. It's depressing, though not as much as last time. At some point, I guess I realized that there wasn't much I could do. Just go with it and hope something comes of it. At least there seemed to be a goal in the mind of whatever had control of this. Whatever it was. Suddenly, I feel an arm slide over my hip and I stiffen. Carl breathed into the back of my neck. "Oh, hey, buddy. You okay?" I feel the soft warmth of Carl's body press up against my back. It's been a long, long time since I felt someone spoon me. Didn't it happen, like, earlier? I don't know. Thinking about Leo, though, only makes my stomach knot up even more. Yeah. Carl picks up on it right away. His broad muzzle sneaks over my neck and soon he's pressing his cheek against mine. I can feel him hesitating as he does it, his moments kind of jerky and awkward. I almost laugh, but I have to remind myself that Carl probably hasn't done this before, at least not since high school. Definitely not with a guy, at least. A hand slides over my side close to my crotch. Buddy. He doesn't go lower, though, and keeps it pressed against my body. It feels nice having someone close to me like this. Even though I've given up on trying to understand the situation, I'm still scared about what's happening. I can feel Carl's heart beating hard against my back, and I wonder if he's thinking about the same things. That's when I feel his very hard dick pressing up against my ass. Oh, God! I almost laugh again. Here I am in a haunted ghost cabin, and my childhood friend is grinding up on me. Carl feels me tense and lifts his hand away from my stomach. Sorry, is this not... I roll over abruptly to face him. His green eyes immediately look away from mine, and I see red creeping underneath the thin fur of his ear. I decide to go with the same technique I used last night and slide up against his soft body before pressing my lips against his. That seems to break the ice, and he immediately responds, pressing his tongue against my lips before I open them to let it in. Carl's surprisingly good at tongue kissing, better than Leo was anyway. Oh, shit! It glides over my tongue before flicking against my teeth. I'm momentarily worried about how I haven't brushed at least for 2 days now, but Carl doesn't seem to mind. Ew! Gross! He hasn't either, after all. He wraps his hands around my back, sliding one under my body so that he can wrap me in a full embrace. The feeling of being enveloped in Carl's soft and strong warmth makes my heart skip a beat, and pretty soon, I'm just as hard as he is. Oh my. While his hands toy with my tail... Oh yeah, God. I get to work running my own hands under his shirt, sliding them along his firm belly before pushing his shirt up. Carl tenses and giggles. Oh fuck, that tickles! I pause and smirk at him. I barely touched you. I give his stomach a light prod and he curls up a bit more, grabbing my wrist. Dude, I think I'm just not used to being touched. Like, I apply both hands this time, rolling them like spiders up at his stomach and chest. Never gonna get... Dude, no! He twists and writhes under my hands, desperately trying to stifle his giggles before finally snatching at my hands by the wrists. I'm reminded how strong he is, and when he easily rolls me to my back, straddling my hips as he pins my hands above my head. You asshole. Carl's breathing heavily, letting out a little giggle every now and then. Sorry, I've just never seen someone get so... I pause as I hear some movement from downstairs, followed by what sounds like Raven's voice. Oh, shit. I'm reminded of our situation when I see some flakes of blood around Carl's nose and big splotches on his shirt. I guess we're being a little loud. Yeah, how's your nose? Carl automatically raises a hand to touch his nose. Hurts a little bit, but I'm okay. That's good. I lay there in silence for a few seconds, feeling like the moment is kind of ruined. I look again at the walls, remembering that we should be looking for something instead of messing around like this. What you looking at? Not sure. Hey, we should be finding something, right? My crotch is starting to get a little uncomfortable under the weight of Carl's body. I mean, didn't that ghost ancestor whatever tell you we needed to find stuff? Carl rubs his nose. Yeah, in the last place we were in, at least. I guess it would be the same for this place, right? Unless it was what we already burned up. Yeah. Carl sits there quietly, thinking. I think I might try to look downstairs. Do you want to stay up here and look around? Yeah. I want to get those other two start looking, too. The threat of Jenna hangs heavy in the air, and the way we are both obviously avoiding it makes it all the heavier.
What about your ankle?
I flex it around, the twinge a lot less sharp now, though the stiffness feels even worse. I think I'm okay. Let me try it out.
Okay.
Carl sits there for a while longer, then seems to suddenly realize that he needs to get off so I can get up. He scrambles off awkwardly as I sit up and swing my legs over the side of the bed. Pressing my foot to the floor, the twinge that runs to my ankle is minuscule. Standing up, I'm able to put some pressure on it before it hurts too much. The problem is that I can't bend the joint at all, leaving me with an obvious and lumbering limp. I think I'm okay.
Can I get you down the stairs at least?
I warm to the concern of in Carl's voice, though I don't really want him and Jenna anywhere near each other, especially after what she might have heard just now. No, I want to test it out a bit more. I turn my head to look back at Carl and can see a worried look on his face. I'll call you if I need help, okay? Carl purses his lips.
All right.
The trip down the stairs is ponderous and awkward. I'm probably loud, too, because when I reach the bottom, I find both Raven and Jenna already staring at me. Hey.
Hey!
Jenna doesn't say anything, continuing to watch me. We stare at each other awkwardly a bit before she finally moves her head to look down at my leg. How's your leg? Oh, it's all right. A bit stiff, though. I grasped at the opportunity to talk about anything other than what we were obviously doing. I think I should be able to walk normally, maybe in a few days. Hopefully in a few days we'll be out of here, so you can do that. Yeah. Jenna is definitely not herself right now. Her eyes are vacant, dull, and it's hard to explain, but they lack the mischievous and compassionate look that I'm used to seeing. Her voice is weird, too. It's deeper, more husky. We'll be out of here by then, Raven says it with a grin as he leans back in the chair he's sitting in. Yeah, actually, I wanted to talk to you guys about that. About what? About how to get out of here. And how do we do that? Well, I was thinking that the last time we were able to unlock the door, all we had to do was find that letter. Raven blinks at me. So, we find a letter? Or something like that? We just need to find something, I think. We did find something. I look over at Jenna. Huh? I said we did find something. Carl burned it. Oh, well, I don't think Carl burned it. He did. I pause. But there's gotta be something else, or maybe whatever's doing this has a way of putting something else here. The others don't say anything. I don't know, but we can't just sit here. Looking around is the least we can do. Where is Carl? Jenna's standing up now, looking at the ceiling. Faintly, I can hear the clopping of Carl's hooves on the soft wood. He's looking around upstairs. Jenna continues to look up at the ceiling, her face stony. Let's start in this room! Raven stands up and starts walking along the wall, looking up and down the logs, prodding at the spaces in between. Jenna's still looking up at the ceiling, and I worry that she's going to try to go upstairs. Hey, Jenna, can you help me look around the kitchen? Jenna looks back at me. Huh? My ankle still kind of hurts. It'd be nice to be able to lean on someone if I need to walk for, far, to the kitchen. Jenna pauses before moving over to my side. She stands there stoically, and I awkwardly wrap an arm around her shoulders. Thanks. Yeah. We amble slowly to the kitchen. Jenna stops in the middle of the room and waits. I guess I'll start with the cabinets? My voice goes up at the end, like I'm asking a question. Jenna didn't say anything, so I stumble away from her, again awkwardly, before finding support on the wooden pantry. I hesitantly start opening some of the cupboards, feeling a lot less into my idea than I was just a few minutes earlier. Jenna stares out the window. So, are you okay? She finally looks back at me, frowning. I'm fine, why? You're being really distant. Do you need me to stand next to you? No, I mean, you seem like you're not really here, mentally. I'm sorry. I open another pantry door and a set of glass mugs. Is it something to do with Carl? I know that Jenna's going through something similar to what Carl is. I just have no idea what's doing it or why. Something wants this to go as something that wants this to go as unsmoothly as possible, clearly. I don't have a problem with Carl. I mean, what he did yesterday. I just have a problem with the way he acts. He could do a lot. He could do a lot if he put his mind to it. Takes me a moment to realize that she's talking about what happened before all of this. So you attacked him? What? No, that was something else. I turn around and finally see something familiar about Jenna. Some life in her eyes. Maybe all I have to do is talk about stuff before this whole warp to ghost dimension. I mean, he tries. He just has problems. Shouldn't a psychology major know that? Jenna looks away from me. I guess, but I'm not a therapist. So what? So I don't know. No, I mean, shouldn't anyone have sympathy? I'd have a little more sympathy if he actually try and get help. He has, but it's not that easy. Again, I don't feel like I should be explaining this to someone who has 4 years of psychology under her belt. I tried to get help, but I didn't. I tried to get help, but I didn't feel better for years. Jenna doesn't say anything. Carl's problems didn't really start until his first year of college. I keeping pulling open cupboards. My heart's sinking a little more each time there's nothing inside. I mean, yeah, he had problems before, but it's only getting worse for him. Well, it doesn't matter what I think about Carl right now. We're trying to find out some way out of here, and screwing around isn't gonna help. Jenna says this in such a way that I feel like it was supposed to be pointed. There's little doubt now that she heard us messing around upstairs. I sigh and reach up to pull open the last cabinet. He is not who you think he is. It's so quiet and deep, I'm not sure that it's Jenna who said it. I turn around, but she's already on the other side of the room, standing next to the opposite set of pantries. Did you say something? She doesn't respond, so... I stare at her for another few seconds before slowly turning back around. The fur on the back of my neck prickles at the idea of turning my back on her. Why did these damn ghosts have to be so subtle and cryptic? If that's what it is, of course. It seemed like James had no trouble telling Carl about the whole clue-finding crap. Why couldn't they just tell him, or even Jenna, right now instead of me just creeping me out? The kitchen isn't very big, so I run out of things to search through pretty quickly. I skip the area around the window, though, not having forgotten about what happened yesterday. Yesterday? I don't know how to keep track of time in this place. I look back over at Jenna, who's still in the same place, staring at the pantry. The thought that maybe I, myself, could be possessed momentarily passes through my mind. For some reason, I doubt it, even though I'm not sure why. I don't really feel like I'm of interest to whatever it is that's doing this. At least not directly. As I continue to stare, I see something past Jenna at the base of the stairs. A ram's horn curling out from around the corner to the entrance of the stairs. I stare for a moment. Hey, I'm gonna go upstairs. Jenna's head snaps back sharply to stare at me, and I swear I hear her neck crack. Just to see if he found anything. I'll be back. I awkwardly sidle my way from the kitchen towards the stairs, Jenna's gaze following me the entire way. Once I reach the base of the stairs, I find Carl standing there. He jumps when I come around the corner, and he stands straight up, one hand resting against the wall. His eyes are red, and the short fur on his face is all messed up. Carl, are you okay? I whisper it, but Carl immediately turns around and starts back up the stairs quietly. I follow him, wondering what it could be. Did he find something horrific? I wouldn't be surprised at all if that were the case. Once we reach the top of the stairs, Carl heads straight for the bedroom. Carl, what happened? Did you find something? At that moment, he turns around and hugs me. It's so enveloping and firm that the air is almost crushed out of me. I grunt and freeze for a moment, listening to Carl huff into my chest. He's holding me like I'm something precious, like if he lets go, I'm going to be swept away somehow. I'm quiet for a few seconds, letting Carl get whatever this is out of his system. My arms are pinned down to my sides anyway, so it's not like I can respond physically. Hey, are you okay? It's a dumb question because none of us are okay. Carl finally lets go. He turns away from me right away to sit on the bed and put his face in his hands. My shirt is damp and I look down to see 2 wet spots where his eyes must have been. Tentatively, I sit down next to him at the foot of the bed and put my hand on his back. Hey, what happened? Carl sniffs loudly, wiping his eyes before putting his face back down in his hands. The ram sighs before finally straightening up to lean back on his hands, looking away from me.
I just feel like shit is all.
Can I help?
I just had a moment, couldn't breathe.
I keep rubbing his back, knowing that there really isn't anything I can do. A panic attack? How come?
A lot of things.
Carl shivers under my touch.
And, I feel like everyone's mad at me.
Why, no one's mad at you.
Well, Jenna, first of all. But I feel like everyone thinks this is my fault or something.
Why would any of this be your fault? He was probably right about Jenna, though.
It's my house, my great whatever it is. It's all just my shit.
He sniffs.
I don't know, just being alone gets me thinking about this stuff. About how I'm still fucking everything up.
Dude, Jenna told us fucked up things are happening everywhere, not just your house. I look around, which I'm assuming we're still in, maybe? I look back down at Carl. What brought all this up? We're all just working together to get ourselves out of here. Carl wipes his face and sniffles noisily before sitting up straight.
I wasn't finding anything, and I started thinking about what would happen if we never do find anything.
That's not gonna happen. These things are doing this, these things that are doing this are trying to tell us something, right?
I don't know about that, man. They seem just as confused and angry as we are.
Carl looks at me with his reddened eyes.
It's like they're fighting, too.
Yeah, I guess they're having some issues. Carl reaches out and I let him pull me into his side. I don't resist and Carl chuckles.
And it's just creepy being up here alone.
I fit against him almost perfectly and I lay my head against his shoulder.
Sorry.
Or what?
Yeah, I feel like I should be the strong one.
Huh?
And you've already seen me cry like twice.
Hey, I don't believe in the strong one type of crap. I rest a hand on Carl's thigh, squeezing it. You're strong for the other person You're strong for the other person when they need it, and both people will need it eventually. Carl shifts against me and he laughs so nervously.
You're talking about us like we're a thing.
Aren't we a thing? I mean, look what we're doing right now.
I don't know, man. It's hard to say when you're stuck in a haunted cabin.
I feel him press his nose to my head, inhaling.
This place is doing weird things to me.
I squeeze his thigh again. Squeeze! Yeah, we could talk about it when we actually get out of here, when this stuff isn't fucking with our heads.
So we are a thing, but just in the ghost dimension?
Sure, for now.
I'm fine with that, for now.
He breathes in deeply.
You smell good.
Okay, I snort. What do I smell like?
Like the ocean.
Dude, I'm a river otter. Besides, the river and ocean smell bad. He pulls me back easily with his superior strength before pushing me back onto the bed, teasing at my neck with his warm nose. Carl, stop! I hiss at him, trying not to burst out laughing. He mumbles against my neck.
Hey, I'm just getting you back for earlier.
I giggle helplessly behind a closed mouth, trying to keep quiet. Jenna's gonna fucking John Cena this shit. She's gonna show up giving an AA to fucking... Oh, this is gonna be bad! This is gonna be bad! I can't deny I like this, but Jenna's criticism just minutes earlier has me feeling hesitant. He starts to move lower, but at that moment I hear a metal clang echo up the stairs. We both pause and Carl's large ears are perked under his beanie. Brought myself up on my elbows and looked towards the doorway. I guess we should get back to searching. Yeah. With that moment clearly over, Carl sits back up on the side of the bed while I straighten out my shirt. You found something? Raven's voice drifts faintly up the stairs. Carl and I look at each other. Hey, maybe we don't need to. What? Maybe we won't need to.
You want to go check?
Yeah, wait here a sec. If it's nothing, I'll come back up and help you look around, alright?
Okay.
Carl scoots to the side so I can get off the bed. It takes me a few minutes to get down the stairs on my stiff ankle. Once I get into the kitchen, I'm confronted with an odd scene. Jenna's halfway into the wood-burning stove, reaching into the back, probably up into the metal tube. What are you doing?
She found something.
Raven's standing off to the side of the stove, bouncing on the balls of his feet.
It's stuck.
Jenna grunts as she adjusts herself, reaching in and from a different angle. What is it? I hobble slowly over across the room towards them.
You need help?
I realize he's talking to me, but I shake my head at the husky as I watch Jenna pull back and look into the opening of the stove.
Goddamn thing shouldn't be that hard to get.
Maybe I can help? But Jenna's already plunging her hand back in, head sticking just out of the opening as she does. Seems to garner some success as she smirks.
Ha! Got it!
Then her whole body jerks as she's seemingly yanked into the opening. Oh shit! Raven yelps as Jenna grabs onto the side of the stove to keep from being pulled in.
Oh my gosh!
Jenna! My voice rises in panic as I see her get yanked a second time. Raven automatically steps up next to her and grabs her arm. The third yank almost pulls him off his feet. I run over to help and wrap my arms around Jenna's waist to get a better grip. Another jolt and I'm able to feel the power of whatever has a hold on Jenna myself. What's happening? I hear a thudding and rustling in the stove like something's turning over angrily and repeatedly. The image of some kind of caged animal passes through my mind and it sends chills up my spine.
No, you fucking don't!
I look up at the fox and I notice she doesn't look scared at all. Instead, she looks pissed off, her lips drawn back in a snarl, teeth bared viciously. She's talking to whatever is in the stove. I feel the muscles in her body tensed up and writhing under my hands as she twists to get free. I look around her body at Raven. His face, in contrast, is a mask of horror. Raven! His eyes wide snap to mine. Get a grip around her body and we'll pull at the same time. He briefly let go of Jenna's arms and leaned down to her other side to wrap his arms around her waist. Okay, on 3. 1, 2. Another yank. Suddenly, Jenna's upper half is pulled into the stove. Shit! I lose my balance and fall back on my butt, knocking my head against the metal stove. My eyes water and I let go with one hand, desperately rubbing the back of my head while I loosely keep a grip on Jenna with the other.
Chase!
Raven's actually sliding into the fireplace himself at this point. I try to get my bearings and I pull myself back up next to Jenna, but at the same point, something big and bulky comes barreling into the room. Oh, here he comes. My vision clears just in time to see a big ram reach in for Jenna's body, practically pushing Raven aside. His horns clang loudly against the stove as he wraps his arms around Jenna's body and pulls back with all of his 270 pounds behind it. The fox emerges slowly, both of her arms still stuck in the stove, a determined look on her face. Carl lets go for a half second, lunging forward to grab both of Jenna's elbows. He yanks back again, letting out a strained grunt. Her wrists emerge from the stove, and I get a glance at black tendrils wrapped around them before those tendrils suddenly disappear. Carl and Jenna are both launched back, Jenna getting a cushioned landing on top of the ram as Carl lets out a loud wheeze. I hobble over to them, kneeling next to Carl as Jenna rolls off of him, eliciting another grunt. She sits up while Carl continues to lay there, his eyes wide. You guys okay? Carl waves a hand at me, rolling over onto his side as he gasps breathlessly. Jenna sits next to him, holding her hands up. I can already see some nasty swelling under the fur covering her wrists. I wince. Jenna, are you alright?
I'm fine.
She's not looking at her wrist, though. Instead, it's at an ash-smudged, folded piece of paper in her hands. From the bits that aren't covered, I can see that the paper is yellowed and ancient-looking. Not at all like the clearly photocopied newspaper we'd seen earlier. Jenna looks down at it, standing up. I hear a groan next to me as I turn back to Carl. Can't go a day without getting beat up. I rub his shoulder as I look down at him, smiling. Wow, that was kind of heroic. Carl grunts as he stands up.
You think so?
Yeah, the last second too. Carl rubs his knees.
Would have gotten here earlier if I hadn't tripped down the stairs like twice.
He stares at the stove.
What the hell was that?
I look too into the yawning black hole and shiver. I don't know, it was all black and smoky, like what we saw before.
Think it'll come out of there?
Raven suddenly steps in to lift the stove door, twisting the handles to lock it. He helps as he does it, jumping back as soon as the deed is done. I chuckle, then look back at Carl. Over his shoulder, Jenna walks into my field of vision. The paper is open in her hands, and she's holding it over the candle. All at once, I realize what she's trying to do. I choke on whatever it is I'm about to say next and leap up awkwardly onto my injured ankle. Jenna! Luckily, Jenna's only about 5 feet away, and I practically fall into her, pushing her away from the candle. We both fall against a bench under the window. Jenna's hand smacks against my nose, bringing tears to my eyes. I yelp as she pulls her fingers in, raking lines of fire down my nose with her claws. Damn! There's a pounding in my ears, and I distantly register that the drums have started up again. She twists out from under me and pulls away from the bench. When the fuck did she get this strong? I numbly keep my grip on her wrists, and she spins, swinging me away from her. I lose my grip and stumble back, stepping wrong on my foot and rebending my ankle at the exact same way I did last time. Ugh, I yelp again, much more loudly this time as I crumple to the ground. Carl swears and jumps over me at Jenna. Wait! I try to grab him by the hoof that's passing over me, but I miss miserably. As I sit up, I hear an ungodly, bestial snarling, and I look up to see Carl is wrestling and kicking and scratching Jenna to the ground. That is fucking it! He pins her there while she writhes under him, trying to scratch at his face. Stop it, guys! Raven is still standing off to the side, his paws on his head, pulling at his ears. I crawl over to their writhing bodies, one eye wincing shut as each movement sending a lightning bolt through my leg. I grab Jenna's hands, forcing them down above her head. Jenna, stop! Jenna suddenly kicks one of her legs up between Carl's legs as he kneels over her. Fuck! He crumples over on top of Jenna, lying on her legs as he tries to pin his thighs together. I look down into Jenna's face. Stop it! What the hell are you doing? Jenna snarls up at me, but it's softer this time. Her struggles die down a little, and after holding my gaze for about 10 seconds, she looks away. I relax my grip for a bit, gasping as I try to rearrange my foot so there's not so much pressure on my ankle. I don't know. I pull the piece of paper out from her limp fingers and push away from her, waiting to see if she'll come after me again. She doesn't, instead just laying there with her hands above her head, staring at the ceiling. Raven, still with his fingers twisted around his ears, looks over at me. Yeah? Take Jenna upstairs. Take a nap or something. I think we need to be kept separate for now. As Raven hurries over to Jenna, Carl rolls off with a groan. Raven's easily able to coax Jenna up off the floor, and they head upstairs, Jenna looking down at the floor all the while. Jesus. I scoot over to Carl, holding my breath as each drag sends another spasm through my leg. He's on his side, hands between his legs as he squints at the wall. Once he notices me, he looks at my ankle. Fuck, are you okay, man? No, I don't think so. I stepped on it wrong again. God damn it, what the fuck is your problem? It's okay, you're just gonna have to carry me again. Carl chuckles before letting out another softer groan. What did I say about getting beat up all the time? Are you okay? No, she kicked me in the fucking balls! I sit quietly for a moment, the pain in my ankle fading into a more cold electric sting rather than a molten lava. What the hell's going on? Why would she try to burn it? Carl is quiet for a moment, then he looks up at me again. You know, right? What? I could be wrong since nothing makes sense here. What? You know this probably has something to do with James and John. I rub the back of my head again, feeling a bump swelling up already. Didn't we already figure that's what's going on? I mean, with Jenna. You know how James was sort of talking to me? Yeah, like he told you what to find? Yeah, but I think something is talking to Jenna, too. John? Maybe. To make you guys fight? Weren't they lovers? Would there be a reason for John wanting his paper not to be read? Carl doesn't say anything, choosing to roll onto his back, lay his hands out to either side of him. I look down at the paper in my hand. Well, should I read this now or wait for the others? Might as well do it now. She might try something again. Alright, I'm going to read it out loud then. Carl waves a hand in the air, indicating that I should go ahead. I scoot back against the wall so I can stretch my leg out and start reading. My dearest John, I've been hearing terrible things lately. They say that you've been accusing me of the most egregious monstrosities. I dare not believe them. In fact, I will not until I hear your words for myself. There must be some misunderstanding. Has one of my many political enemies pitted you against me? Are they using the missing native boys as a weapon against my campaign? I would not think that to be below them, but what concerns me me most is you. Please visit me at my mansion. We must speak on this. I very much look forward to your company and believe that we can soon set this straight. Yours forever, James. I look up at Carl. He looks back at me. So, what do you think that means? Carl rubs inconspicuously at his crotch. I guess something went wrong between James and John? Oh, yeah, but what? Sounds like he tried to frame him or something. I remember the newspaper clipping that had somehow gone up in flames. Hey, that newspaper article that burned up said something about a Masada kid that went missing. So native kids were going missing, and John used it to get at James somehow? Maybe. We still don't know if John was doing it anyway. James doesn't seem to know either. I wonder if we'd have been better off if Carl had a little bit of James in him right now. At least then we'd have a better idea of what is going on, maybe. And again, the situation is so volatile with Jenna, I'm kind of glad we don't have another ghost to deal with in Carl. I look at the Ram, who's in the middle of pulling his waistband out to look at his junk. If James is still influencing Carl somehow, then he isn't really showing it. You okay? Carl abruptly lets go of his waistband, letting it snap back against his waist. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Are your balls okay? Carl smiles ruefully. They look fine, still kind of hurt. I think about making a joke about making them feel better, but that doesn't really feel appropriate right now. I'm actually more worried about Jenna, and not just because she can beat me up. Yeah. It seemed that at this point, Jenna isn't really Jenna anymore. Should we talk to her about, resisting it? It's worked for me. I look in the direction of the door as a loud click emanates from it. Oh shit. Carl's long ears perk and he follows my gaze. We both stare at it for a few seconds. Do you think... maybe? Slowly, Carl gets to his feet, still a little bow-legged, and hobbles towards the door. Careful. I say, a little more apprehensive that something might open it from the other side. Carl doesn't say anything and slowly shuffles toward the door, pausing in front of it for a few seconds. Slowly, he reaches out and rests a hand on the handle and gives it a slight push. It shifts open a few inches. Carl looks back at me. I think we should get the others. We all stand around the door, Carl to my right and Raven to my left, Raven and I making sure there's maximum distance between Jenna and Carl. The door is shifted open a few inches, and the vertical black void it reveals is a little ominous. So we just go through? I don't know, man. That's what we did last time, right? Yeah. I feel like the real question is if we really want to go through the door in the first place. Is it just going to lead to another terrible place where terrible things happen? I feel a void similar to the one I'm looking at open up in my chest. I thought of being trapped in a loop, going through door after door that leads to nothing but horror. This is a horror game after all! I mean, seriously! Already this place was having an effect on Jenna that seems to be getting worse with each passing hour. How much longer can she keep it together? What did the letter say? I tense up. Anything she does now is putting me on edge, like I'm waiting for her to lash out again. My hand drifts conspiratorially to my pocket where the folded up letter is. I glance to my right at Carl, but he's got eyes on the door. A few things, just more history stuff. About what? I decide at that moment that I have to lie. No, don't lie. We need to keep Jenna or John calm if we want to get through this. I have a feeling that John wouldn't want to hear about James revealing what I assume are secrets. I didn't read anything about John trying to sabotage James in my research, but maybe that's what James is trying to tell us. So I shrug my shoulders, moving my hand away from my pocket. Stuff about the mine. There wasn't enough of it to sustain the town. I'm worried Jenna might challenge my lie for whatever reason. She doesn't say anything, though, and Carl just keeps on staring straight ahead. Raven suddenly clasps his hands together, making Carl and I jump. So, should we open it? Raven reaches out. Wait! The husky pauses and looks back at me expectantly, his black ears tipped forward. Should we do this? I mean, it's probably just going to lead to another place where we have to find another thing. Yeah? So maybe we shouldn't keep going? Why wouldn't we keep going? We need to keep going! I stumble over my words, trying to piece together my feelings and put them into sentences as I go. I just think that they're not really on our side, you know? I make an effort not to look at Jenna. So if they're not, why are we doing what they want us to do? I realize I'm shaking now, and I make an effort to make my hands still. That's when I feel something big and warm slide into my right hand as I glance down to find Carl holding it. He gives me a quick look and a small smile before returning his attention back to the door. What else should we do? Raven's tone isn't accusatory, but it is genuinely curious. I don't have a very good answer. Well, maybe we can find a way back somehow. Maybe we're still in Carl's house right now. Carl's house. That place seems like it's thousands of miles and years away at this point. Maybe we can, wake ourselves up somehow? Raven doesn't respond, and neither does anyone else. I realize how stupid I must sound. Sorry. I just feel like we're taking things too fast right now. Carl gives my hand another squeeze.
Hey dude, we're all a little scared. We can talk about things.
Carl looks past me at Raven and Jenna.
No rush. I'm actually starting to feel the same way.
I feel my cheeks burn at the way I'm holding everyone back because I'm scared.
So, when I had that guy in my head, I sort of felt like he was taking us somewhere.
Carl runs the hand, not holding mine, up one of his horns, scratching at it.
Like an endpoint, you know?
Raven fidgets with one of his ears.
Like a good endpoint? Yeah, man, I think so.
That didn't sound very convincing. You can stay here if you want, Otter. It takes me a few seconds to realize she's talking to me. Is she really that gone? I just hope that if we reach the end of this, we can get her back somehow.
Whoa, Jenna, that's crazy.
I cough to clear my throat. No, I'll go. I just wanted to think about it for a second. Have you thought about it then? Yeah. I look at Carl, but he only offers me a shrug and a comforting rub on the shoulder. Well, if that's all, then let's go. Jenna steps forward to grab the door handle, and I bite my tongue to keep from saying we should wait again. The door swings open to reveal blackness, just like the last time. Unlike the last time, though, there's a spot of flickering light in the distance. The fire. Everything's quiet right now. No drum beat, but the darkness is unnatural. It's inky and thick. It just keeps saying it's inky. Why with the inky? It's inky and thick, like it's alive. I get the unnerving feeling that it's trying to eat the light from the fire. Maybe towards the fire? Jenna suddenly steps forward, and just like that, she's swallowed by the darkness. Jenna, wait! She ignores me. Carl gives his shoulders another shrug.
Well, if she's being persuaded, I guess she probably knows where she's going.
I see her form pass in front of the firelight a few times, and she's gone.
All right, here we go.
Despite his nervousness, Raven still sounds cheerful about stepping into oblivion.
You ready, dude?
I look over at Carl, and he's gazing back at me warmly, an encouraging smile on his face.
Dude, I'm reaching my limits too. If we have to do another place like this.
His ears droop, looking almost defeated. I nod, swallowing as quietly as I can. He pulls me into his side by my hand, and he wraps my arm around his shoulder.
Just stay close, Kay?
Yeah. I step forward with him, and immediately we're immersed in blackness. Not only do things go dark visually, but the change is physical too. I don't know if it's all in my head, but I feel heavier, like the darkness is pushing down on my shoulders. It's colder too, to the point where I can feel the heat radiating off Carl's body when I brush up against him.
Doing okay, man?
Yeah, you?
Yeah, I'm good.
The going is slow, and not just because of my injured, probably broken ankle. The ground is uneven and rocky, like we're outside walking in the desert. Which I realize is exactly what we're doing when we walk straight into what feels like a sagebrush. Carl thrashes around with the hand not holding onto me, and we're able to sort of stumble around it. Where the hell are we? I mutter as I stub my toe painfully on a rock.
Outside?
Yeah, but where outside?
The desert, right?
So do you think that we're still in Echo? Carl's quiet for a moment.
Maybe, but not really. I don't think we can just walk to our houses.
I wonder if maybe all the others, TJ, Leo, and Flynn, are out here too in the darkness. I want to call out, but I'm too nervous that that's going to attract something to us. I still remember the black figure dancing around the fire we're walking towards at this very moment. We're close enough now that I'm starting to be able to make out Carl in the darkness. I look back at the house to see how far we've gone. All that I can make out now are two rectangles of light. One for the door we came out of, and one for the kitchen window. In the kitchen rectangle, a dark figure stands formed by the faint light inside. I squint, not really sure of what I'm seeing. Then it moves, disappearing from the window. I stop walking, and Carl stops with me, looking back over his shoulder.
What?
I don't... Did one of the others go back? The black figure appears again, this time at the doorway of the house. Oh, shit! I don't even have time to react before it steps forward and then the door swings shut with a distant snap. Oh, God! Oppressive blackness takes its place. I grab onto Carl more tightly.
The hell?
My mind flashes back to the black thing I'd seen crawling out of the wardrobe. Come on. I nudge into Carl's side, trying to get him to hurry along while resisting the urge to try and run on my twisted ankle. I'm realizing that it might come to that. Raven, Jenna! I call out into the darkness ahead of us, wanting to warn them. Over our ragged breathing, though, there's dead silence all around us except for a drum beat. Fuck. Either they can't hear us, or they can't respond. Carl's gripping onto me with both of his hands, practically hauling me off my feet as he pulls me along. Suddenly, he stops.
What the fuck am I doing?
He lets me go and crouches down in front of me. On my back! I'm there before he even finishes the sentence, and my face is bouncing off his hard skull as he starts sprinting towards the fire. Whether it's in my head or not, I swear I can hear slithering sound behind me, like a snake sliding over dry leaves. I shiver, not wanting to look back, but I do anyway, trying to peer into the darkness. Of course I can't see anything, but I swear something flashes in front of the lone rectangle light coming from the cabin's kitchen window. Christ! The rustling sound gets louder, and now I can't pretend that I'm imagining it. It casts a picture into my mind. That black shadow creature contorting and bending through the sagebrush that Carl was having so much trouble moving through. I hold on to one of his horns and lean towards his ear. Carl, it's getting close, and then my stomach lurches as it feels like the floor just suddenly drops away. Next thing I know, my nose is smacked hard into the back of Carl's head before I flip over, landing on my back in what feels like a sea of sharp rocks. Ow! I lay there for a second, dazed, staring at the black ocean above me, wondering if any of this is real. Am I still dreaming? Maybe I'll just wake up from my dorm, probably late to my legal and ethical issues in journalism class. Fuck, are you okay? A muffled voice breaks through my haze of confusion and pain. Then I'm being yanked back up as Carl pulls me to my feet and clumsily shoves me back onto his back. Sorry, shit, sorry! Fine. I can barely mumble through my numb mouth, which feels like it's full of pennies. Oh, shit. I can see I'm making dark stains on the back of Carl's shirt. It feels like my face is caved in. Oh my god. I wonder if my nose is broken, but the fear of the pursuit is returning, and I quickly clutch at Carl's horns before he resumes his sprint. He finally comes to a stumbling halt in front of the massive bonfire, which it looks so small from the cabin. We both stare up at it, the heat almost unbearable. The whispers behind me reach a crescendo, the hissing just over my shoulder. What are we supposed to do? My voice races in pitch as I look back behind us, the black shape now discernible in the firelight as it slithers around the rocks and sagebrush. It's like a person imitating a snake. I grip onto Carl as he turns to face it and then takes a step back, then another. I don't know. I cling to the ram. I can feel him trembling underneath me. Don't back into that fire now. As the creature reaches the edge of the circle of firelight, Carl turns and starts running past the fire, and then my muscle seize up. My jaw clenches, my eyes roll back, and I feel myself falling backwards. This shit again? Oh, and we're here again. The heat is almost unbearable. My fur is damp from sweat, the skin underneath itching and uncomfortable. I can feel the sun on my face, the brightness turning, and the insides of my eyelids are dazzling red. I don't want to open them, though. No, I just want to sleep. I almost do fall asleep, but a distant chorus of shouts and screams jolt me back awake. Now I do try to open my eyes, but I can't. It's like they're glued shut. I reach up to paw them, but my arms won't lift. I must be dreaming, stuck in a paralysis. So I lay there, listening to the shouting and screaming, imagining an angry mob. After what seems like hours, the voices fade, and the red turns deeper, darker, blood-like, as if the sun is setting. And that's when I can finally drift away, back to sleep. The soft, choking moan brings me back to the surface. I'm still hot and sweaty, but the blazing sun isn't shining in my face anymore. I wiggle my fingers and shift my arms a bit, feeling them glide over fabric. At least I'm not paralyzed anymore. Another moan, followed by a coughing sound, forcing me to open my eyes, realizing it's not part of a dream. Huh? This is the bedroom from the house! I stare up at the ceiling, a textured beige ceiling. I'm back in the room where I'd slept. How long ago? A day? A few days? It doesn't matter because everything's comes back to me at once. I feel like a lead weight has just dropped onto my chest, knocking the wind out of me. Fuck, is this not over? Now I'm starting to become convinced that this is never going to end. We're stuck in a loop, just like in my dreams. Another moan, slightly weaker, makes me sit up and look around the room. I'm alone as far as I can tell. Where are the others? Am I actually alone? I can't stop a soft whimper coming from my mouth as the thought of being separated from the others. I was barely keeping it together with Carl, but without him. A loud cough through the wall behind me makes me jump again. I quickly slide off the bed and immediately cringe as my weight comes crashing out on my swollen ankle. Ow! I sag against the bed for a moment, squinting my eyes shut as I wonder why my ankle is only getting stiffer. Maybe the fall Carl had taken made it even worse. The thought that those moans could be coming from Carl spurs me to straighten up and carefully hop towards the door. I have to stifle a short yelp with every bounce, and by the time I reach the door frame, I have to lean against it to catch my breath. My hands shake as I rub my eyes, the pain making me wonder if I'll ever be able to walk without a limp again. Another groan from the room next to me forces me to move again. In the hallway now, I'm able to make out the sounds a bit better and realize that it has a feminine quality to it. Jenna? My voice comes out crackly, in a crackly squeak, and I grunt to clear my throat. Jenna? I try again and wait, and I get no response in return. I force myself to step into the hallway, clinging to the wall for support. When I look down the hallway to the door next to mine, I find something very similar. A damaged wooden door in the middle bulging and splintering out as if something had hit it from the other side. Memories of a bad smell, a dark concrete room, and a noose. I hold tighter to the doorframe, feeling my knees tremble, both from the pain and the fear. I look behind me, hoping to see Carl, maybe even Raven. A shuffling sound followed by another cough and gurgle draws my eyes back to the door. If it's Jenna, I have to act now. I steady myself against the wall and hop slowly to the door. I'm waiting for the bag now. Reaching out with a shaking hand, I start to slowly push the door. I'm hoping that I might be able to crack it open just a little bit and not draw the attention of whatever is inside. The door only shifts a little, though, and seems to catch on the ground underneath it. It lets out a rough scratching sound that makes my fur raise up. Gritting my teeth to forego this stealthy approach and give it a hard shove. This time it opens halfway and I'm able to see into the room. Just like last time, there's no light coming from within the room itself. Instead, I have to rely on the dim yellow light coming from the hallway. It casts a widening band of light into the concrete room as the door opens. The smell hits me like a wave and I immediately gag, doubling over and pressing a hand to my nose before pulling up the neck of my shirt over my nose. Sure, I smell like B.O. from the 2 days of running in fear, but it's better than the sweet smell of rotting meat that's enveloping me. Oh, God. Still shaking, I peer into the room while I lean against the door and I'm only able to see the cracked concrete floor and walls. The grunting, choking sounds reach a peak now and it's coming from beyond the bond of light. It's in inky blackness. Again with the inky blackness. Why is every blackness inky? I don't understand. That isn't all that different from what Carl and I had run through. Hello? No response. It sounds like those grunting has stopped too. Shh, I have to do something now. I think about just kicking the door open and jumping back, but then I remember there's really nothing I can do with my feet right now. Taking a deep breath, I set both hands against the door. I steel myself of what I'm about to see, then shove the door as hard as I can. The door swings open and suddenly scraping horribly against the floor the entire way. I yelp at the suddenness of it all, the tension all exploding out of me all at once. I jump back in fear. The band of light widens, sweeping over the entirety of the concrete room before the door finally lodges against the wall with a snapping sound. I almost lose my balance, arms swinging around cartoonishly as I try to hop on one foot. At the same time, I'm fearfully eyeing the opening, terrified of what I'm about to see. What I do see is definitely terrifying. It's Jenna in the middle of the room. She's hanging from the noose, her muzzle tilted up so I'm able to clearly see the rope digging into the fur around her neck, painfully tight. Her toes are barely touching the floor, but it doesn't even look like she's trying to keep herself up. It looks like she's unconscious. Jenna! There's no response, and I find myself leaping in her direction. I forget about my ankle until all my weight comes down on it twice in my mad dash, and I literally scream as it happens. There isn't any time to worry about it, though, as I grab at Jenna, unsure of what to do. First, I try to wrap my arms around her and lift her up, screaming again as I set my weight down on my foot. She doesn't respond to any of this and just hangs limp in my arms, which terrifies me even more. I reach up and pluck uselessly at the hangman's knot that I immediately know isn't going to budge no matter how much I pull. Carl, help! I feel myself starting to panic. Desperately, I look around, trying to find something, anything I might be able to use to cut the rope. Jenna? I call up at her. I can't see her eyes from this angle, but I can't feel any movement in her. I try to press my ear against her chest, but I'm not sure if I'm doing it in the right spot. I try to quiet my breathing and actually listen, but I can't hear anything. Shit, Carl! I feel myself starting to hyperventilate and try again to slow my breathing. If I pass out right now, I'm going to be less help than I already am. The world is starting to take on a surreal tint, and I think I'm actually dreaming. I think about running into the kitchen, but I don't want to let her go, especially since I feel like she's on the edge of dying right now. I reach up again and start trying to worm my fingers underneath the rope, but it's useless. It's way too tight. My eyes start to water as I realize that I'm not helping her at all right now, aside from maybe taking a little pressure off her neck, but it might be too late anyway. Help! I'm suddenly hyper aware of the screaming pain in my ankle, and I feel it giving out. So my arms burning with the strain of trying to hold Jenna up. I press my face against her chest, feeling myself start to give up on everything. And suddenly the weight disappears, and I feel Jenna lift up several inches into the air. I look up and see Carl next to me, his big arms easily able to keep the fox off the ground. Not only that, but he's got a knife in one hand. I recognize it was the same knife Carl had used earlier in the hallway. Carl! I sob in relief as he sits to sawing at the rope, and soon all three of us come crashing to the ground as Jenna's cut free. We lay there in a heaving heap. The only sound is our gasps as we all try to catch our breaths, Jenna's being the loudest. After a while, I sit up and look over at her. She's already sitting up herself, one hand to her neck, rubbing at it. Are you okay? I reach out to her. I'm fine. She leans away a little from my hand, so I drop it. I thought you were going to die, Jenna. My voice is all shuddery, and I struggle to keep my emotions under control to not have a panic attack. Whatever was controlling this whole scenario just tried to kill one of us. But I guess that's already happened with the shadow creature thing, and even with what's happened to Raven. Jenna picks up the knife and brings it up to her neck, starting to saw away the rope. Okay. I can help. She ignores me. I look over at Carl and see that he's flat on his back, arms spread out. Thank you, Carl. I don't know what I would have done if he hadn't shown up. Carl raises a hand in acknowledgement. How the hell did you get a knife? Carl takes a few more gasps to catch his breath. I heard you guys and saw that. He gestures at the hanging rope, and the end of it frizzled out after the cut. Remember that knife I dropped when we were here before? Thank God. We lay there for a while longer, Jenna busy hacking at the rope. Carl choosing to stare up at the ceiling. That almost peaceful silence is shattered as a husky stumbles into the doorframe, clutching onto as he practically trips in. Whoa, hey guys! He grins, waving a hand at us as he rights himself. He looks around at us, taking in the scene. What happened? Jenna got hanged. Carl cut her down. There's really no way to sugarcoat it. Oh, crap! Yeah, that's one fucking way to respond to that shit. Oh, crap! He stares wide-eyed at Jenna. Well, guess it's surprising it wasn't me this time, huh? Lets out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. None of us even crack a smile. You're okay, though? Fine. Raven looks around the room. Well, it looks like we're still here. Carl lets out a big, shuddery breath. I don't know if I can do this anymore. What do you mean? We're stuck. I don't know what else we're supposed to do. Just keep looking around. We're fighting stuff, right? And then what? Get sucked into another fucked up place where we'll be chased around and almost killed? He waves a hand at Jenna's direction. Look what just happened. It wants us dead. Carl. I trail off. What? I try to think of something to say, anything that might convince the ram to keep going. Just a while ago, minutes, hours, days, I was having the same doubts. But for some reason, Carl's sudden demeanor of defeat has me more motivated. Because if Carl gives up, what else is there to keep me going? There's a soft snap, and I look over to see that Jenna's pulled the rope from her throat. How's your neck? Jenna rubs it. Fine. Her voice has an air of complete disinterest despite the situation. She seems distracted too, her eyes flickering around at the ceiling, like she's expecting something to happen up there. I look up too, but all I see is concrete that's spiderwebbed with cracks. The rope, I notice, is hanging from nothing. It sort of just grows out of the ceiling. Carl lets out another shuddering sigh next to me. Wish I had a joint. I feel a small flicker of annoyance. And how will that help anything? Carl's quiet for a moment, clearly sensing the change in my mood. I immediately regret it, but I don't have the energy to take it back. Because it might make me feel a little better. By making you feel less? We need to be alert right now so we can figure this out. I bring my tone back down to normal, realizing how unfair it would be to get mad at Carl right now. Just a little while ago, I was having the same doubts. Didn't I already say that? I don't know if we can, though. Carl's lips tug down in a frown, and it looks like he's trying to keep himself from crying. Before I can say anything to comfort him, Jenna speaks up. You will. Her voice is dark, firm, and completely unlike the way Jenna has ever spoken before. Both look at her, and she sits there, legs crossed, staring hard at us. Well, at me. Carl sits up. Jenna? Jenna doesn't look at him, instead she keeps looking at me. John? Now she does look at Carl, and it's out of instinct, her eyes darting at him before looking back at me. I recognize it as that almost unstoppable urge to look the way you hear your name being called. Yeah, we had suspected, and Jenna had been acting weird, but to think that she was that consumed by him. Carl glances at me meaningfully. We haven't asked her directly about it yet, so I guess now's the time. Hey Jenna, are you feeling okay? I'm feeling fine. It's just that you haven't seemed like yourself for a while now. What do you mean? I look over at Carl and he shifts himself around on the floor. Listen, when we first got here, and even a little before then, I was feeling weird. Carl pauses, he seems to be searching for the right words. Sort of like something else had become a part of me. Jenna narrows her eyes at Carl, but doesn't say anything. There was another voice in my head almost, and after a while, I knew it was that guy James in my head. Sounds like you're going crazy. Carl frowns. Maybe, but he was making me act different, feel different, and it was kind of fucked up, to be honest. Weird. Yeah, weird, but it was easy to get him out of my head. Carl points at his horns. And now he's not there anymore. Jenna keeps that stern look on her face, frowning at Carl. What are you trying to say? Well, do you know a guy named John Begay? No. I remember the picture I had taken of John back in Carl's crawl space. My hand feels my phone through my pocket, and I almost reached to pull it out before remembering that it's dead. He was in some of the pictures with James Hendricks, the founder of the town. Jared stares at me blankly. James was Carl's ancestor, and we think that John was your ancestor too. He was a fox and has the same last name. So wasn't your family an Echo since the beginning? Yes. So it seems like you're probably related to him, right? Jenna stares hard at me, then at Carl. Our family doesn't have records like yours, Carl. Carl frowns again. You say that like it's my fault. Maybe it is. Carl starts to sputter again, but I cut in before he can defend himself. See? Jenna doesn't talk like that. You wouldn't say something like that. Jenna doesn't say anything, keeping her glare at Carl. Carl clears his throat nervously. What I'm trying to say is that maybe your ancestor is in your head like mine was? I don't think so. Carl lets out a frustrated sigh. I mean, something's different with you, dude. I can see it. Chase sees it. A nod in confirmation. Raven suddenly cuts in. I mean, I don't know you that well, but if we're going by how a normal person acts, you're not acting very normal. We're not in a normal situation like that, are we? Carl shakes his head. I know you can resist it like I did, Jenna. You've always had a really strong mind, way stronger than mine. Carl swallows. So it shouldn't be a problem for you to stop it like I did. Jenna shrugs. Nothing's wrong with me, Carl. We all go quiet then. Jenna stares at Carl, eyes moving across his face like she's searching for something. Carl stares hard right back at her. Unless you don't want to fight it? Jenna's expression remains emotionless. I mean, are you letting him? I don't know, Carl. Are you letting him control you? No, I already told you I fought him out. How do we know that's true? Carl throws his hands up. Dude, why would I lie? Carl looks at me for some help. Yeah, Carl's way different than he was earlier. He's himself now. But how do you know that? I don't know what else to say to Jenna to convince her. Of course, I can't be completely sure. The only person that can know is Carl. He says he isn't possessed anymore, and I trust him on that. Jenna, he isn't, I promise. Is that supposed to be us saying that? Because, Carl saying he isn't is fucking weird. You think James kept his promises? Carl and I share a look. Jenna, what do you mean by that? A strange look crosses Jenna's face, breaking out of the stoic detachment she's been portraying for the last however long it's been. It's confused, but it's also like she wants to say something with her mouth open. Jenna? She seems to be frozen like that for a moment before she seems to finally give up, shaking her head. I don't know. She glares at Carl. He blanches defensively. What? You keep acting like this is my fault. Maybe it is. This time Raven cuts in before Carl can say anything. Is James stopping John from saying something? I watch Jenna closely, and that's when she finally looks away. I don't know. Jenna, are John and James upset with one another? Jenna shrugs, not looking at me. Carl lets out a sigh of frustration. Jenna, we need to figure this out. Listen, I don't know much about these guys, but it sounds like James and John are trying to tell us something. Raven looks back and forth between Carl and Jenna. And trying to stop the other one from telling us something. I rub my face with my hands, feeling frustrated, just wishing these two assholes could tell us what it is they want to say. So they're trying to tell us something about the past, and they both don't want us to know what the other knows? Maybe that's what we're supposed to figure out. I close my eyes. We're stuck in the middle of a possessed ghost fight, with each of them trying to tell us their version of a story. The whole thing seems ridiculous, insane, but I really don't have anything else to go off of. Did you find anything else about him in the crawl space? I try to think back. They both got convicted of sodomy. John was hanged, but James left to start his ice cream business. Oh, why wasn't James hanged too? His influence in the town, probably. Well, I can see how that might cause problems between the two of them. I look over at Carl, who's still looking at Jenna. Jenna's picking at the rope in her lap. Hey, did James tell you anything while you were under his influence? Like, did he say anything? Carl rubs his chin. Not really. It's weird. I just sort of felt different. I said things I wouldn't normally say, but I guess I never heard any voices. There isn't much more to talk about at this point. Unless one of the spirits decides to do something else that can help us along somehow. So what are we supposed to do next exactly? Raven points at the back of the room. There's a door there. We all look in the direction he's pointing. Sure enough, there's a door there. It's a concrete door, practically cut out of the wall. It's featureless aside from a rusty metal handle. What, was that there before?
I think I would have seen it the first time I looked in.
Jenna stands up, taking a few steps towards the door.
What, we're just gonna go through another door?
Carl's laying back down on the floor on his back, staring up at the ceiling again. I can understand where he's coming from. Another door to possibly another nightmare? But his sudden reluctance is making it easier for me to find the strength to keep going. I reach out, resting a hand on his. Carl, this might be the last one. It might be the way out. Carl snorts.
Seriously, dude, you think they're just gonna let us go? We've accomplished nothing.
We can't leave here. We can leave you here if you'd prefer. I glare at Jenna, but she's not even looking at me, instead staring at the concrete door. Carl, we have to keep moving. If we go through another door, we're at least going somewhere.
Yeah, and besides, the bad stuff has only happened to me and Jenna, so you guys will probably have nothing to worry about. Have you forgotten my fucked up leg?
We can't stay here forever. I gently stroke the back of Carl's furry hand. He laughs again.
Maybe we could just keep pulling grilled cheese sandwiches out of the cupboard.
Carl props himself up on his elbows.
Who knows, maybe I can get some weed out of there.
Carl looks back into the hallway, apparently seriously considering that. Come on, man, we're all going in together. I reach out both my hands to him expectantly, since I can't get up on my own. Carl stares at them contemptuously for a moment, and finally gets to his feet while pulling me up onto his back with a loud grunt.
Alright, man, but if this freaky spook ghost dimension goes on for another fucking door, I'm gonna pull a joint from the magic cupboard.
Of course. Jenna's already standing in front of the door.
Man, I don't want to pass out again. We just did that.
I look back towards the hallway. You know, maybe we should check the rest. Jenna reaches to grab the metal handle, and before any of us can say anything more, she yanks it open.
And we're gone again! God damn it.
A trail leads through the desert landscape, and cacti and boulders obscure my view on the other side. The ground is rocky, and dust kicks up with each step I take. As I continue up the path, I can see the mountains. I'm heading toward the town of Echo, just over those mountains. As I get closer, I notice that the trail branches off towards the side of the mountain. I follow the trail with my eyes into the hazy distance, almost disappearing into the heat waves. Still, I can make out a small dark hole in the mine.
Some things should just be left alone.
Dust swirls silently at the mouth of the mine, almost sparkling in the bright moonlight. Every single person here. Something seems to pulse out of the entrance, sending an almost invisible wave through the air. You will never escape. You all will always come back. Red seeps from the hole, running up the side of the mountain in a wave, turning rock and dust the color of blood. You'll always be running in circles. I start jogging up the trail, panting in the desert heat, not sure what I'm doing. Ugh. The sky in front of me lights up that same ominous red color in the direction of Echo. Somehow I'm able to scale the side of the mountain in just seconds. I get to the peak and look over the edge. I see the town, but it's not the town I remember, at least not all of it. Lake Emma is in the distance to the left. The motel and the supermarket are to the right. But the ruins by the lake aren't just old foundation remnants anymore. They're fully standing now, with their log walls and roofs. Several dozen more houses run up the side of the lake, standing in stark contrast to the more modern buildings further away toward the main street. There are even a few buildings that I don't recognize. And there, just below me, is Carl's house. But it's different. The mansion is bigger, the walls are a lighter color, it looks older. Somehow I'm already there. Like I just teleported straight down the street to stand on the road in front of Carl's house. I stare down the slope towards the town, and there, next to the road, is a wooden platform built under a tree. There's a rope hanging from the tree, and a noose. I look back down at the town, at all the different buildings, but no matter which structure I'm looking at, one thing's the same. They're all lit up blood red. I watch as what looks like spinning blades come slowly into focus above me. Huh? This is a new house. I tense up, but only for a moment as I realize what it is. A ceiling fan. Wait, a ceiling fan? Isn't that... I sit up quickly, only to immediately swoon as the room starts to spin around me. I grip onto whatever I'm sitting on. It happens to be soft and smooth. I look down and see that I'm on top of a blue comforter. To my left, Jenna, Raven, and Carl are stretched out next to me on a king-size bed. To my right, sunshine streams in from sliding glass doors, outside of which is a massive deck. Past the porch are the mountains and desert of Echo. We're back. My God, we're back! Guys! I shake Carl next to me. He immediately swings a hand to slap at me, but I persist until he is forced to sit up, rubbing his sleep from his eyes. Jenna and Raven stir next to him.
What is it? What happened?
Guys, we're back! We're in your house, Carl! Carl finally snaps his eyes open at that. Raven sits up next to Carl, and I see him sway with the same dizziness that I had had earlier.
Where are we? My parents' room.
Carl's voice is hushed, quiet, as if he's afraid to speak too loudly. This'll all disappear. Relief like I've never known before flows through my body. Whether or not it was a dream or hallucination, we were drugged somehow. It doesn't matter. What matters now is that we're home. Well, in Echo, at least. I look over at Jenna, hoping to see her back to her old familiar self, but I find her staring around suspiciously, that dark look still in her eyes. Maybe that would take a little while longer to wear off. I slowly push myself off the bed, the height of it making it more difficult for my feet to reach the ground. I touch down with my good foot, and I'm a bit surprised when my toes come to contact with the cold hardwood floor. I thought this room had a carpet the last time I was in here. I look back at Carl, and I see a confused look on his face, the fur on his brow crinkling up in the bright sunshine.
Something's a little off, man.
What?
Something's wrong.
I feel the beginnings of that sinking sensation in my chest again. Why?
My parents' room isn't this big.
I look around. I guess it looks a bit bigger than usual. The balcony seems to be the right size, though.
And the floor?
He points at my feet.
Where's the carpet?
Carl confirms my suspicions. The dread continues to flow in my stomach.
Maybe they took the carpet out while we were gone?
Oh, you optimist. No one responds to that ridiculous idea. Jenna looks at the wall behind the bed and reaches out to touch it tentatively. Carl lets out a loud, almost maniacal laugh.
It's like I'm in a weird dream of my house or something.
The fuck? Carl pushes himself off the bed, his hooves clopping loudly, unnervingly against the hardwood floor that shouldn't exist. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
I can see the same emotions I feel in my chest playing out in Carl's eyes right now. He reaches out to give me some support.
Well, maybe there are other people here?
Even Raven's cheerful tone is forced and strained. I guess I was expecting that we'd end up in another dream world or whatever. But the fact that I had thought for just a moment that we were back in the real world made all this the more soul-crushing. It feels like those fucking ghosts are toying with us at this point. I take a deep breath, willing myself not to lose it. Not yet, at least.
Chase, I'm gonna move to the deck.
I get a better grip on Carl's side as he starts to move towards the glass doors, his hooves clopping while I hop along. He stares out, slowly reaching up with a hand to tug out the handle. To my surprise, it opens. I guess I thought there would be the same as the last place we were in, that we'd be locked in or something. I follow Carl as he steps out onto the balcony, taking slow, careful steps if he was afraid the deck may give out. It's the same deck. The air is hot and heavy, almost humid. That isn't normal at all in Echo. Sure, it would get really hot, but it's a desert. Humidity is near non-existent. We reach the railing and stare out at the town below the foothills that Carl's mansion sits on. I'd taken a soft breath. Just like in the dream I had, the ruins of Echo aren't ruins anymore. Dozens of old-fashioned wooden buildings dot the edge of the lake. A little ways away, I see the familiar buildings of the motel and supermarket along with the small neighborhood of my childhood. And along Main Street, I see a few buildings that I don't recognize. You're in the past. You're in the past. But you're an echo. You're in the past. Not quite as old-fashioned as the buildings along the lake, but still pretty old-looking.
The hell?
Carl almost whines out the words as I see him grip tightly into the railing. I moved closer to his side, putting an arm on his shoulder, around his shoulders. Come on, man. We're gonna figure this out. This is just... I struggle to figure out what this just is, but I come up short. Listen, I saw this in a dream, and I think they were trying to tell me something.
What dream?
A dream I had before I woke up. I have them almost every time we pass out. Why are you the only one having these dreams? I jump as Jenna speaks right behind me. I turn around, finding her eyeing me suspiciously. I don't know. None of you had dreams? I did. Raven pops his head from around the glass door, still with that bizarrely resilient grin on his face. But it was about that black shadow creature thing chasing me through the kitchen. So I guess it's not really useful.
What did you see in your dream, Chase?
Well, this... I whip my hand around the alternate reality town. But then the mine, too. Like red stuff spread out over it, over the town. Then I saw a noose. I instinctively look over the edge of the balcony, down toward where I remember seeing the tree. Carl looks too.
What is it?
Well, I saw a tree with a noose on it. Carl looks slowly back up at me.
Down there?
I think so. Look of utter defeat? ? In Carl's face has me hesitating to confirm it.
What the fuck?
Take a deep breath, trying to put what I feel into words. That dream, the way it zeroed in on the tree, it felt meaningful. I think we need to go to it.
Jesus, why?
Carl buries his face in his hands as he leans against the railing, shaking his head slowly from side to side. I don't know, but I don't know where else to start. This place is massive.
So what, they put another letter there for us to find for some reason?
Maybe.
Guys?
Carl keeps his head in his hands as I turn around. Raven is still standing by the glass door, but he's looking back into the room.
Jenna left.
What? Sure enough, Jenna is nowhere to be seen. Where'd she go? Raven shrugs.
Downstairs, I guess.
Is she going to the tree? I start to move back into the house, then remember my destroyed ankle. I look back to see Carl is still slumped against the railing. Carl? He doesn't look up. Carl, we need to keep moving. Finally, the ram pulls his head out of his arms and turns to help me. He gets me into our familiar position with me clinging to his neck while I hop along. I'm relieved he's actually moving, but I don't like the dull look in his eyes one bit. Hey, look at this surprisingly modern living room with the TV and everything. Raven, Carl, and I head down the hall towards the stairs. Carl's right. It's like a dream of Carl's house. Carl mentions that there are a few extra doors, all of which lead into bare hardwood floor rooms. The ground level of the house, though, looks mostly normal. As we make our way through Carl's sort of home, I realize something. You guys hear the trains when we were on the deck?
Maybe. Why?
I thought I did. Just kind of weird. Like, what are trains doing in a world that isn't really real?
Maybe it is real.
Maybe. I'm not convinced. As we pass through the living room, I can see that it's set up like it always is, and the kitchen looks to be in order as well. As we step outside, I notice the mansion looks the same for the most part, not the massive old look that I had in my dream. I hop along down the curving driveway from Carl's house like I remember in my dream. How Jenna would be able to find the tree on her is beyond me. I imagine that on her own. The only indication I'd given her as to where it was to glance over the railing of the deck.
Man, it's so fucking close to being real, this place.
Yeah. I don't have much to add, but he's right. It feels so close to being home, but none of it is home. I slow my pace as I turn right at the end of Carl's driveway, practically tugging the ram along. We move the short distance down the road, then move to the edge of the left side of the road. I look down over the side, over the rocky sagebrush-covered slope. And there's Jenna. Somehow she immediately found it on her own. That old and rickety wooden platform sits underneath a tree. Under the tree. This tree and platform definitely aren't in the real echo. There were a few scant mentions of a hanging tree in my research. If it was still standing, I'd have gone to get some film for my project. That project seems like something I was working on years ago at this point. I carefully start to climb down the slope, clinging to Carl. I'm about to call out to Jenna when I stop cold. As we moved to the side, the thick trunk of the tree shifted in my field of view and revealed the noose. Unlike my dream, the noose isn't empty. Hanging from the noose is a body. Oh, fuck! From where I'm standing, I can't see exactly what it is. Its back is to us. All I can make out is a head, hand, and feet, and some old-fashioned clothes, overalls, and a cotton shirt of some kind. The clothes look worn and old, like they've been sitting out in the elements for years. I stop moving, instead staring at the body. Carl freezes too, and I can feel his ragged breathing in my ear. Jesus. Carl gasps. I stare for what feels like an entire minute before I find my voice. Jenna? She's also facing the body, so I can't see her face, but she holds up a hand towards me to quiet me before slowly pacing around the platform. Looks like she's moving towards the front, so I steel myself and slowly follow her. I don't want to look at the body as I move, but I can't tear my eyes away. It's old, very old. The fur is mostly gone, the skin underneath black and leathery. The face is drooping and sunken, the eyelids closed. It's been out in the sun for a very long time. I don't know much about corpses, so I don't know how long. I just know it's been a very long time. For what I can tell, it's a canine of some kind. A fox? John? For some reason, I look towards Jenna to see if she'll let us know who it is. She doesn't, instead just staring at the body. Carl tightens his grip around my shoulders. I'm not sure if it's for support against the uneven ground or the horror in front of us. Raven has chosen not to follow. Instead, he stands back behind the platform, looking away from the body. I swallow hard, trying to keep my nerves under control, trying to look at the situation like it's a simple task. Do you guys see anything? A note or something? I try to search the platform and avoid looking up at the body. There's something in its mouth. Oh god, why the mouth? Carl points up at the corpse with a shaking finger. He's right. There's a flash of white in the mouth of the corpse, just barely sticking out from what look like gnarled teeth. A piece of paper, maybe? I'm surprised at how successful I am at keeping my voice calm. I sort of feel numb to all of this now. But I think we're both realized at the same time what this means. We're gonna have to actually get that piece of paper. Fuck, man, why do we have to do this? Why don't they just tell us what they want us to know? I cling to Carl as much as he's clinging to me, trying to keep him calm. Listen, I'll get it. It's just a body. No, it's not. Nothing's just as it is in this fucked up place. Jenna suddenly turns on the two of us, causing us both to flinch back from her. Chase, you need to get it. What? Wait, why? You can't even fucking walk. I can crawl. He had the dream. They want him to be the one to get it. He volunteered anyway. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. Why the hell don't you get it? Carl has adjusted himself so that he's standing halfway in front of me protectively. Because that's what they want. That's bullshit. If you know something, Jenna, then why don't you fucking tell us? Carl's snarling at Jenna now, which is all the more impressive because the Rams can't snarl. We can't be doing this right now. Here we are in this fucked up dimension in front of a mummified corpse arguing. Put my hand against Carl's chest. Listen, I'll get it. This is what they want, and this will help us move forward. I try not to think about actually going up to the wooden steps to stand in front of the corpse, but I really have no other options right now. Carl doesn't loosen his hold on me. Fuck no, Jenna. You get it since you seem to know what the fuck is going on. Carl squeezes me tighter against his chest as he leans in to glare at Jenna. Jenna glares right back, and I can see her lips trembling as she appears to be holding back her own snarl. Stop it, Carl. Let go. I'm going to get the paper. No, Chase. Carl, nothing bad has happened when it comes to getting these stupid pieces of paper. I'll be fine. Carl looks down at me, his face etched with the stubborn resoluteness. It's at least a nice change from the almost dead look that I'd seen earlier. He stares at me hard for a good long while, to the point where I almost blush until finally... Fine, but I'm coming up with you. I don't think... Shut up, Jenna. Each word seems to have to work hard to get itself out of Carl's muzzle. It's okay. Let's go. I let Carl hold my hand as we both moved towards the platform over uneven ground. I noticed Raven standing off to the side, still facing away from us. I'd have to check on him later. The wood creaks softly under our feet as we make our way up to the steps. I focus on my hoping foot? It's a foot full of hope. Not wanting to look at the body. Once we reach the top, though, I realize that I'm going to have to. Leaning heavily against Carl for support, I look up. The corpse's eyes are open now! No! Two yellow piercing eyes that are sunk deep in the skull stare back at me. Oh my god!
You are disgusting. I'm disgusting. You're abhorrent, despicable, horrible! For telling truths. For telling your own truth. You don't know my story, my truth. Your truth is a delusion. You cruel, filthy son of a bitch! What do you want from me? I want justice. You and your people don't know the meaning of the word. Just let it rest. Let me rest. And you'd leave me restless, murderer. You may not have killed me physically, but you murdered my life, you fucking... The otter hears us. So if he hears us, then let him. What? If he hears us, then it wants him to. Why does it? You think I know? What does it create? Why does it create these places? Let us do small things, then take it away. It's a game. It's a game, my life. My reputation is a game to it. A game. Go on. Why don't you tell him your truth? The otter works with you. I wouldn't help him even if I could. But you can't, can you? You are but smoke. Good thing, too, you and your fucking lies. I will tell him this. Otter, you are stuck here because you cannot see the truth, and until you do, how will he know the truth if you only lie? You are disgusting. What the fuck was any of that? What the hell? Hello? Yeah, all this. What happened? I'm not zoomed in. Oh, Jesus! I am so sorry. I am so sorry, guys. You missed all of that. Oh, I feel like such a piece of shit now. God damn it. I am so sorry. I'm not doing it again, but I definitely will show you what I was saying. It was literally just this. It was just a bunch of question mark people saying the exact shit I said. So it's all the same shit I fucking said. So it's just a black screen with question marks. We don't know who it was. We don't know any of this shit. We don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh god damn it. Oh fuck me, man. I got people contacting me on Steam, on Skype. Y'all are trying to tell me, and I'm just too much of a fucking idiot to look. Oh, Jesus. But it's back now. We're all good. I'm 9 or 10, and I'm sitting under a tree in the forest. I like the feeling you get when you're finished crying. The stuffed up nose and throbbing in my head, along with the feeling of having just run 10 miles. Like I've just finished something really hard, and now it's over. And then a creak in the branches above me. I look up and see the fox hanging from a rope. His dead eyes are on me. Brr. Why don't you get your ass up here and dig it out yourself then? He's awake. Chase? A big hand is cradled below my head, and I stare at the horns waving around above my eyes. Between them hangs the fox. Hey, okay? What happened? I don't know. There were eyes. I stare harder at the fox, but the eyes are closed. Yeah, me too, but you just sort of fell back. Sorry, I dropped you and I think you hit your head. That would explain the headache. My head throbs with each heartbeat. Why didn't you grab the letter, Chase? Are you kidding me? I flinch at Carl's loud voice and I spit, and the spit flecks my face. He just passed out and that thing had something to do with it. Like I said, dig it out of the fucking mouth if you want to. Dig what out? I crane my head painfully and look at Jenna.
She stands in the exact same spot, staring stoically. Raven has moved to stand next to her, but now his eyes are wide, staring at the fox. I turn my head back around towards the hanging fox, and that's when I see the letter is gone. Where did it go? I push myself up, cringing, as I once again forget about my ankle. Carl hurriedly fusses around me, helping me stand. I keep my eyes on the fox the entire time, but I don't see any signs of life. What happened?
You fell?
No, the fox. What happened to the letter? He ate it. What? How?
It, just sort of gobbled it up.
Carl's freehand gestures at his mouth.
God.
I lean my forehead against the ram's cheek as I close my eyes. I completely forgot Raven's voice. I completely fucking forgot it.
So are we not supposed to read it?
Raven's voice is small and quiet, nothing like his usual self, even during the time we've spent here. No one says anything for a while. I clear my throat. I think I heard John and James while I was out.
What? What did they say?
I think John and James, they're influencing some of this, but there's something else controlling all of it.
How?
I don't know, but it's stopping them from telling us what they want to say. Like this is a game for it.
You cut that motherfucker open and get out of his guts!
I feel Carl shake his head against my head.
So what are we supposed to do?
Just figure out the game, I guess.
Oh, the game!
Dude! Sydney did fucking scavenger hunts! It's like a game! Dude! I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that is an incredible fucking parallel. They said something about having to see the truth, but I'm not exactly sure of what that is.
But the fox just ate our clue!
That might have been one of them. James or John, I don't know.
Do we just find another one then?
I don't say anything because that's when I see the hint of white sticking out of the fox's pocket. I point. What's that?
What?
That sticking out of the chest pocket.
Huh?
Carl moves a little closer, pulling me along tentatively. Raven calls anxiously from behind us. What are you guys doing? Carl's voice gets tighter, more nervous as he reaches out with a shaky hand. I keep my eyes focused on the pocket, not wanting to look into the eyes if they open again. Carl touches the chest, yanking back his hand once he's slowly going in again. His face turns towards mine, cringing as he tries to look and not look at the same time. He fumbles at the pocket for a moment, the fox swaying just slightly from the Rand's poking fingers. Finally, after what seems like several eternities, Carl manages to get a grip on the note. Once he does, he yanks his hand back, almost hitting the fox's muzzle as he slides the letter free from the pocket.
Okay, let's go.
Carl gently but quickly guides me down the stairs. Jenna eyes what's in Carl's hand suspiciously. What's that?
Another letter or something.
Where did you get that? The fox ate it earlier. I saw it sticking out of the pocket. I guess there was another one. Jenna goes quiet and her expression darkens. I'm about to ask what's wrong, but Carl already unfolded the paper, swinging the hand, holding it to try to make it unfold. I help him out with my free hand and hold the letter between us. I notice that the bottom of the paper is a rough tear, like somebody has torn it in half. Oh, God. Jenna and Raven move in closer opposite us.
Please, let this be the one that gets us back.
Didn't look like a letter. In fact, it looks like a newspaper clipping. Well, a photocopied one, anyway. Carl, I think this came from your mom's collection of artifacts. I remember some pages were ripped out of the scrapbooks.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was you taking them.
Nope.
I wonder how long ago this nightmare actually started. It seems that it had been setting itself up days before we fell into this place. Well, I guess I'll give it a read. Hopefully this is the one. I'll start with the big, bold title. Echo Researcher uncovers town's serial killer past.
Most might know Trisha Hendricks as the CEO of Hen's Ice Cream, but Echo locals will know her to be an avid history buff as well. I just love how it connects all of us. How it shows that everything has happened for a reason. But even she didn't realize what her research would uncover. According to Hendricks, the town's founder, James, had an affair with another man, and both may have been hiding a dark secret. You never know what you'll find out, but to think that James had a homosexual relationship and with an alleged serial killer, what? Well, it's really something. According to Hendricks' research, James may have been in a romantic relationship with a native fox by the name of John B. Gay. John B. Gay. Ha ha ha! Town records indicate that B. Gay was accused of committing multiple child murders. Why? Hendricks says that the way to fuck child murders. Sydney was killed. It's very heavily hinted that Chase did it. TJ saw us do it, but doesn't admit it. And fuck! Hendricks says the crimes were... No. Oh, no! I reach for the bottom of the page where the rough tear begins. Clearly there's more to the article, but... Jenna! Look up just in time to see a flash of steel before Carl jumps back, pulling me along with him. The knife comes... What the fuck? Within inches of Carl's face before piercing the newspaper clipping we were holding with a smack. What the hell? Jenna! I'm about to ask what she's doing because I think she's attacking the newspaper for some reason, but her intentions become clear as she moves towards us with the knife. I set on Carl. Jenna, stop! Raven bounces up and down, his hands pulling at his ears. Carl moves back as fast as he can while I limp along. Jenna, what are you doing? Jenna lunges at us, the knife arcing down from above again. This time she's too close and Carl pushes me to the side as he jumps back. I go down on my butt on the rocky ground. Putrid lying beast, where's my letter? I don't know, what did I do? Carl's stuttering, stumbling eyes wide in terror. I don't even know if he's going to defend himself when Jenna gets to him. Or what? Or, yeah. With a muffled scream, I push myself onto my feet and hobble after them, each step sending an electric lances of pain into the back of my brain. I don't have time to dwell on it, though, because that's when Jenna reaches Carl. She grabs onto one of the horns and yanks him close, Carl swinging his fist wildly in her direction. It's a valiant effort, but Carl's not a fighter, and aside from letting out a few grunts, Jenna isn't affected. She raises the knife just as I reach them. No, stop! Let's push her. Carl, watch out! I yell as loud as I can before giving the fox the hardest shove I can give. I do it at an angle so she doesn't directly hit Carl. Carl leaps to the side as I slam into her, sending Jenna forward to faceplant into the rocks and dirt. I reach out to Carl just as Raven goes blurring past me. He leaps onto Jenna, pinning her down. Go, just go! We'll figure something out later, but you need to get away, Carl! Raven's snarling as he tries to keep Jenna pinned, something that doesn't match his cheerful face at all. Carl stumbles to his feet, then turns and starts jogging away. Oh, wait! Help me up! Carl seems to hesitate before finally turning around. Ooh, leaning over to help pick me up. And with that, we limp away toward the road. I think we're heading towards the mansion again, but Carl turns toward the road to the town instead. The growls and snarls get fainter behind us and start to worry about what's going to happen to Raven. Hopefully Jenna just stops once Carl's out of sight. He seems to be the only thing she's interested in right now. Carl breathes raggedly in my ear over the sound of his stumbling clops and my dragging shuffles. Carl, do you want to go back to your house instead? Carl doesn't respond, and I look over to him to see he's looking straight ahead, eyes fixed on something. Carl? He gives his head a little shake, so I go back to staring at my own feet. My ankle is numb at this point, which I guess is better than the lancing pain I had earlier. We're further down the road now, to the point where I can't hear Jenna or Raven anymore. Going this way might have been a good idea, since Jenna will probably end up going back to the mansion. Does she just need time to cool down? Oh yeah, that seems totally normal. And where are we supposed to go now? I should have realized that what just happened is going to affect everything. How are we even gonna get to be near each other now? Jenna just tried to kill Carl. Jenna. Or John. I feel a sudden burst of anger towards him. A fucking serial killer possessing her, forcing her to do this shit. Carl's breathing is getting more ragged. I look over at him again, and I'm not really surprised to see tracks of tears down his face. Carl, do you need to sit down for a second? Take a rest? A few seconds later, Carl stops abruptly next to a small boulder, and I allow myself to be sat down on it. The ram doesn't sit down with me, though. Instead, he starts pacing back and forth in front of me, occasionally wiping his face with his arm. Carl, sit down. I don't know what to do, Chase. Neither do I. Just sit down for a second. No, I don't know if we'll ever get out of here. Yeah, Raven's probably fucked. Carl sobs, then goes into a coughing fit. No, come on, we're doing good. We're at least getting somewhere. Where? This could go on forever. You know. You don't know. Jesus. Look up at the ram, trying to think of something comforting to say. Chase, I can't do this. I need a second. Carl turns and starts walking further down the road. Carl, wait, we shouldn't split up. Hang on. I stand unsteadily, leaning over to rest a hand on the rock as I watch Carl continue to trek down the road towards the town. Just wait, I need a moment. I'll be back. Carl! I feel myself start to panic as I stumble after him. I realize that not only am I afraid for Carl, for what might happen to him if he runs off into this fake world, but I'm also afraid of being left alone here without Carl. I hobble after him, but I realize immediately that I'm not going to catch up. I watch him get further and further away, down the middle of the road. I wheeze, clutching my chest as I try to keep up, the sides of my vision starting to turn white. I'm not sure what it is, the panic, the breathlessness, or the world itself, but the whiteness seems to pulse with the faint sobs of the ram in front of me. Slowly the white takes over, and I'm in a fog. Whoa, this is a new picture! What the fuck is this? There's a distant, rhythmic pounding that sounds like a gong. Where have I heard it before? Oh, Chef is saying, oh god, here we go. I feel a twinge of worry in my chest that I'm going to be late for my next class. What? Class? Yeah, school. That's the clock tower that chimes every hour. Freezing cold leaks through my fur and stings at my nose. I bring my hands up to rub my shoulder, shivering. The ground is covered in snow, even though it never snows here. At least not this much. We had a flurry once a few years ago, and even that was a surprise. But here it is, piled up on the ground. My mind is still catching up to me, feeling as if I've woken up in a dream. Fuck, what happened? Carl. I was chasing after Carl on the road. It all comes back to me slowly. I was going after Carl after Jenna tried to... I hear clopping up ahead of me. My head snaps up, looking into the fog, unable to see clearly through it. Hello? Carl? My voice echoes into the emptiness of the university. Pueblo University. Feels like I haven't been here in months, rather than just a week. I rub my shoulders again before padding up slowly to one of the buildings. The pain on my ankle is now a dull, throbbing feeling, almost like it's dead. That doesn't seem like a good thing. At least I can walk. It's just that I have to limp, feeling like I'm walking with a giant log instead of a leg. I focus on the building in front of me. I don't remember this one. In fact, I don't really remember any of them. The buildings are in different shapes, just built with the same materials and colors of the buildings at the university. I reach out, grasping at the handle. It's unlocked. It's locked. I stare at the door for a while, unsure of what to do. More distant clopping on the sidewalk gets my attention, and I start moving in that direction again. Carl? I call out more softly now because I'm starting to feel afraid of where I am. While I can't see anyone, the fur on my neck is prickling like I'm somehow extremely vulnerable. I guess the only thing I know for sure about this ordeal is that nothing is as it seems. And for some reason, I don't like that I'm in a safe place. Oh, I don't feel like I'm in a safe place.
You were never there for me, you know.
I jump. Carl? The only response is silence. At least it sounded like Carl. Kind of. It was crackly and muffled. Like it was coming through a phone. I start to jog up the sidewalk and I notice that I'm stepping through the snow. Like it's not really there either.
We're not gonna hurt ya.
The voice comes right over my shoulder. God! I cringe and let out a yelp. Stumbling in my run and to turn and face whatever just whispered into my ear, I stare at nothing. It had that same crackly mechanical sound to it. My fur is now standing up all over my body, and I rub at my shoulders again, hugging my chest. A soft sound, maybe a footstep behind me, makes me whirl around in the other direction to find more emptiness. I stifle a whine and start trotting up the sidewalk again. This place is different. Something about this place is dangerous. It's unlike the mansion or the cabin or even being next to that hanging guy. Something could hurt me here. I don't know how I know, but I know it. Carl? My voice is getting more desperate. I've never felt more alone. Right now, more than anything, I just want to find Carl.
You want me to be there for you?
I jump, but keep jogging, basically hopping with the way my leg isn't working at all.
That's funny.
The sidewalk starts to curve as I come up on the school's pond. The pond! Oh, the lake! Oh, Jesus. I whisper to myself, fuck, where are you? As I keep walking, the ground no longer feels smooth. Instead, I feel little pointed bits of rock sticking into my feet pads, even though there's smooth pavement when I look at the ground. That's a little stone beach, one that Carl liked to sit on back when he was at school with me that first semester.
I just can't, man. Wish I could, but every stupid fucking thing I say is so stupid.
Trust me, man, it's not. I lift my hands up to my throat, shocked because I definitely didn't say that. My voice is coming through like the others, muffled, distant, from the direction of the bench.
You don't understand. It's like I can't stop going over what I say to people. Then I just worry about it for days after.
Well, just don't. Just forget about it. Oh, God. I sympathize with that feeling, man. It's anxiety. He has anxiety problems, and we're just saying, well, just don't we'll just don't have a problem with it. Fucking, it's like the worst advice ever.
Right.
Seriously, man, no one cares. Just don't worry about it, okay? That's definitely not being there for him. That's the worst fucking thing. Just get over it. That's fucking terrible. I turn around, moving back the way I came, not wanting to hear those voices coming from the bench. I move back to where I was and look around. The sidewalk branches off in several different directions, and I have no idea which one to take.
You weren't there for me.
What? I stand there for a moment, feeling the panic starting to rise.
What's the matter, cunt face? We're not gonna hate you.
That's not Carl. That's not me. I'm hearing things. I close my eyes, hugging my chest again, stilling my breathing. Softer clopping sounds come from my left. I open my eyes and immediately move in that direction.
Hey, we're just playing.
I grip my teeth and mumble to myself. I was a kid. What was I supposed to do? When he was attacked, he was getting his horns yanked back. Remember that flashback? And we just watched from the building, from behind the building. He saw us hiding there, and we couldn't. There's no response as I keep moving. A loud pop makes me jump and cover my head. What the hell was that? Was that a gunshot? I crouch on the sidewalk, looking left and right, but not seeing anyone. Was someone shooting at me? It seemed kind of far away. Whatever it was, just sitting here probably isn't going to help me, so I start moving again, a little faster, half bent over. To my left, I see the football stadium, rising up into the fog. I'd gone there for a few games, and a dance that they'd held on the field for homecoming.
Dude, I'm not feeling very good. Want to go back and play something?
Come on, I told you not to be like this. Shit! Oh, God! I feel so terrible! Even though these are conversations I don't remember having any part of, but I know the feeling of desperately trying to reach out, having anxiety. I know this feeling. And just being told, oh, just don't be like that, or just get over it. I know this feeling of feeling like no one's there for you, but oh, I'm just trying to be, but you make it bad. And I know this feeling, and I know how bad he feels.
Can't really help it, man.
Just tough it out another hour. Damn it!
Oh, man, I'm gonna head back.
Alright, then.
Alright, later.
I keep going, whispering to myself to Carl. Is that you, Carl? Can you actually hear me? No response. I keep going, listening for clops. When I hear them, I follow. After what seems like about 10 minutes, I come up to a smaller building, one that the path leads directly into. I slow my pace as I come up to it, staring at the door. I listen for a long while, but there aren't any more clops. I reach out and rest my hand on the handle, then give it a slight pull, expecting it to be locked, but it inches open smoothly. Staring for a while longer, I finally pull the door open and find our old dorm room. Like most things in this nightmare, it isn't exactly the same. Actually, it's probably about 3 times longer. Like it's the interior to a stretch limo or something. At the very end of it, I see Carl splayed out on one of the beds. It doesn't have a mattress in it, so he's just laying on a flat board. Slowly, I hobble over to him. He's staring up at the ceiling, and I'm kind of surprised to see a slight smile on his face. Hey, Carl? Carl looks over at me, surprised.
Whoa. Hey, dude, what's up?
What's up? He laughs over the last few words. I stare at him. What? Are you okay?
Actually, yeah, I kinda am.
Are you sure? I move over to the opposite bed, my old bed.
Yeah, for the first time all week, actually.
Push myself up onto the bed, which is off the ground a good 3 feet than at the university. My feet dangle over the edge.
Is your ankle okay? I told you to wait. It just needed a minute.
I frown. Seriously? You just left me there in a place with smoke monsters? Carl grimaces.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh God, we're making him feel bad again. What happened? I slide around on the bed to face the ram, noticing that while they're tall, they're a lot shorter in length. Short enough that Carl's hooves stick over the edge.
Well, Jenna tried to kill me.
I rub my shoulder, looking away. Yeah, but you know she's not in her right mind right now. We were just talking about how maybe John...
Oh, it's definitely John. James tried to do the same thing to me.
Yeah? I was going to ask what it was like. Carl pokes at the wall above his head, taping it with his finger.
Well, he basically just told me that I needed to find some stuff out. Keep lies from getting out, that he couldn't tell me why.
I wonder what John's telling Jenna. Carl shrugs.
I mean,
Can't be good if he's a serial killer.
Yeah.
Another period of silence. I don't mind it. It kind of feels nice. Not all like outside, where I felt like I was in imminent danger. The only problem right now is that something smells kind of bad, but it's subtle enough for that it's not really bothering me. So, we're at the university, huh?
Yep.
Wonder why. You hear the voices out there?
Yep. Things are quiet again, and I wonder what the hell Carl might be thinking. He looks ridiculously peaceful. Okay, did you find weed somewhere? 'Cause you're looking as chill as I've ever seen you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Carl scratches his nose.
Well, I guess I just realized some stuff.
I wait, but he doesn't go on. Like what?
Well, Chase, that I don't need you.
I frown. What? Carl laughs.
No offense, man, but I realize that I rely on people too much, you know?
I still don't really know. Did something happen?
I guess I always sort of held it against you, with what happened with Clint back in the day.
Oh, the fight?
Yeah, and also some things at college, but then I realized that it isn't that isn't fair.
He pauses, but I don't say anything.
I realize that I'm really responsible for myself in the end, that I need to help myself.
That's good. Can't help but wonder if now is the best time for this epiphany Carl is having, but it explains the setting we're in right now. Did he do this with his own mind? Is everything we've been through the result of our own imaginations? Carl sits up suddenly, rubbing the bed.
And then I'm sick of feeling like I have to do something important. That I need to be something important.
He turns on his butt to face me and spreads out his hands.
Because I'm not. I'm not important at all. I'm a rich-ass, spoiled little shit, and that's about it.
Come on, Carl.
Oh no, it's a good thing. I'm happy because I realized I'm okay with that.
No. Carl smirks at me.
I want to go to college, but I want to get an art degree. Then I want to get some job I can halfway stand and play games in my free time.
He stares at me and I stare back. Okay. Carl laughs again.
I know this sounds stupid, but realizing this, it just feels good to feel comfortable in my own skin. I haven't been comfortable for so fucking long.
Oh, that's good. I try to smile for the ram. But I mean, we need to get out of here if you're gonna do anything.
Yeah, it's weird that I'm feeling this way right now, but what isn't weird here?
Carl reaches out to the wall again, feeling it carefully.
Anyway, when I said I didn't need you, it sounded fucked up. And I still love you, man.
Yeah, I love you too.
But I needed to say it out loud, I guess. I don't need anyone to make me feel okay. I just need to be okay with myself. And I guess I am.
I give Carl a weak smile, not sure of what else to say.
Sounds cliche, huh? But it's true.
I mean, I'm just happy that you're okay. You ran away so suddenly.
I had another panic attack. Almost as bad as the one I had here.
Carl points over to the opposite end of the room, at a desk.
I came back from that stupid dance and had a bunch of homework to do for that computer programming class my dad made me take. I don't know, having that bad experience at the dance, then trying to figure out programming I didn't fucking understand, something cracked.
Carl looks over at me.
When I got back home, things were worse than they'd ever been. Then one time I dropped acid and thought I killed you.
I made a face, but Carl waves his hand.
Long story, but then I thought that was a sign that maybe you were the one that was holding me together all the time.
Carl, I had no idea.
Yeah, how were you supposed to know? I didn't say anything, and when you came back to Echo, I thought maybe I could pull myself together with you there.
Carl grins.
Then after this hellscape thing and Jenna, I just got fed up with it, I guess.
Carl shrugs.
I don't know, I cracked again. But it's like I cracked back in place. I just feel okay now. if we're gonna get through this.
I finally kind of chuckle, too. I'm happy for you. I really am. Just wish we could actually get back to Echo so that you can feel better there. Carl taps his teeth loudly with his fingers, then looks at me.
Dude, I think we are.
Look at him quizzically. Carl runs a hand over the bed again.
I just realized something. Looking at this place, can you see it?
I furrowed my brows. See what?
This place seems familiar at all? Because now I'm seeing something completely different.
I squint. No, looks like the dorm. Just a super long version of it. Carl smiles.
Oh man, we're in the diner.
What? I can't go on because as soon as I see the shape of the diner, the dorm room melts away like a mirage. What the fuck? What? Wait a minute. You remember when Kudzu said you're not really here? What? Wait, what the fuck? What is going on? I'm on a table and Carl sits across from me on the opposite table. Oh! Carl's smile stretches into a grin.
I guess we see the truth now?
You don't order the LSD eggs. Yeah, no shit, right? What the fuck? So we've been here the whole time? I gasp heavily, leaning on Carl as we make our way up the road toward the mansion.
Looks that way. I think it all happened in my house.
What? I look around me in the darkness of the night. While the surreal feeling of dreaming is gone, I still feel like I'm in some kind of nightmare. Carl tried his phone the second we realized we were back, and it was dead. Here outside, no one is around, though we did see a few bodies in the middle of the road. What? Bodies? You just...
What the hell's happening? I think everyone's gone crazy.
Oh, that's a familiar element. Carl seems to be mostly talking to himself. I remember seeing Janice running through the street just before everything went to shit, and I'm inclined to believe he's right. Should we maybe go to Leo's place instead?
I don't know. I kind of want to find Raven and Jenna, break them out of this first.
I mean, she's still got that knife.
Maybe she's calmed down. Then we can tell them and snap them out of it.
Well, you'd think the others would come and find us or something. The fact that they haven't... Carl grunts in acknowledgement, but doesn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the mansion looms ominously in front of us, and there's no sign of Raven or Jenna in front.
Leo is bad juju.
There's the tree where I saw the body hanging, thankfully empty. I vaguely wonder if the newspaper clipping that the corpse ate is still there somehow. As Carl half drags me into the driveway, he hesitates.
Listen, maybe you should wait out here. I'll wake the others up, then grab the keys, and we can drive out to Peyton, get away from all this.
This also sounds familiar. With 2 people and an extra person. Ooh, this is like identical. Fucking hell. We're finally bringing the stories back together. I laughed despite myself. Yeah, right. After everything we've been through, besides I saved your ass when John went after you. Might have to do it again. Carl smirks.
Yeah, alright, but if he comes at us, I want you to get the hell out of here. Get into your car and get into Peyton.
In hindsight, maybe we should have gotten my car from the motel and left that way instead. Carl shrugs.
I would have come here anyway. I'm more worried about Raven right now.
Oh! We're on the steps now, and Carl listens intently, his long ears poking up. It's dead silent. My heart rate starts to pick up as Carl reaches for the door, imagining Jenna and John running out of the darkness, knife in hand. Very slowly, Carl twists the knob and pushes open the door. Thanks to the well-oiled hinges, it hardly makes a sound as it slowly swings open. We're met with darkness, aside from a few LEDs from the TV set. Carl leans close to my ear.
At least the power's still on. I'm gonna try the landline first.
He said he was whispering, so... I nod as Carl and I step over the foundation and into the house. I bet to see that Carl's kitchen looks just like Carl's kitchen. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, there was a relief that comes from knowing that we've broken free of the nightmare, whatever that was. Just then a distant soft pop echoes from the town. We both looked back at it for a moment, and I remember the sound I heard while running through Pueblo. Had someone shot at me? I don't have long to dwell on that as Carl tugs me into the kitchen, purposely leaving the door open behind us. He's probably more worried about what might be in the house rather than what's far away in the town. The ram reaches for the light switch, then thinks better of it. He leaves me to lean against the counter before moving to the phone. I look around, noticing that the table is set with a few plates with what looks like squares of drywall on them. What? In fact, the whole table is covered in dust that probably came from the crawl space. I frown at that before noticing a clear cup of the counter full of some sort of yellow liquid. At the same time, I see a piece of paper laying next to me, standing out on the spotless counter. I reach out, pressing a hand over it and feeling the smooth piece of paper, its size and shape familiar. I pick it up, looking around for a light source before seeing the fridge and hobbling over to it. Line's dead. What are you doing, dude? I open the fridge, letting the dim yellow light spill out. I hold up the paper, which seems to be a copy of a newspaper clipping. This is the photocopy from the cabin. I whisper loudly. Meseta boy missing. Native settler tensions rise. Fifth native boy goes missing in 2 years. Native chief says disappearances did not happen until settlers arrived. James Hendricks has been confined in the county jail pending further evidence. I look up at Carl. Oh yeah! Raven made grilled cheese. I guess we were eating the house. That's weird. That's really weird. Wait, so it was James that was kidnapping children? Carl shrugs at me. I really don't know, man, and I don't think it matters right now. He did have a point, considering we weren't trapped in the nightmare anymore, but I still feel like something is missing. Yeah, you're right. I fold up, then shove the paper into my pocket anyway. So, the phone's dead. I think we should just grab the keys, and Carl's ear perks up. I'd do the same with mine if I could. Hear that? No? Carl moves to the stairs. Stay here, I'll be right back. I shout, whisper. What? I'll be right back. I think I hear Raven. I bite my lip. This new boost of confidence that Carl's gotten is great and all, but his hero's complex is about to get him killed. I follow the ram to the top of the stairs, watching him about to start downstairs before jabbing him in the back with my knuckles. I look back into the almost as dark kitchen before making up my mind and hopping down the stairs after the ram. He jumps. Holy shit, you scared the hell out of me! Carl also whispers. Well, fuck you for thinking of leaving me up there. I told you, outside we're sticking together. Okay, just hold on to my shirt or something. Okay. With that, Carl starts making his way down the stairs with me limping behind. Slowly but surely, I start to hear something too. It's muffled and quiet. It sounds very much like a voice. The voice is calm and reasonable, and I'm pretty sure that it's Raven's. Carl stops next to a door on our left, where the voice seems to be coming from. Maybe I should open it if Jen is in there. It's not like she's going after me, right? Carl seems to hesitate in the darkness. I don't know, man. Don't worry, you'll be right next to me, right? There's a moment of silence again before Carl shifts next to me, to the side of the door. Alright, but get behind me if she comes after you. I nod as well, even if he can't see me. I take a breath, steeling myself for what may be behind this door. Slowly I push it open. It's also dark in this room. The weight room, I realize. Talking stops immediately before it turns into a whine. Oh my god, the door opened by itself! This is insane! Feel for the light switch next to the door and flip it on. There sits Raven, tied up to a weight machine. Oh, Jesus! With what looks like several pieces of clothing. Wait, what? If he's tied up, then Jenna could be anywhere! A few pieces of paper sit on the lap on the ground. The husky is staring right at me, but there's no sign of recognition in his face. There's no sign of Jenna either, thank God. I don't think that's a thank God moment. I think that's a holy shit, fuck this moment. Raven? Oh God, it knows my name! Raven starts writhing around in his bonds. Mr. Ghost Thing, what do you want? Do you want money? Honestly, I don't have very much money at all. I work at the mall. Carl pokes his head in too.
Hey, Raven, can you hear me?
But Raven keeps babbling about his job. Carl frowns and shifts past me into the room. I stand in the doorway, looking back into the hall, but only seeing darkness. Raven's still chattering when Carl reaches out, resting a hand on his shoulder. The shriek that Raven lets out makes my fur stand on end. Oh my god, oh my god! Shh! Carl presses a hand into the husky's mouth, muffling his nose just a bit. That's when Raven's eyes widen. Oh, hey, Carl! He stares around wide-eyed. Where am I?
In my house, in my weight room. Are you okay?
The husky looks at Carl again.
How? Carl shrugs. We have no idea.
I look back into the hallway to make sure Jenna isn't coming after all that shrieking, then look back into the other two. So it's that easy? Just had to touch him? Carl turns to me.
I guess. It's like it really is just a dream or something.
Hey, Chase.
Raven is craning his head around Carl now. Hey, Raven.
Well, just a second ago I was in a really fancy-looking bedroom. It had a bed with curtains on it and stuff.
Raven, how'd you get tied up?
Oh, Jenna, of course. Actually, she calmed down a bit, and I brought her into the house, but then she punched me.
Carl sets to untying the husky while Raven rubs the back of his head against the weight machine.
And I fell down the stairs, and she dragged me into this room and tied me up.
Jesus! Raven smiles sheepishly.
Honestly, I probably could have fought her off, but facing a tiny, maybe a serial killer girl with a knife is kind of scary, so I just did what she told me.
You still got a crazy bitch with a knife running around somewhere in this house. Pluck in. Do something. That's okay. Do you know where she is now? Let's back into the hallway. Still nothing.
No, she went back out. She did come back like 10 minutes ago. And shoved these papers into my face.
Carl points at the papers in her lap and on the ground with a freed hand. Carl gets started on untying the binds around his legs.
Said something about these being the real letters, the truth, or whatever.
Oh God, I'm worried. I limp into the room partly because I don't want to get caught by Jenna if she suddenly comes in. Oh, Jesus! And also because I want to look at the two letters. They're short. One of them is about a paragraph. The other's only a few words. Because it's second nature now, I pick up the longer one and read aloud. I don't know what to say after finding your dungeon. No, there are no other words for it, James. It is a dungeon. And after finding a boy's body, finding out what you've done to it, there's truly no words, James. God! I only know now why you were never satisfied with... God! All your... I'm leaving you to the law, leaving this wretched town behind. I only hope that God has no mercy on your soul. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, Jesus fucking Christ. Pick up the other letter, placing it over the first. You are disgusting. I don't have James's letters, so I have no idea what John was responding to. I also don't know who to believe anymore. Oh God, that might be true. I will call your attention to the comment at the bottom when Chase noticed something in the crawl space long like an ear. It could have been Jenna. Holy God, 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 this game freaks me the fuck out. This game freaks me the fuck out. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. John or James or even the thing that we're talking about that could alter the notes left around in the dreamscape. There's no way I can even begin to piece together who was manipulating what. But maybe because I'm in the real world now, supposedly, and this is certainly real, this could be the actual truth. I also noticed the collection of dust on these photocopy pages, taken from the scrapbook and stashed somewhere, probably the crawl space considering the state they're in.
Is Jen in the crawl space right now searching for the letters? Oh, probably. Oh, Jesus. Raven finally pulls his feet out of the ropes, rubbing his arms. He nods at me. Said she wrote that one in jail after James had written to him. I gotta say, since the whole knife thing seems like she doesn't know who she is. I fold up the letters, putting them in my pocket with the news article. A game theory! Yeah. I mean, she keeps going on about James and the letters. Did she say anything else about the letters? Raven frowns, looking at the ceiling. She said something about not being able to finish the game because one of them burned and the other got eaten. Eaten? Eaten? Burned and... What? What the fuck? Put a hand on my pocket. Well, I found the one that burned. Oh, the letters. Okay, fuck. I thought she meant like people. I don't think it burned. We just saw it burn. I think to the tree outside in front of the house, but Carl shakes his head. Doesn't really matter. No. Now we are free of this shit. Let's find the keys and get the hell out. Carl starts on the last restraints around Raven's ankles. I get up and limp to the doorway again, looking out towards the crawl space. In that moment, I hear a whisper of movement down the hall. I limp out a bit more, watching as two tall figures slowly materialize out of the darkness. Holy shit! Wait. For a moment, I see a young male fox in overalls in front of me. What the fuck? But that imagery dissolves as Jen is slowly lit up by the light coming from the weight room. She's covered in the dust from the crawl space. I'm startled, but I'm not scared because I know she can't see me. At least she shouldn't be able to see me, but her piercing eyes are right on me. She can see me. Maybe it's the fact that it's not Jen at all. Maybe it's because she's completely possessed and it's John looking through her eyes. Whatever it is, she can see me. That's clear because she's immediately raises the knife, bears teeth at me! I don't want the other getting caught by her, especially with Raven tied up like that. I need to give Carl a chance to attack from behind, depending on if she goes for me. It takes a turn into the weight room. She's coming! I back out into the hall and away from Jenna, hoping she gives her the advantage, but she's coming so fast! Otter, you're in on it with James, huh? Her voice rough and deep, unlike anything I'd heard from Jenna before. I realize then that there's no waking Jenna up from this. It's not Jen anymore, it's John. Sure as hell isn't waking up. John lunges and I turn and run. The fox doesn't even glance into the weight room as he comes for me. I limp and leap through the darkness, left hand stretched out, desperately feeling for the end of the wall to signify the stairs. I hear the fox breathing behind me, bumping into the walls. Finally, my hand falls through nothing, and I turn sharply to run up the stairs. As I stumble upwards, I start to wonder what the hell I'm going to do. While I could try and go for the bathroom, lock the door, that doesn't exactly help out Carl. I can't stop thinking about the newspaper clipping that John's hanging corpse ate. If I could get that, all the pieces for that it wants us to get, then maybe I can end whatever this is. My thoughts are interrupted as something cold goes down my back, followed by an even colder pain just to the right of my spine. Jesus! Well, I guess we get stabbed either way. God damn it. I gasp as if I've fallen into water, but continue upward. I can hear Carl shouting, too, at the base of the stairs. There's too much distance between me and him for the ram to be of any help. As I reach to the top of the stairs, there's a loud thwack sound to my left of my head, just as I stumble into the kitchen. A quick glance over my shoulder, and I see John yanking the knife from the wall. So did we get stabbed? What? Almost sobbing now, I jump-lip my way to the front door, hearing John scream curses at me from behind. While I want Carl's help right now, I also don't want him to catch up. I don't want John turning on him. I struggle with the door for a moment. The door was open! The door was open! The door was fucking open! Someone probably closed it. Struggle with the door for a moment, for some reason trying to push on it rather than pull. It's only a few seconds, but enough for John to gain on me and swing the knife again as I pull open the door. Scream and duck, hearing the metal cling against the door hinge. Jesus, titty fucking Christ. I lunge forward out the door and into the cool of the early morning. The sky's a soft blue as dawn breaks. I limp as fast as I can down the steps, down the driveway, toward the slope, just past the road. But John catches me again, and as I'm on the road. So the possession can leave the house. I was kind of thinking maybe if we left the house, it would stop, but I guess not. This time he grabs my shirt, holding on to me. I turn to face him as he draws the knife back for another swing, but at that moment we go over the slope. Even in my adrenaline-fueled state, the fall is painful, and each time I roll, I feel the stab of rocks sticking into my skin. At least it's rocks and not a knife! The final bounce is punctured with a blinding pain on my forehead as it collides with a small boulder. Ow! Shakily get to my feet, looking left and right for the tree, panicking until I realize it's right in front of me. I stumble right into it, clinging to it. I scan the dirt, but there's nothing, no paper at all. Jenna's getting up, just 5 feet away. I can see blood oozing through several scratches on his body. The knife is still in his hand as he zeroes in on me again. I cower and move behind the tree, my plan ruined. And that's when my face becomes level with the hollow in the tree. Automatically, I reach in, feeling around, feeling mostly spiderwebs and twigs before Carl appears at the top of the slope. Hey, stop! John whirls around, knife raised as he immediately moves in the other direction. You! My hand finds the corner of a piece of paper and I pull out the newspaper clipping. I scan over it. It's another quote from Carl's mother. I begin to read, my voice cracking as I manage a shout. But I was able to open a lockbox kept by James himself. It was full of jail letters between him and John. John freezes and he steps, knife still raised, looking up at Carl. I don't want to sully the Hendricks name, but if what John said is true, James framed him in the most heinous crime... James framed him of the most heinous crime in Echo's history. In the meantime, Carl stumbles down the slope, moving carefully around the fox to stand next to me. I reach into my pocket and pull out the other pieces of paper. I'll hold them up. John, we know the truth. I'm going to tell everyone in my documentary, okay? I'm a journalist, a reporter. We see the truth. John turns towards me, knife slowly lowering. And just like that, it's not John anymore, it's Jenna. The knife clatters to the rocks. Carl reaches out to hold me, and I collapse against him, everything numb. Jenna's hands go to her mouth, staring at the knife, staring at me and Carl before she screams. In the distance, I can hear sirens. The police! Is history subjective in nature? The story of James and John sure seems to be. All we have are a few written letters from these. From these, we must try to draw some sort of conclusion. Oh! All we have are a few written letters, and from these we must try to draw some sort of conclusion. In the end, it can't really be said what exactly happened almost 150 years ago. Instead, we can only provide the facts. Several native children went missing. James was accused of the crime before claiming that his secret lover, John, was the culprit. In his jail letters, Jonathan claims that he was framed by James. Because of the vigilante justice dealt out by the town, John never had a trial, and no record of evidence ever collected exists. James, because of his influence, was allowed to leave and live hundreds of miles away on the west coast, where he eventually died. He never wrote of the incident again. Many believe that, as journalists, we're supposed to be unbiased and only state facts. Not exactly true, as long as it's clear that we're stating an opinion. So I'd like to do that now. It's my opinion that John is innocent. We should be presumed innocent until proven guilty, after all. And Jonathan's never even had that chance. According to accounts written by other townspeople, James was a deceitful and emotionally manipulative man. There were many accounts of his prejudices against the native people. In the end, the records that exist of John gives us no reason to disbelieve him, while James has given us every reason to doubt him. But because time is evidence's worst enemy, it has been 150 years, the definitive answer will likely never be known. Like much of Echo, the story is lost to time. I'm Chase Hunter at Pueblo University, and this has been a special report on the town of Echo. What? I look back over the report again, eyes stinging from staring at the monitor for too long. I'm a terrible writer, and the words of the script seem so clumsy. I shrug and decide I'll have time tomorrow to polish it up a bit. It's weird, writing the last word to a script I started almost 1.5 years ago. It's changed a lot since then, moving from a focus on hysteria to an old mansion mystery. My mind wanders back to that spring back in Echo. For spring break in Echo. I still shake my head when I think about it, how it completely shattered my view on reality, my view on life. Of course, I couldn't come back to school right afterwards. I hadn't finished my project after all. Actually, I needed therapy. We all did. Except Carl. He seemed to have come out of it better than he'd been going into it, somehow. Everyone handles trauma differently, Jenna would say. In fact, she has a lot of things to say about what happened. While she didn't come out of it quite as unscathed as Carl, she's still tougher than me, and actually went right back to school that summer. Now she's at Weston, and a lot of her research is focused on foliado, or shared psychosis. Because of how everything went down, the things that we felt and saw, Jen is convinced that that's what took place. She brought up the way we primed each other to hear and see things. The way things we saw didn't seem to have any rhyme or reason for what they were. While I do believe a lot of what we saw came from ourselves, I'm not fully convinced that explains all of it. Mainly because the rest of the townspeople went through their own nightmare that night. I still can't believe that the things that Leo and TJ went through. Still, I like how they're just not fucking saying it so that we have to go back and play the other routes. Still, I'm glad she can find a way to explain it to herself. She told me over the phone just last week that she hasn't forgiven herself. That she should have been stronger than that. I've told her over and over that isn't her fault, but I guess after coming to with a knife in her hand and her friend stabbed, it left an impression. I rest my hand over the thick scar through my shirt that runs all the way down my back and wiggly ankle that causes me a permanent limp. Still, this whole incident had actually brought us closer. At least for Jenna, Carl, and I. Hell, even Raven. It's still painful to think about how Flynn, Leo, and TJ, poor TJ, aren't really talking anymore. Guess it's the fact that we went through completely different things during the incident. Of course, we told the police that it was someone else had stabbed me while the town descended into madness. Echo, a name now famous worldwide after the mass hysteria incident that truly brought a dying town to its ultimate end. At least in terms of it being a failed town. While no one really lives there now, it's certainly become a tourist attraction. Countless news reports, TV shows, and paranormal investigators descended on the area, especially once the news story changed from spree killings leave 9 dead to whole town went nuts. Wait, 9 people died? Well, we know Janice died. Probably Brian and Duke. I wonder who the fucking 9 people were. Goddamn. Luckily, not a lot of focus fell on us since we weren't exactly living in Echo anymore. We just got into the ambulances and left. Carl, on the other hand, along with the rest of his family, are still harassed by the media. Carl's mom, Trish, is a pro at handling the media, though. I still wonder about what exactly it was that stopped her from publishing all her findings. I'll have to ask her sometime, considering I'm practically family due to how much I visit with Carl. In the end, the relationship that I had with Carl in the dreamscape didn't exactly survive in the real world. Carl told me that he didn't know where he ended and James began, even when he rejected James's influence. We couldn't really trust anything that happened there. But still, he's my best friend. I plan to spend that summer over at his house when I start my next project on Echo. I realized that there are a lot more stories to cover over there, and I plan to uncover them. It's almost healing, going back now without any fear. My own little therapy, because I always end up back there eventually. The sound of clops to my right make me look up just as a bulky ram fills the frame of the doorway. Carl leans against it, rolling his eyes. Dude, you told me you were gonna work on that tomorrow. I smile and rest my chin on my palm. Was just giving it a quick once-over before we film. Yeah, sure. Anyway, I'm going for some pizza. You coming? I'm not really hungry, but taking my mind off Eka for just a little bit sounds good. Always cheered me up anyway. I nod over at the corner of our dorm room where Carl's paper mache sculpture of a tortured-looking bird sits. Don't you have to finish that thing by tomorrow? Carl shrugs. I got like 3 energy drinks in the fridge. I'll be good. Come on! Now let's get going. I want to meet Caitlin there, too. I get up slowly, stretching out my back. Oh, I see. So I'm just your wingman. Carl smirks. It's not like that, dude. I just like hanging out with her. Now let's go! Carl hangs on the frame, starting to swing himself out into the hall. Hey, Carl? Carl rebounds back into the room, leaning towards me. Yo! Thanks for being my friend. I don't know if it was all reminiscing about what happened at the spring before last, or if I'm still not over what happened, but Carl seems to understand. He smiles and reaches a big hand towards me, which I grasp. Of course, man. If you need to talk or anything, I'm here. Do you want to talk right now? I shake my head quickly. No, I'm good. Just wanted to say it. Carl smiles. Well, thanks for saying it. Now let's go! Carl again swings on the frame out into the hall. Some loud clapping before I hear him shouting at someone and giving them what sounds like a high five. I smile to myself as I look at the document on the screen one last time, before closing the laptop and following Carl out into the hallway. The end, motherfucker! God damn!